This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 422 Giant God breaks through the air. Star destroying fist. Evil God mecha. Producer, Suyu Mechanical God. Grade, Domination Level. Feature 1, Giant God as a Giant God mecha. It has the general performance of Giant God mecha, with extremely strong defense and attack power. And because it is made of the complete body of a 5th level evil god, its strength has reached the planetary level. When it fully exerts its potential, it is enough to destroy the entire planet. Feature 2, Hell. This mecha uses the complete body of the painful evil god as material, which gives it unlimited hell pain power, and will never run out of energy. And every attack is accompanied by painful damage beyond the limit of living beings, and has extremely strong additional lethality to any rational enemy, even if it is a living being without any rational wisdom. The mechanical creations, even planets, will be affected by the power of hell pain and feel extreme pain. The pain of all living beings and non-living beings will provide power for the evil god soldier mecha. At the same time, other lives can be absorbed and sealed into the mecha to enhance the power of the mecha. Seal upper level, 5th level. Feature 3, Time. This mecha uses the complete body of the painful evil god as material. The painful evil god is a 5th level evil god in the dual fields of pain and time. So this mecha also has the 5th level power of time. You can use the power of time to travel through time and space, change the past, modify the present, and determine the future. At the same time, the hell pain power of this mecha also comes with a time attack effect. Being eroded by the hell pain power with the power of time will affect the opponent's past and future. And the opponent's past, present, and future will be forever trapped in hell. Note that using the power of time will accumulate time and space backlash, so please use with caution. Feature 4, Divinity. This mecha is transformed from a complete painful evil god, so it has the complete 5th level evil god essence, spiritual erosion, faith origin, and so on. Note, the painful evil god has not truly merged with the original body Suyu, which causes him to still have defects and does not have the immortality of the real evil god. If he is completely destroyed, he cannot be resurrected in the depths of the subspace. Feature 5, Self-repair. This mecha has a self-repair function. If it is damaged, it will use the power of pain to repair itself. It can be repaired quickly without any materials. Even if it is completely destroyed, it can use the power of time to come back from the past and the future. The body repaired by the power of pain will be stronger than the previous body, and the pain will be stronger than the previous body. The stronger the power of suffering, the faster the repair, and the stronger the repaired body. Feature 6, Erosion. The mecha uses the complete body of the painful evil god as material. This evil god is too powerful. His will and power will corrode all living beings and materials close to him, even as his master. It is unavoidable. If you use this mecha without the 5th level power, you must strictly control the use time and take protective measures. Otherwise you will be corroded by it and lose your humanity. Feature 7, Equal Star. This mecha is powerful enough, and its existence has involved the essence of the universe, which is equivalent to a complete planet. Its subspace projection has been completely closed, forming a real psychic planet in the depths of the subspace, where life can be nurtured. At the same time, it will also attract certain beings in the depths of the subspace to settle here. The life nurtured will naturally worship it as a god. The same is true for the existence attracted. But be careful. If the life attracted is too powerful, it may become the guest. Feature 8, Star Control. As a 5th level existence, this mecha can completely control all the planetary energy of a planet. So it can control all geological changes of a planet, move mountains and fill the sea, and transform the planet. Feature 9, Fusion. As a mecha, the main use of this mecha is to be used. It can be controlled by the mechanic to fight, or it can be fused with the driver as its second body, perfectly controlled, and exert more powerful power. If the driver gives up his own body, he can completely merge with this mecha and become a powerful life of the 5th level. However, due to the nature of the evil god soldier mecha, the fusion with it, after that, if the driver is not strong enough, he may lose himself and become a part of the painful evil god. Feature 10, Space. The evil god soldier mecha is a powerful 5th level mecha, which naturally has the function of remote jump in the subspace, can carry out space travel at the light year level, and can be used as a spaceship. Note, the subspace is too chaotic. If there is no clear navigation, Please do not make remote jumps at will. Otherwise you may encounter unpredictable accidents. Feature 11. Intelligence. This mecha has no intelligence at present. The original intelligence of the painful evil god cannot control this mecha. This mecha cannot lead the battle on its own for the time being. But an intelligent module has been reserved. An intelligent life can be installed at any time. If the installation is successful, it can lead the battle on its own without the need for driver control. Note, according to the Imperial Security Agreement, when mechanical creations above level 4 lead a battle, their safety needs to be strictly reviewed to prevent mechanical rebellion. Feature 12. Self-destruction. The core of this mecha has the origin of the special mechanical life mechanical god. If this mecha shows signs of severe backlash, it can activate the origin of the mechanical god and start self-destruction. Note, after the self-destruction is activated, this mecha will be completely destroyed, and it will also lose some future possibilities. The consequences are unknown. Equipment. Melee weapons, none. Long-range weapons, none. Skills, none. Comprehensive lethality evaluation, 14-star top. Comprehensive defense evaluation, 14-star top. Before launching the attack, Tsuyu first opened the attribute panel of the evil god mecha in the occupation panel. In this attribute panel, it is better to say that it is the attributes of the painful evil god, which is introduced to Tsuyu in detail. After all, this mecha is completely transformed by this evil god, and the energy characteristics of the mecha are the abilities of the evil god. Tsuyu's clone and the mechanical god did not have the time and ability to add any new features to the mecha during the short period of transformation. The so-called transformation was actually mainly to control the painful evil god. The additional features that could be added were the basic strength and defense of the giant god soldier mecha. So most of the abilities of this mecha were within Tsuyu's expectations. After so much experience, Tsuyu had enough knowledge of the power of the 5th level. The various abilities of the painful evil god did not exceed Tsuyu's expectations. At most, some details were different from what Tsuyu expected. However, the last self-destruction feature still surprised Tsuyu. The mechanical god left a safety for Tsuyu at the last moment. If the evil god soldier mecha wanted to counterattack, Tsuyu could initiate self-destruction and completely destroy it. The mechanical god was indeed thoughtful. The painful evil god was now transformed into a mecha, but it was not completely integrated with Tsuyu. His essence was still a future possibility. Not real enough. After all, Tsuyu's body was still at the 4th level. It was just that the power and technology of the mechanical god forcibly fixed this future possibility. If the mechanical god used this power in reverse, it could bury the painful evil god and achieve self-destruction. As a future possibility, once the painful evil god self-destructed, he would lose the ability to revive and die completely. However, if this self-destruction method was used, I wonder if the origin of the mechanical god would also self-destruct. Tsuyu made up his mind in an instant that he would never use this function unless he was in the most desperate moment. There was another surprise. That is, the occupation panel determined the level of the evil god soldier mecha as command level. Tsuyu asked a little, and the explanation of the occupation panel was that this was the name of the 5th level mechanical creation of the human empire at the beginning, meaning that only those who reached the 5th level were qualified to command the army and expedition to the galaxy. And the occupation panel also used this naming method. Tsuyu's thinking was very fast, and analyzing this information did not delay him at all. After instantly taking all the attributes of the evil god soldier mecha into his mind, Tsuyu moved his mind and started the mecha. Inside the mecha, the various mechanical parts began to operate with a roar. The outline of the black hole, which originally looked somewhat abstract, suddenly became clear and angular. Although the structural details were still unclear, it could be seen that this was a giant machine, not a humanoid black hole with a vague appearance. The mechanical god's transformation of the painful evil god was very thorough. This evil god soldier mecha was already a complete mechanical creation. All of his functions were realized with mechanical parts. As a mechanic, Tsuyu had no hindrance in activating it. It was very smooth, as if he had built it himself. This made Tsuyu secretly sigh in his heart at the exquisiteness of the mechanical god's transformation. He could actually completely transform the painful evil god into a giant god soldier mecha, and use mechanical parts to realize all the functions of this evil god. Under normal circumstances, if you want to use a mechanical creation to realize a function, you must first understand its principle. Then, based on this principle, design and manufacture corresponding mechanical equipment to realize this function. Just like if you want to design and manufacture an electromagnetic cannon, you must first understand the principles of electromagnetic induction, as well as various material science and weapon design and manufacturing technical knowledge, before you can design and manufacture it. But the transformation of the painful evil god by the mechanical god is exactly the opposite. The painful evil god first has various powerful abilities, and the mechanical god then transforms it, allowing the painful evil god to change his body naturally according to these ability characteristics, and generate various mechanical parts that can realize these functions. The various mechanical parts of the evil god's armor are not designed at all. Instead, they are naturally generated under the urging of the mechanical god's origin. As for why these mechanical parts can exert the power of the painful evil god after they are in operation, what is the principle behind it? Even the mechanical god himself may not be able to explain it clearly. Just like a person can grow various organs and flesh and blood when he is born. But if you ask him to explain the principles of the operation and growth of these flesh and blood organs, how the heart beats, and how the brain calculates, he will not know. The same is true for the evil god's mecha. He was not created at all, but grown. The mechanical god is equivalent to letting the painful evil god reincarnate and change into a new body. And this body is a mechanical body controlled by Suyu. If Suyu has time, he can study the mechanical parts and obtain new technology. But now, he does not have that mood and time. He just silently drives the output of the mecha to the maximum power. Then, Suyu, with full of killing intent and anger, soared into the sky, and swung his fist at the tyrannical evil god, whose body was twitching due to severe pain. The evil god mecha had no weapons. But as a giant god mecha, it naturally possessed the universal ability of the giant god mecha. Extremely powerful physical power. This is a new feature that the pain evil god has after the transformation. Using the 5th level power of the pain evil god, activating the physical power of the giant god mecha. I wonder how fierce it is. I saw a 1,000-meter high humanoid mechanical black hole punching at the flesh and blood tentacles in the sky. This punch, with the 5th level pain power as the energy source, is diverted, integrated, and strengthened by countless mechanical parts inside the evil god mecha, and finally burst out suddenly. This blow, without any tricks, is pure physical kinetic energy. But it was so strong that it was beyond words. The terminal speed of the fist alone was close to the speed of light. And the relativistic effect occurred. The relativistic mass of this punch was close to that of an asteroid. If this punch hit the surface of the planet directly, it would be equivalent to an asteroid impact. Enough to sink the continent with one blow. It could even blast a hole in the planet. And with one blow, the planet would be damaged and all life would be extinct. Before this punch hit, the front of the fist had already hit the air, causing violent nuclear fusion. Roar! Sensing the danger, the tyrannical evil god finally recovered from his previous twitching, and he immediately gathered his strength to try to resist Suyu's attack. However, it was too late. The next moment, a fierce fist comparable to an asteroid impact had hit the body of the tyrannical evil god. A sun lit up in the sky. A real fusion sun. The flesh and blood tentacles in the sky were vaporized in an instant under this extremely high temperature. The powerful energy formed a stream of white energy that rushed straight into the universe. Not only that, this punch not only had powerful kinetic energy, but also had the power of pain and the power of time. The damage of this punch was not only in now, but also in the past and future. All the tyrannical evil gods in all timelines were bombarded at the same time. They all felt extremely intense pain. This made him twitch again involuntarily. And Suyu did not stop for a moment, punching like lightning. And in a blink of an eye, hundreds of punches were thrown. Each punch was as powerful as an asteroid impact. Hundreds and thousands of punches were thrown in an instant. If all hit, the planet would be shattered. The power of the 5th level can destroy a planet. This is not just a casual remark. There is such power. Of course, not all 5th levels can use fists to explode a planet. Only the giant god mecha, plus the power of the painful evil god, can have such pure and extreme violence. As long as Suyu is willing now, he can completely destroy the ruins planet. Of course, he will not do this. All these punches hit the body of the tyrannical evil god. The body of the tyrannical evil god at this time is the flesh and blood tentacles wrapped around the ruins planet. At a glance, it is boundless and terrifying to despair. But in front of Suyu's extremely violent star-destroying fist, It was quickly annihilated. Suyu's fist was not only aimed at the tyrannical evil god, but also the dead sea water and rotten flesh eyes next to it. At this time, he just wanted to release his power to the fullest and kill all these twisted evil places without leaving a single one. Chapter 423. The battle is over. Buzz. This is the sound that only Suyu can hear. It is the various mechanical parts of the evil god soldier mecha, which are running at high speed. Every time Suyu punches, every time he attacks the countless energy channels inside the evil god soldier mecha, he will extract a huge amount of painful power from the core of the painful hell. These painful powers are high-level spiritual energy of the 5th level. After passing through the spiritual energy kinetic energy conversion system of the core of the evil god soldier mecha, these powerful energies can be converted into pure physical kinetic energy for attack. The power system of the evil god soldier mecha is extremely advanced. The gear transmission, hydraulic transmission, electromagnetic transmission, and other transmission structures in conventional machinery are basically not seen in the evil god soldier mecha. No matter how advanced those conventional transmission systems are, they will also have losses and their limits. For example, Suyu's body is also very powerful, but it is ultimately limited by the human body. The human body, even at the 4th level, still uses muscle contraction to pull bones to exert force. This way of exerting force, if the output is too large, the body joints will collapse. The same is true for the transmission and force generation structures of mechanical creations, which have their limitations. It is impossible to be as fierce as the evil god soldier mecha. The evil god soldier mecha psychic energy kinetic energy conversion system directly converts the extremely powerful psychic energy into extremely powerful physical kinetic energy, with almost no loss and delay. How powerful is the 5th level painful psychic energy directly converted into pure physical kinetic energy? Under Suyu's fierce attack, the entire ruined star was full of doomsday scenes of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking. Previously, the sky was covered with flesh tentacles, dead sea water, and rotten flesh eyes, which was terrible enough. The breath exuded by the tyranny of them had long caused all life in the world, whether animals or plants, to either die directly or undergo terrible mutations, and basically no one was spared. However, that kind of influence only stayed at the psychic level, not the physical level of destruction. And now, Suyu urged the evil god soldier mecha, which is pure physical destructive power. Although Suyu's target was the tyrants, a little bit of energy leakage could cause great damage to the environment on the ruins planet. Mountains exploded, seawater evaporated, the sky collapsed, and all living things were extinct. Anyway, Suyu's mechanical city had been completely destroyed. On the entire planet, except for the radiated ghost city of the Ghost Emperor, there were no humans anywhere else. What else could Suyu worry about? Just punch. The design concept of the giant god soldier mecha is to maximize the physical destructive power, especially the evil god soldier mecha, which was transformed based on the 5th level painful evil god, is even more powerful and incredible. Tyrannical evil gods can also destroy planets, but they are definitely not like Suyu, who can blow up planets with fists alone. In the face of such a fierce force, tyrannical evil gods were actually unable to resist. The painful evil god had not merged with Suyu before, and was still in an illusory state. In fact, he was a little worse than the tyrannical evil god. So he was suppressed by tyranny, and could only barely support himself by constantly refreshing his state with the power of time. But now, although the painful evil god has been transformed into a mecha, it has also merged with Suyu's body, and its power has suddenly increased. In addition, the power of mechanical transformation has also increased the power of the painful evil god, and it has actually suppressed the tyrannical evil gods. The tyrannical evil god tried to attack Suyu with his tentacles, but was instantly blown up. The dead sea water and the rotten flesh eyes were even more unbearable, and they could not get close at all. They tried to use their own spiritual power to erode Suyu's spirit, but it was still useless. The painful evil god's resistance in the spiritual field is extremely strong. Otherwise, how could he control the powerful power of pain? And he would have collapsed from the pain. So in the face of the tyrannical evil god's spiritual erosion, he has a strong resistance. The most important thing is that it is Suyu himself who controls the will of this mecha. But it is the painful evil god who bears the spiritual infection, and all the mental damage is borne by this evil god. This is also a manifestation of the defensive ability of the mecha. Before the mecha is completely destroyed, and the painful evil god can't bear it, No power can hurt Suyu in the mecha. So only Suyu could beat up the tyrants. But they couldn't hit Suyu. This is the advantage of using mechanical creations to fight. So in a short time, the tyrants were severely injured. Although they are the evil gods of the subspace, they are not immune to physical attacks. As long as they are strong enough, they can be beaten up. Not to mention, the power of pain and the power of time in Suyu's fist are more harmful to them than simple physical damage. Stop! Just as Suyu was swinging his fist wildly, the tyrant evil god suddenly spoke. Since the seal of this great evil god was lifted, all his actions have been making violent roars that humans cannot understand. But now, he transmitted a message to Suyu, speaking in human language, but wanted Suyu to stop. Suyu sneered. It turned out that he could speak human language. His previous violent roars were purely arrogant. Disdain to communicate with Suyu, a low-level human. Now he had to communicate. If this continued, his body would be blown up by Suyu. And Suyu not only blew up their bodies, but also used the power of hell's pain to suppress the broken evil god's body into the painful hell, providing energy for the evil god's mecha. It was like eating his flesh and drinking his blood. In this way, Suyu became stronger and stronger, while the tyrants became weaker and weaker. Although Suyu's fierce battle was in line with the origin of tyranny, and would also enhance tyranny's power, the enhancement could not catch up with the loss. And for tyranny, it was not worth the loss. So tyranny finally couldn't help it, and started to communicate. Although he is tyrannical, he knows how to judge the situation, and is not a beast without brains. What do you want to say? Suyu replied casually. And Suyu did not stop attacking while speaking, but became more violent. Human! Now you also have the power of the 5th level. There is no need to fight with me. This planet is under blockade. We can work together to break the blockade and go to the universe. The tyrannical evil god instantly sent such a long string of information. He actually wanted to cooperate with Suyu to break the blockade and go to the starry sky. It's not too late to beat you to death and suppress you, Suyu shouted. He had no intention of compromising with the evil god. After speaking, Suyu immediately burst out again, and his strength increased again. After the battle just now, Suyu's mastery of the evil god's mecha has become much more proficient. So he can push the evil god's mecha to 100 feet. Go all out and vow to blow up the tyranny. Human! Tyranny was furious. The fiery red tyrannical light in his body was blazing, and the entire ruined star was shrouded in the tyrannical light. The surface of the ruined star began to melt under this blazing light, and the melted planet's surface was even wriggling, as if it was about to turn into some extremely tyrannical and weird creature. Come on! Suyu saw this, and knew that the tyrannical evil god had finally used his ultimate move. He was not afraid either, and was just testing the quality of this guy. Sure enough, those extremely blazing red lights condensed in the air, and turned into a 1,000-meter-high blazing red giant. Although it was very distorted, it was barely possible to see the human form. There were thousands of hands and eyes on this human form, waving them randomly. Extremely tyrannical. After this giant condensed, the flesh and blood tentacles covering the sky all withered and quickly turned into nothingness, as if they had been drained of their power. The tyrannical body that can cover the entire planet is now extremely condensed and turned into such a giant. Who knows how powerful it is? It seems that the tyrannical evil god wants to fight Suyu head-on. But why is it 1,000 meters high again? Suyu saw the 1,000-handed and 1,000-eyed giant condensed by the tyrannical evil god, and a question suddenly popped up in his mind. The Yuri mecha is 1,000 meters high. The evil god soldier mecha is also 1,000 meters high. And now the tyrannical evil god is 1,000 meters high again. When the evil god soldier mecha was transformed, the blueprint of the Yuri mecha was referred to. And there is a saying about the 1,000-meter height. But the tyrannical evil god was able to wrap the entire ruins planet with flesh and blood tentacles before. But after he turned into a human form, he was still 1,000 meters high. Either the tyrannical evil god did it on purpose, or there is some invisible restriction that prevents him from growing bigger when he turns into a human form. This thought flashed through Suyu's mind and was thrown behind his head. No matter what the restrictions are, it doesn't matter now. Let's fight the tyrannical evil god first. Suyu controlled the evil god's mecha, rushed forward quickly, and hit the tyrannical evil god hard. A fierce blow that was enough to sink the continent and cleanse the biosphere hit the body of the tyrannical evil god hard. Boom! The extremely fierce fusion nuclear explosion broke out between Suyu and the tyrannical evil god. But Suyu could see that this blow did not really hit the body of Tyranny, but was directly blocked by his dozens of arms. Even the tyrannical evil god did not retreat a step. Then, Tyranny's thousands of twisted arms rushed towards Suyu at the same time. Suyu also stretched out his hand to block it. Boom! The two collided, and the fusion explosion broke out again. Suyu did not retreat a step. It turned out that they were evenly matched. The power of each arm of the tyrannical evil god was actually not as strong as the evil god's mecha. But with thousands of arms stacked together, the power is terrifying. It can actually fight against the evil god's mecha with physical strength. In fact, with every attack of the tyrannical evil god, the power is increasing. He wants to tear Suyu's evil god's mecha into pieces with his extremely powerful physical strength. As expected of an evil god named after Tyranny, he is indeed tyrannical enough. But how could Suyu be afraid? He also urged the evil god's soldiers and mechas, and fought hard with the tyrannical evil shadow without retreating a step. The fusion explosion between the two did not stop at all, and it seemed endless. The fusion nuclear fireball had completely enveloped the two, and no human figures could be seen. Only the fusion fireball that kept growing was shining above the ruins. The ground of the ruins below was first melted into a magma sea under the extremely high temperature, and then the magma sea was also evaporated and turned into a large circular pit. This large pit is thousands of kilometers in radius and is still expanding. If Suyu and the tyrannical evil god continue to fight like this, I am afraid that the entire ruins will be evaporated into gas and become a gaseous planet. Not only the ground, but also the entire atmosphere was quickly heated up under this fierce battle, causing a fierce and terrifying high-temperature storm to blow across the world. The ecology of this planet has been completely destroyed. Even below, the wreckage of the mechanical city and the tens of millions of corpses have been evaporated. Only the core part of the mechanical city was left, barely surviving destruction. But it couldn't hold out for long. But Suyu didn't care. Just cremated those people. Now, Suyu just wanted to blow up the thousand-handed thousand-eyed giant in front of him. In the sky, the Dead Sea Water and Rotten Flesh Eyes, although not directly attacked, were also injured by the terrifying aftermath. But they did not leave, but watched the battle from afar. In fact, being in the blockade, they had nowhere to escape. They could only watch the battle to see how the battle turned out and whether they could get an advantage. Finally, when the fusion fireball in the sky expanded to a diameter of 300 kilometers, a sudden change occurred. Tyranny, you lose. It was Suyu's voice. Hearing this roar, the Rotten Flesh Eyes and Dead Sea Water in the sky were all startled, and they hurriedly tried to escape. But it was too late. A blazing red figure suddenly flew out of the fusion fireball. It was not Suyu, but the tyrannical evil god. At this time, his body with thousands of hands and eyes had been torn into pieces, and only more than 100 of his thousands of arms were left. There was even a big hole in his chest, and his messy and beating internal organs could be seen inside. It seemed that he was still defeated by Suyu's evil god soldier mecha after all, and was seriously injured. But such injuries did not affect his actions. He quickly approached the Dead Sea Water and the Rotten Flesh Eyes, and without any hesitation, he directly attacked them. The Dead Sea Water and the Rotten Flesh Eyes were caught off guard and were immediately torn apart by Tyranny. Tyranny swallowed the bodies of the two evil gods with big mouthfuls, and his body injuries recovered rapidly. At this time, Suyu's figure chased out. The evil god soldier mecha still looked like a black hole, and it seemed that it had not suffered any damage. When Tyranny saw Suyu coming out, he tore the space apart without saying a word, drilled into the subspace, and disappeared. Only the incomplete Dead Sea Water and the Rotten Flesh Eyes were left. Seeing this, Suyu did not chase Tyranny, but also attacked the Rotten Flesh Eyes and the Dead Sea Water. These two guys were not as strong as Tyranny and the evil god soldier mecha. Now they were attacked by two level 5s one after another. How could they resist? The remaining Dead Sea Water and the Rotten Flesh Eyes were directly torn apart by Suyu and suppressed into the hell of pain. With the supplement of these two, the various damages inside the evil god soldier mecha began to recover quickly. The evil god soldier mecha was actually seriously damaged in the previous battle, but it was too dark to see, so Suyu did not chase Tyranny, but first dealt with the Dead Sea Water and the Rotten Flesh Eyes and recovered from his injuries. After recovering from his injuries, Suyu looked at the devastated ruins of the planet and let out a long sigh. The battle is over. Chapter 424 Resurrection. Mechanical City. Although the tyrannical evil god was not killed or suppressed, the battle was over. Tyrannical escaped, and the evil god soldier Mecha was powerless to chase him. That was it for now. Tsuyu was not dissatisfied. This result was already very dazzling. The evil god soldier Mecha had just been successfully cast, and it could suppress Tyrannical, a 10,000-year-old evil god, and even seriously injure him. It was incredible. On the one hand, the tyrannical evil god had been sealed for 10,000 years, and had just been unsealed, so he might still be in a weak state. On the other hand, the painful evil god belonged to pain, time, and double domain level 5. Adding the mechanical transformation, it was almost equal to 3 domains level 5. So you just fought with Tyrannical, using the power of the painful evil god to drive the mechanical power of the evil god soldier Mecha, and then attached a 5th level time attack. With 3 prongs, Tyrannical could be suppressed. But there was still a limit after all, and Tyrannical could only be seriously injured, and he could not leave him. However, Tyranny, who was seriously injured, did not fully recover even though he swallowed up part of the Dead Sea water and the rotten flesh eyes. He fled to the depths of the subspace, and I am afraid he will not show up for a while. If he dares to show up, then fight again. At this time, the damaged structure of the evil god soldier Mecha has been restored and can fight again at any time. However, this recovery is only superficial. The real damage is the core of the evil god soldier Mecha. The evil god of pain was injured in this battle. In the battle with tyranny, the evil god of pain was constantly eroded by the spirit of tyranny's will. Although he has strong resistance, he can't resist it at this time, and it takes time to slowly deal with this mental erosion. Of course, tyranny was also eroded by the power of pain. When he ran away, tyranny's body was twitching, and it was obviously in extreme pain. Another injury is the backlash of time. In this battle, the evil god of pain used too much time power. If it is not dealt with, and he uses the power of time to fight again, he will probably die on the spot, which is also a troublesome matter. If it was Tsuyu's body, he would have died long ago if he had endured such a backlash of time. When he usually uses the power of time, he always tries to let the machine do it for him. If the machine can't withstand the backlash, it will be scrapped. As for how to deal with the backlash of the body, Tsuyu really has no good way. He can only bear it. But the painful evil god has the 5th level time power, and he has enough ways to deal with the 5th level time backlash. The specific way to deal with it is to transfer the backlash. The painful evil god can infuse part of his own time power into other lives, so that they can borrow his time power and exert their time ability. But the price of borrowing the power of time is the accumulated backlash doubles, even triples, quadruples, and 10 times is not impossible. The extra backlash is the backlash of the painful evil god himself, which is transferred to him. In this way, the more lives that borrow his time power, the less time backlash the painful evil god will have. As for other lives, if they borrow the power of time, they will cause any trouble. But the painful evil god will not care. After all, he is an evil god. This transfer method is similar to the way of practicing the power of pain. If you can't bear the pain, then grab more lives into the prototype of hell to bear the pain for you. It seems that this is a change that can only be achieved when both fields reach the 5th level. This ability is not even in the characteristics of the evil god's mecha. It seems that the hidden ability developed by the evil god of pain itself has not been detected by the mechanical god, and no mechanical parts have been transformed for this ability. Naturally, the evil god's mecha does not have this function. As for why Tsuyu knew this, it was the evil god of pain who took the initiative to contact him and told him. After all, it is the evil god of pain who is suffering from the backlash of time, and he must save himself. The will of the evil god of pain is very restricted. He has basically no control over the evil god's mecha, so he can't use this ability actively, and can only teach Tsuyu and let Tsuyu do it for him. It's really the style of the evil god. After figuring out the principle of the time backlash transfer, Tsuyu couldn't help but sigh. This method is indeed easy to use, but it is also very cruel. But Tsuyu is not a pedantic person. If there is such a good idea, he will not use it. Anyway, there are many enemies suffering in the prototype of hell. Letting those guys bear the backlash for a while is also a good use of them. However, Tsuyu will not use the life in his own prototype of hell to help the painful evil god transfer the backlash. After all, the painful evil god has strange means, and may take the opportunity to invade Suyu's prototype of hell and bury hidden dangers. Fortunately, the painful evil god also suppressed some things in his own painful hell. They are all the bodies of the tyrannical evil gods. Dead seawater, and rotten flesh eyes torn off in the previous battle. These three guys are all extremely powerful. The tyrannical evil god is a 5th level great evil god, the ultimate enemy of all humans on the ruined star for thousands of years. The dead seawater is suspected to be the source of Suyu's ghost hidden blade and the power of nothingness. It was originally supposed to be an experimental subject captured by the Empire from the subspace. But later it should have escaped and had been sleeping on the seabed. This time it also took advantage of the chaos to run out. There are also rotten flesh eyes, which are the subordinates of the painful evil god. But they don't seem to be loyal. At the critical moment, they want to share the painful evil god. After their bodies were torn off, they did not carry the will of the original body. It seems that the will of the original body was taken away by the tyrannical evil god. But they are not dead things and rotten meat. But they have all turned into independent twisted lives. This is a bit like the tyrannical split thought that Suyu captured at the beginning. But the tyrannical split thought has the memory and will of the original body. But these twisted lives do not. At this time, in the hell of the painful evil god, a large number of twisted lives are wailing in pain, providing the evil god's mecha with the power to repair themselves. Suyu guided the power of the evil god's mecha according to the method taught by the painful evil god. He guided part of the time power to the will of these twisted lives. These twisted lives, when they came into contact with the time power, immediately felt like they had found a treasure. The 5th level time power can interfere with time and relieve their pain. For example, slowing down the passage of time will naturally reduce the pain a lot. For example, modifying reality and temporarily making the pain disappear. For example, the 5th level time power is just right for dealing with the 5th level pain power. Those time powers also carry some information, which is equivalent to instructions. This allows them to use it directly without learning. So these twisted lives immediately used it eagerly according to the time power. And the time backlash on them is also accumulating rapidly. As long as enough is accumulated, they will be completely wiped out and no longer exist. But for them who are in hell, unable to live or die, being completely wiped out is a relief. So they use the power of time more recklessly, just to die quickly. And as they used it, the time backlash on the painful evil god also weakened a lot. Although it was not completely eliminated, it was much better than before. If the tyrannical evil god appeared again, the evil god's soldier mecha could use the power of time to fight again. However, the price of those lives to bear the time backlash was that the pain power provided was much weakened. It was fair. And there was no such thing as perfection. Fortunately, the painful evil god was not short of those pain powers now. And the time backlash was more important. Unfortunately, these twisted lives are still too weak. And the backlash they can bear is limited. If there were a 5th level evil god to bear the backlash, it would be great. Suyu couldn't help thinking in his heart. Even if all these lives died, they could not perfectly bear the time backlash of a 5th level evil god. If the tyrannical evil god could be sealed in hell and used to bear the backlash, it would be perfect. But for the time being, it can only be thought about. With his current strength, he could barely defeat the tyrannical evil god. But it was almost impossible to kill and suppress him. Unless Suyu's body was promoted to the 5th level, and then he put on the 5th level evil god armor. It would be possible. However, I don't know when I can wait for my body to be promoted to the 5th level. Let's see if we can revive everyone in the mechanical city, Suyu said to himself. Although everyone in the mechanical city died, it is not impossible for him to save them now. But it must be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it is delayed, the greater the cost will be. And they may even be unable to be saved. Suyu looked at the big pit under him. At this time, the original site of the mechanical city was only a big pit with a diameter of 1,400 kilometers. There was only flowing magma, high-temperature rock vapor, and a little metal debris in the pit, which was the debris of the mechanical city. The entire mechanical city was left with only that little bit of material. Suyu stretched out his hand and put the debris into the materialization space. He could feel that the will of the two mechanical apostles, mechanical city and mechanical spirit, still remained in the wreckage. Although they fell into a deep sleep, the two mechanical apostles were not completely destroyed. After all, they were 4th level mechanical apostles, powerful enough, and the previous attacks did not specifically target them. In addition, Suyu, the master, was still alive and well. As mechanical apostles, it was difficult for them to die completely. Moreover, the mechanical city had the ability to repair itself. As long as a certain amount of time and materials were spent, the wreckage could be grown back to the original mechanical city. The two mechanical apostles were fine, but the millions of residents were dead, and even their bodies were cremated in the previous battle. Suyu moved his mind and activated the time perspective. The perspective he activated at this time was not his own time perspective, but the time vision mode of the evil god soldier mecha. With Suyu's 4th level time power, under the interference of the tyrannical evil god and other beings, if he wanted to observe the past and the future, he would not be able to see anything at all. And now, with the 5th level time power of the evil god soldier mecha, he can clearly observe the past and the future under the interference of tyranny and other beings. The painful evil god has now transferred part of the backlash and can use the time power again, so he can activate this mode. Suyu looked at the moment before the destruction of the mechanical city not long ago. At that time, tyranny, the painful evil god, and the mechanical parliament were everywhere. The Dead Sea water and the rotten flesh eyes were looming. The mechanical parliament was preparing to fire a volley, and the next moment, the entire mechanical city would be destroyed. Suyu looked at the mechanical city twice, then raised his head and looked at the sky. At this point in time, tyranny had not yet escaped into the depths of the subspace. Before Suyu could think, the tyrannical evil god that covered the entire world in the past time point disappeared out of thin air. TSK. Really alert. Suyu knew that it was not possible to attack the tyrannical evil god in the past time point for the time being. This guy is indeed an old-fashioned evil god, with many means, and he was able to hide in the historical timeline. If the evil god soldier mecha is in good condition, Suyu can try to find him out and fight him again in this past history. But now, forget it. Saving people is important. Suyu turned his eyes back to the mechanical city below. Calculate. If the entire city population is saved, can it withstand the backlash? Suyu asked the painful evil god in his mind. The evil god soldier mecha has no intelligence, so he can only ask him. The painful evil god was silent for a moment, and said, yes, but you must pay attention to the method and try to reduce the consumption of time power. Now he is very honest and answers every question. There was no other way. He was also worried that Suyu would ignore it and directly activate the power of time to save people, and he could not bear it. Now Suyu asked in advance, so it was a good thing to be prepared. Suyu nodded. Let's start. Then, Suyu activated the power of time of the evil god soldier mecha again and began to rescue people. Suyu rescued all the residents of the mechanical city from the past history and put them into the materialized space to sleep. At the same time, he used the power of time to create a time projection. The so-called time projection is also a change of the power of time, specifically to summon a future possibility in advance. Such a projection is almost the same as the original body, and may even be stronger. The Ghost Emperor used this ability before, but the Ghost Emperor's ability was not good enough, and the projection was much weaker than the original body. In theory, the painful evil god is also Suyu's future time projection, but it is much stronger than Suyu's original body. Suyu originally didn't have this ability, but the painful evil god, as a 5th order great evil god, would definitely have it. So he would teach Suyu. Now Suyu summoned the time projections of the tens of millions of people in the mechanical city, and kept them in the city to die instead of the real bodies of these tens of millions of people. At the same time, all these tens of millions of people were hidden in the materialized space. In this way, the surface of history did not change. The mechanical city was destroyed, and there were the same mountains of corpses and seas of blood, just as in the prophecy. Even Suyu himself in history could not see the difference, because these time projections were constructed by the 5th order time power. But in fact, it was the time projections that died, and the real bodies of those people had been sleeping in the materialized space. After dealing with all this in the past history, Suyu's mind returned to the present. Then he probed into the materialized space with his mind, and sure enough, tens of millions of people were sleeping quietly in it. Chapter 425 The Death of the Ghost Emperor. Making the best use of everything. Suyu felt relieved. These people were killed by Suyu himself, and now he finally saved them. But the price was the accumulated time backlash of the painful evil god, which exploded again. After all, it was a one-time resurrection of tens of millions of people. How could there be no cost? Moreover, the painful evil god now does not have so many twisted lives to transfer the backlash, and can only slowly find a way to eliminate this influence. This is still the way Suyu used to change history the least and consume the least. If Suyu ignored it, and directly changed history, so that the mechanical city had never been destroyed, the change to history would be too great. It would even involve the mysterious prophecy, and the cost would be even greater. The accumulated backlash would definitely exceed the endurance limit of the painful evil god. What's more, Suyu's clone and the mechanical god planned for so long, and it was not easy to make that prophecy come true. If history is changed directly so that the prophecy scene never happened, wouldn't it be all in vain? This result is the best now. Speaking of it, prophecy. Thinking of the prophecy, Suyu couldn't help but wonder what the principle of the so-called prophecy was. This prophecy came true, which was caused by Suyu himself. Suyu didn't know if the prophecy would have happened without his plan, or was his plan already in the prophecy, and was bound to happen. When Suyu extracted the prophecy picture from the consciousness of the little girl named Zhou Qing, he found that the picture could be infinitely enlarged. At that time, he was really shocked and couldn't understand how the so-called prophecy came from. Now, Suyu can control the 5th level of time power, and his understanding of time, fate, past and future has far exceeded that time. But he still can't understand the secret of the prophecy and where it comes from. In Suyu's consciousness, he compared the scene when the mechanical city was destroyed before with the prophecy picture and found that there was no difference. Although time was in a hurry at that time, Suyu couldn't observe whether the two scenes were really the same from a microscopic level. But he had a hunch that these two scenes were exactly the same. 100% the same. Even at the microscopic level, they were exactly the same. This was terrifying. Even if he had the power to change the past, modify the present, and determine the future, Suyu could not make any predictions that would definitely happen. If Suyu wanted to predict the future of an ordinary person, it would actually be very simple. He could just use the ability to determine the future to fix the fate of this ordinary person on a certain timeline. It would be no difficulty for him now. But even so, just predicting the future of an ordinary person, Suyu would not dare to guarantee 100% accuracy, and could not guarantee that the events in the prediction would definitely happen without change. Because in this world, Suyu is not the only one who can interfere with the timeline. From the performance of tyranny, even if he did not specialize in the field of time, when he reached the 5th level, he would have a certain ability of time. This was determined by the chaotic nature of the subspace. The subspace was chaotic in time and space, and the 5th level extraordinary people and evil gods were too deeply connected to the subspace, and more or less had this characteristic of time chaos. Not to mention, there are higher and stronger levels above the 5th level, and those strong people will definitely interfere with the timeline more deeply. And with the interference of these strong people, if Suyu wants to make a prophecy that is bound to happen, he needs to eliminate all the interference of these strong people in order to achieve his wish. This kind of thing is far beyond what Suyu can do now. Could it be that there is an extremely powerful existence in the depths of the universe? He can forcibly determine the future and make prophecies with his own will. And he is so powerful that he can eliminate all interference. So the prophecy he makes will definitely come true? Suyu imagined an extremely powerful existence in his mind. This existence is far more powerful than the 5th level, and has an extremely powerful control over time and space. So he can make such accurate predictions. But is there really such an existence? Why did he make such a prophecy, and pass the information to a prophet like Zhou Qing? What is the meaning of all this? Suyu thought about it for a while, but couldn't think of it at all. Then he didn't think about it for the time being. He silently regarded this prophecy as an unsolved mystery, waiting to explore it slowly in the future. Now let's wake up the people in the mechanical city. Suyu took out the 10 million people and the remains of the mechanical city from the materialized space. Then he was ready to wake up the 10 million people, the mechanical city, and the mechanical spirits, and rebuild the mechanical city immediately. His promotion ceremony to the 5th level may still require the help of these people. Time is pressing, and there is no time to waste. At this moment, he suddenly looked up and looked at the sky. A figure fell from space into the atmosphere. Ghost Emperor. Suyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Suyu had planned to go to space to find the Ghost Emperor as soon as he settled the people in the mechanical city. If he was not dead yet, he would kill him. Suyu, who had the evil god armor, wanted to kill the Ghost Emperor with just one thought. Just like when the Ghost Emperor used the pseudo 5th level power to kill Suyu. He killed him instantly. But Suyu could still be resurrected after being killed. But the Ghost Emperor did not have Suyu's time power. So he died. Suyu looked at the Ghost Emperor coldly as he landed in front of him. And with a thought, he was about to kill him. However, Suyu noticed that the Ghost Emperor seemed to be hesitant to speak. And it seemed that he had something to say. It happened that Suyu was also a little curious about his intention. So he used the power of time a little and observed the future. Before the Ghost Emperor spoke, Suyu had already understood the Ghost Emperor's intention. So he did not take action immediately, but waited quietly. The Ghost Emperor looked a little depressed at this time. And he didn't have the domineering spirit of the Ghost Emperor before. After seeing the previous battle between Suyu and Tyranny, how could he be domineering? He looked at Suyu wearing the evil god armor, and felt the real 5th level pressure on Suyu, with a complicated expression. Now it's his turn. When Suyu and Tyranny fought before, the Ghost Emperor was affected even though he was far away in space. And he was miserable. It would be fine if it was just the impact of the energy aftermath. He was far away in space. And it couldn't affect a 4th level strongman like him. But the overflowing pain power, tyrannical breath, dead silence breath, decayed breath, etc. during the battle. These mental erosions are much more difficult to deal with than energy shocks. Even though the Ghost Emperor was far away in space, he was almost killed by these terrifying breaths, and almost went crazy or mutated. At first, he wanted to watch the battle from a distance to see if he could get some advantage. But later he gave up this unrealistic idea and just wanted to escape and stay away from this terrible war. Anyway, now he has left the planetary blockade and can freely go to the deep space of the universe, as long as he escapes far enough. Suyu and Tyranny will be busy fighting and should not bother to chase him. Right? However, he only escaped tens of millions of kilometers. And in a trance, he was teleported back to the vicinity of the battlefield and was almost killed by the aftermath. The Ghost Emperor only knew at this time that there was another blockade tens of millions of kilometers away outside the ruined star. He couldn't get out at all. There was nowhere to escape. So the Ghost Emperor could only endure and wait for the battle to end in space. Now that he saw that Suyu had won, he came to Suyu. He hesitated for a moment, and finally said with difficulty, "I can join you and be driven by you. So, can you not kill me?" The Ghost Emperor was rarely humble, begging for mercy from Suyu. Being in a blockade, he had nowhere to escape. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on Suyu's opinion. So he asked this question. Suyu heard this and shook his head without hesitation. No. Suyu was not a saintly person who could laugh off his enemies. He had already listed the Ghost Emperor as a target to kill in his heart. No matter what, the Ghost Emperor must die. The Ghost Emperor dared to be tyrannical. How could Suyu believe him when he said he wanted to surrender? The Ghost Emperor's face became even more depressed when he heard this. But soon, he became relaxed again, and even smiled. Haha. I knew it was like this. If it were me, I would not hold back either. Suyu nodded and said solemnly, "Don't worry. I will give you a quick death." This was also a decision Suyu had made a long time ago. Although the Ghost Emperor must be killed, there was no need to torture him in the hell of pain. Just let him die cleanly. However, Suyu still did not do it, because he knew that the Ghost Emperor still had something to say. Sure enough, the Ghost Emperor turned his eyes again, looking at the residents of the mechanical city that Suyu had just released, and said, "These people seem to be dead before?" He witnessed the destruction of the mechanical city in space. But now, these people are alive and well. Suyu heard this and did not hide it. "I have the power of time. I can change history and revive them." The Ghost Emperor's expression changed when he heard this, and he seemed to understand something. No wonder Suyu couldn't kill them before. He sighed in his heart, and then said, "There are also millions of subjects in my Radiation Ghost City, and they should all be dead now. Mr. Suyu, can you please save them too?" He actually pleaded with Suyu, wanting Suyu to save those millions of subjects. He even called Suyu Mr. Suyu for the first time. Suyu heard this, but shook his head. To change history and resurrect so many people, you need to pay a price and bear the backlash of time. I can't bear it now. The Ghost Emperor heard this, sighed slightly, and then said, "Then please do it." Then he quietly waited for death. However, Suyu still did not kill him, but continued, "But I have a way to lend you the power of time, so that you can save those subjects yourself, and you will bear the backlash with your strength." You can't bear the backlash. And you will die. When the Ghost Emperor heard this, his eyes lit up. Okay. Please lend me your power. Mr. Suyu. Suyu nodded, and casually pulled a force of time and lent it to the Ghost Emperor. This power of time naturally comes with a manual, so there is no need to worry that the Ghost Emperor will not know how to use it. The Ghost Emperor felt this magical power a little, and immediately showed a surprised expression, exclaiming, "This is it! This is it! Since I was promoted to the 4th level, I have been studying the mystery of time. But unfortunately, after 10,000 years of concentration, I have only mastered the fur. So the complete power of time is like this. Mr. Suyu, I'm going." After speaking, the Ghost Emperor moved his mind and entered the past history. Suyu's perspective also followed him. The Ghost Emperor's time power was borrowed from Suyu. Whatever the Ghost Emperor wanted to do with the time power, Suyu was watching. Suyu watched the Ghost Emperor return to the past history and return to the Radiation Land. The land was destroyed due to various drastic changes, and all the creatures were extinct. Although the Ghost Emperor built his nest strong enough, it was useless in the context of the 5th level war, and all died. The Ghost Emperor followed the instructions attached to the time power and put the residents of the Radiation Ghost City who had not died in history into a mechanical creation and protected them. This materialized space was the Ghost Emperor's own thing, constructed by a mechanical creation, and the space was quite large. As the Emperor who once unified the planet, he still had this foundation. Then he created a time projection to replace these residents. All these operations were exactly the same as Suyu's previous resurrection of the residents of the mechanical city. Then, he returned to now, and released the millions of residents in the materialized space. Looking at those residents, the Ghost Emperor nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, his body was disintegrating and disappearing. That was the strong backlash of time, which was taking effect on him. This disintegration was extremely thorough, and the Ghost Emperor would die completely, without even an atom or a bit of spirit left. Ordinary backlash of time is at most bad luck. A little more serious is sudden death. And like the Ghost Emperor, who endured the backlash of resurrecting millions of people. Not only that, Suyu also transferred a large amount of backlash from the painful evil god to him. Several times more. After all, he was going to die anyway, so it would be a waste not to use it. And such a severe backlash made the Ghost Emperor's death extremely thorough. Even if Suyu suddenly had a whim in the future and wanted to change history and resurrect him, it would be difficult to do so. If he died due to the backlash of time, Suyu could also forcibly use the power of time to resurrect him. But the price would be very terrifying. And the more severe the backlash, the greater the price. After all, the essence of backlash is that you owe a debt to the subspace and are being collected. If you want to be resurrected, you must pay the debt, and even add interest. So you will definitely not bear such a price. This is good. The Ghost Emperor will be dead. So you watched the Ghost Emperor disappear without saying anything. But the Ghost Emperor spoke again at the last moment. After I die, my relics and knowledge will be given to you. Mr. Suyu. Mr. Suyu, please take care of my subjects. You don't need to be too nice to them. Just keep them alive. Suyu nodded his head to show his agreement. The Ghost Emperor laughed again. Mr. Suyu, are you curious? I am so cruel and evil. I killed hundreds of millions of people with my own hands. Why do I still care about these millions of people? Without waiting for Suyu to answer, he said to himself, TSK, I am not that kind. I just make the best use of it. Anyway, I am going to die. It is not a waste if I can save their lives. Chapter 426 Post-War Reconstruction. I am still an imperial man after all. It is really hard to change the concept of making the best use of things. The Ghost Emperor sighed for the last time, and then his figure disappeared completely, leaving no trace. He died. Before he died, he wanted to save the millions of subjects. But he himself did not think that a dying man's words were good. It was just making the best use of things. The Ghost Emperor killed hundreds of millions of people, and sacrificed hundreds of millions of people just to fight against tyranny. In fact, he made the best use of things. He did not take those people's lives seriously at all. Similarly, at the last moment, he did not take his own life seriously. Since he was going to die, his own life was just a thing, and he could use it as he wanted. He would die, and he would be satisfied if he could be of some use before he died. He could even experience the coveted power of time before he died, which was an unexpected surprise. Suyu agreed with this. Suyu lent the power of time to the Ghost Emperor with the idea of making the best use of it, and using him to bear the backlash. Even before, Suyu used the lives of tens of millions of people in the mechanical city to stimulate his humanity and separate from the painful evil god, which can be regarded as a kind of making the best use of it. Although Suyu resurrected these people again, he killed them once after all, and did not even notify them. In a sense, this practice is also quite cruel. But Suyu did not have any waves in his heart at this time. Suyu was sad when these people died before, which was deliberately stimulating his humanity to resist the erosion of the painful evil god. Now that the painful evil god has been controlled, and these people have been resurrected, Suyu will naturally no longer have any emotions such as grief and guilt. In the final analysis, it is just the Ghost Emperor's words of making the best use of it. Moreover, listening to the last sigh of the Ghost Emperor, it seems that the original human empire also had this kind of atmosphere. This practice seems to be the tradition of the empire. It seems that the empire was able to conquer the galaxy in the past, not out of thin air. If everyone has this kind of brutal style, then the combat power must be strong. Even Suyu was thinking, if he knew that he would die, could he treat himself as freely as the Ghost Emperor? Make the best use of things? After a little thought, Suyu looked at the remains of the Ghost Emperor after his death. His body disappeared, but the items he carried did not disappear. After the death of the Ghost Emperor, he had nothing but a set of armor and a round mechanical creation. The armor could barely reach the 4th level, but the casting technology was not very good. For the Ghost Emperor, it could only be worn as a piece of clothing, and it had long been broken in the previous battle. It was no longer useful, and at most some materials could be recycled. The remaining was the mechanical sphere. Suyu waved his hand and took the mechanical sphere over. After a little sensing, he knew that it was a space generator, a mechanical creation that can create a materialized space. It is similar to the personal space promoted by Suyu in the mechanical city. However, this space generator is an imperial technology. It only needs to input energy to construct a materialized space, and it can last for a long time. It does not require maintenance by a materialized mechanic like Suyu, which is very convenient. And the space inside is very wide. At this time, in the materialized space of this space generator, there are millions of people lying quietly, and there are some city fragments, which are the core wreckage of the Radiation Ghost City. The intelligent system of the space generator also records some information, which was left to Suyu by the Ghost Emperor before his death. That is the research result of the Ghost Emperor for 10,000 years. Before his death, he also made full use of it and left it to Suyu, as a reward for Suyu helping him save millions of subjects. Suyu took a look at some of it. Most of them are about the research on ghost energy, spiritual power, 5th level rituals, and time power. It is very valuable, and should be helpful for Suyu to advance to the 5th level. Suyu recorded all this information in his own memory, and prepared to study it slowly in the future. Then, he took all the subjects of the Ghost Emperor out of the materialized space, and laid them together with the residents of the mechanical city, supported by his power, suspended in the air. Then, Suyu disarmed the evil god soldier mecha, and let it return to nothingness. Although he tried his best to restrain the power of the evil god soldier mecha, if those residents woke up and saw the evil god soldier mecha, they would immediately go crazy or mutate. The evil god soldier mecha was transformed from a real 5th level evil god. Looking directly at this mecha is equivalent to looking directly at the terrifying evil god of the level of tyranny. How can ordinary people bear it? So if Suyu wants to wake these people up, he must first disarm the evil god soldier mecha. After the mecha was disarmed, it disappeared immediately. After the mecha was disarmed, it did not go to Suyu's materialized space to wait like the ordinary giant god soldier mecha. Instead, it went to the future, and Suyu was always separated from it by a time and space distance of 1/1000th of a second. The essence of the evil god soldier mecha is nothingness, and it is a possibility in the future. He only has reality after merging with Suyu. Now that he is unwearing, he immediately recovers part of his nothingness. But he still has a strong connection with Suyu, and even shares part of his vision. If a 5th level powerful enemy like the tyrannical evil god attacks, Suyu can instantly discover it with the help of the future vision of the evil god soldier mecha. Then as long as Suyu thinks about it, he can activate Deus Ex Machina and summon this 5th level terrifying mecha from the future, so that he can once again have the powerful strength of the 5th level. However, so you will not use it unless it is a matter of chance. After all, the evil god soldier mecha is too powerful. Suyu is worried that if he uses it too much, he will be eroded by it and become the master. It is also because the evil god soldier mecha has the power of time and can observe the past and future timelines at any time with high intensity, which has a huge advantage in searching for enemies. So you can take off this mecha without worrying about being attacked. Otherwise, you can only wear this mecha all the time, which is too inconvenient. After taking off the mecha, Suyu first moved his mind and infused the wreckage of the mechanical city with spiritual energy. In the mechanical city, the broken consciousness of the two mechanical apostles quickly awakened. They were originally Suyu's creations, and could even be regarded as a part of Suyu. Suyu's power was the best tonic for them. So although they were seriously damaged in the previous battle, they could still recover quickly. Soon, the two mechanical apostles woke up. They immediately sensed Suyu's breath and were immediately surprised. Master, you are back. Then, they discovered their own brokenness. At this time, the mechanical city, which was a space city with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, now only had a core part of 3 kilometers, which was really incomplete. The mechanical spirit was similar. It had accumulated a large amount of data and computing power, but now only a little bit was left. Master, I'm sorry. We didn't protect your city well. After realizing this fact, the two mechanical apostles' first reaction was to apologize to Suyu like children who had made mistakes. Suyu would not make things difficult for them. After a few words of comfort, the emotions of the two mechanical apostles calmed down. Then, Suyu moved his mind and woke up all the sleeping residents. Among these people, there were the original residents of the mechanical city, the millions of subjects left by the Ghost Emperor, and the millions of survivors brought back by Suyu from the dark time and space. Added together, there were more than 13.7 million people. They woke up at the same time, all with confused faces, and then noticed that they were suspended in the air, and were even more surprised. Then, they saw the fusion fireball that had not yet burned out in the air, the thousands of kilometers of magma pits on the ground, and the tens of thousands of degrees high-temperature plasma gas storm in the distance. Facing this doomsday scene, no matter how strong they were at this time, they all had the same thought: who am I? Where am I? Some even suspected that they were dead and were now in the legendary hell. Otherwise, why did they hurt so much? Earlier, Suyu was wearing evil god armor, and a little bit of overflowing power could make them feel miserable. So when these people woke up, they were all in great pain. It was as if they had been beaten by 1,000 extraordinary people for 10 days and 10 nights. No wonder they suspected that they were dead. Some people also remembered the bloody tentacles, the Dead Sea, the twisted muzzles, and the artillery fire that fell from the sky before they lost consciousness. All kinds of nightmares flashed through their minds. They were all shocked. That doomsday scene. Could they really be dead? At this moment, Suyu's figure suddenly rose and transformed into a sun-shining giant, and at the same time put on the giant god soldier mecha. Although this figure was not as tall as the evil god soldier mecha of 1,000 meters, it was obvious enough to immediately attract everyone's attention. When they saw Suyu's figure, they were immediately surprised. With Mr. Suyu here, it seemed that they didn't have to worry. In their hearts, Mr. Suyu's figure was a symbol of hope. The sun-shining light emitted by Mr. Suyu also dispelled the pain in their bodies, making them finally feel alive. Suyu glanced at them and then said, "Something happened before, which led to the destruction of the mechanical city. But you are fine. Just unconscious. Now that the battle is over, I will wake you up and the mechanical city will be rebuilt. I will explain the details later." After speaking, Suyu looked at the wreckage of the mechanical city and asked the mechanical city and the mechanical spirit to restore the mechanical city as soon as possible and settle these residents first. The full name of the mechanical city is the Mechanical City That Never Falls. It is called the Mechanical City That Never Falls because it has a strong self-repair ability. Although it is now extremely broken, it can be restored as long as there is energy and materials, even if there is no material for the time being. With energy and the cooperation of the mechanical spirit, data can be materialized to make do. However, this time, there is no energy coin left in the city. The city is destroyed. Where does the energy coin come from? Yes, Master. The two mechanical apostles heard Suyu's order and said in unison. Then they did not take any action, but just looked at Suyu eagerly at the same time. Obviously, hoping that Suyu would feed them energy. Otherwise, let them absorb energy from the subspace to repair the mechanical city by themselves. Who knows how long it will take? Suyu chuckled. And a large amount of pure spiritual energy immediately poured into them. These energies condensed into a large amount of energy coins, rushing towards the two mechanical apostles like a flood. Every moment, there are millions of energy coins pouring into them. In a short time, the two mechanical apostles can no longer bear it, because in this short time, hundreds of millions of energy coins have been poured into their bodies. Not only did they restore all their energy, but they also far exceeded it and reached the upper limit of capacity. They shouted, "Enough! Enough! Master! If there are more, it will burst!" As they shouted, they asked the mechanical spirits to use data to materialize and recreate the mechanical city. The city wreckage with a radius of only 3 kilometers was quickly repaired. So Suyu stopped. He now has the evil god Mecha, which is a 5th level planetary energy source. Although the evil god Mecha is in the future, Suyu only needs to guide it with a little thought, and a steady stream of energy will come. The energy that can blow up the planet is more than enough to supply a mere city. In order to purify the energy pollution of the evil god Mecha, Suyu even wasted a lot. A 5th level strongman is really rich. Suyu threw out hundreds of millions of energy coins casually, and a feeling of wealth and power suddenly surged in his heart. At the beginning, the entire mechanical city had a total savings of only millions. At most tens of millions of energy coins. It's not as good as what he throws casually now. Level 5 is so powerful. It is totally different from levels below level 5. When level 2 is promoted to level 3, it is already a big leap. When Suyu was promoted to 7 stars, he basically killed all those below level 7 in 1 second. When level 4 is promoted to level 5, the improvement is even more outrageous. After all, level 4 is still a life on the planet, while level 5 can already be on par with the planet, and even directly blow up the planet. How can this be compared? But because of this, it is extremely difficult to become level 5. The Ghost Emperor has been planning for 10,000 years, and it seems to be infinitely close, with only one step of ceremony. But even if there is no Suyu, if he is allowed to hold the ceremony, the possibility of success is estimated to be low. Suyu and the mechanical god have gone through a life and death plan to obtain the 5th level power of the evil god soldier Mecha, which is already a blessing. It is because of his special professional panel that he can rely on the power of time to give birth to the 5th level pain evil god in the future. Then with the help of the mechanical god, this possibility can be captured and turned into a controllable power. There are all kinds of difficulties and dangers, which are hard to describe. And if Suyu wants to make his body truly promoted to the 5th level, it will definitely not be easier than this time. And it may even be more difficult. If Suyu wants to be promoted to the 5th level, without relying on the evil god soldier Mecha, relying on his own strength, it will be hard to throw out hundreds of millions of energy coins. And his hope of promotion lies in these more than 13 million people. The promotion ceremony requires a large number of people to participate in order to be successful. Suyu's thoughts flashed through his consciousness. That person was also stunned when he saw Suyu casually take out so much energy. Most of them are residents of the mechanical city, other subjects of the Ghost Emperor, and survivors of the dark time and space. These people have enough knowledge of energy coins. The energy contained in each energy coin is equivalent to the energy of a 4th level extraordinary person, or even more pure. Throwing out hundreds of millions of 4th level coins casually, most of them wondered if they had not woken up yet. Only a few extraordinary people with high vision were so excited that they trembled when they saw this scene. Combining the various visions before, they thought of a possibility, level 5. This must be the legendary level 5 that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the planets. Mr. Suyu. Is he already a level 5 expert? Chapter 427 Suyu. Who are you? As expected of Mr. Suyu. That doomsday scene just now. Was it the tyrannical evil god? Mr. Suyu was promoted to the 5th level, defeated the tyrannical evil god, and saved us? Do you even need to ask? Look at the scene around. It looks like the planet is about to be blown up. Mr. Suyu must have experienced a shocking battle. TSK. This scene is really terrible. It's a pity that I lost consciousness before, and couldn't see it with my own eyes. Forget it. Even if you can see it, what can you see? Everyone was talking excitedly. Originally, they were still a little panicked, but when they saw Suyu's move, they were all relieved. Mr. Suyu will never let them down. Only the 5th level can throw out hundreds of millions of energy coins. With such means, it's no wonder that he can save them from the previous doomsday disaster. It's a pity that they didn't see the scene of Mr. Suyu's move. Looking at the shocking scene of the destruction of the environment, it must have been a shocking war. As a result, they were lying in the air as soon as they closed their eyes and opened them again. This is really the biggest regret in their lives. Listening to the shocking voices one after another, Suyu smiled slightly in his heart and shook his head gently. These guys are still as shocked as before. And they are very good at imagining. However, their imagining is really not much different. If Suyu counts the evil god soldier mecha, he really has the 5th level combat power. But his body has not reached the 5th level. The reason why these people love to imagine is actually an instinct. They live on this planet with a harsh environment. When facing any unknown powerful existence, they will instinctively evaluate and analyze the strength of the other party. And they are used to making the worst plan and evaluating the other party as particularly powerful. Only in this way can they survive the threats of various radioactive beasts, mutant creatures, and evil god believers. This way of thinking has been engraved into their instincts. However, after joining the mechanical city, they had Suyu's protection and no longer had to worry about the threat of the radiation beast. But that instinct did not disappear. So they aimed their analysis at Suyu, habitually wanting to analyze Suyu's strength. But Suyu would not tell them his detailed information, so they could only guess and express it in their minds. This kind of thing has even become a trend or even a culture in the mechanical city. In addition, the 1 million subjects of the Ghost Emperor were silent. The Ghost Emperor was good at mental power, and had already planted information hints in their minds. So now they all knew that the Ghost Emperor was dead. And they were now a member of the mechanical city, and under Suyu's command. They were still quite loyal to the Ghost Emperor. And it was a little hard to accept for a while. Suyu was too lazy to pay attention to them. If it was hard to accept, then he would accept it slowly. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, there were still a few people, such as Tai Long, Xia Etian, Xiao Shengyin, and other 7-star and above strong men, who looked a little surprised and doubtful. These people had vague memories, as if they had all died in that doomsday scene. But how come they all came back to life suddenly? And their own strength seemed to have increased a little, although Suyu changed history and resurrected everyone. But these people did not have the ability that Suyu had to unify all historical timelines. So when Suyu changed history, they inevitably split into 2 different historical timelines. One was the timeline of their death, and the other was the timeline of their survival. These 2 timelines merged at the now time point. This is the mechanism of time and space. And Suyu could not change it. So these people actually had memories of their death. And even because of the fusion of the 2 timelines, they also had an increase in strength. But they died too quickly at that time. After all, it was the attack of the Mechanical Council. How fast was it? Most people's memories went black before their eyes. And they woke up now. And they didn't know they had died at all. After they woke up, they felt severe pain all over their bodies. Not only because of the erosion of the painful evil god's breath, but also because they still retained the memory of their bodies when they died in their consciousness. Only a few 7-star strongmen such as Tai Long could barely realize that they were attacked and killed in a flash. So they were confused after they woke up. Some of them suspected that it was the illusion left by the previous spiritual erosion of the Ghost Emperor. Some others firmly believed that they had indeed died once. Then, they immediately thought of another possibility. That is, why did they live again after they died? Could it be that Mr. Suyu had the ability to resurrect the dead? Just when these people were thinking wildly, the mechanical city had been rebuilt rapidly. After all, Suyu had made hundreds of millions of energy coins. With such sufficient energy, the mechanical spirit could use the data to its fullest. Although the mechanical city materialized by the data was inferior to the normal mechanical city in terms of strength, it was better than nothing. Master, it has been rebuilt. Not long after, the mechanical city and the mechanical spirit reported to Suyu at the same time. Suyu nodded, and then with a thought, everyone floating in the air landed on the rebuilt mechanical city. Then, Suyu looked at the ruined planet that had been completely changed. With a thoughtful look on his face, the ecology of this planet has been destroyed. However, Suyu now has the evil god soldier mecha, which can control the energy of the planet. Can the ecology of the planet be rebuilt? Suyu thought for a moment, landed, and communicated with the evil god soldier mecha with his mind. trying to control the energy of the planet. He did not really summon the evil god Soldier Mecha, but just borrowed a little power. So this time, the control was just a taste, but with just a slight manipulation. Suyu saw the ground below begin to undulate. The large basin of thousands of kilometers in radius, which was baked by the fusion fireball, began to become flat. The flowing magma began to cool. Suyu could even feel that some surviving microorganisms deep in the stratum, as long as he wanted, could stimulate the planet's energy, provide nutrition to these creatures, and let them reproduce and develop rapidly. Even if the entire planet's ecology is extinct, there is a fifth-level power to manipulate the planet's energy to catalyze the reproduction of life. Before long, the entire planet will be covered by life again. Suyu stopped the control and thought to himself, moving mountains and filling the sea, reshaping the ecology. It is worthy of the fifth-level power. Suyu knew that he only needed to summon the evil god Mecha to control the energy of the planet, restore the geology and ecology of the entire planet, and rebuild the blue planet. However, the evil god Mecha was too evil. If the power of the evil god Mecha was used to shape the planet, I am afraid that I would get a painful star in the end. Suyu just used the power of the evil god Mecha to control the geological changes a little bit, and he could already feel the hidden power of pain in the stratum he controlled. Fortunately, it was not much. But if he used this power on a large scale, it would be hard to say. By then, even if the entire planet restored its ecology, it would become a painful planet, and the environment would be worse than it is now. On such a painful planet, I don't know what kind of weird life will be bred. Perhaps all sadists. The whole planet has turned into a living hell. This is a kind of pollution. A pollution of the planet's energy and biosphere. After all, the evil god Soldier Mecha is based on the fifth-level painful evil god, and its essence is the real evil god. It is really a bit unprofessional to want to use the power of the painful evil god to do good things and transform the ecology. Of course, so you can still purify the residual painful power, but it is still very troublesome. Is it the same when the ruins were full of psionic energy? Did the tyrannical evil god use his power to pollute the planet's energy and ecosystem? Suyu recalled the ruins that were full of psionic energy and radiation beasts, and suspected that it was the work of the tyrannical evil god. The ruins were not full of psionic energy at the beginning, but it became the ghostly appearance after the battle between the Ghost Emperor and the tyrannical evil god. The tyrannical evil god's descended body fought with the Ghost Emperor, and it was estimated that the descended power was incomplete, so it controlled the planet's energy to replenish. This also caused huge pollution to the planet's energy. Perhaps the pollution had already occurred when the Ghost Empire was built, but it was more serious after the war. After the war, the planetary energy of the entire ruins was polluted. The entire planet is full of psionic radiation, breeding countless radiation beasts. Fortunately, now, after the shocking war, the psionic radiation of the entire planet has been purified by the violent energy burning, and the radiation beasts have all died. Although the current ruins planet has an extremely harsh environment and is not suitable for human survival, it is actually unprecedentedly clean. There are only a few places where some stubborn psionic pollution remains. In this way, it is very suitable as a venue for my promotion to the 5th level, Suyu said secretly in his heart. He decided not to rely on the evil god Soldier Mecha for the time being, but to rely on his own strength to control the energy of the planet and restore the ecology for the 5th level ceremony. Suyu has obtained complete information about the 5th level ceremony from the information left by the Ghost Emperor. Controlling all planetary energy is just one of the requirements. Another requirement is to control a civilization, promote its development and reproduction, and finally resonate with the energy of the planet. Then, through the resonance of civilization and planetary energy, new life species can be bred on the planet, which is considered a success. This is the basic requirement. It seems that no matter what profession, it is almost the same. And you need to control civilization and resonate with the planet. There are some details left, which vary depending on the profession. That's why the Ghost Emperor attaches so much importance to population and always wants to seize the mechanical city. After all, the more people a civilization develops, the better. If there are fewer people, it may become extinct at any time. What's the point of developing? Now that the Ghost Emperor is dead, his subjects have also joined Suyu's army. Next, Suyu will do what the Ghost Emperor has not done yet, and develop civilization, resonate with the energy of the planet, so as to complete the ceremony and advance to the 5th level. Of course, before that, Suyu still needs to upgrade the time mechanic to the maximum level. Perhaps he needs to take on 1 or 2 4th level professions and upgrade them to the maximum level. And then unlock the ceremony of the 5th level profession from the profession panel. And then he can officially start the promotion. Before that, Suyu can prepare early. All the future paths are in his heart. The biggest difficulty is the interference from the tyrannical evil god. The tyrannical evil god is still lurking in the depths of the subspace. If Suyu's ceremony is halfway through preparation, that guy comes out to make trouble, exterminates the civilization, and pollutes the energy of the planet. The ceremony will naturally fail. Even Suyu himself might be seriously injured and die. This is almost inevitable. The tyrannical evil god will not sit idly by and watch Suyu advance to the 5th level. Therefore, if Suyu wants to advance, he must first completely resolve the threat of tyranny. But if he does not advance, he does not have the ability to completely resolve the tyrannical evil god. So, Suyu looked up and looked at the sky. His sight instantly passed through a distance of thousands of kilometers, and saw the members of the Mechanical Council still floating on the track. They have used the time interference cannon to recover from the previous battle. They look no different from before the battle. But with Suyu's understanding of the power of time, these mechanical creations must have paid a heavy price, and it is impossible for them to be uninjured. Suyu moved and flew towards the sky at a high speed. It's time to have a frank talk with these mechanical creations. He cannot resolve the threat of the tyrannical evil god with his ability alone. And he must seek the help of these mechanical creations. In fact, in the past year, Suyu's clone and mechanical spirit have contacted these mechanical creations, but they are taciturn and have not had any conversation with Suyu's clone and mechanical spirit before, only providing some technical information. Now, Suyu wants to have a real dialogue with them. He now has the qualifications and strength. Suyu's figure rose rapidly, and soon came to the orbit more than 1,000 kilometers high. Those mechanical creations seemed to have guessed Suyu's coming and had made preparations. A mechanical creation that is 10 times larger than the original mechanical city opened its door to Suyu. Suyu couldn't judge the level of this mechanical creation, and didn't know whether it was 4th or 5th level. It looks very complicated on the surface, with a kind of gorgeous beauty unique to machinery. Various parts, in the vacuum of the universe, flashed with metallic luster, running in an orderly and silent manner, and coordinated incomparably with Suyu's eyes. He knew at a glance that this was made by a great extraordinary mechanic, and could be called a work of art. It looks like a giant cannon, a space station, or a spaceship. At this time, it opened the door, obviously inviting Suyu to go in. Suyu did not hesitate and flew into the door. Suyu was slightly alert in his heart. This mechanical creation was of unknown level and strength. Even when Suyu used the power of time to observe the future, he could not see what was inside, and he did not know what would happen after entering. So he instinctively guarded against it. However, Suyu was not too worried. With his current strength, he would not be afraid even if he turned against these mechanical creations and went to war directly. He was just curious. What would these mechanical creations say to him? Suyu entered the dark door of the warehouse, and the door was immediately closed, locking him inside. Suyu looked up and saw various cold instruments aimed at him. Then, a cold mechanical voice came. Who are you? Chapter 428 The Secret Deep in the Subspace. Mr. Suyu's big move. Who am I? Suyu heard this question, thought about it for a while, and understood it. Then he answered directly, I am Suyu. Always Suyu. Not Zhang Chifeng, or any other strongman who has resurrected. Suyu knew that these mechanical creations probably had the same suspicion as the Ghost Emperor, suspecting that Suyu was a strongman who had resurrected. They even suspected that Suyu was Zhang Chifeng. After all, it was too strange for a strongman like Suyu to emerge in just 1 or 2 years. And Suyu himself naturally knew that he was not a strongman who had resurrected. He was Suyu. After Suyu answered, he thought with a little amusement in his heart, if he was really Zhang Chifeng who had resurrected, or if he was mistaken for Zhang Chifeng by these mechanical creations. Will these cold mechanical creations bow down and call him master? Will they reveal their true nature and become as lively as Nua and the others? But Suyu was just thinking about it. He was not interested in pretending to be Zhang Chifeng now. He is him. He is Suyu, not someone else. Those mechanical instruments flickered slightly, as if they were activating some function and judging something. After a long time, those mechanical instruments dimmed, And then a virtual projection appeared in front of Suyu. In the projection, a mechanical face kept changing its appearance, never ending. Finally, this mechanical face was fixed on the face of a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man did not look human at all, like a face image automatically generated by artificial intelligence. Welcome, Mr. Suyu. Let me introduce myself. I am the chairman of the Mechanical Council. My name is Kong. The mechanical face said without any ups and downs in tone. But his attitude was still polite. It seems that the members of the Mechanical Council have already judged Suyu's identity through the instruments. Kong called Suyu Mr. Suyu, not Zhang Chifeng or any other identity, which obviously had some results. This is also a good thing, so as to avoid any misunderstandings, and let Suyu explain. Although it would be good to be mistaken for Zhang Chifeng, it would be embarrassing if it was false, especially if Zhang Chifeng really revived in the future. What should we do? This result is the best now. Hello, Mr. Kong, Suyu said politely while thinking in his heart. Kong nodded and said, we already know your purpose. Based on my observation of you, you are undoubtedly a member of the human race and a member of the Empire. We have decided to support you to advance to the 5th level, gain more powerful power, and completely resolve the threat of the tyrannical evil god. We can share the information about the tyrannical evil god with you, and try to help you in future battles. Suyu was delighted to hear their words. What he was most worried about was that these mechanical creations would not support him to advance to the 5th level. After all, if Suyu was promoted to the 5th level, there was still a possibility that he would become the painful evil god. These mechanical creations might not trust him. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. He would not only have to deal with tyranny, but also these mechanical creations. I'm afraid there would be no hope of promotion. Now these mechanical creations support Suyu's promotion, which is naturally good news. Of course, Suyu would not completely trust them, and would be secretly on guard in his heart. After all, they are not human beings, and their minds are unpredictable. In the past 10,000 years, they have destroyed hundreds of cities, and killed hundreds of millions of people. And these mechanical creations are very straightforward. Just after he finished speaking, Suyu felt a message coming over. Suyu immediately received and began to interpret. In a moment, he had digested and absorbed the information, and his face was thoughtful. So that's it. When Tyranny Evil God fled into the depths of the subspace, Suyu lost his sense of him, and could no longer determine his location. This is also one of the reasons why Suyu did not chase him. Originally, Suyu was a little curious. The entire Ruins planet was blocked. Where did Tyranny hide? It's impossible that he escaped the blockade. Right? Now, Suyu understood. According to the information sent by Void, the tyrannical evil god is now in the deep layer of the subspace. It is the deep layer, not the deep layer in the ordinary sense. Suyu only realized at this time that the subspace is actually layered. Before Suyu entered the subspace, he was actually in the surface layer of the subspace. If the subspace is a sea, then when Suyu entered the subspace before, he was drifting on the sea surface. No matter how far he drifted in the subspace, tens of millions of kilometers, or even tens of millions of light years, he was only on the surface of the sea. Under the sea surface is the real deep sea, the deep layer of the subspace. The tyrannical evil god is now there. The surface of the subspace is filled with various abstract concepts, emotions, information, thoughts, etc., which is extremely chaotic. But no matter how abstract and chaotic it is, there is still the concept of space and time in the surface of the subspace. When Suyu entered the subspace for the first time, he clearly sensed the existence of space and time. Without time and space, he could not move in the subspace, and even could not think. Time and space are the basis of all life activities. Water is not the source of life, but time and space are. In the depths of the subspace, in the so-called deep sea, there are only various abstract concepts, emotions, etc., precipitated there. Those abstract concepts did not form psychic energy, but existed in their original state. There is not even time and space there. In the gap between dark time and space and normal time and space, there is a strange place where time and space do not exist. Suyu has been there before. He needs to consume mental power and create thinking space to maintain his thinking ability there. The deep layer of the subspace is similar to that strange place, but it is more distorted and the environment is more severe, because the deep layer of the subspace is too abstract. too chaotic and distorted. It is impossible to touch it without the 5th level, let alone enter it. So you didn't know that there was a so-called deep layer in the subspace. It was there that the tyrannical evil god escaped from Suyu's sense. But the good news is that the blockade set by the Mechanical Council has no loopholes. It is still effective even in the deep layer of the subspace. The tyrannical evil god escaped to the deep layer of the subspace, but was still in the blockade and could not freely go to the deep space of the universe. In fact, even if there is no blockade, it is difficult to move in the deep layer of the subspace. If Tyranny wants to escape the blockade, he still has to be on the surface of the subspace or in the material world. In the past 10,000 years, the will of the tyrannical evil god has been blocked in the deep layer of the subspace and fell into a deep sleep. The body turned into a radioactive cloud, suspended above the planet. The separation of the body and will, coupled with the environment in the deep layer of the subspace, made the tyrannical evil god weak. However, in recent years, the will of the tyrannical evil god has been trying to escape from the deep layer, come to the surface, and finally enter reality, merge with the body, and revive again. He is close to success. The tyrannical thoughts that had descended earlier, as well as the terrifying will that Suyu had sensed when he first entered the subspace, were all evidence of his revival. Before, the tyrannical evil god was just waiting for a good opportunity, waiting for the subspace tide to burst, and then break through the blockade. When the Mechanical Council launched the so-called final plan, it directly launched an artillery attack on the tyrannical body in the radiation cloud. At the same time, the Mechanical Council relaxed the blockade of the tyrannical will in the deep subspace. Under such stimulation, the tyrannical evil god immediately merged his will and body, and truly revived and descended. The reason why the Mechanical Council allowed the tyrannical evil god to revive and advance was because the painful evil god was about to descend at that time. And the Mechanical Council needed a sufficiently powerful existence to hold back the painful evil god. The tyrannical evil god was the most suitable. Anyway, Tyranny was close to reviving, so it didn't matter if it was a little earlier. And Tyranny probably knew the Mechanical Council's plan, but he actually didn't want a painful evil god to be born around him. So Tyranny immediately revived and fought with the painful evil god. He even wanted to devour the painful evil god to gain benefits. Then, there were all the previous things. If the tyrannical evil god really devoured the painful evil god, or if the painful evil god really descended, there would be no hope. Fortunately, the final result was satisfactory. The painful evil god was transformed into the evil god soldier mecha, and the tyrannical evil god was also beaten into the depths of the subspace. According to the information of the Mechanical Council, the tyrannical evil god had just revived and was far from his peak state. He was beaten by Suyu with the evil god soldier mecha, and was actually extremely weak. In a short period of time, he would never show up again. Even with Suyu's current strength, there is a chance to completely suppress it. However, Tyranny is now in the deep layer of the subspace. If Suyu wants to deal with him, he needs to enter the deep layer, find his traces, suppress or kill him. However, it is very difficult to enter there and fight there. Even if Suyu has the evil god soldier mecha, he cannot adapt to the environment there. The evil god soldier mecha itself is fine, but the problem is that Suyu himself cannot adapt. After all, he is not yet a 5th level. Suyu needs to at least upgrade himself to the top of the 12 stars, and only one step away from the 5th level, so that he can barely fight in the deep subspace. At that time, the members of the Mechanical Council will provide help to Suyu, and go to the deep subspace together to surround and kill Tyranny. With the promise of the Mechanical Council, Suyu is relieved. In this way, he can meditate and practice with peace of mind and prepare for the ceremony. When the ceremony is ready, he will go to the deep subspace first to kill Tyranny, and then come back to solve the ceremony and advance to the 5th level. Then, whether to go to the universe, explore deep space, or stay on the ruined star and develop civilization, it is up to you. However, will it really be that smooth? Next, Suyu tried to talk to Kong to get some information and chat with other members of the Mechanical Council. However, they were all very indifferent and had no interest in talking. As for more information, they only said that it was Imperial secrets and had no right to disclose. Suyu had no choice. These mechanical creations seemed very rigid. It was already a pleasant surprise that they could provide him with help. He could not ask for more. Fortunately, After various inquiries from Suyu, he still got some new information. That is, the subspace tide is indeed going to erupt again. It will erupt again in no more than 100 years. According to the Mechanical Council, the subspace tide is essentially the various abstract concepts accumulated in a deep layer. Under the influence of some opportunity, they suddenly erupted and surged to the surface, forming a psychic storm that swept the entire subspace and affected the entire universe. The last subspace psychic tide led to the advent of the tyrannical evil god. This is just on the ruined star. It is unknown what other disasters have occurred in other places in the universe. Who knows what will happen with the subspace tide this time? But it will definitely not be a good thing. The tyrannical evil god probably wants to wait in the deep layer for the subspace tide to erupt, recover, and then come out. At that time, who knows how powerful he will be. If Suyu wants to deal with him, he must do it before the subspace tide erupts. After Suyu got this information, he was satisfied and left quickly. In the sky, those mechanical creations continued to operate quietly, monitoring this ancient planet. Just like in the past 10,000 years, Suyu soon returned to the rebuilt mechanical city. He was very fast, and it didn't take much time to go back and forth. At this time, the mechanical city returned to its original appearance, although most of it was supported by data materialization. On the surface, it was still the miracle city in the sky. After Suyu returned to the mechanical city, he looked at the people who were still discussing excitedly, and said, "Those who are above 7 stars, or have 7-star armor, come to the city center for a meeting." After that, Suyu went straight to the mechanical hall that had just materialized in the city center. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and knew that something big must have happened. So they hurriedly set off to the city center. Other people who were not qualified were extremely curious about the content of the meeting, but they were not qualified, so they could only run around the city center hall and wait for news. Everyone knew that now that the entire planet was in a state of disrepair, Mr. Suyu would definitely make a big move. They guessed correctly. Those who were qualified to attend the meeting came to the mechanical hall, looked up at Suyu, and the first sentence they heard was, "I now have the 5th level combat power, but I haven't been promoted to the 5th level, so I can't completely solve the threat of the tyrannical evil god. I need to prepare the 5th level ceremony to truly be promoted to the 5th level and have planetary power. And this requires your help." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. It's really a big move. The 5th level ceremony. If this is not a big move, what else is a big move? Mr. Suyu has not been promoted to the 5th level, but he can have the 5th level combat power and fight the tyrannical evil god. And most importantly, Mr. Suyu needs their help. When these words came out, they were so excited. Many of them, who were protected by Suyu, have always had a knot in their hearts. That is, their strength is too weak. They can't keep up with Suyu's pace, and they can't help Mr. Suyu. Now, Mr. Suyu needs their help for an important 5th level ceremony. How could they not be excited? Tai Long and other loyal subordinates hurriedly said, "Please give us your orders, Mr. Suyu, and we will go through fire and water. We will not refuse even if we die." Even those subordinates of the Ghost Emperor who had just joined Suyu's mechanical city looked at each other and expressed their loyalty. Suyu nodded with satisfaction, and then continued, "But before that, let me tell you what happened before. You have all died once." Chapter 429 Rebuilding Civilization. The 7-star army. Suyu's words startled everyone, although they had already vaguely realized that they had died and resurrected once. After all, none of them were fools and had their own guesses. But it was different when Suyu said it himself and verified it himself, which made them feel cold behind their backs. He actually died once. Even the generals under the Ghost Emperor were wondering in their hearts whether Suyu's so-called promotion to the 5th level, needing their help, was actually to let them die again? Sacrifice them? After all, that's what the Ghost Emperor did before. Suyu ignored their different expressions and continued to speak, explaining everything that had happened before. At the same time, Suyu also used information means to infuse some picture information into their consciousness, so that they could really see what happened at that time with their own eyes. Suyu started from his appointment with the Ghost Emperor for a battle. Then he talked about the dark time and space, studying the time mechanic, and then traveling back to fight the Ghost Emperor. Later, the divine nature exploded. The painful evil god was about to descend, and the tyrannical evil god was unsealed. Later, Suyu's clone planned that the Mechanical Council would fire and kill all the people in the city to stimulate Suyu's humanity and prevent the painful evil god from descending. Finally, it was not until the evil god soldier mecha was cast that Suyu changed history and resurrected everyone. And it was over. Although he would not tell the information about Suyu's own abilities in detail, it was enough for everyone to have enough understanding of the situation at that time. Finally, Suyu concluded, "So, it is equivalent to killing you once with my own hands. I am sorry for this, but I have no choice. If it happens again, I will do it again." Suyu's plan was to kill everyone once. And even if they were resurrected, it would not change this fact. Suyu did not want to hide it, and told them directly. After that, Suyu looked at them quietly, waiting for their reaction. In fact, as long as Suyu was willing, he could use the power of time to observe the future, and he would know what everyone would say and how they would react immediately. But Suyu did not use the power of time. Just watching, he also learned from the previous lesson. Although the power of time is convenient for observing the future, it will also make him further away from human nature. What's the point of knowing everything in advance? The power of time can be used to observe the future for key events. But as for trivial matters like now, there is no need. Suyu was slightly curious in his heart. How would these people react after knowing the previous truth and knowing that Suyu killed them once? After everyone heard it, the whole audience was silent, and no one spoke for a long time. They were still immersed in shock. The information Suyu just told them was too shocking, and the power involved was too high-end. What time power? Painful evil god. Future time and space war. Evil god soldier mecha. Reversing history and resurrection. It was like listening to a myth. Even if they were all strong men above 7 stars, it was difficult to accept it for a while. With their strength above 7 stars, in the eyes of ordinary people, they were like gods, and their stories were like myths. But now, these 7-star and above strong men, in front of Suyu, deeply realized a fact, that is, they are just ordinary people. They were shocked and frightened by this. Some people also had an endless yearning for power, and endless awe for Suyu. In addition, Suyu revealed a lot of secrets about the 4th and 5th levels in his just mentioned story, which was extremely precious information for them. As for Suyu killing them once, no one cared. They were not stupid people who could be promoted to 7-star extraordinary people. They all understood that under the circumstances at that time, even if Suyu did not kill them, they would be dead. If they did not die, it would be worse than death, and they would be manipulated and played by the evil god. Suyu killed them once, and used their death to turn the situation around. Finally, he resurrected them, which was a happy thing for everyone. After a while, Tailong, Suyu's loyal believer, was the first to react from the shock and said, "Congratulations to Mr. Suyu for forging the evil god armor, obtaining the 5th level power, and successfully expelling the tyrannical evil god. Mr. Suyu, don't apologize. It is our honor to be able to participate in this matter." Tailong flattered him as soon as he opened his mouth. He is a believer of Suyu, and as Suyu's strength increases, his faith becomes more and more devout. His words at this time are all from the heart. When he spoke, his excited half-mechanical face was a little red. Tailong really felt honored. So he was so excited. When the others heard it, they all looked strange. Although they didn't care that Suyu killed them once. But honor or something. Is it too much? But they thought about it again. In this kind of earth-shattering battle, under normal circumstances, they can only wait to die. And they don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. Now, because of their death, Suyu's humanity has been successfully stimulated, which directly affects the outcome of the war. In other words, they have contributed to the casting of the evil god armor, and the defeat of the tyrannical evil god. Thinking about it this way, it is really an honor. So everyone got excited and said, "Yes. I didn't expect that I would be qualified to participate in such a war. It is indeed an honor. Thanks to Mr. Suyu's amazing plan, we have this opportunity. Hee. It is also a face-saving to be able to play a corpse in such a big event. Don't mention it. There are benefits." Mr. Suyu said that the fusion of the 2 historical timelines has made us stronger. TSK. I can't wait to die again now. Mr. Suyu. Next time there is such a good thing, remember to find us again. Don't be polite to us. Just kill us. Everyone was in a very good mood. And the more they talked, the more outrageous they were. Suyu listened to their words, and was also slightly surprised. He thought that even if everyone didn't care about being killed, they would at least have some resentment. Or maybe they will have some fear of power because of this. After all, their life and death are controlled by Suyu at will. They are dying and living, and have no power to resist. In this situation, they should have some emotions, right? But now, listening to what they said, they not only don't care about these things. Instead, they feel honored and excited because they participated in this plan. Suyu didn't need to observe the future to guess this kind of reaction. Although it was Tailong who led everyone astray, it was because everyone agreed with such a concept that they were led astray. So that's it. It's just making the best use of things. Suyu remembered the words of the Ghost Emperor before his death. In order to make the best use of things, the Ghost Emperor used his life to revive the millions of people in the Radiation Ghost City before his death. And now, these 7-star strongmen actually have the same concept, make the best use of things. They are powerless in the face of the 5th level doomsday disaster. Even if they want to fight, they can't do it. They are too weak and too humble. Their lives are useless. They are actually afraid of death. But they are more afraid that they will be useless after death. And their death will be in vain. Living in this cruel world, they all have a fierceness to bite the enemy even if they die. The most fearful thing is to die in vain, and not be able to bite the last bite. However, now they heard that their death helped Suyu and determined the outcome of the battle. They did not die in vain. This life was put to good use. Everything was put to good use. So each of them was very satisfied. So Suyu chuckled and said, "You don't have the power of time. Changing history and resurrecting will cause time backlash. And I can't change this. You can only withstand 2 or 3 more resurrections at most." Suyu was reminding them not to think that they can be resurrected and don't take their lives seriously. Everyone got excited again after hearing this. What? Can we die 2 or 3 more times? They excitedly discussed how to maximize the benefits of the remaining 2 or 3 lives. And what posture to die in. Suyu saw this and thought to himself, is the original human empire like this? No wonder they can conquer the galaxy. What will these people become if they continue to develop? Seeing the excited people, Suyu couldn't help but think in his heart, what will this group of people become in the future? If Suyu wants to be promoted to the 5th level, he must promote the development of civilization and resonate with the energy of the planet. And civilizations are different. Suyu himself is not in charge of things. The concepts of these 7-star strongmen can actually represent the direction and style of future civilization development. Now it seems that when this civilization develops, it will be very fierce. This is a good thing. The style of civilization is also related to the power after the promotion to the 5th level. The more brutal and powerful the civilization is, the stronger the power after the promotion will be. Of course, you can't just be cruel and lose your humanity. Otherwise you won't be promoted to the 5th level, but to the evil god. And these people, although they have fierce ideas, still retain their humanity, which makes Suyu very satisfied. Thinking in his heart, Suyu slightly stopped smiling. Seeing this, everyone stopped talking and waited respectfully for Suyu to speak. Suyu glanced at everyone and said, "Next, I will concentrate on preparing the 5th level ceremony. I will control the energy of the planet and adjust the ecology of the planet. You need to lead everyone in the mechanical city to develop civilization on the entire planet. The more prosperous the better. Remember, it's civilization, not the settlements and cities you used to be familiar with." Everyone heard the words, muttering the word civilization in their mouths. And for no reason. A surge of blood surged in their hearts. The blood that has not been seen for 10,000 years. They looked at each other and saw 4 words in each other's eyes. Human empire. It's not a settlement. It's not a city. It's a civilization. Isn't that the legendary human empire? Humans set out from their home planet, traveled to the galaxy, and established a brilliant human civilization. How could the settlements and cities they lived in before be called civilization? They didn't even have a country. And now, Mr. Suyu asked them to develop civilization. Mr. Suyu, is this to rebuild the human empire and revive the glory of mankind? It must be like this. Although they are still limited to the ruined star, they all believe that with Mr. Suyu's power, they will sooner or later step into the universe again and conquer the galaxy. Everyone's blood is surging, and they are very excited. Even the subordinates of the Ghost Emperor, who have just joined Suyu's army, have no loyalty to Suyu. But facing the word civilization, they are also overwhelmed. Suyu waited for everyone to calm down a little, and then continued, if you want to develop civilization, Combat power is the top priority. I will open the exchange system for the rituals of the third-level professions and the exchange of meditation methods. At the same time, there are 7-star armors, which can also be mass cast. And there are also Yuri transformations and mechanized transformations. Suyu announced a series of benefits. He had obtained a lot of information about third-level professions before, especially the enemy demon, which was formed by the fusion of dozens of 7-star masters. Suyu obtained dozens of third-level professions from it. Suyu chose to announce some of these professions. In the future, the mechanical city will definitely add a lot of 7-star masters. The reason why it was not announced before was that Suyu was promoted too fast, so he had no time to train his subordinates. Now it can start. In addition, the 7-star armor army that he had wanted to build for a long time can also be started now. After owning the evil god mecha, Suyu obtained the power of the 5th level, and it was much easier to make 7-star armor than before. Normal 7-star mechanical creations also need to hold a ceremony to make their subspace projections change qualitatively and become an indelible mark. As an extraordinary mechanic, you can share your own subspace projection, so that mechanical creations can achieve 7 stars without a ceremony. But even as a 4th level strongman, this sharing has a limit on quantity. As a 4th level strongman, so you can only share about 107-star projections. This number is still too small to create a 7-star armor army. However, at the 5th level, this number limit is almost gone, because the subspace projection of a 5th level strongman has undergone many evolutions, from projection to mark, and from mark to domain. Finally, from the subspace domain, it has become a complete and independent subspace planet. This subspace planet can breathe life. However, the life bred on this planet is not the flesh and blood life of the material world, but the natural subspace life. Suyu had encountered a demon in the subspace before, and that thing was a similar existence. The minions of the tyrannical evil god, ghost demons, are actually the same existence. These subspace life forms are actually equivalent to natural subspace marks. Just put them into mechanical creations and merge them into them, and naturally a large number of 7 stars can be produced. Suyu controls the evil god soldier mecha, and naturally controls his subspace domain planet. This can be used to breathe subspace life and mass-produce 7-star existence. However, Suyu has only obtained the evil god soldier mecha not long ago, and has not tried this kind of thing yet. He does not know how the production is for the time being. And will the 7-star mechanical creations produced in this way have residual erosion from the painful evil god? These problems need to be solved. But in any case, Suyu has long been thinking about the 7-star army, and it can really start to be formed. Even a stronger extraordinary mechanical army can be expected. Chapter 430 Food. Mechanic? What? Mr. Suyu is going to announce the 3rd level profession? 7-star mechanical creation exchange? Are there any 4th level ones? Everyone was naturally surprised to hear Suyu's words. Some people even wanted to exchange for 4th level mechanical creations. It was really bold. But it's true that when Suyu is familiar with the various characteristics of the evil god's mecha, the 4th level exchange may not be impossible. Next, Suyu assigned tasks to everyone, asking them to lead the residents of the mechanical city to develop around the world. Finally, after the meeting, everyone received the tasks and left. However, although Suyu assigned the tasks, the entire mechanical city was in a resting stage for the next month, and no one went out together. After just experiencing a life and death battle, it must be rested. In addition, the entire planet has not yet recovered from the previous disaster. There are high-temperature storms everywhere. Earthquakes and tsunamis are emerging one after another, and it is not suitable to go out at all. In addition, many new people have joined the mechanical city, and they need to get familiar with the environment and integrate into the city. In the next month, everyone in the entire mechanical city lived a life like a god, because all kinds of exchange items in the exchange system were greatly reduced. All kinds of mechanical creations, weapons, modifications, technical data, meditation methods, temporary armor, materialized space. The prices were reduced to less than 1/3 of the original price. This big price reduction also included the temporary 7-star armor that was originally priced at a sky-high price. Some exchange items were even reduced by more, and some were reduced to 1/10. Suyu's strength has increased dramatically now, and he is rich, so there is no need to set the price too high. Now Suyu's main goal is to develop civilization. These exchanges are just to stimulate everyone's efforts, not to really earn the energy coins of these residents. And even if it is reduced to 1/3, so you will not lose money. The whole city is his. How could he lose money? Faced with this unprecedented big price reduction, everyone in the entire mechanical city was dazzled. After Suyu resurrected everyone, their personal terminals, along with the property and the accounts, were naturally brought back. However, the accounts of tens of millions of people in the entire mechanical city are not considered rich. In the past, they could only look at the various exchange items in the exchange system with envy. They spent all their energy coins to exchange for something, so they were reluctant to spend them. Now, Suyu directly reduced the price, which meant that their wealth increased several times or even 10 times out of thin air. Many things that they could not afford to exchange before can now be exchanged for 2 directly, using one and throwing one away. How could everyone hold back? They all praised Suyu's generosity while buying things crazily. In a short period of time, tens of millions of people in the city were practicing meditation, wearing temporary armor, carrying sophisticated weapons, and served by mechanical creations. They were so beautiful. Suyu's various mechanical creations in the past, such as Rangers, Azure Oath armor, and even Assault Chariot, were also exchanged. After the exchange, those guys took them around the city all day and showed them off to acquaintances. Although these combat machines are not useful in this city for the time being, they must be good things made by Mr. Suyu anyway. So if you have money, just buy them. Especially the Assault Chariot. This thing is second only to the 7-star armor, but many people exchange it for it, just for its domineering shape, powerful power, rich functions, and it is very face-saving to drive it out. After Suyu developed this Assault Chariot, he basically used it a few times. He only let these heavy chariots participate in the war when he was promoted to War Mechanic. After that battle, Suyu's strength increased rapidly, and these chariots were no longer of much use. Not to mention the Rangers that Suyu often used before. So Suyu put many of his previous mechanical creations into the exchange system, and it is better to open them for exchange than to leave them idle. So, on the streets of the entire mechanical city, there are Rangers and Assault Chariots running around from time to time, attracting a lot of people to admire and watch and take pictures. After all, they are Mr. Suyu's creations, so they are not strange to watch. Residents who can't afford Rangers and Assault Chariots don't envy them. They also exchange some good things and are very satisfied now. Many residents of the mechanical city were born in ordinary settlements and were used to a hard life. Their hard life was not only about not having enough food and clothes, but also about not having enough strength. If they were not careful, they would die in the mouth of the radiation beast. For them, strength is the greatest wealth. So when Suyu slashed the price, they instinctively exchanged all their wealth for their own strength. The energy coins in their accounts were emptied in a short time, but they were very satisfied and fulfilled in their hearts. That was the sense of security brought by strength, especially after just experiencing the Doomsday War. They were more eager for strength. The survivors in the other dark time and space, the subordinates of the Ghost Emperor, are similar. They are basically the same. However, there are some outliers in the mechanical city, which are the descendants of the mechanics that Suyu brought back from the material space. These guys exchanged most of their wealth for food. These guys ate synthetic food in the material space for 10,000 years. After meeting Suyu, they ate normal food, and they couldn't stop from then on. Their obsession with food is so strong that it is almost a belief. So while others are improving their strength, they are eating and drinking. Suyu naturally noticed this and was a little worried that these descendants of mechanics were greedy for pleasure and would be useless from now on. But after a little observation, he found that these people are worthy of being the descendants of ancient mechanics. In the past year, they have actually developed a new profession, gourmet mechanic. When Suyu knew about this new profession, he was a little stunned. Gourmet food and mechanics? What the hell is this? Why does it sound like a gluttonous profession? The key is how are gourmet food and mechanics connected together. However, when Suyu read the gourmet mechanic information submitted by the descendants of mechanics, he realized that this profession is actually a powerful combat profession, and it takes into account both combat and production, which is very comprehensive. Speaking of this, it is also related to Suyu. In order to solve the food problem in the mechanical city, Suyu conducted a research project on food synthesis. He handed this task to the mechanical tribesmen of the king. Because of the king's plan, Those mechanical tribes were swallowed into the hell furnace and turned into miniature nanomechanical life. Suyu used their miniature bodies to synthesize food at the molecular level. The synthesized food must not only be edible, but also delicious and tasty. This project was participated by the descendants of mechanics, who are foodies. At that time, delicious normal food was quickly developed, and Suyu did not care about it. Later, Suyu traveled into the dark time and space and disappeared for more than a year. During this year, the food research has not stopped. However, during this year, the research focus of the descendants of mechanics is no longer on the food itself. They are studying the bodies of those miniature mechanical families, studying their principles of controlling molecules and synthesizing food. Finally, these descendants of mechanics developed a new profession, namely, gourmet mechanics. This profession can manufacture and control nanomachines, and perform precise molecular synthesis and decomposition. The synthesis ability can be used for mechanical manufacturing, food synthesis, etc. The decomposition ability can be used for fighting. Once the war begins, a cloud of nanomachines will emerge with a wave of the hand, decomposing the enemy into slag. They can even replace part of their own organ cells with nanomachines, thereby gaining strong physical strength, which can be used for close combat. This is a kind of self-mechanized transformation. But the transformation is extremely precise and goes deep into the cellular level. After replacing part of their organ cells with nanomachines, the bodies of these gourmet machines also have the ability to synthesize molecules, and can independently synthesize various delicious foods, and will no longer be troubled by hunger. And because they are biological cells, these nanomachines can actually taste delicious food, and they are named by those guys, mechanical gourmet cells. With the help of this pleasant emotion of tasting delicious food, these mechanical gourmet cells can even draw a strange psychic energy from the depths of the subspace. The better and more satisfied they eat, the stronger the power and strength of these nanomachines. Moreover, in theory, this profession can even be promoted to the third level. After the promotion, with the subspace mark, that strange psychic energy can be completely materialized, and that strange psychic energy is named by them, mechanical gourmet power. Only then can it be considered a real gourmet mechanic. However, this profession has just been created for less than a year, and no one has been able to hold a ceremony to promote to the third level. Even the specific ceremony is still under trial, and has not been determined. In the past year, most of these descendants of mechanics have already taken up this profession and possess mechanical gourmet cells. Therefore, after the exchange system has greatly reduced its price, these descendants of mechanics have nothing to do but eat. Eating and tasting delicious food is a way for them to practice and improve their strength. However, since they are already gourmet mechanics, why do they still need to spend money to exchange for delicious food when they can synthesize it themselves? That is because each of these millions of descendants of mechanics is good at something different. And the food they synthesize is also different. They put their own unique food into the exchange system to exchange what they have. The stronger the strength, the more sophisticated, delicious and precious the food they synthesize. Those 2-star and 3-star gourmet mechanics would have to go bankrupt if they wanted to taste the delicacies synthesized by the 7-star and 8-star elders. There was even a shortage of supply. TSK. It's really delicious. Suyu also exchanged the delicacies created by the descendants of the mechanics and tasted them. They were indeed very delicious, and they were the best dishes he had never tasted before. The result of millions of extraordinary foodies who worked hard for a whole year. Even Suyu had to admire. It was indeed a rare enjoyment. For the gourmet mechanics, tasting these delicacies is not only enjoyable, but also improves their strength. So they are naturally happy. Some delicacies are even unique products that even the creators cannot reproduce. They are accidental gains, with very complex and varied ingredients, and extremely delicious. The price on the exchange system is comparable to that of the 7-star armor, which makes Suyu feel eye-opening. These guys, facing the new professions created by the descendants of the mechanics. Suyu was speechless. It can be imagined that these descendants of mechanics will take a completely different path from others. The so-called power of gourmet food has no upper limit. Even if the power of gourmet food is not good, Suyu knows the potential of miniature nanomachines. This gourmet mechanic can definitely be very strong after development. This so-called gourmet mechanic can actually be renamed as nanomechanic, or molecular mechanic. Suyu secretly raised his attention to the information related to gourmet mechanics. He wanted to see what these foodies could do in the future. In fact, Suyu could use future observation to see their future in advance and see what they could do. But now is not a critical moment. So he will not waste more time and energy to watch. Which will be more surprising. After thinking about it, Suyu changed history again and saved those miniature mechanical tribes. This group of miniature mechanical tribes also died with the destruction of the mechanical city. And because of the existence of gourmet mechanics, the mechanical city does not need to rely on them to synthesize food. So before, Suyu didn't revive them at all, except for a few friends of Galaxy Armor, such as G7. All the others died. After all, reviving these guys would have to bear the backlash. So Suyu would definitely give priority to reviving humans. These mechanical races were hostile to each other before, so they would die this time. During the previous meeting, Galaxy Armor had been hesitant to speak, but he didn't speak after all. Now, after learning about the gourmet mechanics in detail, Suyu knew that these mechanical races were really useful, so he revived them all. Anyway, before the death of the Ghost Emperor, he had transferred a lot of time to the backlash. So reviving these miniature mechanical races would not be a big deal. He threw these miniature machines to the gourmet mechanics. And then Suyu didn't care about these things anymore. Of course, he was also secretly alert in his heart. With the precedent of the painful evil god, he was afraid that these gourmet mechanics would create some gourmet evil god later, which would be troublesome. Fortunately, there has been no such sign yet. The so-called power of food is just a new spiritual energy formed by the strong emotions of those guys for food in the subspace. It doesn't feel evil. If someone really advances to the 3rd level and becomes a 7-star food mechanic, then we see. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. This is civilization. 1 million people in 1 year have found a new way. A complete civilization should be rich and colorful. These food mechanics are a new road and a new landscape, which makes Suyu very satisfied. He secretly expects that when these tens of millions of people develop on the entire planet and become 100 million or 1 billion people, what will they develop? Chapter 431 New Exchange List. New Tasks. Thinking of this, Suyu smiled in his heart and added some stuff to the exchange system of the mechanical city. In the previous month, Suyu only made a big price cut on the original exchange list and did not put on too many new products. At most, he put the Rangers and assault tanks, which were not used for the time being, on the shelves for everyone to try. At this time, Suyu finally added the 3rd level professional rituals and meditation methods promised in the previous meeting. A large number of 3rd level armors, Yuri transformation, and other heavyweight exchange items. That's right. Not just the original 7-star armor, but the 3rd level, from 7 stars to 9 stars. There are top ones. Complete 3rd level armor. Of course, 8-star and 9-star armors are much more expensive than 7-star armors. But under the premise of a big price reduction, the price of the 9-star armor is only slightly higher than the previous 7-star armor. It even supports the upgrade of exchanging old for new. If you have already exchanged for a 7-star armor, you can discount and deduct some energy coins, as long as you grit your teeth and take out a loan. The top 6-star extraordinary people will have the opportunity to get a set. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu even added the reservation of the 4th level mechanical armor. The 4th level mechanical armor is specially prepared for those who are already 3-level strongmen. But there is still stock for the time being, and Suyu still needs to study it. And the people in the mechanical city have been partying for a month. And few people have spent energy coins to exchange for various things. Even the personal terminal has been rarely opened in the past 2 days. Nothing else. Poor. No money. You can't just open it and look at the exchange list with Indy. Right? Just then, a prompt suddenly came from the personal terminal. They all knew that this prompt meant that something big was happening. So everyone hurriedly opened their personal terminals. As soon as they opened it, everyone was stunned by the newly added exchange items on it. There were dozens of 3rd-tier occupation information. Exchange of 8-star and 9-star armors. Yuri transformation. Even reservations for 4th-tier mechanical armors? Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. Mr. Suyu, are you so generous? You can even take out such precious things? And so many? And they are so cheap. All of them are discounted prices. The prices of these 3rd-tier occupations are not cheap, nor are they too expensive. If they work hard, they will have the hope of exchanging. Everyone was very excited. And then they lamented, but I don't have a single energy coin. The big price reduction in the previous month. Almost everyone couldn't help but spend all the energy coins in their hands. In addition to the fact that the price reduction was too ruthless, people felt that they would suffer if they didn't exchange. There was also a rumor in the city that the price reduction was temporary, and was a limited time benefit issued by Mr. Suyu to celebrate the victory of the battle. Some people originally wanted to wait and see. But with this rumor, how could everyone bear it? In just a few days, they spent all the energy coins in their hands. But who would have thought that after a month, the price reduction did not end, but new products were put on the shelves. Looking at the dazzling exchange list and their clean accounts, thousands of people sighed in unison. However, despite the size, everyone was still surprised and looked eagerly at the long list of third-level professions and other new products. They couldn't believe that these things could be released and let everyone exchange them at will. In fact, everyone had expected 8-star and 9-star armor. After all, there were 7 stars before. And now Mr. Suyu's strength has greatly increased. And it is not surprising to add 8 and 9 stars. Of course, even if it is not surprising, when these precious armors really appeared in the exchange list, everyone's eyes still lit up. If they could get a set. And the third-level profession is something that everyone dared not think about before. The third-level profession is an unattainable existence for most of the tens of millions of people in the mechanical city. After completing the ritual, achieving 7 stars, and opening the subspace gate, they are almost no longer the same species as ordinary humans. 7-star masters are powerful and have long lifespans. They can kill thousands of ordinary people at will with a wave of their hands. Achieving 7 stars is enough to sit in a city with a population of 1 million and protect 1 million people from being invaded by radioactive beasts. They can even call themselves gods and receive the faith of millions of people. Moreover, above the 7 stars, there are 8 stars and 9 stars. To become a 7-star master, the most important thing is the rituals and meditation methods of related professions. This information is the most precious. And extraordinary people can never get it. Those third-level masters, and those who occasionally get the third-level professional information by luck. Keep this information secret. Even people with good tempers, like Xiaotian and Xiao Xiaonin, will not easily leak their power secrets. Living in such a cruel world, no one is a strict good person. Everyone has some selfish personalities. The bodies of completely selfless saints have all rotted away. Only a madman or a fool would hand over their biggest secrets. If this career information is obtained by the enemy, you may be the one who dies after the promotion. Moreover, extraordinary people cannot even reach the threshold for holding the ceremony. To be promoted to the 3rd level, you must start with the top 6 stars. And there may not be many among 1 million people. If you are not the top 6 stars, it is useless to get the information of the 3rd-level career, and it will attract the covetousness of others. If you practice the 3rd-level meditation method recklessly, it is almost the same as seeking death. There are also many bloody vendettas for the 3rd-level career information. It is not uncommon for some people to make random attempts for the ritual and create a massacre. Therefore, those 7-star strongmen will at most train a few successors, and will not spread the career information on a large scale. However, even if these 7-star masters are trained for 100 years, it is difficult to train a new 7-star master. After all, achieving 7 stars does not mean that you can be successfully promoted just by having the 3rd-level career information. To succeed, talent, luck, resources, and ritual conditions are all indispensable. Moreover, talent is not enough. You also need your own talent to match the 3rd-level career you get. If a transcendent who is good at machinery gets the 3rd-level career information in the spiritual field, it will be useless. Among the 3rd-level masters in the mechanical city, only a few are trained by the 3rd-level masters of the previous generation. The rest of them, because of various coincidences, obtained career information, experienced hardships, and finally succeeded in their jobs, and were promoted to the 3rd level. Others do not have such luck and opportunity, so they can only envy. They want to become 3rd-level masters. Basically, they are aiming at mechanical creations such as armor. And some people want to obtain this level of power through mechanical transformation and other means. That's why everyone is so enthusiastic about the 7-star armor. Although the 3rd-level power obtained in that way is a little different from the real 3rd level, there is no way. As for relying on meditation and practice, holding ceremonies, and self-promotion to the 3rd level, most people dare not dream of such a dream. And now, Suyu put all the third-level professional information into the exchange system at one time. And everyone was naturally very surprised. Even dumbfounded. They were filled with passion and desire. Could it be that I also have the opportunity to be promoted to the third level? Become a 7-star powerhouse like those adults? Or even higher? If I am promoted to the third level, and then undergo the Yuri transformation, and then wear a 9-star battle armor, then the strength. Everyone was thinking about it. And their saliva was almost flowing down. And the more eager they were, the louder their lament was, Mr. Suyu, we really don't have a single energy coin. Originally, they had lived a comfortable life recently, and wished they would never leave the city for the rest of their lives. And now, they all had a strong desire in their hearts. They want to leave the city. They want to do tasks. And they want to earn energy coins. These are the voices of most ordinary citizens. In addition, those third-level masters were also quite surprised. Those third-level masters had attended Suyu's meeting before, and knew that there would be third-level professional information exchange. But they didn't expect that there would be so many. They were even a little excited. They heard that one of the reasons why Mr. Suyu was so powerful was that he practiced multiple professions. Could they also exchange 1 or 2 new third-level professions to try? And what surprised them the most was that Suyu could even open reservations for 4th-level mechas. These third-level masters were naturally eager for the power of the 4th level. But the difficulty of advancing to the 4th level is just as difficult as ordinary people advancing to the 3rd level. It is out of reach. It is said that when Mr. Suyu was promoted to the 4th level, he was almost dead. Let alone them. And now, Mr. Suyu actually opened reservations for 4th level armor. This means that they also have the opportunity to obtain 4th level power. Although it is not their own power, but external power. It is better than nothing. After the excitement, they also lamented. Because although they had more energy coins than ordinary citizens, it was far from enough to reserve the 4th level armor. Not even enough for the deposit, let alone the down payment. Suyu listened to the lamentations of these people, smiled slightly in his heart, and did not react at all, but waited quietly for 3 days. During these 3 days, some people in the city saved a lot of energy coins because they were particularly patient, and exchanged for new 3rd level career information, and even 7-star and 8-star armor. After all, there are always exceptions in a population of tens of millions. After these people exchanged those things, they did not keep a low profile, but publicized them. If it was in the past, in the city, in the settlement, if they got any treasures, these people would definitely hide them tightly. But now, in the mechanical city, with Mr. Suyu suppressing the mechanical city, what are you afraid of? Of course you have to show off. These people had been holding back from spending their energy coins for a month, and were laughed at by others. Now they can finally hold their heads high. Moreover, after exchanging for the 3rd level profession, these people actually received personal guidance from Mr. Suyu. And Suyu personally guided them to choose the 3rd level profession that suits them, and then tailored it to their physique and talent, and precisely fine-tuned and modified the rituals and meditation methods of the 3rd level profession. Not everyone can succeed in the 3rd level profession. But with Suyu, a strong man who has mastered the power of time, using the power of time to help him deduce and fine-tune, it is equivalent to tailoring the profession. In that case, the success rate will naturally be greatly improved. Suyu is powerful, knowledgeable, and has experience in creating his own profession. So he can transform the profession to make it more suitable for the physique of the exchanger. In addition, he has the power of time. So even if there is a problem, he can predict and modify it in advance. Even if he kills someone, he can still bring them back to life. Those who have exchanged for the 3rd level profession are basically 6-star extraordinary people. The mechanical city is rich in resources, and there are many extraordinary people of this level, and the number is increasing. After these people exchanged, with Suyu's guidance, they quickly got started with the basic meditation method, and their whole person changed. Just wait for the preparation of the ceremony, and you can start to advance, as long as you are willing to spend money. You can even let Suyu help arrange the ceremony. For Suyu now, arranging a 3rd level ceremony is nothing. However, Suyu still suggested that they find a way to hold the ceremony themselves. Not because there are any hidden dangers, but because they really have no money and can't afford Suyu. The originally difficult 3rd level profession, under Suyu's guidance, seems to have become so simple. although no one has been able to advance yet. Looking at the status of those who are exchanging, the increase in strength is enough to make others envious. In this way, the last doubts in everyone's hearts disappeared. Originally, they were worried that even if they exchanged for a third-level profession, the success rate of getting a job would be extremely low. Now it seems that I was overthinking. Mr. Su, you had already arranged everything. As long as you have money, you can be promoted to the third level. Although the promotion is a bit exaggerated in the eyes of everyone, this is a guarantee. However, I still have no money. Without energy coins, I can only watch. At this time, Suyu silently added a series of tasks in the system network. These tasks include going to various parts of the planet to transform the environment, establish settlements, and develop civilization. There are research, optimization of extraordinary professions, or development of new machinery. There are also explorations in various parts of the planet to discover resources, and so on. There are not many of these tasks, and the difficulty is not low. After all, with the environment of the planet at this time, even if you just go out to breathe a few breaths of air, you are in danger of life. The previous battle between Suyu and tyranny destroyed the planet's ecology. The entire planet is full of volcanoes, tsunamis, and high-temperature toxic air. There are even some places where the planet's energy riots. Even a third-level strongman will be in danger of life, which can be called a forbidden place for life. There were several forbidden areas on the original ruins, which were extremely dangerous. Now those forbidden areas were destroyed in the previous battles. In their place, there are new forbidden areas, which are even more dangerous and terrifying. It is extremely difficult to go out on a mission in such an environment. But everyone was overjoyed to see these people's missions. No matter what the danger is, they are already crazy about money. So they accepted this mission. So soon, everyone took the mission, left the mechanical city, and rushed to various places on the planet. Chapter 432, Moving Mountains and Filling the Sea. Changing the World. This outing mission is a brand new adventure for everyone in the mechanical city. The entire planet has been turned upside down, and it is no problem to treat it as a new planet. There are also some planet fragments that were hit into orbit by the previous fierce battle and became some miniature satellites. The mission assigned by Suyu even includes going to these satellites for exploration. This is unprecedented for everyone in the mechanical city. In addition, Suyu can see the power of the tyrannical evil god through future observations. In the future, it will penetrate from the depths of the subspace, pollute the energy of the planet, and breed a large number of radioactive beasts, ghost demons, rotten flesh eyes, and other evil things. This is inevitable. The tyrannical evil god will not let Suyu control the energy of the planet safely, and will definitely interfere. Even if the tyrannical body does not come out, it only needs to release a little bit of power to pollute the planet and interfere with Suyu's progress. Fortunately, as long as the tyrannical evil god does not take action himself. For Suyu, just some derived evil gods are not a big deal. At most it is a little troublesome. Suyu does not need to take action himself. And when those evil things appear, he will directly put the task of clearing pollution into the task list. Naturally, someone will accept the task and clean up. Except for some old and weak people. Most of the entire mechanical city has gone out at this time. Even Tailong, Xiao Shangyin and others are excited to go out. They have to work hard to earn energy coins for the 4th level armor. Those survivors that Suyu brought back from the dark time and space have become familiar with the life in the mechanical city in just 1 month. They also participated in this mission. It is better to say that these survivors are more enthusiastic about participating in the mission than others. There is no way. These survivors have been trapped in the dark underground, which is so small. Now they come to the normal planet. There is a whole planet for them to explore. And they can't wait. There were also those galaxy warriors that Suyu had just brought back, and Suyu's old friend Galaxy Armor, who also took the opportunity to go out. They also wanted Suyu to help them upgrade the body of the armor. In the entire mechanical city, there was only one Suyu and his several mechanical apostles, who were above the 7-star level. With Suyu in charge, there was no need to worry about foreign enemies, so the others could go out on missions with confidence. Next, we will use the planetary energy to adjust the planetary ecology, control the planetary energy, and prepare for the promotion to the 5th level. Suyu saw that everyone had left, and he was moved in his heart, and he immediately began to adjust the planetary environment. If you want civilization to develop, The current planetary environment is not good. In order to prevent the energy of the painful evil god from polluting the planet, Suyu could only rely on his own strength to complete it. He landed on the ground from the mechanical city, released a powerful mental force, and quietly sensed. Soon, in his perception, the material part of the planet had disappeared, leaving only a huge virtual planet composed of energy. Suyu moved his mind and tried to control the planetary energy under his feet. Boom! Under his feet, 100-meter-high mound, or a small hill, suddenly rose. It's still far from the real fifth-level moving mountains and filling the sea. Suyu looked at the mound under his feet and knew that he was still far behind. Even worse than the Ghost Emperor at that time. The Ghost Emperor moved all the mountains around the mechanical city and turned them into plains. That was a huge mountain range thousands of meters high. Now Suyu could only make a small mound of 100 meters high, which is really a world of difference. Not to mention that if he wants to advance to the 5th level, he needs to control the energy of the entire planet. And the gap is even greater. There is no way. Suyu has never practiced this ability after all. Suyu's previous research on planetary energy was all for the purpose of becoming a time mechanic. He has basically never tried to control the planetary energy by himself. Now he tries, but he can't do it at all. But Suyu is not in a hurry. He still has time. According to the information of the Mechanical Council, the outbreak time of the subspace psychic tide is about 100 years away. In the next month, Suyu concentrated on controlling the planetary energy. He had the experience of studying the time mechanics before, and he also obtained the information left by the Ghost Emperor. So he made rapid progress. In just 1 month, he had improved from being able to make a 100-meter-high mound to being able to create a 2,000-meter-high mountain. Although he was still not as good as the Ghost Emperor at the time, he was already able to move mountains and fill the sea. With this kind of power, he could already start trying to adjust the ecology. Suyu looked at a violent volcano erupting in the distance, and was ready to fly over and suppress it. That volcano was created when Suyu and the tyrannical evil shadow fought before. It was more than 5,000 meters above sea level, and its energy far exceeded that of volcanoes of the same level. It was when Suyu fought against the tyrannical evil god that an attack directly hit the core of the earth, knocking out the core lava of billions of years. This is equivalent to making a hole in the entire planet. And the gushing magma and volcanic ash from the core of the earth are almost sprayed into outer space. This is a veritable supervolcano. If a normal life planet has such a supervolcano, it will definitely have a devastating impact on the global ecology. And now this volcano is just a common scenery on the ruins planet. There are dozens of volcanoes of this scale on the entire planet. There are other more terrible geological disasters, and more. Suyu flew to the side of the volcano and looked at the horrific disaster he had caused with his own hands. He had to sigh that the destructive power of a 5th-level strongman was really terrifying. At this time, the ruins planet was really a ruin. Just like the scene when this planet was just formed billions of years ago. And all this was just a short battle between Suyu and the tyrannical evil god, which really destroyed the world. To be honest, Suyu was a little surprised when he saw this scene. How did Zhang Chifeng seal the tyrannical evil god while preserving the planet's ecology? It was a wonder that Zhang Chifeng and the tyrannical evil god didn't blow up the planet and exterminate mankind. Thinking of this, he used the power of time to look at the past history. He wanted to see how the war was fought 10,000 years ago. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. After seeing the scene 1,000 years ago, Suyu had no choice but to stop his sight. The farther away from. Now, the more time power is consumed, and the more serious the backlash is. He calmly judged that it was not possible for the time being, and he could only wait until he accumulated more time power in the future. Then, Suyu looked at the supervolcano beside him, and with a thought, he was going to control the energy of the planet and close the gap of this planet. However, Suyu changed his mind and gave up this idea. He put a new exchange into the exchange system. In just a moment, everyone in the mechanical city across the planet received a notification on their personal terminals. With Suyu's current strength, the mechanical city's signal covers the entire world. Everyone in the mechanical city was busy. When they heard the prompt from their personal terminal, they immediately opened their personal terminal and looked at it. They were all delighted. Mr. Suyu has opened a new exchange. It can actually adjust the planet's energy and restore the planet's environment and ecology. Great. We have been suffering from this terrible environment for a month. We have to risk our lives just to go out. Yes, this environment is too terrible. Even with the 7-star armor. Sometimes, we will be bombarded by this sudden burst of energy and almost lose our lives. It is impossible to build a civilization in this environment. Fortunately, Mr. Su, you can transform the ecology. But the price is so expensive. It is normal for this kind of exchange to be expensive. But Mr. Su Yu has noted that it can be raised. And many people can pool money to exchange together. There are so many of us. It's nothing to get together and share the burden. Hurry up and start. Everyone was very excited. They had had enough of the harsh environment of the planet in this month. And their lives were almost gone. These people, almost 100,000 people in a team, were divided into 100 teams. In this month, they went to various parts of the planet to prepare to build cities, develop civilization, and complete Su Yu's mission. When they first came out, they were still full of enthusiasm. But just one day after coming out, many people were almost seriously injured or even died. The environment of this planet at this time is really extremely bad. Not only the material environment, but also the planetary energy is exploding. And there is still some violent energy left over from the previous battle between Su Yu and the tyrannical evil god. Even in some dangerous places, the 7-star powerhouses will be injured or even killed if they are not careful. So they basically did nothing in this month. Just surviving. Not to mention building a city. If they didn't have all kinds of powerful equipment exchanged, I'm afraid many people would have died. And the new exchange that Su Yu is now opening up naturally solved their urgent needs. Moreover, this exchange is not expensive. Especially Su Yu also specifically noted that it can be raised. Everyone gathers together, which is enough for Su Yu to take action once. Su Yu's move can at least open up a safe zone around them, giving them a chance to breathe. If they are wealthy enough, they can directly ask Su Yu to restore the environment of thousands of kilometers around them. But no one has so much money. Although in theory, this bad environment was caused by Su Yu himself. It seems a bit unfair that Su Yu wants to charge money for his move. However, Su Yu's prestige is now the highest in everyone's mind. So naturally no one dares to complain. They only complained about their lack of strength and their inability to adapt to the environment. So soon someone raised funds and exchanged them, and applied to Su Yu to restore the ecology. The first to complete the fundraising was a team of 100,000 people led by Tai Long. More than 17,000 kilometers away from Su Yu. The environment around them was extremely harsh. With 7 supervolcanoes, an atmospheric hole in the sky, a huge abyss underground, and planetary energy explosions around them, and various residual energies from wars. When Tai Long brought these 100,000 people here, he was just challenging himself. And he would choose any place with a bad environment. As a result, after a month, Tai Long had to give up. With his strength, he was in danger several times. If he was not strong enough, he would have lost his life. So he was the first to apply for ecological restoration. Then, Tai Long and his 100,000 men waited for Su Yu to come with great anticipation. Tai Long was a believer of Su Yu, and his men were basically all believers of Su Yu, worshipping Su Yu as a god. Although Su Yu did not want a bunch of charlatans to be citizens. There are always some charlatans among the millions of people. This is their free will. And Su Yu does not want to interfere. If Su Yu does not let them believe in themselves, maybe they will believe in some other evil gods. This is also the reason why Tai Long and his friends were the first to apply for exchange. They mainly want to see their god take action. However, they did not wait for Su Yu, but waited for. Tielong's expression suddenly changed. And the picture in front of him changed. The material world in front of him became translucent, revealing the surging energy hidden under the material. This energy is everywhere and surging. Is this the planetary energy that Mr. Su Yu said? Tai Long is also a strong man. After being surprised, he immediately realized what this is. Planetary energy. The most critical planetary energy for promotion to the 5th level. Tai Long is still at the 8-star level. With the Yurei transformation, he barely reaches the 9-star strength. And the planetary energy is the energy that only the 4th level strong can control. And Tai Long cannot sense it at all. And now, he actually saw it. No, not just seeing, but having a clear sense of those planetary energies. In fact, planetary energy is basically invisible to the naked eye. And it all depends on spiritual induction. And being able to see. It means that the spirit can sense it. And it can also be controlled. Could this be Mr. Su Yu's way of restoring the environment? Tai Long felt a little unbelievable. He tried to use his mind to try to mobilize the planetary energy in front of him. Sure enough, the planetary energy moved with his mind. Driven by the planetary energy, the rocks on the ground also swayed like waves. Sure enough, Tylon was overjoyed. Mr. Suyu actually helped them restore the ecology in this way. It turned out that he lent them the ability to control the planetary energy and let them do it themselves. This is simply a huge benefit. With the strength of ordinary extraordinary people, they will never have any chance to contact high-level energy such as planetary energy in their lifetime. Now, you only need to spend a little energy coin to borrow this powerful power. Experience the ability to move mountains and fill the sea in person. Of course, there are countless benefits. Tylon only controlled the planetary energy once, and he felt that his spiritual energy seemed to become more active. It seems that the interaction with the planetary energy made him stronger. At this time, Suyu, who was tens of thousands of kilometers away, also smiled. Sure enough, it can be transferred. It turned out that Suyu slightly modified the technology of transferring the pain evil god to time backlash, and used it to transfer planetary energy. In this way, ordinary extraordinary people can also have the ability to control planetary energy. Let them exchange this ability for themselves. Move mountains and fill the sea. And change the world. Chapter 433 Shared Abilities. Transform planets. And develop civilization. And it's not just that. Master Tylong, what's wrong with you? At this time, Tielong's subordinates saw Tielong's shocked and happy expression and asked hurriedly. In their mouths, Tylong still called him leader of the Legion. These people are all in uniform. And they really look like a legion. I don't know what legion it is. I guess it's a legion of charlatans. Tylong glanced at these subordinates and told them what had just happened. Everyone was very surprised when they heard it. And they also tried to sense the energy of the planet. Sure enough, under their sensing, the matter in their vision disappeared, revealing the hidden energy of the planet. That's right. Suyu didn't just lend his ability to Tylon alone, but to all members of this 100,000-man team. All of them can borrow Suyu's ability to control the energy of the planet and transform the environment. According to Tielong's guidance, they soon mastered the method of controlling the energy of the planet. Although their control power is very weak, everyone has it. With a thought, everyone can change the terrain, sort out the planetary energy, and restore the environment. Moreover, in this process, they came into contact with high-level energy such as planetary energy, and were unconsciously infected. Their strength was improved, and they gained considerable benefits. Planetary energy is an extremely high-level energy, starting at the 4th level, just like the magma buried deep in the Earth's core. Under normal circumstances, these people cannot touch or absorb it, unless the planetary energy riots. Like a volcanic eruption, they can touch it directly. But that is equivalent to ordinary people standing at the mouth of a volcano, which is extremely dangerous, not to mention getting benefits. Now Suyu has lent his ability to everyone, which gives them a chance. After a little trial, everyone cheered, prayed and praised Suyu loudly. This made Suyu gain a lot of faith power, and gained a lot of professional experience. Then, everyone started working immediately, and 100,000 people used their newly acquired abilities to control the planetary energy and transform the environment. With 100,000 people working together, moving mountains and filling the sea is no problem. Although the environment around them is extremely bad. With 7 supervolcanoes, they believe that with the power of Mr. Suyu, it is just around the corner to transform these supervolcanoes into plains. While working, they also posted videos on the network of personal terminals to share their experiences with other people far away. Personal terminals are globally connected, and the millions of residents of the mechanical city, although separated from all parts of the world at this time, can communicate without hindrance. Some other teams whose surrounding environments are not too bad may have been a little hesitant, not knowing whether to exchange for the ability to transform the environment. After all, it is too expensive, and one person can't afford it at all, so they can only raise funds. Now seeing the videos shared by Tylong and others, one by one, there are no doubts. It turned out that they could borrow the power of Mr. Suyu, rely on themselves to transform the environment, and even absorb the legendary planetary energy to get benefits. Where can such a good thing be found? Before, they didn't even know what planetary energy was. It was only when Suyu gave them popular science that they knew that this energy was related to the 5th level promotion. This is definitely a very high-level energy. They only thought it was a myth. Now, they only need to spend some energy coins to gain the ability to control the energy of the planet. From this point of view, the exchange price set by Suyu is not expensive, but too cheap. Everyone quickly raised funds for the exchange. However, most teams were too late to act, and soon saw the words out of stock and please queue displayed in the exchange system. There is no way, no matter how strong Suyu's ability is, sharing it with 3 million people. 30 teams is the limit. With a population of tens of millions and more than 100 teams, only 30 teams got it. The rest can only wait. Those who got the chance were extremely excited and soon began to try to control the energy of the planet, transform the surrounding environment, and post videos on the internet to show off. The rest who didn't get it could only beat their chests and stamp their feet, regretting that they were too slow to act, and blame themselves for suspecting that Mr. Suyu's price was too high. These teams that didn't exchange can only rely on themselves to transform the environment and build civilization. At this time, Suyu felt that his ability was borrowed by 3 million people and nodded secretly. This technique of lending one's own abilities to others comes from the painful evil god and is very exquisite. After Suyu lends these abilities to others, when those people use them, it is just like Suyu himself using them, and even more effective than when he uses them himself. Suyu is now equivalent to distracting 3 million people and controlling the energy of planets around the world. He can even accumulate experience through this and greatly improve his progress in mastering planetary energy. This is also a way of cultivation, sharing one's own abilities and letting others help him cultivate, help him practice. Using the 3 methods together, we should be able to reach the top of the 4th level before the subspace tide erupts, and be qualified to hold the 5th level ceremony. Suyu muttered to himself, and at the same time, the prompts on the career panel kept popping up. Gained 100,000 career experience. Seeing these prompts, Suyu was even more satisfied. He has never been able to meditate and practice honestly. Before the 3rd level, he relied on killing radiation beasts to quickly accumulate experience and upgrade like flying. After reaching the 3rd level, it is no longer difficult to upgrade by killing radiation beasts. After all, where can you find so many 3rd level radiation beasts? And if you rely on meditation alone, you may not be able to upgrade 1 star in 100 years. So later Suyu came up with the belief upgrade. By gathering believers and relying on the believer's faith, you can quickly accumulate experience. Later, Suyu met the mechanical god and developed the destiny upgrade method. Use the ability of the mechanical god's destiny river to change your own destiny, so that you are always in the best destiny, and always in the state of enlightenment, so as to practice quickly. Now Suyu has another shared upgrade. It is to lend his own ability to others and let others help him practice, which can speed up Suyu's practice. This kind of shared practice method, Suyu had never thought of it before. Even if he thought of it, he couldn't use it. This is a real 5th level ability, and it may be the unique ability of the painful evil god. Suyu can use it because he has the future possibility of the painful evil god, which is equivalent to the ability shared by the painful evil god. Just like before, the painful evil god gave Suyu the peerless talent of the pain field, turning Suyu into a genius, which is also a kind of ability sharing. However, since Suyu and the painful evil god are essentially one, and now the painful evil god has been transformed into an evil god soldier mecha, this ability to share ability is actually equivalent to the painful evil god giving it to Suyu for free, and it can't be taken back. Anyway, the two are essentially one person. If it were another 4th level, this sharing method would not be used even if you want to use it, and you can't learn it even if you want to. At this time, Suyu shared his own ability with 3 million people, and 3 million people helped him practice together, which was really a rapid progress. Although, the power of 3 million people combined is not as strong as Suyu alone. Suyu is really too strong. But each of them has independent consciousness, independent destiny, independent possibility, and independent wisdom. Such specialness cannot be divided by simple power. Moreover, Suyu at this time uses these 3 methods of accelerated cultivation at the same time. Only in this way can the originally slow progress of the 4th level profession be quickly improved. Otherwise, it would take at least 1,000 years to reach the top of the 4th level. Where would he get so much time? 1 rotation per year. 3 or 4 years can transform the planet once, which is not slow. Suyu calculated in his mind and said secretly, 3 million people work together to transform the planet. Even if the environment of the planet is bad, it will not take long. Suyu then just needs to wait quietly. And all over the planet, the 3 million people who are transforming the environment in full swing are emitting a unique momentum. Or belief. That kind of belief is the passion to change the world. And this belief, Suyu soon felt it. Change the world. Never give in to the environment. Is this human civilization? It seems that I did the right thing. Suyu was thoughtful. In the next 4 years, Suyu stayed in the mechanical city and did not go out again. More than 100,000 teams from all over the planet have borrowed Suyu's ability once. The environment around the world has been basically transformed. The entire planet is no longer as bad as before. And ordinary people can survive for a long time. And there are no ordinary people in the mechanical city. They start with extraordinary people. So now the environment of the ruins planet has basically no effect on their survival. There are only some Jedi with energy explosions on the planet that they cannot transform. But they are already in the plan. In the past few years, they have not only used the ability lent to them by Suyu, but they have developed some mechanical creations in a targeted manner to cooperate with Suyu's sharing ability to a greater extent, transform the planet, and improve the environment. The wisdom of millions of people, plus Suyu's ability, has made a big change in a chaotic planet in just a few years. Seeing this result, these people are full of infinite pride. Moreover, they also use this opportunity to build hundreds of new cities all over the planet. And in this way, they completed many tasks assigned by Suyu, and thus received a large number of energy coins as rewards. Many people have already collected enough for the down payment of the 7-star battle armor. And some people have exchanged the information of the 3rd level profession, and asked Suyu to help them tailor and optimize the profession and ceremony. Many people even held the ceremony and completed the promotion in the past few years, becoming the new 7 stars. So you could feel that the unique breath was even stronger. This is the breath of civilization. It is the ambition to change the world. And it is the instinct that has been engraved in the genes of human beings since their birth. Even the energy of the entire planet has undergone subtle changes because of this. It seems to be more suitable for human survival and development, and more suitable for the awakening of extraordinary people. Suyu also has a new understanding. In the 5th level ceremony, the so-called development of civilization and resonance with the energy of the planet may also have another explanation. That is to develop civilization and transform the energy of the planet. It is not resonance, but forced transformation. Transforming the energy of the planet and making it harmonious with human civilization will naturally achieve resonance. This is the true meaning of developing civilization. After understanding all this, Suyu opened a new exchange again and lent everyone new abilities. The abilities that Suyu lent them before could be used to transform the environment. This time, it can be used to restore the ecology. At this time, the environment of the ruins planet has been almost restored. But there is no life. The ground is bare. The oxygen content in the air is also very low. And there is no fish in the sea. Not even seaweed. After the accumulation of these years, Suyu has mastered the energy of the planet to a higher level, and can use the energy of the planet to catalyze life. Although it cannot catalyze intelligent life, it is difficult to create life out of thin air. But it is still easy to catalyze some plants, algae, microorganisms, fungi and the like. With a foundation of plants, algae, microorganisms and fungi, various animals can be slowly catalyzed to make the entire planet full of the breath of life. On such a planet, civilization can be developed. However, Suyu still did not do it himself. But like before, he lent these abilities to other people and let them restore the ecology of the planet. The people in the mechanical city all over the planet were excited when they saw Suyu's new exchange. They have already transformed the environment around them. And some of them have nothing to do. Now that they have a new exchange, they are naturally very happy. After all, the task issued by Suyu includes restoring the ecology. They were just worrying about how to develop the ecology and complete the task. Suyu's new exchange just solved their urgent needs. So, soon all the more than 10 million people exchanged new abilities and began to transform the planet's ecology. Suyu's ability has made great progress in the past 4 years. So this time, he can directly lend his abilities to 10 million people without queuing. Next, just wait quietly. Wait for these 10 million people to restore the ecology of the planet. In fact, there have been more than 10 million people in these 4 years. After all, they all know that Suyu wants to develop civilization. In these 4 years, in addition to working, They will also get married and have children to increase the population. Otherwise, if there are only 10 million people, what kind of civilization is that? These people are basically extraordinary people, and they are not short of energy. The children born are all strong. It is estimated that in a few years, they can all awaken and become extraordinary children. These children are still young now, and in another 10 or 8 years, they will become the cornerstone of civilization development. TSK. It's developing really fast. Now, including children, it's almost 20 million. So you naturally knew the situation of those people. Every additional person would be registered in the database of the mechanical city and obtain an ID number and a personal termo. According to statistics, the population of the entire mechanical city is already more than 19 million. Close to 20 million. At this growth rate, in a few decades, it will probably be over 100 million. With sufficient resources and no need to worry about the threat of radioactive beasts. Civilization is developing fast. It seems that I have to hurry up too. Don't wait until civilization develops well before I reach the top of the 4th level, which will be embarrassing. Suyu felt the speed of civilization development and actually felt pressure. Just when he was about to concentrate on meditation and cultivation, he suddenly felt something in his heart. He felt that the subspace projection planet of the painful evil god had bred something. Chapter 434, Planet in the Subspace Domain. Customized Psychic Life. As a 5th level evil god, the painful evil god subspace domain has long been closed and has become an independent subspace, planet, or even another miniature subspace. In this miniature subspace, life can be bred like a planet in the material world. Of course, it is not a normal flesh and blood life, but a pure psychic life similar to the subspace demon. However, the origin of the painful evil god is too strange. Before the war, he was not even a real existence. His subspace domain is naturally more ethereal, so it is naturally impossible to breed any life. It only attracted the rotten flesh eye, which settled on the planet and became a subordinate of the painful evil god, but later betrayed him. After the painful evil god was transformed into an evil god soldier mecha, although it was not completely real. After all, Suyu had not completely merged with him and had not really become one. But the painful evil god in this state has partially gained reality. His subspace domain has also gained reality. After this planet gained reality, it experienced all kinds of geological changes, just like a normal planet in reality. However, its various changes are much faster than those of a real material planet. In just 4 years, it has completed the billions of years of the birth of a material planet. And now it has begun to breed life. Then, Suyu sensed it. It seems to be just some primitive life. Not even life. Just some psychic groups with instincts. Suyu connected his spirit and the evil god soldier mecha together, and carefully sensed the state of the planet in the subspace field. That planet looks similar to the current ruins planet, and it is unknown whether it has been affected by something. On this subspace planet, there is extremely concentrated psychic energy, forming a land. The extremely concentrated psychic energy forms something like matter in the subspace. There is also a sea formed by slightly thinner psychic energy. There is even an atmosphere. The originally empty psychic energy has become a real substance on this planet in the subspace domain. In fact, Suyu had already come into contact with subspace matter when he defeated Wang and studied the Hell Furnace. At that time, Suyu used the Hellfire to transform the Hell Furnace into the new body of the mechanical god. After the mechanical god transferred his consciousness to the body transformed by the Hell Furnace, strange changes occurred, and he even gained psychic energy. This Hell Furnace has a strange material. It seems to have no real material components, but is a pure subspace creation. And the level of this subspace material is extremely high. And I am made of pure real material. When my consciousness resonated with this Hell Furnace and was transferred and uploaded, the two completely opposite materials came into contact, and a strange change occurred. Because of this change, I finally sensed the subspace and possessed the so-called psychic energy. According to what the mechanical god said at the beginning, the Hell Furnace is a pure subspace creation without any real material components. And now, the planet of the subspace domain of the painful evil god is composed of this strange subspace matter. Suyu suspected that King A's Hell Furnace was actually made of the matter in this subspace domain planet. The Hell Furnace is essentially a part of the painful evil god. No wonder that thing has the essence of the 5th level, and can even use it to drive the Shining Sun mecha. allowing King to have the power of the 5th level for a short time. The body of the mechanical god cast with the hell furnace gave the mechanical god some experience in controlling and transforming the painful evil god in advance. This is how he was able to transform the painful evil god into an evil god soldier mecha at the last hurdle, turning this terrifying evil god into a controllable force. In the future, the painful evil god refined a part of the subspace domain planet into the hell furnace and gave it to the past king. It is estimated that he did not have any good intentions. In the end, he still shot himself in the foot. This does feel a bit like fate and destiny. I don't know how the painful evil god, who was originally nothing, could have forged the hell furnace from a planet in the even more nothingness of the subspace domain, and then given it to the king of the past after 10,000 years. King, did the letter written to the future really reach the painful evil god of the future? Why would the painful evil god respond to the king? So you even thought of more. The future has infinite possibilities. Why only the painful evil god would appear? If there were a few more Suyu, Mechanic Suyu, Yuri Suyu, etc., all of whom were level 5, and traveled back from the future, I wonder what they would do to the tyrannical evil god under siege. How could it be like this? Letting the tyrannical evil god run to the depths of the subspace to hide. So, why did only one painful evil god Suyu appear, and no others? The birth of the painful evil god must have a deeper secret. But it's a pity that you couldn't look through the painful evil god's memory. The evil god soldier mecha can only control the power of the painful evil god, not his spirit and memory. After all, it is a 5th level evil god. How can it be so easy to control? If even the spirit and memory can be controlled, it means that this evil god is dead and has completely become a puppet. And it is obviously not at that level now. However, Suyu is not in a hurry. As long as he himself is promoted to the 5th level, and is at the same level as the painful evil god, he can find a way to completely control this great evil god and obtain his memory. At that time, Suyu can solve the mystery of the birth of the painful evil god. This is very important. If he doesn't figure it out, Suyu is worried that another self will appear in the future, which will be a pain in the ass. It's enough to beat a painful evil god, so the price paid is enough. Although he has also gained powerful power, Suyu doesn't want to experience it a second time. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu focused his attention on the subspace planet. With the help of the connection with the evil god soldier mecha, Suyu's spirit quickly swept over this subspace planet, and soon came to the sea following the induction. In the sea composed of psychic energy, some tiny life is quietly born and rapidly developing and evolving. These so-called lives are very small, not even as big as a cell of normal organisms. Just tiny psychic groups. These psychic groups have just been born. But because of the extremely fast evolution speed in the subspace planet, they have formed a huge group of hundreds of millions, swimming in the psychic ocean, hunting, and reproducing. These things cannot have any wisdom, but life behavior can be clearly observed. They are real creatures, but they are still very primitive. Suyu has never seen many pure psychic creatures, especially this extremely primitive psychic creature. He has never seen it once. But now, he has opened his eyes. Suyu discovered that the structure of these psychic creatures was extremely simple. It was just a few psychic vortices entangled and combined. And there were obvious biological activities. It was really magical. These things are similar to the primitive microorganisms on the material planet. They are the origin of life and the beginning of everything. In the material world, it takes hundreds of millions of years for primitive microorganisms to evolve into highly intelligent creatures. However, with the evolution speed of this subspace planet, Suyu estimated that it would take at most a few months to evolve into a psychic life form with high intelligence. And this is the subspace planet of the painful evil god. The life that finally evolved must be contaminated with a large amount of subspace demons with the power of pain, which can be called painful demons. This kind of demon is born with infinite power of pain, so it is in pain all the time. This makes them full of hatred for everything in the world, and they vow to drag everything into hell to help them share the pain. The 5th order painful evil god can breed 3rd order or even 4th order demons on his subspace planet. These things are truly extremely evil demons, without a trace of kindness or humanity. Only pain and despair. Under normal circumstances, they can't even die. Even if they die, they will be reborn on the subspace planet and experience endless pain again, which will make them more ferocious. If the painful evil god is born normally, these painful demons will become his minions to conquer the material universe. Countless lives will be harmed by these demons. And countless civilizations will be dragged into hell, and will never be able to transcend. Fortunately, the painful evil god has become an evil god soldier mecha. So all that will not happen. Painful demons? I'm not interested in cultivating that kind of thing. Suyu looked at the newly born psychic microorganisms on the subspace planet, and said to himself. In fact, as long as he wants, these painful demons will become his thugs and fight for him after they are born. Suyu could even capture those demons, seal them into mechanical creations, provide power for the machines, and mass-produce 7-star or higher painful mechas. However, these demons are born deep in the boundless hell, and can never be freed. They only want to destroy everything, kill everything, and torture everything. Suyu doesn't know what the meaning of letting such creatures be born is. Guys like Wang are extremely evil, and it is reasonable for Suyu to throw them into hell to suffer torture. And these subspace creatures, they have been trapped in hell since they were born. They suffer pain themselves, and they will also bring pain to this universe. And they can neither live nor die. So, why bother? Just let them not be born. Of course, Suyu would not let this subspace domain planet go to waste. After all, he wanted to build a large-scale third-order or even fourth-order machine. And now it all depends on this domain planet. So, Suyu wants to adjust the life form of this planet and customize psychic life. Under normal circumstances, this subspace domain planet will only evolve subspace demons. But now is an abnormal situation. After all, the painful evil god is being controlled by Suyu, a normal person. Suyu can adjust the evolution process of these subspace psychic life in a targeted manner, allowing them to evolve into other things. This is a bit difficult for Suyu, but not difficult. After all, the entire evil god soldier mecha is in his hands. First, Suyu has to purify the pain power of those creatures. This cannot be done with the power of the evil god soldier mecha, because any power of the painful evil god carries the erosion of pain power. This is determined by his evil god nature. If there is no such nature, what kind of evil god is it? Unless the painful evil god cooperates with all his strength, it is possible to eliminate the pain erosion that comes with him. But in that case, the painful evil god would be converted to the right path. And Suyu, the evil god, would become the righteous god Suyu, which is also unlikely. Let a 5th-level great evil god convert to the right path. Suyu is not that fanciful. So if you want to purify the power of pain of these creatures, Suyu can only do it himself, which is a bit troublesome. But fortunately, Suyu has also cultivated the power of pain, so it is not impossible. After all, the creatures bred in this subspace planet are only at the 4th level at the strongest, and Suyu can still deal with it. After purification, it is to adjust the planetary energy and let these psychic lives develop and evolve according to Suyu's expectations. Become the creature he wants. Customized psychic creatures. That's right. The subspace planet actually has planetary energy. Maybe this is why you need to fully master the planetary energy to advance to the 5th level. First master the planetary energy in the material universe, and then construct the planetary energy in the subspace planet to be considered successful. In this subspace planet, just like the planets in the material universe, manipulating the subspace planetary energy can also adjust the environment and ecology. As long as the energy of these subspace planets is adjusted, these subspace creatures can develop in the direction Suyu wants. This is also a bit troublesome, but Suyu can still do it. Suyu can also use this to try out the energy of the subspace planets. What is the difference between the energy of the material universe planets? However, this time, he can't use the previous method of transferring power to let the people of the mechanical city help Suyu. So he can only do it himself. Suyu immediately concentrated his mind and began to manipulate the energy of the subspace planets, trying to influence those primitive psychic microorganisms. This is not easy. The various characteristics of these primitive psychic microorganisms are completely different from those of the creatures in the material world. They are very fragile. If Suyu is not careful, he will cause a mass extinction and all populations will die. Fortunately, the subspace planets evolve very quickly. Even if they are extinct, new primitive populations will evolve the next day. After Suyu exterminated these primitive creatures more than 10 times, he finally found the trick to make them begin to evolve. The psychic creatures that Suyu customized. The evolution direction is machinery. Data. Suyu wanted to customize psychic creatures. The purpose is to use them to manufacture a large number of mechanical creations such as mechas and battle armors above level 3. The psychic creatures he wanted to customize are naturally in this aspect. Perhaps because the evil god's mechas were transformed by the mechanical god and infiltrated with the power of the mechanical god. Su Yu's customization behavior was very successful. In a short period of time, those primitive microorganisms have already had some mechanical structures. They can even send data signals and communicate with each other in a primitive way. When these things evolve completely, they can be used for mechanical manufacturing. Then, name them. Machine Soul. Chapter 435 Machine Soul. Mass production of third-level armor. Machine Soul. This is the name Su Yu gave to the customized creatures. It means mechanical soul. They are the souls of mechanical creations. Since it is called soul, the machine soul has no entity and is composed entirely of energy. Although on this subspace planet, the extremely rich psychic energy can form solids or liquids. So you can completely customize psychic life with entities, or even directly semi-mechanized life. Just like the hell furnace at the beginning. It was cast with the materials here. The painful evil god can make the hell furnace here. So Su Yu can naturally do it. In that case, Su Yu can even save the process of casting mechanical creations and directly customize psychic mechanical armor in mecha. But Su Yu did not do that. The main reason is that these customized lives are born to merge with mechanical creations. If they have entities, it will be difficult to merge. And, to be honest, it is a bit difficult to use psychic energy to form entities. So far, no physical psychic microorganisms have evolved on the entire subspace planet. Because that kind of creature is too strong. It starts at the top of the second level, or even the third or fourth level. It is difficult for Su Yu to make it in a short time. Pure energy creatures do not have such restrictions. Moreover, Su Yu's control over these customized lives is not strong. Originally, the power of the painful evil god eroded them, and they would have a strong control over them, making them unable to live or die. But Su Yu purified the pain power in them, which weakened the control of the painful evil god over them to the extreme. Su Yu's control over them was also weakened. If you directly customize a powerful physical mechanical psychic life, but you can't control it, what's the point? Of course, Su Yu is not without control over these machine souls. When Su Yu customized them, he wrote the gene of loyalty into their life source. They are born to obey all Su Yu's orders and worship Su Yu as a god. But this is not absolutely safe. There is still the possibility of rebellion. After all, Su Yu's own future possibilities can be transformed into a painful evil god rebellion. Let alone these customized psychic life forms. Su Yu does not trust these aliens, even if they are customized by Su Yu. And pure energy creatures, when fused with mechanical creations, have an extra layer of restrictions on them. Controlling the machinery is equivalent to controlling them. Su Yu's control over mechanical creations is too strong. Adding the loyalty in the genes of these customized life forms, Su Yu has an extra layer of control over them, which is much safer. These customized psychic creatures seem to be just a ball of energy at this time, without any entity. But if you look closely, you can find that they have various mechanical structures inside. Mechanical structures formed entirely by psychic energy. However, because their bodies are completely composed of energy, those mechanical structures are just phantoms, and it is difficult to play the role of real mechanical structures. They seem to be just for show. In fact, those mechanical structures are not only for viewing, but also have exquisite designs that can really play the role of machinery. But because they have no entity, these exquisitely designed mechanical structures can only be idle and useless. Those mechanical structures are essentially just mechanical blueprints and require physical materials from the material universe to function. These creatures have inherent defects, and some of their important functions cannot be performed. This will make them naturally desire to merge with mechanical creations. Only by merging with mechanical creations can they be complete and perform their natural functions. This is the purpose of Su Yu's design. And this is also the origin of the word machine soul. They are the souls of mechanical creations, born with mechanical blueprints, and naturally fit in perfectly with mechanical creations. In Su Yu's design, the intelligence of these machine souls is not high, and is similar to that of animals. This is also for insurance, so that they will not become the masters of mechanical creations after merging with mechanical creations. Next, let them evolve. After deciding on the idea, Su Yu made rapid progress. Those machine souls evolved rapidly under Su Yu's promotion. They reproduced, developed, fought, and evolved on the subspace psychic planet. However, after these machine souls reached a certain strength, the speed of evolution slowed down. In the microbial state, they can reproduce a generation in 1 or 2 minutes and evolve rapidly. But when they grow larger, it is not so easy, and the speed drops greatly. This is not difficult for Suyu. He directly lends a part of the time power of the evil god Mecha to these machine souls, allowing them to use the 5th level time power to accelerate their own evolution. The 5th level time power is even stronger than Suyu's own time power, and can realize many functions. Time acceleration is one of them. This is a new function that Suyu has developed in the past few years after becoming familiar with the evil god soldier Mecha. Soon, after only 2 months, a group of machine souls reached the top of the 2nd level. It is just an accelerated evolution to the top of the 2nd level. This degree of time backlash is not serious. At most, when they are promoted to the 3rd level, the failure rate of the ceremony is a little higher. But Suyu did not intend to let them use the normal method to promote to the 3rd level. Next, it is a critical moment. Can these psychic creatures be promoted to the 3rd level? The answer is yes. However, they are not like Nono and the mechanical spirit, who rely on sharing Suyu's subspace field to upgrade. The promotion of these machine souls also requires the completion of rituals. And there are 2 types of their rituals. One of them is more troublesome and requires completing complex rituals on the subspace field planet and experiencing difficult battles. Just like Suyu's promotion to the 3rd level, it can be said that he was a life and death struggle. Moreover, it is even more difficult than when Suyu was promoted to the 3rd level. At that time, Suyu's ritual had to fight against the tyrannical thoughts for a month. The promotion ceremony of these machine souls is even more difficult, because their evolution is the result of the catalysis of the power of time. They are born with backlash. It is more difficult than Suyu at the beginning to promote to the 3rd level normally. Almost impossible. In addition, there is actually another ceremony. That is, to merge with a sufficiently powerful real universe mechanical creation, complete oneself, and then promote to the 3rd level. This ceremony, in a sense, is equally difficult. After all, there is not even an atom on this subspace planet. Where can you find a sufficiently powerful mechanical creation to merge? They can't get out either. After all, this is the subspace planet of the 5th level evil god, who can go out without Suyu's permission. The 2 promotion ceremonies of these machine souls were also carefully designed by Suyu, just for this step. Over the years, Suyu has been helping the people of the mechanical city to tailor the ceremony to help them promote to the 3rd level. So he has enough experience in the creation of the 3rd level profession and the design of the ceremony. However, when Suyu designed the ceremony for the residents of the mechanical city, it was based on the original 3rd level profession and improved it to make this profession more suitable for those people. It is not to create a new profession out of nothing. Now, the ritual that Suyu designed for these machine souls really created a new profession out of nothing. And it is a profession that the race is born with. This difficulty is naturally increased. Moreover, these machine souls are not even human beings at all. Nor are they physical creatures in the material universe, but pure subspace psychic creatures. Fortunately, these machine souls are all customized by Suyu. Suyu knows them very well, and it is much easier to design professions and rituals for them. Looking at the machine souls in the subspace field planet, who can't wait to be promoted to the 3rd level, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. The 2 routes he designed for these machine souls are both useful. Although the complex ritual is difficult, the machine soul will be stronger after completion. This complex ritual is actually prepared for the 4th level, after they hold the ritual on their own and are promoted to the 3rd level. The difficulty of being promoted to the 4th level will increase again, and the desire for material machinery will be stronger. So they will basically choose the 2nd path. That is, to merge with mechanical creations to become the 4th level. In this way, Suyu will have both the 3rd and 4th level machine souls. In the future, 3rd and 4th level mechanical creations can be mass-produced. 3rd level machinery is easy to produce, because it only requires the 2nd level top level machine soul to fuse with a mechanical creation of sufficient strength. And even if the ceremony is completed, it will be promoted to the 3rd level. The 4th level is a bit difficult, and the machine soul needs to be promoted to the 3rd level by itself. And then it can be fused with the 3rd level mechanical creation to be promoted. However, as long as there are enough machine souls, there will always be 3rd level machine souls, which is not a big problem. At most the number is a little less. And there are not many people who can afford 4th level mechanical creations. So fewer is less. Suyu is also preparing to develop new technology. That is, by allowing a mechanical creation to fuse more machine souls, so that the strength can be improved again, so as to reach the 4th level from the 3rd level. This will wait for the future research. Now, let's try to use the machine soul to cast a 3rd level mechanical creation. Suyu's spirit returned to reality. He opened the network of the mechanical city and looked at the order on it. In the past 3 or 4 years, some people have earned enough energy coins to exchange for complete 3rd level armor. However, Suyu did not deliver the goods immediately, but told them that it would take time to forge. How precious is the 3rd level armor? Those people naturally can't wait. Now, it's time to deliver. Suyu moved his mind, and a mechanical armor appeared beside him. Its appearance is similar to the Azure Oath, but its function is even more powerful than the prototype, because this mechanical armor was cast by Suyu when he was at the 4th level with precious materials. It is much stronger than the one cast at the 2nd level. Although this mechanical armor is only at the top of the 2nd level in terms of rank, its combat power is even close to the 3rd level. However, this mechanical armor is even just a blank, and Suyu did not want to use this armor at all. There are many blanks of the same level, all lying quietly in Suyu's materialization space. That's right. These blanks are all used to merge with the machine soul and advance to the 3rd level. Suyu took out this blank, took a look to make sure there was no problem, and then his mind moved again, and he grabbed a 6-star top machine soul from the subspace planet. Its appearance is floating and looks like a ball of translucent mist, almost invisible, and there are illusory machines running slowly in the mist. This is still Suyu's perspective. If you are not strong enough, you can't see it at all. This machine soul was eating and sleeping on the planet in the subspace domain before. Now it was suddenly caught out and was a little confused. But soon, it found Suyu next to it. Suddenly, the whole body made of psychic mist trembled and sent out a series of data signals. Those data signals were all expressing excitement, happiness, and respect. It was created by Suyu. In the origin of life, it was engraved with respect for Suyu. Just like before Suyu crossed over, the humans in that world domesticated animals, making those animals naturally close to humans in their genes. And that was just domestication. Suyu's control over these machine souls is much stronger than domestication. The machine soul's respect and closeness to Suyu is completely a life instinct. Just like eating and drinking, it is the highest need of humans. Seeing this, Suyu touched the machine soul casually, feeling like touching a ball of cotton. The machine soul was even happier and flew around Suyu happily. If it had a tail like a dog, I'm afraid it would have shaken its tail into a propeller. Although this machine soul has the strength of the 2nd level top level and 6 stars, its intelligence level is similar to that of animals. It is very simple, and its emotional changes are also very straightforward. This is also a good thing. The machine soul does not need too strong intelligence. Otherwise it will have too many thoughts, and it will be difficult to control. After flying around Suyu for a while, this little guy noticed the mechanical armor next to Suyu. At first, it didn't know what it was, but soon felt the call of instinct. After a while, it became excited again and sent an extremely urgent signal to Suyu. It longed for this mechanical armor. It wanted to merge with this armor and complete itself. This desire surpassed everything. Seeing this, Suyu smiled slightly, grabbed this machine soul and pressed it into the blank of the mechanical armor. Yes, it is so rough. Just press this machine soul in. After the machine soul was pressed in, it instinctively merged its own mechanical structure with the mecha without Suyu's instruction. This fusion made it indistinguishable from the machine, and both sides were greatly strengthened. And thus, it gained great satisfaction. Crack! Suyu heard the sound of space breaking. He opened his eyes, and saw that a subspace door had opened inside the mechanical armor. The endless spiritual energy poured out from it, and soaked into the inside of the mecha, causing it to undergo essential changes. And in the subspace, a projection of a mechanical armor became solid and turned into a solid mark. A powerful momentum soared into the sky. That was the momentum of the 3rd level. The momentum of the 7 stars. This momentum was extremely powerful, even similar to when Suyu was just promoted to the 7 stars. This machine soul, fused with the mechanical armor, had completed the ceremony and was promoted to the 3rd level. It works. All of this was carefully designed by Suyu, and he had already confirmed its feasibility with the power of time. But after the success, Suyu still felt joy in his heart, because this meant that he could finally mass-produce third-order mechanical creations. Chapter 436 8-Star Machine Soul Armor. After a short period of adaptation, the newly merged and promoted Machine Soul controlled the armor and bowed to Suyu, Master. After its fusion and promotion, its intelligence has improved, and the information it transmits is no longer just straightforward emotions, but clear language. However, its intelligence is still not high, at most similar to the previous Nono. Like a child, but not naughty, but very obedient. And low intelligence does not mean that it is stupid. On the contrary, its computing power is very high. The machine soul can calculate very complex situations in battle, select the best solution from them, and exert the strongest combat power. Computing power and intelligence are two different things. The smart chip that Suyu made at the beginning only had computing power, without any intelligence. At this time, this machine soul has computing power and intelligence, but its intelligence is a little low. If the mechanical armor wants to exert strong combat power, it needs strong computing power to control the body freely. In battle, all kinds of ballistics, mechanics, and psychic output all require powerful computing power for accurate calculations, especially in the third-level high-speed battle. The speed is several times, or even dozens or hundreds of times the speed of sound. If the computing power is insufficient, a slight deviation will cause the attack to go astray, no matter how strong the energy is. What's the use of random attacks if you can't hit anyone? You can only passively take the beating. If the computing power of the armor itself is insufficient, the user needs to make up for it with his own will. Just like the tyrannical armor at the beginning, it only had an excellent level chip, which was actually not enough in the later battles. Suyu relied on his own will, plus the third-level terrifying intelligence, to accumulate enough computing power to bring out the combat power of the tyrannical armor. And now, this armor that integrates the machine soul does not need to be so troublesome. Even if its user is just an ordinary person, it can fully exert its strength, because Suyu gave it extremely powerful computing power when designing the machine soul. The computing power of this machine soul is also the third level, which is equivalent to the legendary level smart chip. Smart chips are basically impossible to obtain when they reach the third level. That is, the legendary level, because this level of chip also requires a ceremony to be promoted. Where can Suyu get it? Until now, Suyu does not have a third-level legendary chip. Even his giant god soldier mecha is not equipped with smart chips, because there are none. And the machine soul is the substitute he made, and its performance is better than that of a simple chip. The machine soul not only has the third-level computing power, but also has its own combat power. When Suyu designed the machine soul, he wrote the combat program into their consciousness, so that they would naturally use their own powerful computing power to control the armor, and assist the master in combat without learning. The Machine Soul clan was born for combat. Holographic perception. Suyu looked at the armor and activated the career panel. Mechanical armor unnamed. Producer, Suyu. Grade, legendary. Feature 1. Defense. The whole body is made of tungsten alloy and nickel crystal ore, which can provide strong physical defense. At the same time, because it is integrated with the machine soul, it has its own psychic shield, which can defend against the top 7-star psychic and physical attacks, providing a strong survival guarantee for the user of the armor. Feature 2. Amplification. When wearing this armor, the machine soul and the armor will amplify the user at the same time, which can greatly enhance the physical strength, at least 1-star level. Feature 3. Endurance. This armor has been promoted to the third level by fusing the machine soul, which is equivalent to the third level extraordinary person. It does not need to be recharged and can fight forever until it is completely damaged. Feature 4. Flight. This armor has its own psychic flight system, driven by the machine soul, and can fly in the atmosphere at a maximum speed of 9 times the speed of sound. When conditions permit, it can fly out of the atmosphere and enter space. Feature 5. Intelligence. This armor has its own intelligence because it has fused the machine soul, and has powerful legendary computing power, and is equipped with a computer designed by Suyu himself. The combat program allows it to fully exert its strength in fierce battles. Even if no one is controlling it, it can fight on its own. Feature 6. Repair. The machine soul comes with its own mechanical blueprint. When it merges with the armor, the blueprint of the machine soul is exactly the same as the armor. If the armor is damaged, the machine soul can absorb the material and repair the body. Feature 7. Upgrade. This armor is designed with upgrade space, which can be upgraded for subsequent maintenance and upgrades, and can be promoted to a higher level and improve combat effectiveness. Equipment. Melee weapon. Legendary tungsten alloy high-frequency chain blade machine soul enhancement. Long-range weapon. Heavy psychic machine gun machine soul enhancement. Skills. Invisibility. Consume energy to make the machine soul visible, and enter the invisible state, which can last forever, but will reduce the energy output of other systems. Overload. Overload the machine soul. Output energy at the maximum amplitude. Can greatly increase the attack power and defense power, and last for 15 minutes. Self-destruction. Completely overload the machine soul and launch a full-strength attack. In one blow, the machine soul is seriously injured and damaged. Before recovery, it cannot be used. Comprehensive lethality assessment. Basic 8-star primary. Up to 8-star advanced in overload state. Comprehensive defense assessment. Basic 8-star primary. Up to 8-star advanced in overload state. This is the attribute of this third-level armor in the occupation panel. 7 major characteristics. 3 major skills. 2 weapons. The 2 weapons are basically the weapons of the tyrannical armor, and then remade with ordinary materials. Although there are no materials such as the bones of the evil god. With Suyu's current technology and the fusion of the machine soul, the power of these 2 weapons is not bad. The remaining various characteristics and skills are basically related to the machine soul, which is the innate ability of the machine soul, or it is the inherent ability of the machine soul profession. For example, computing power, invisibility, flight, defense, etc. are all the abilities of the machine soul. Of course, the armor itself also has these functions, but because of the material, it is not too strong. With the fusion and strengthening of the machine soul, these functions can play an important role in the third-level battle and become powerful characteristics and skills. When Suyu designed the machine soul race, he designed these abilities for it. It is to be able to exert powerful combat power after fusion with the machine. In addition, the machine soul is a race and also an extraordinary profession. The machine soul can be cultivated all the time. Even if the mechanical armor fused with the machine soul is left alone, it can slowly become stronger. Even if someone has a wild idea, he can also take up the machine soul profession as a human. However, this profession is not designed for humans, and it is hard to say whether he can survive after taking up the job. If that person is lucky and does not practice himself to death, but successfully takes up the job and advances to the 3rd level, he himself can also have these abilities, and he is the machine soul. The most important thing is that this armor that has been fused with the machine soul is not 7 stars, but 8 stars. It is almost as powerful as the tyrannical armor when it was just cast, and this armor does not have any tyrannical thoughts. The bones of the evil god are just ordinary materials. After being fused with the machine soul, it has such strength. This is normal. Suyu is now at the 4th level. His strength and technology are far beyond the past. Although this 3rd-level armor only uses some relatively ordinary materials, its combat power is close to 7 stars at the blank stage. But after being fused with the machine soul, it was directly promoted to the 8-star level. It is not in vain that Suyu carefully cultivated the machine soul clan. In this way, as long as the machine soul cultivates for a period of time, or Suyu develops the technology of integrating multiple machine souls, this armor can be promoted to 9 stars and become a top-level 3rd-level armor. However, the armor purchased by those guys is only 7 stars. Isn't this a bargain for them? Suyu looked at the 8-star armor in front of him and felt a little funny. This armor was too strong, which was also a trouble. But this did not bother Suyu. With a thought, he had already set a lock in this armor, so that its strength could only be exerted to the 7-star level. If you want to exert your full strength, you have to pay more. It's not that Suyu is obsessed with money, but the rules he set cannot be changed at will. Otherwise, if you spend 7-star energy coins to buy an 8-star armor, won't this economic system collapse? Suyu created this energy coin system to stimulate the residents of the mechanical city and let them fight for it. Suyu decided that the 3rd-level armor produced in the future will have a lock, and it can only be unlocked by paying more money. Otherwise, this armor is too strong and too cheap. Spending 7 stars money to buy an 8-star armor is not conducive to the struggle of those guys. TSK. I'm such a big villain. Suyu made a self-deprecating joke. In fact, even if the armor is locked, the buyer is taking advantage. After all, combat power can be locked, but defense power is not easy to lock. This armor is still 8-star defense. Isn't it taking advantage? Although Suyu can lock the defense power of the armor as long as he wants. But that will risk the armor's defense power being reduced. And it is easy to destroy the armor and kill people. So it is unnecessary. After locking the armor, Suyu casually threw the armor into the materialized space. After the transfer of the materialized space, the armor soon came to its real owner. The guy who had 100 years of armor loan. 9,000 kilometers away. In a small city of more than 100,000 people. This city was established by a team of 100,000 people separated from the mechanical city. There are no 7-star strongmen in this small city. Only a few 6-star tops. Among them, the city lord is the strongest, and is close to 7 stars. In a few years, he will be ready to exchange for the meditation method and ritual of the 3rd-level profession. But he is not in a hurry now. What he is anxious about now is when will the 7-star armor he exchanged a year ago be delivered. With the 7-star armor, the speed of earning energy coins will increase greatly. No wonder he is anxious. At this moment, a prompt suddenly came out in his personal terminal. He was delighted and quickly opened his personal terminal. Your customized 7-star armor has been delivered. Please check it. A line of prompts appeared in the field of vision. The personal terminals of the mechanical city are now very advanced. All of which are holographic displays, directly projected in the user's field of vision, invisible to outsiders. Seeing this, the 6-star extraordinary person was immediately overjoyed. He quickly opened the personal space in his personal terminal. Personal space has long been a standard feature of the residents of the mechanical city. Everyone has it. After buying something in the energy coin exchange system, they can directly receive it in the personal space. The capacity of the personal space of this 6-star extraordinary person is not too big or small. And there is still 100 cubic meters. He probed his mind into the personal space, and immediately saw that an exquisite mechanical armor was standing there quietly. He quickly took it out, and put it in front of him to observe it carefully. The armor is 2 meters and 3 meters high. Silver white in color, shining with metallic luster. And the various mechanical parts are sharp and angular. Although there are no complicated patterns and decorations, it has the unique harmonious beauty of machinery. It is obvious that it was designed and manufactured by a master. It is motionless. But there is a strong spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from the armor. Sensing the momentum, the 6-star extraordinary person couldn't help but suffocate and hurriedly step back a few steps. It's too strong. He can't bear it. He was slightly surprised and happy in his heart. Is this armor so strong? It seems that the 7-star strongman he had seen before is even stronger. He had originally prepared that the mass-produced 7-star armor would probably be weaker than the normal 7-star extraordinary person. But now it seems that it is not only not weaker, but stronger. Mr. Suyu is really generous. It's really genuine. It's 7 stars. Without any water. This 6-star extraordinary person sincerely praised Suyu's kindness and generosity in his heart. Then, he took 2 steps forward tentatively. Then, he took 2 steps back. The armor was too strong to approach. The man was dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. Sorry, Master. The armor seemed to have noticed the discomfort of the 6-star transcendent and quickly retracted its powerful momentum. At the same time, it opened the armor and wore it casually. Ah? You have intelligence? The 6-star transcendent was surprised and secretly alert. A 7-star mechanical creation also has intelligence, which made him have to be on guard. Yes, according to the name of Lord Suyu. I am Machine Soul number 1. I have recorded your breath and DNA data. From now on, you will be my master, the Machine Soul said softly. Its voice sounded like a child. The 6-star transcendent heard this and let down his guard. After all, he was taken out of the materialized space. And Mr. Suyu would never hurt him. Then I will put you on. Please, Master. The 6-star transcendent walked forward cautiously and entered the opened armor. The next moment, the armor closed. Various neural connection devices penetrated the body of the 6-star transcendent, allowing his consciousness to merge with the armor instantly. And they were indistinguishable from each other. The extremely powerful force enveloped him. At this moment, he was the armor. And the armor was him. The powerful power of the 8-star level and the legendary computing power were at his disposal. Various data and parameters flowed into his consciousness like water, allowing him to know everything around him. The world has never been so clear. This is the third level. This is power. This is the feeling of controlling everything. He had a feeling that he could destroy the small city of 100,000 people around him with just a thought. Even if the city is 10 times bigger, it will be the same. Although he won't do that. This powerful feeling makes him intoxicated. All the efforts so far have paid off. But after a moment, he found something wrong. The information of the armor showed that it was 8 stars. This armor is 8 stars advanced. The limited time experience countdown is 10, 9, 8. Chapter 437 The Secret of Mass Production of the Third Level. The Harsh Subspace Environment. Limited time experience? The man was a little confused when he saw this prompt. He didn't have time to react. And just 10 seconds had passed. Then he felt the power on his body disappear like water. And the power of the whole armor weakened a lot. Although it is still strong, it is far less than before. Limited time experience ends. The prompt of the armor popped up. So the feeling just now was the power of 8 stars. And now it is the normal power of 7 stars. The man was a little disappointed. Under normal circumstances, the power of 7 stars is enough to make him excited. But now, after experiencing the power of 8 stars, he suddenly feels that the power of 7 stars is not so good. What was that just now? What a strong momentum. That's Wang Yun. He exchanged for the third level armor a year ago. Is it delivered now? Let's go and see. And the guy named Wang Yun just now, wearing an 8-star armor, exuded a strong momentum, which has alarmed other people in the city. This man is very powerful and has a good personality. He has many acquaintances. These acquaintances gathered around him and admired the armor on him. They watched carefully. Wang Yun saw this and couldn't help telling them about the limited time experience of the 8-star armor. Everyone exclaimed. It turns out that the real level of this armor is 8 stars. Mr. Suyu is really generous. We only need to pay 7-star energy coins to get 8-star armor? These people just felt that Suyu was incredibly generous. He spent 7 stars money to buy 8-star armor. This is simply a big profit. Wang Yun also figured it out at this time. He knew that he was taking advantage. And his mood suddenly improved a lot. It turns out that this is a benefit given to us by Mr. Suyu. But I don't have enough energy coins, so I can only unlock it to 7 stars. But at least now, the armor is in my hand. With the essence of 8 stars. It must be stronger than 7 stars when fighting. At least it is more durable than 7-star armor. I've decided. I will work hard to earn energy coins and unlock 8 stars. This man quickly regained his fighting spirit. Everything that happened in the distance was seen by Suyu. He smiled slightly. This limited time experience of 8-star power was deliberately created by him. It must have greatly stimulated the fighting spirit of those people. After all, knowing that his armor had 8-star strength. But he could not unlock it. Even Suyu himself could not stand it, let alone them. Next, Suyu did not stop for a moment, and caught more than 26-star top machine souls from the subspace planet, and used them to fuse into new 8-star machine soul armors, and carried out delivery. In the past 3 or 4 years, 27 people have exchanged for 3rd-level armors, and even 4 of them have exchanged for 8-star armors. But no one has exchanged for 9-star armors for the time being. As time goes by, more and more people will exchange. Fortunately, Suyu has now cultivated the machine soul, so there is no need to worry about not being able to deliver the goods. After delivering these 27 armors, Suyu continued to manufacture armors, stock, and prepared 50 machine soul armors before Suyu stopped. It's not that Suyu doesn't want to continue, but he has captured all the top 6-star machine souls in the subspace planet. But it doesn't matter. The machine souls are blessed by the time power of the painful evil god, and they evolve very quickly. Soon, a large number of top 6-star machine souls will appear. There will even be 7-star machine souls that are naturally promoted. And then, we can try to make 4th-level mechanical armor. In less than 10 or 8 years, the entire mechanical city will be able to build a 7-star and 8-star army. A real army. A large number of 3rd-level strongmen, if they use some technology to combine their power, may also be useful in the 5th-level battle. Even if they are useless, these strongmen with 3rd-level combat power can greatly promote the development of civilization. Combat power is part of the development of civilization. After Suyu prepared these 50 machine soul armors, He threw them all into the materialized space for storage. After those machine soul armors were put into the materialized space, they were motionless, fell into a state of dormancy and meditation, and quietly waited for one day to be awakened by their masters. The machine soul is a new species specially designed by Suyu, born to merge with mechanical creations. It is naturally quiet, and does not like to move. After merging with the armor, it stays quietly in the armor. Without the master's order, it will not make any extra movements, nor will it have any boredom, loneliness and other emotions. It will not have too much curiosity and desire to explore things in the outside world. When there is nothing to do, the machine soul is like a dead object, motionless. As long as the master has any order, it will immediately execute faithfully without any discount. Especially in battle, they will stimulate the fighting instinct deep in their character and burst their own strength to the limit, all for victory. This was specially designed by Suyu. When Suyu was still weak, the Nono he created had some character flaws and occasionally showed some temper. But at that time, Suyu also raised Nono as an electronic pet, teasing it when he had nothing to do. And Nono's character was also good, and he was very reliable at work. So Suyu didn't care. And the machine souls are used to mass-produce combat machinery. So naturally there can't be any obvious character flaws. So when Suyu cultivated them, he carefully designed them and gave them such a character. Thinking of this, Suyu's heart suddenly moved, and his expression was a little solemn. The machine soul race was created by Suyu himself. The body structure, thinking personality, ability and profession, everything, were all created by Suyu, and were completely under Suyu's control. This seems a bit cruel to them. But Suyu's solemn expression was not because of this. Suyu knew that the so-called cruelty was ridiculous. The so-called cruelty is from the perspective of human thinking. In the thinking of the machine soul, there is no concept of cruelty at all. What really made Suyu's expression solemn was because he thought of a possibility. That is, he can create a race like the machine soul out of thin air. Then, what about humans? Do humans also have a creator? Are the human body, thinking, personality, and abilities also carefully cultivated by a certain existence? Is everything about humans also controlled by that existence to achieve a certain purpose? However, so you can only think about this question and can't find the answer. If there really is such a creator, I don't know what kind of existence it is, whether it is good or bad. So you thought about it for a while, and then suppressed this question in his heart, leaving it for later exploration. Then, he thought of another question. That is, I thought that after the subspace tide, it was extremely chaotic, and it was difficult to achieve the 7 stars of quantity. Now it seems that it is not that difficult. So you remembered that according to the information he had obtained before, the human empire had the technology to mass-produce 7 stars, and even higher-level extraordinary people 10,000 years ago. There is even an assembly line for automatic ceremony, which directly uses mechanical power to quickly complete the ceremony and realize the automatic mass production of 7 stars. However, since the subspace tide, the subspace has become extremely chaotic, and it has become extremely difficult to hold and leave a solid mark in the subspace. In the past 10,000 years, it is estimated that only about 107-star extraordinary people have been born in the entire ruined star, in addition to the loss of knowledge and sparse population. This change in the subspace is the real reason. Otherwise, even if there is no relevant knowledge, it is estimated that a large number of people have created third-level professions in these 10,000 years, and there will not be only about 100 people who can be promoted. And now, Suyu has cast dozens of nearly 100 machine soul armors in a short period of time. That is, nearly 108-star extraordinary people. These machine souls are not promoted by sharing the subspace field, but they actually hold a ceremony to complete the promotion. Although the ceremony is very simple, it is to merge with a battle armor to complete the ceremony. But with such a simple ceremony, the subspace mark of the machine soul is very solid. This is a bit strange. Why is it so easy? Suyu had been prepared to fail more than half of the time, but he only failed 4 times, and 4 machine souls failed to fuse, and the armor was scrapped. Moreover, after the failure, these machine souls did not die, but were seriously injured, and there was no possibility of promotion in the future. Calculated in this way, the success rate of the machine soul fusion armor to the 3rd level is more than 90%. The 3rd level. Is it so easy? Suyu was promoted to the 3rd level, But he fought with a tyrannical split for a month, and survived a life and death struggle, so that his subspace projection formed a solid mark. Now, the rituals of these machine souls are like a joke, and they are easily completed. Although the machine soul is a ritual carefully designed by Suyu, and then he performs it step by step. This ritual is also a specially designed simplified version. But it shouldn't be so easy. Right? There was no failure. Suyu took out a machine soul armor and carefully sensed its subspace mark. In Suyu's perception, the subspace was as chaotic and distorted as before. And even worse. In this chaotic distortion, there is an area that is more chaotic than other places. However, in this chaos, a new order is formed, and a certain mechanical structure is formed. This chaotic area is the subspace mark of this machine soul battle armor. This mark is the foundation of it as a third-level extraordinary, and it is the source of its ability to open the subspace door and directly draw spiritual energy from the subspace. When Suyu was just promoted to the 7th star, he also had a similar subspace mark. But Suyu found something wrong. This mark is even more chaotic than the subspace itself? After Suyu carefully observed and pondered for a while, he took the machine soul armor back to the materialized space. He had come to a conclusion through observation. These machine souls were born from the subspace planet of the painful evil god, and they are essentially chaotic and distorted. Although Suyu carefully cultivated it and purified the evil god pollution that the machine soul was born with, it looked normal on the surface. This made them not only non-dangerous, but also very obedient and safe. But the essence of the machine soul will not change. In essence, it is the same thing as the ghost demon created by the tyrannical evil god. Such a machine soul is chaotic and distorted at its root. Perhaps its real name should be called machine demon or mechanical demon. And such a machine soul, after being promoted to the 3rd level, the subspace mark formed is also chaotic and distorted. Even more chaotic and distorted than the subspace environment itself. In this way, the machine soul is extremely compatible with the current subspace environment, making its promotion very simple and not hindered as imagined. So, the environment after the subspace tide is more suitable for the promotion of evil gods, demons, and other chaotic guys. And it is much more difficult for normal humans and mechanical creations to be promoted. Thinking of this, Suyu's heart sank. I thought that the promotion difficulties caused by the subspace tide were equal. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. It is difficult for humans to be promoted, and it is easier for evil gods and demons to be promoted. Although it is not as successful as the machine soul, the success rate is still much higher than that of humans. If it were not for Suyu's trouble, the high priest of the ghost tribe would have been successfully promoted to the 7 stars and caused chaos everywhere. Maybe this is also the reason why the painful evil god was born. Suyu's original body still has a long way to go before the 5th level. The future possibility of the painful evil god actually promoted to the 5th level first, and wanted to devour the original body. No matter how you think about it, it is a bit incredible. Now it seems that it is also caused by the subspace environment. This is really very bad news. Fortunately, the painful evil god has become an evil god soldier mecha. His subspace planet can cultivate machine souls for me. Otherwise, it would be really difficult. Suyu said secretly in his heart. If it weren't for the evil god soldier mecha, his mass production plan for the 3rd level might never succeed. He still needs to rely on the power of the evil god. This world is really... Thinking of this, Suyu shook his head secretly. The right way is blocked, but the way of the evil god is unimpeded. Fortunately, most of the evil gods are chaotic and twisted, and the subspace demons have no brains. Not to mention those radiation beasts, which are basically wild beasts and have no wisdom. It's not that easy for them to be promoted. The situation is not that bad. It's just that Suyu has to be prepared and must be promoted to the 5th level before the next subspace psychic tide erupts. Otherwise, the environment will become worse and promotion will be more difficult. At that time, it will be troublesome. Suyu made up his mind in his heart. And then, he quickly started meditation again. At this time, after 4 years, he has made a lot of progress by transferring his abilities to let the mechanical city's population of tens of millions help him control the energy of the planet. He can almost control the energy on the surface of the planet 100%, and can move mountains and fill the sea at will with just his mind. However, his control over the energy in the core of the planet is still a little insufficient. Suyu flew out of the mechanical city and landed on the ground. With a thought, The earth directly split apart and turned into a bottomless hole. Then he flew into the hole and dived quickly. In the dark time and space, he had to consume energy to evaporate and melt the rocks and soil when he drilled into the ground. But now it is not necessary. The rocks and soil automatically moved away, allowing him to dive down. Soon, Suyu came to the center of the earth without any obstacles. He was immersed in the magma in the center of the earth, and his spirit radiated out, and began to sense the core energy of the entire planet. At this moment, he suddenly sensed that some familiar breath appeared on the surface of the planet. The breath of tyranny. Tyrannical evil god. Can you finally bear it? Chapter 438 Strange City. Suyu had long known that the tyrannical evil god would not allow him to complete the control of the planet's energy and complete the 5th level promotion ceremony. This evil god is very insidious and will definitely come out to make trouble. Sure enough, after just over 4 years, the tyrannical aura appeared again. Suyu sneered in his heart. It's better if the real body appears, Suyu said secretly in his heart. The real body of the tyrannical evil god is hidden in the depths of the subspace and is really hard to find. If the tyrannical real body appears at this time, it would be great. Suyu would immediately summon the evil god's soldiers and mechas to start a war. Even if the planet is destroyed, even if the mechanical city is extinct again, it must be completely killed and suppressed. At worst, let the mechanical city revive again. After these years, Suyu has become more and more familiar with the evil god's soldiers and mechas. He will definitely be able to exert stronger power in battle. If the tyrannical real body appears and his injuries have not recovered, it is likely that he will be really killed or suppressed by Suyu in the battle, and he will not be able to escape. But Suyu knows that this kind of thing can only be thought about. The tyrannical evil god is not a fool. He will definitely not show up easily. He will probably just send some of his subordinates to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a little bored. The tyrannical subordinates are at most the 4th level, or even not the 4th level. So for Suyu, who has the evil god armor, he can kill them with a wave of his hand. Suyu has secretly summoned the evil god armor in his heart, ready to destroy all the tyrannical aura that suddenly appeared. Suyu's thinking is very fast, and these thoughts all happened in the blink of an eye. At this time, he had another idea. The tyrannical evil god must not know that if he only sent ordinary subordinates, he would definitely not be able to stop Suyu. Then why did he do it this time? While Suyu was confused, he had already used the power of time to observe the future to check the situation of the tyrannical aura. This is to be cautious. Facing such a powerful enemy as the tyrannical evil god, Suyu would not easily send out his body, but would first use the power of time to test. Soon, Suyu saw an unexpected scene through the perspective of time. Suyu saw a city made up of humans. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the city, busy and busy. At this time, there were hundreds of human cities on the ruins planet. These hundreds of cities were built by the millions of people from the mechanical city in various places on the planet. These cities were the civilization that Suyu wanted to develop and build. Suyu knew all the information about the location, situation, population, combat power, etc. of these cities. But now this city was beyond Suyu's cognition. Suyu didn't know any of the people in the city. The location of the city was also very remote. There were no other cities within a radius of thousands of kilometers. This was because the environment here was too harsh, and the planetary energy often rioted. Even a 3rd-level strongman would be injured if he was not careful. Naturally, no one was willing to build a city here. Otherwise, maybe one night the planetary energy rioted, and the whole city would be exterminated and never wake up. However, at this time, a new city appeared out of thin air here, and the violent aura that Suyu had sensed before came from this city. The tyrannical evil god knew that sending his men would only lead to their deaths. So he brought out some humans? Suyu was puzzled and continued to observe the city with the power of time. It must be said that the tyrannical evil god's move really worked. If he had brought out a bunch of radioactive beasts, ghosts and the like, Suyu would have directly destroyed them. Now that he saw that it was a human city, Suyu naturally couldn't just take action casually, so he had to wait and see. Of course, Suyu's observation was not just a look. The observation of the power of time was essentially to travel through a certain future, experience a certain future possibility in person, and use it to make extremely detailed and accurate observations. So Suyu could not only watch. His figure had already descended over the city. In a certain future, Suyu flew over the city, scanning everything below with his mental power. a modern city with an area of 856 square kilometers, and a population of 780,154. The city seems to have appeared out of thin air. The foundation is somewhat inconsistent with the original land. Did it fall from the sky? That's similar to the mechanical city. The city is divided into multiple areas, including living areas, production areas, administrative areas, commercial areas, planting areas, animal husbandry areas, military areas. So you took a quick look and took in all the situations in the city. To be fair, the city is well built. The residents inside, on the surface, also look very normal. At first glance, their mental outlook is not bad compared to the residents of the mechanical city. However, the tyrannical atmosphere made Suyu unable to ignore it. The tyrannical atmosphere in the whole city is incredibly strong. Although the strength of this aura is far inferior to the original body of the tyrannical evil god, it is much stronger than the tyrannical thoughts at the beginning. If calculated by level, the tyrannical aura in this city is at least at the 4th level. The tyrannical aura is very terrible. Just a little contact can corrode the human mind and make people full of tyranny and desire for destruction. If it is stronger, it will turn people into madmen who attack randomly and destroy everything. Even mechanical creations will not be spared and will be corroded by the tyrannical aura, becoming violent and uncontrollable. If it is stronger, it will be even more terrible. Just like the tyrannical thoughts that Suyu faced at the beginning. It took the sacrifice of 100,000 people from the ghost tribe to make the tyrannical thoughts come. And the power contained in that thought can easily kill 10 or 100 times the number of ghost population. However, the tyrannical aura in the city at this time is much stronger than the tyrannical thoughts. What does that mean? If ordinary humans, even if there are tens of millions of people, are exposed to such a strong tyrannical aura, they will either die directly or mutate terribly and become twisted monsters, which is equivalent to extinction. But now, nearly 1 million people in this city look quite normal. Among them are ordinary people, extraordinary people, and even a 7-star city lord. They behave as usual, producing, living, and fighting. There are conflicts, fights, and deaths in the city, but they are also within the normal range. But the more normal, the more strange. That tyrannical aura is not fake. It is normal for everyone in the city to be crazy and monsters. Now this situation seems a bit weird. Suyu thought for a moment and did not act rashly, but continued to observe quietly. Previously, Suyu only used his spirit to roughly scan the city and counted the population and other information. This time, Suyu observed more deeply. He penetrated his spirit into the entire city and monitored the words and deeds of everyone in the city. If he didn't find anything, he would invade these people's thoughts and memories to get clues. However, before Suyu got to that step, he had already found clues. He found that everyone in this city had faith. When they lived and worked, they would draw a symbol on their chests from time to time and pray, "Great God of tyranny, Lord of war, King of darkness, you are the source of hope. You are the savior of mankind. Please give your people a revelation." These prayers were very secretive, and Suyu didn't hear them when he used mental scanning before. Even now, Suyu didn't hear them, because these people didn't make any sound at all. Suyu was observing the facial muscle movements and interpreting this information by lip reading. It turns out that they are all believers of tyranny. Suyu sneered, and felt a sense of as expected. Since these guys are all believers of tyranny, then they may all be monsters in human skin, and the normal appearance may just be a disguise. Since that was the case, Suyu was not polite. He directly invaded their minds with his mind, trying to obtain information about the body of the tyrannical evil god from their memories. Soon, the memories of hundreds of thousands of people were all obtained by Suyu. With his powerful thinking capacity and computing power at this time, even the memories of so many people were nothing to him. In a short time, he had browsed through all these memories. However, there was nothing. There was no information about the tyrannical body. Although these people believed in the tyrannical evil god, they had never seen the tyrannical body, which was normal. If they had seen the terrifying evil god, they would have died long ago. In the memories of these humans, they were born and lived normally. They did not seem to be subspace demons in human skin, but pure humans. However, the place where they lived before was not the ruins planet, but a distorted and chaotic planet. That planet was even more chaotic than the previous ruins planet. The previous battle between Suyu and the tyrannical evil god destroyed the entire ecological environment of the ruined planet. Various supervolcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, and planetary energy riots were all over the surface, which was bad enough. And the planet where these people were located was even worse. Even gravity, time and space, and other physical rules were very distorted and chaotic. A person was alive and well in the last second, but in the next second, he might be crushed into a meat pie by the sudden increase of gravity by thousands of times. Or he might be teleported to a dangerous place by the chaotic time and space, and die miserably. The entire planet was also full of various distorted monsters, who had extremely strong hatred for humans, and wanted to kill them all at any time. On that planet, it was very difficult for humans to survive. Only those who believed in the great tyrannical god, the Dark King, could survive. According to the memories of these people, the great Dark King is very kind. As long as you believe in him, he will bless you and make people immune to many disasters on that planet. And this god does not ask for anything in return, and does not even need sacrifices. Just recite his name in your heart. These people built this city with the blessing of the great tyrannical god, and it has survived to this day. According to their memories, this city has a history of thousands of years. In these thousands of years, the city has experienced various terrible disasters, but it has survived. Until today, the entire city was suddenly transferred to this unfamiliar environment. But the people in the city were not surprised, compared with the various dangers encountered before. This change is nothing. Just recite the name of the tyrannical god devoutly, and there will definitely be no danger. After Suyu browsed through these memories, he had only one thought in his mind: I saw a ghost. The great tyrannical evil god, the Dark King? And he is extremely kind, protecting humans without asking for anything in return? It's too ridiculous. Who would believe it? Suyu's first reaction was disbelief, thinking that this must be a conspiracy by the tyrannical evil god. These humans, it is estimated that their memories have been modified, which is why Suyu got such outrageous information. Modifying the memories of hundreds of thousands of people is a lot of work. What's the use of such a boring trick? Suyu said to himself. Then, he activated the power of time again to observe the city. But this time, Suyu did not observe the future, but the past. He wanted to see what the past of this city was like. The tyrannical evil god could modify the memories of these people, so he would not modify the history as well. Right? And the power of time used by Suyu was not the power of his body, but the power of the evil god's mecha, the 5th level power of time. Although the tyrannical evil god also has some power in the field of time, he is not the god of time after all. Even if the tyrannical evil god really modified the history of this city, Suyu was confident that he could see through it with the help of the power of the evil god's mecha, with the help of the 5th level power of time. Suyu's vision penetrated time and space, and saw the past of this city. He saw that the city was still on a dark and twisted land 1 second ago. Then, the space and time around the entire city suddenly twisted, and the city and its people disappeared on the spot. When it reappeared, it was already on the ruins planet. This is how the city came to the ruins planet. From the appearance of the city to Suyu's observation of it, it took less than a second. Suyu's speed was so fast that all the previous thoughts and observations took almost no time. There really is such a planet, Suyu said to himself, and then continued to look forward. 10 seconds ago, 1 minute ago, 1 hour ago, 1 day ago, 1 month ago. Suyu's sight went back thousands of years, and saw the scene when the city was first built. Some believers of the tyrannical evil god, under the guidance of God, built this city on the dark wasteland. The city is nameless because these guys want the gods to give it a name, but they have never received a response. After seeing all this, Suyu's doubts have reached the extreme. It seems that the memories of these humans have not been modified. They really survived until now because of the blessing of the tyrannical evil god, with the help of the power of time. Suyu can clearly sense that this city has encountered many dangers in the past 1,000 years. Every time, the city residents devoutly called the name of the tyrannical god, which attracted the divine power and eliminated the danger. The power of the real tyrannical evil god, who helped them, was not false. Suyu was sure that he would not admit his mistake. After the power of the tyrannical evil god eliminated the danger, it disappeared directly. It was indeed merciful, and did not ask for anything in return. In the eyes of these people, the tyrannical god was the real righteous god and the savior of mankind. It was really a ghost. Chapter 439 Suyu. Do you think you are righteous? Suyu was surprised, thinking non-stop, and was thinking rapidly about what was going on in this nameless city. He soon remembered something. Something similar. That is, Galaxy Armor. Suyu remembered that when he first met Galaxy Armor, that guy claimed to be from the Betrayal chapter, with the power of betrayal, but was extremely loyal to the Empire, and would never betray. Suyu thought that guy was talking nonsense at the time. Later, Suyu learned that the power of the Betrayal chapter came from a powerful subspace entity Betrayal. This entity was captured by the Empire from the subspace, and after technical means, it became the source of power for this chapter. This existence called Betrayal is actually a powerful subspace evil god, and the source of his power is the power of betrayal. But his power is two-sided, and the opposite of betrayal is loyalty. The Empire used technical means to stimulate the loyalty contained in the power of betrayal, which became the source of power of Galaxy Armor. That is, the power of loyalty. That's why the Galaxy Armor is so loyal to the Empire, and will never betray it. The reason why Suyu thought of this was because he guessed that the nameless city protected by the tyrannical evil god might also be because of this reason. The tyrannical evil god is also a two-sided evil god. He not only has a tyrannical, evil, and cruel side, but also a kind and generous side. And this city is the embodiment of the other side of the tyrannical evil god. Just like an extremely evil person may occasionally show kindness, this city should be the kindness of tyranny. If so, is this guy trying to whitewash himself? Suyu said to himself. Somewhat unacceptable. At this moment, Suyu heard a voice. Suyu, do you think you are righteous? This voice was issued in the past history that Suyu saw. It was very deep, like a bass, very calm and domineering, and seemed to have a divinity that tolerates everything. Suyu was stunned for a moment before he realized that this was the voice of the tyrannical evil god. The tyrannical evil god is a 5th-level great evil god. Although he is not good at the power of time, he also has the power to see through the past and the future. Suyu's observations in history have alarmed him. Or rather, he discovered Suyu's observations in history from the beginning. After all, this city is blessed by the tyrannical evil shadow. Suyu has observed this city for a full 1,000 years. It is very normal for him to discover it. So, when Suyu just spoke to himself, the evil god spoke. Realizing this fact, Suyu immediately laughed. Tyrannical guy. Even changed his voice. From the evil voice of the evil god to this domineering bass. What's going on? Do you really want to be a true god? Suyu thought about it and replied, Bauer. What do you want to express? Bauer did not answer directly, but asked back, Suyu, what do you think of this human city that believes in me? Suyu did not hesitate and replied, to be fair, this city is very good. Although Suyu and Bauer are hostile, he has to admit that this city blessed by Bauer is indeed fine. Of course, there are still flaws. This city has developed for thousands of years, but there has been no progress and has remained at such a small scale. Technology and psychic power have not developed much. Compared with the current mechanical city, it is nothing. But compared with the ruined star before Suyu rose, it is much better. On the ruined star before, only the city where the 7-star strongman sat could be compared with this city blessed by Bauer. Or even worse, because the city where the 7-star strongman sat would most likely violate the blockade and be wiped out by the mechanical creations in the sky. At most, it would survive for a few hundred years before it would be completely destroyed. From this point of view, this 1,000-year-old city is indeed much better than all the cities on the ruined star before. Tyrant seemed to be quite satisfied after hearing this, and then continued, as long as I want, I can build 10, 100, or 1,000 cities like this. Humanity can survive and reproduce normally under my protection. Suyu interrupted him before he finished speaking, as long as you want? So you want? How many cities like this are there now? There won't be only one. Right? There are tens of billions of humans who died in your hands. Now you have created a small city with a population of hundreds of thousands. Don't you want to tell me that you are a righteous god? Not an evil god? Suyu said with sarcasm. But he was thinking in his heart. I don't know what Tyrant is crazy about. He didn't want to fight him with force, but wanted to fight him with words, and played words with him across history. However, after hearing Suyu's ridicule, Tyranny didn't seem to care, but agreed, yes. I am indeed a righteous god. I protect mankind. I am the god of tyranny, the lord of war, and the king of darkness. Suyu was a little speechless, and felt that tyranny was really shameless. However, tyranny was not a human being, so it seemed normal for him to be shameless. But Suyu still pretended to be a little interested and asked, "Oh? Then I haven't heard of it." As Suyu spoke, he secretly used the power of time to trace the source of tyranny's voice. The body of tyranny was hidden deep in the subspace, which was very secretive and difficult for Suyu to find. Even the tyranny in the past historical timeline could hide and disappear. But now, tyranny and Suyu were communicating across time and space, which gave Suyu an opportunity. As long as he delays enough time, he will have a chance to follow this sound and find the real body of tyranny, even if he only finds the tyrannical evil god in the historical timeline. Suyu can use this to attack him, whether it is the past, present or future. As long as Suyu catches a trace, he will not be able to escape easily. In the past 4 years, as Suyu's mastery of the evil god armor has become deeper and deeper, his use of the 5th level time power has also become stronger and stronger. This evil god armor is originally Suyu's future, and it is one with his essence. He uses the power of the mecha, which fits perfectly and makes rapid progress. This makes Suyu very confident when facing the tyrannical evil god, provided that he can catch his trace. The tyrannical evil god seemed to be unaware of Suyu's secret actions, and continued, "Suyu, do you know that I am actually a part of the human race?" Suyu was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then said, "What are you talking about?" At the same time, he continued to track tyranny's position according to this sentence. Getting closer and closer, Beiwei said, "My name is Beiwei. I am a god born from human emotions. In essence, I am also a part of human beings." Suyu heard this and asked curiously, "You actually think you are a part of human beings? This is really strange." Beiwei replied, "There is no difference between gods and humans. This guy is talking nonsense at this time." But at first glance, it does make some sense. Suyu thought for a moment and responded, "So you bless these humans and let them build such a city?" Beiwei said, "As a god of mankind, it is natural for me to bless humans." Suyu sneered at this. "So many humans killed by you would not think so." Beiwei said, "Killing humans is also a kind of blessing." Suyu sneered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Beiwei explained, "Since the subspace tide broke out, we gods woke up from the depths of the subspace, which means that the previous path of mankind is no longer feasible. We gods are the future. Suyu, you should have discovered this fact." Suyu looked thoughtful when he heard this. He felt that what Beiwei was referring to should be the previous matter of the machine soul. Since the subspace tide broke out, the subspace was in great chaos, and it became extremely difficult to be promoted to the 7 stars, and it was a life and death struggle. But when the machine soul was promoted, it was easy and almost 100% successful. After analysis, Suyu concluded that the machine soul was related to the painful evil god and was created by the evil god, so it could easily advance to the 3rd level in this chaotic subspace. This means that in this environment, the normal extraordinary path is difficult to take, but the evil god and demon path is very smooth. And the tyrannical evil god said that the previous path of mankind is no longer feasible, which refers to this. The tyrannical evil god believes that evil gods like them are the future of mankind. It seems to make sense. Seeing Suyu thinking, the tyrannical evil god continued, "Suyu, you rule over tens of millions of people and try to establish human civilization. But you are doomed to fail. The next subspace tidal eruption will soon come. At that time, we gods will be more powerful, and the human path will be completely cut off. They will eventually become extinct. Only with my blessing can humans survive this disaster and survive in this universe." After speaking, the power of the tyrannical evil god fluctuated rapidly, no longer making any sound, but transmitting many pictures. Suyu saw that in those pictures, a large number of humans were dying silently. That was the future 100 years later. 100 years later, the future scene when the subspace tide erupted. At that time, there were hundreds of millions of people on the entire ruins. But in that instant, all of them were extinct. Whether it was ordinary people or 3rd and 4th level strongmen, no one was spared. Tyranny spoke again, his voice like thunder, "Suyu, you must be able to see this future. How do you think these people died?" At this time, Suyu's face was more solemn than ever. Suyu could naturally see the future 100 years later. He could see the scene of human civilization being instantly extinct when the subspace tide erupted. But Suyu never took it seriously, just thinking that the tyrannical evil god launched a decisive battle at that time. Because of the time point of 100 years later, The subspace tide will burst. There are unpredictable dangers. So you can't really travel to the future to observe carefully. So he can only guess. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. 100 years later, those humans did not die at the hands of tyranny. But the subspace psychic tide burst. The environment changed. They could not adapt. And became extinct. In this way, the problem is serious. So you thought for a moment and asked, you mean? If you get your blessing, you can survive the disaster without dying? Tyranny said, of course. So you smiled, you came here today? You don't want to persuade me to let the humans in the mechanical city convert to you. The great evil god? Tyranny said, that's right. Suyu shook his head, don't dream. It's impossible. Then he said firmly, I will be promoted to the 5th level before the subspace tide breaks out, and protect them from the disaster. Then Suyu smiled, thank you very much. With your reminder, I have prepared in advance. Tyranny evil god did not get angry, but questioned, Suyu, you are so stubborn. Do you think you are righteous? Even if you are promoted to the 5th level, you can't protect them all. Most of them will definitely be killed or injured. And even if you can protect them and survive this disaster, what about the next time? What about the next time? The changes in the subspace will not stop. You have no choice but to do it. The law will always protect them. You can't even protect yourself. You are cutting off their way to life. Suyu said, I have never claimed to be righteous. But you? Do you think you are righteous? What a joke. Facing Suyu's ridicule, the tyrannical evil god said, as a matter of course, yes. In such an environment, we gods are justice. We are the future. Tyranny. Greed. Nothingness. We gods are born from human emotions and are their saviors. In this universe, in addition to humans, there are many other races. And they also have their own gods. They accept their own gods. And humans reject gods and will be extinct. Suyu, you should make a choice. Let humans believe in me, so they can survive the disaster. Don't worry that I will break my promise. You have enough strength to supervise me. When the tyrannical god said these words, his tone was very imposing. And he really looked like the savior of mankind. It's really funny that such a great evil god like him actually called himself the savior of mankind. But after careful consideration, the words of the tyrannical evil god do make some sense. At this time, the environment of the universe is bad, and the normal path of transcendence has become increasingly difficult. Even 100 years later, the subspace tidal eruption is not just as simple as difficult to walk, but direct extinction. Not only the transcendence, but even ordinary people will be directly extinct. It seems that humans are born with extraordinary genes, and even if they have not embarked on the path of transcendence, they will be affected by the subspace environment. And the tyrannical evil god and other subspace gods can protect humans and call themselves justice and future, which is justified. Moreover, Suyu knows that the evil god has two sides, an evil side, but also a normal side. Although Suyu does not know how to stably stimulate the other side of the evil god. It seems that the tyrannical evil god wants to turn evil back to good? Want to be the righteous god of mankind? But in this case, what about the humans that the tyrannical evil god killed before? In the past 10,000 years, the tyrannical evil god has directly and indirectly killed at least hundreds of billions of humans. If he could turn from a terrifying evil god into a righteous god believed by everyone with a gorgeous turn, it would be too easy for him. When Tyranny saw Suyu thinking, he spoke again, so, Suyu, what is your choice? After a long silence, Suyu finally spoke, my choice is, I found you. Chapter 440, Fight the Tyrannical Evil God Again. Suyu's new moves. Suyu's tone suddenly changed, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his eyes. After this period of conversation, Suyu has successfully found the trace of the tyrannical evil god. In the past history, on that unknown planet, Suyu's figure suddenly appeared, and he was directly in the state of a sun-shining giant, standing in the air, shining brightly. At this time point, the human city was suffering from a disaster. In the darkness, a large number of twisted creatures were attacking the city's defense. The people in the city were praying to the tyrannical evil god, praying for the protection of this god. And the tyrannical evil god also responded to the prayer, and immediately descended with power to wipe out those twisted creatures. And the time point when Suyu appeared was the moment when the power of the tyrannical evil god descended. At this moment, the figure of the tyrannical evil god loomed in the darkness. It was a giant with 1,000 hands and eyes. Floating above those twisted creatures, Suyu could see that there was a hidden energy channel on the bodies of those twisted creatures, connecting to the body of the tyrannical evil god. Suyu sneered in his heart. The so-called protection of mankind by the tyrannical evil god was all nonsense. These twisted creatures were originally the subordinates of the tyrannical evil god. The disaster was originally brought by the evil god himself. It was the tyrannical evil god who let these twisted creatures attack human cities. And then he responded to the prayers in a hypocritical manner, erasing these twisted creatures, thereby gaining the devout faith of mankind. Tyranny! Suyu shouted softly, and his body changed again. He had put on a pitch-black armor that looked like a human-shaped black hole. The evil god soldier mecha. Almost at the same time, this powerful mecha of the 5th level had launched an attack. A pitch-black energy ray bombarded the tyrannical evil god in the darkness. The ray was extremely fast, and instantly bombarded the tyrannical evil god. Boom! The tyrannical evil god immediately let out a terrifying roar that was beyond the hearing and understanding of humans. Then his body changed under the attack of the dark ray fired by Suyu. Instantly, terrifying power gathered on the 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. But these powers were not aimed at Suyu, but at himself. The shocking tyrannical energy was gathering. And the next moment, the tyrannical evil god would use his strongest power to launch a full-strength attack on himself. In short, the tyrannical evil god actually wanted to commit suicide. Obviously, it was not that the evil god suddenly lost his mind, but that Suyu's attack worked. The dark ray that just bombarded the tyrannical evil god was a new move developed by Suyu in the past 4 years. Evil god soldier mecha, self-destruction cannon. Although Suyu has been busy controlling the energy of the planet and cultivating the machine soul in the past 4 years, but he has not been idle in the development of the evil god soldier mecha. The evil god soldier mecha is Suyu's strongest combat power. Suyu is always thinking about how to use this mecha to exert a stronger combat power. With Suyu's strength, it is easy to do many things at the same time. Originally, Suyu wanted to make some weapons for the evil god soldiers. However, the weapons that can be used by the evil god soldiers must be at least level 5. And Suyu really can't make them. He doesn't have the ability to make level 5 machinery. In fact, the level of the painful evil god is enough. If Suyu is promoted to level 5, he can easily make level 5 machinery. But the painful evil god is not a professional promotion of a mechanic. And the professional is not right. It is basically impossible to use the evil god soldiers to make level 5 weapons. There is no way. Suyu can only settle for the second best, and try to develop new moves for the evil god soldiers. Then, there is this move, self-destruction cannon. The secret of this move is to extremely concentrate the power of pain. Add the power of time to accelerate, and launch it. A cannon can make the enemy suffer incomparable pain in an instant. Under extreme pain, all the will of the opponent will have only one thought, that is to commit suicide quickly to get rid of such terrible pain. In terms of energy intensity, this move can't even break a brick. This is a pure spiritual attack. It is just right for dealing with a powerful evil god like Tyranny. Sure enough, under this extreme pain, Tyranny could not bear it immediately and began to self-destruct. Boom! The next moment, Tyranny's 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes immediately blasted a powerful dark red ray towards himself. It was an extremely strong tyrannical force, with extremely powerful destructive power. The body of Tyranny was blasted to pieces in an instant under this fierce bombardment. But Tyranny's body was not completely destroyed, because at the critical moment, more than half of the 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes did not shoot dark red rays. Instead, the twisted creatures under Tyranny's feet that were attacking the human city aimed their claws at himself at that moment and committed suicide directly. It seems that their suicide took most of the power of the self-destruction cannon on behalf of Tyranny. The tyrannical evil shadow also has a similar means of transferring damage, allowing these twisted creatures to take the attack on his behalf. This was not unexpected to Suyu. It would be strange if the tyrannical evil god was defeated with one move. However, after the death of those twisted creatures, their bodies changed, which attracted Suyu's attention. Are these humans? Suyu saw that after the death of those twisted creatures, their bodies actually showed various human characteristics. He immediately figured out that these twisted creatures were actually monsters mutated by humans under the power of the tyrannical evil god. The tyrannical evil god said nice things before, that he was the god of humans and would protect humans. But that was all bullshit. Suyu's eyes turned cold. The next moment, another dark ray blasted out. And it was another self-destruction cannon. This trick is very useful, and Suyu will naturally not use it only once. Roar! The tyrannical evil god was prepared this time, and the remaining hundreds of eyes also shot out dark red rays at the same time, bombarding Suyu. However, there was no match at all. After the dark red rays came into contact with the energy of the self-destruction cannon, in a short time, the dark red rays actually reversed direction and bombarded the tyrannical evil god himself. These dark red rays also betrayed the tyrannical evil god under extreme pain and backfired on themselves. The attack energy of the tyrannical evil god actually has its own consciousness, as if it is alive. This is originally an extremely high state, but under the power of pain, it is a defect. These powers of consciousness, pain, and will self-destruct. Boom! The next moment, the body of the tyrannical evil god was shattered again. It was shattered by the dark red rays emitted by him. Following the dark red rays, the self-destruction cannon fired by Suyu also bombarded the body of the tyrannical evil god almost at the same time. At this moment, the tyrannical evil god suddenly stopped moving. Not good. Suyu saw this. His mind flashed, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, all parts of the body of the tyrannical evil god emitted dazzling red light. Suyu saw this, and without caring about anything else, he quickly released energy to protect the human city below. Then, a shocking explosion occurred. The tyrannical evil god saw that things were hopeless, and he blew himself up. After a long time, the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, and a huge sunken basin had been blown out of the city's periphery, with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. In the center of the basin was the human city, and the tyrannical evil god's aura had disappeared. Suyu looked at the basin and shook his head slightly. This power is too small. Suyu knew that tyranny escaped with the help of self-explosion. If it was the real tyrannical evil god who desperately blew himself up, the entire planet might be blown to pieces. So how could only a basin be blown out? It must be a means for the tyrannical evil god to escape. This is the past history. The tyrannical evil god who just fought with Suyu is not the real body, but the tyrannical evil god in the past history. The tyrannical evil god is not the evil god in the time domain. Although he has some time abilities, and can travel through time and space to a certain extent. But whether in the past or in the future, tyranny cannot exert his full strength. The real body is always the tyrannical evil god at the present time point. So in the battle just now, the tyrannical evil god was so unbearable, and was defeated by Suyu's self-destruction cannon in an instant, with the help of this tyrannical evil god in the past. So you can follow the clues, and find the evil god's body deep in the subspace. And the tyrannical evil god obviously knew this fact. So he let this past self-destruct, thus escaping from Suyu's lock. But, can you escape? Suyu looked at everything in front of him and suddenly launched his power. Retreat! With Suyu's light shout, an invisible force bombarded the void in front of him. Hit by the invisible force, the void fluctuated like flowing water. It was like a video being rewound. Everything that happened before began to rewind under Suyu's power. Time began to flow backwards. History began to repeat itself. Before the blink of an eye, the tyrannical evil god, who was about to explode, appeared again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suyu suddenly stepped forward, and the evil god's mecha was fully activated, grabbing the tyrannical evil god. In the city below, everyone saw a human-shaped black hole grabbing a giant with 1,000 hands and eyes. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and couldn't understand what happened at all. At this time, the terrifying power of pain was madly pouring into the body of the tyrannical evil god, paralyzing him all over, and he couldn't even mobilize his strength. He has been controlled by Suyu. The tyrannical evil god seemed a little surprised and said, "You actually mastered the power of time to this extent. Suyu actually used the means to reverse time." In fact, during the war, the mechanical parliament left by Zhang Chenfeng used the retreat cannon to reverse its own time and recover from the injuries. The painful evil god also has such a method. But whether it is the mechanical council or the painful evil god, this method of reversing time is only used on themselves, and has never been used on the enemy. It's not that they don't want to use it, but they can't do it. Just now, Suyu used the power of reversing time on the tyrannical evil god. He forced him, who had already self-destructed, to be pulled back again. This method shocked even the tyrannical evil god. In fact, this is not Suyu's ability, but the power of the evil god armor. The power of the painful evil god. In the past 4 years, it was not only Su Yu who was trying to develop the power of the evil god armor. The painful evil god himself was also practicing and improving. He was a 5th level evil god with self-awareness. Although the painful evil god was transformed into the evil god armor, he was unprecedentedly close to Su Yu's original body. So in the past 4 years, the power of the painful evil god has also been greatly improved. The power of the self-destruction cannon just now is so powerful. And this is also the reason. And now, retreat, which can reverse the time of the tyrannical evil god, is naturally the result of the painful evil god's practice. The growth potential of this evil god's mecha is really amazing. In just 4 years, it has improved so much. And Su Yu doesn't need to worry about it. But this may not be a good thing. The stronger the power of the painful evil god, the greater the possibility of getting out of control. Fortunately, so far, there is no sign of him getting out of control. The mechanical god's transformation of the painful evil god is very thorough. The stronger his power is, the stronger his control over him will be. His cultivation will only make Su Yu's combat power stronger and stronger. Su Yu, who knows all these inside stories, ignores the shock of the tyrannical evil god and exerts all his strength to try to completely control the tyrannical evil god. The tyrannical evil god naturally knew his situation. The violent red light on his body burst out again. And he roared, "You actually want to control me?" Su Yu sneered, "So what?" At the same time, he exerted all his strength, and even began to extract the mechanical god power dormant inside the evil god's mecha, and actually wanted to mechanize the body of the tyrannical evil god. He wanted to turn this tyrannical evil god into an evil god's mecha. Sensing this fact, the tyrannical evil god was furious to the extreme. He is a 5th level great evil god, and Su Yu actually wants to transform him into a tool. But he was only furious for a moment, and his body suddenly loosened, and there was no movement. Run away again? Su Yu looked at the motionless tyrannical evil god and knew that this guy had run away. It was not like the last self-explosion, but directly cut off the connection with this body. The tyrannical evil god caught by Su Yu now is just an empty shell, and there is no consciousness of the tyrannical evil god anymore. This means that the tyrannical evil god has given up such a part of his power forever. Even if Su Yu used time to go back, it would be difficult to pull back the consciousness of the tyrannical evil god. In the previous self-explosion and escape, the tyrannical evil god did not lose too much. After all, only a basin was blown up, and most of the power took the opportunity to escape. But this time, it really lost all the power of this divine body, which was equivalent to cutting flesh from him. The tyrannical evil god was injured because of the battle with Su Yu before. This time, he lost so much power again, and the injury must be more serious. It's decisive enough. Su Yu smiled slightly and directly put the body of the tyrannical evil god into the materialization space. Although the tyrannical consciousness ran away, this tyrannical god body in the past history also had a 5th order level. Although it only had a 5th order level, it did not have the real power of the 5th order. But it was precious enough as a part of the tyrannical evil god, and it was much more powerful than the ordinary 4th order top. Su Yu brought it back. Even if he couldn't build a second evil god soldier mecha, he could try to make a weapon for the evil god soldier mecha. Then, he could use this weapon to fight the tyrannical body. Chapter 441 The Road Ahead. Su Yu's career transformation plan. Su Yu already has experience in the application of the tyrannical god body. The tyrannical armor that he has relied on for a long time relies on the tyrannical thoughts and the evil god's bone. But now, the tyrannical armor has long been useless to Su Yu, and can only be worn as a piece of clothing. To be honest, Su Yu is still a little uncomfortable. After all, the tyrannical armor was quite easy to use before. Fortunately, the 5th level tyrannical god body that he has obtained now has made up for Su Yu's regret. Su Yu is confident that he can use the tyrannical god body he has obtained this time to create a powerful enough evil god weapon. Use the tyrannical god body to create a weapon, and use this weapon to fight the tyrannical body in the future. I have to say that this is a bit insulting. If we can really defeat the tyrannical evil god in the future, and use the tyrannical body to create a real tyrannical armor, then it will be perfect. But it is too early to think about that now. Su Yu is satisfied with the tyrannical god body, and this trip is not in vain. Only 2 self-destruct cannons were used, which is not bad. This battle has gains and losses. The 2 self-destruct cannons are losses. The self-destruct cannons require a long time to purify, compress, and encapsulate the power of pain. So the self-destruct cannons are limited. And one less is one less. In the past 4 years, so you could only purify one self-destruct cannon a year, and only purified 4 in total. This time, half of the reserve was used. But the power is really good, and it is worth Su Yu's 4 years of purification and manufacturing. Originally, he was worried that his closed-door moves, without actual combat tests, would be difficult to work against the tyrannical evil god. Now it seems that the effect is very good. However, Su Yu also knows that this battle exposed the self-destruct cannon. The next time the tyrannical evil shadow is prepared, it will not be so easy to be hit. But it doesn't matter. With experience, Su Yu will develop stronger moves next time and give the tyrannical evil god some new surprises. In addition to the 2 self-destruction cannons, Su Yu used the ability to reverse time once, and accumulated a lot of time backlash, which needed to be resolved in a way. With his mind turning, Su Yu looked at the planet under his feet again, stretched out his hand, grabbed a piece of soul and stone from the ground, and held it in his hand. Su Yu could sense that this piece of soul and stone was not a normal substance at all, but a solid formed by the solidification of subspace psychic energy. The entire planet is composed of this subspace substance. Sure enough, this planet is actually a subspace domain planet. Su Yu was busy fighting just now, and he had no time to observe this planet. Now that he has driven away tyranny, he has a chance to observe it. Su Yu immediately judged that this planet is actually a subspace domain planet, and the entire planet is composed of subspace matter. This planet, like the planet where Su Yu cultivated the machine soul, is essentially the same. They are all subspace domain planets formed after the subspace domain is completely closed after being promoted to the 5th level. The painful evil god has such a planet, and the tyrannical evil god naturally has one too. And unlike the one of the painful evil god, the one of the painful evil god's domain planets is still in a relatively primitive state, and the only life on it is the machine soul cultivated and matured by Su Yu. And the one of the tyrannical evil god has obviously been carefully cultivated by the tyrannical evil god. And there are a variety of creatures on the planet, although most of the creatures are dark and twisted. This is the lair of tyranny, Su Yu said secretly in his heart. Under normal circumstances, this kind of subspace domain planet is hidden deep in the subspace, and outsiders can't find its location at all. But Su Yu used the power of time and came here directly from the past history of that human city. Relying on this planet, it should not be difficult to find the body of the tyrannical evil god. If it doesn't work, destroying this planet directly will definitely cause heavy damage to the tyrannical evil god. However, before Su Yu took action, Su Yu found that the planet was becoming translucent. In other words, it lost its reality and was like an illusion. Just like when Su Yu traveled to the future. That future was not real enough because it had not happened yet. When Su Yu traveled to the future, if he did not use the ability to determine the future, everything in the future time and space would be unreal and translucent in his eyes. Because the future is uncertain. It is essentially nothingness. Only when time reaches the present will the future become real. And now, this subspace planet is in this state. It seems that there is no hope. Su Yu saw this situation and knew that the tyrannical evil god used some kind of ability to hide this subspace planet in the past history. It is unknown what means the tyrannical evil god used to make the subspace planet in the past history become like the future. Illusory and lacking in reality. At this time, even if Su Yu destroyed the planet directly, he would not be able to cause any harm to the tyrannical body. Just like if Su Yu attacked the enemy in the future time and space, he would not cause any harm to the enemy at the present time point. The tyrannical evil god used some ability to turn the past into the future, thus preventing Su Yu from attacking him in the past history. What an interesting method. It seems that the time power mastered by the tyrannical evil god is completely different from what I master. It is obvious that the tyrannical evil god also has some strange powers in the field of time. This strange power cannot be achieved by the evil god armor with the 5th level time power. The power of time is not static. The effect of the time power obtained by different means is also different. The original enemy demon wanted to use memory to travel through time and master the power of time. If the enemy demon succeeds, its time power will definitely be different from the power obtained by Su Yu's time mechanic. And the tyrannical evil god used some strange time power by unknown means. However, Su Yu was sure that the time power of the tyrannical evil god must not have reached the 5th level. So he did not dare to fight Su Yu head-on, but hid, and could only use this power to protect himself. Suyu thought for a while, and looked down at the human city under his feet. He thought about it, and directly activated his ability to modify all the memories of these humans, making them forget everything that happened before. Then Suyu quickly circled the entire planet, and explored it. Suyu found that the scale of this planet was similar to that of the Ruins planet. The surface of the planet was full of various twisted creatures, including the ghost demons and radiation beasts that Suyu was familiar with. Only in that city were there hundreds of thousands of normal humans living. Moreover, Suyu found that the bodies of those twisted and dark creatures were all made of the subspace matter on this planet. The humans in that city were completely real flesh and blood, and their bodies were all made of real matter. No wonder the human population in this city has only these people after thousands of years of development. There is only so much flesh and blood on their bodies, and no matter how much they develop, they can't have more. These people are similar to the descendants of the mechanics in the materialized space before. They are trapped outside the real universe, and live on a small amount of real matter. In the materialized space, most of the matter is data materialization, and there is very little real matter. They can only survive by relying on that little matter to circulate. For thousands of years, they have been living an extremely difficult life. The means of the tyrannical evil god are much more sophisticated, or in other words, much more merciful. These humans have no idea that their matter is circulating, and they live a good life, no matter what the real purpose of tyranny is. As an evil god, he is indeed merciful to the hundreds of thousands of humans in this city. Although tyranny has some twisted creatures attacking this city, he came out to save them in a blink of an eye. It is unknown what the tyrannical evil god wants to do by leaving these humans. It is estimated that only he himself knows. After Suyu quickly explored the entire planet, he did not care about the human city. He took the tyrannical god body he had just obtained, and took the corpses of the twisted creatures on the ground with him. Then Suyu disappeared directly from this time and space, and returned to now. Now at the time node, Suyu's consciousness returned. He looked at the human city, and nodded secretly. Although Suyu and the tyrannical evil god fought in the past time and space, after the war, both sides tacitly did not change the history of this human city too much, so as not to suffer unnecessary time backlash. Before Suyu left, he also modified the memories of these people to ensure that their memories were the same as before, and did not change history. After Suyu left, the tyrannical evil god would not take the opportunity to attack these humans. So the history of this city has basically not changed. It was still transferred to the ruined star by the tyrannical evil god at the original time point. Everyone in the city is alive and well. The only difference from before is that Suyu has completely understood the origin of this city. Looking at the tyrannical believers in this city, Suyu shook his head. These people still believe in their tyrannical god and are still praying. Suyu ignored them, and did not rush to deal with the tyrannical god body he had just obtained, but went into deep thought. Suyu was thinking about what Bauer said earlier. Bauer, this guy, actually claimed to be the god of mankind. He was righteous and could protect mankind in the future. Although Bauer was beaten up by Suyu just after he finished speaking, and even his body was taken back. But Bauer's words are still worth paying attention to. Suyu knew from the matter of the machine soul that in this universe, because of the subspace tide, the normal path to transcendence is almost a life or death struggle. On the contrary, the road of evil gods and demons is very smooth. Coupled with the previous words of the tyrannical evil god, Suyu had to think about his own future and the future of mankind. If it is true as tyrannical said, can Suyu really be promoted to the 5th level in the future? And even if he is really promoted, what will happen after the subspace tide breaks out? Can he continue to improve? What about other humans? What should they do after the subspace tide? Suyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and looked at the evil god soldiers and mechas hidden in the future nothingness. He has thought of a way. Or rather, the way has always been in front of him. Since the normal extraordinary road is difficult to walk, then take the road of evil gods and demons. Of course, Suyu does not really want to be an evil god. Instead, he is preparing to transform the evil god into a machine like the evil god soldiers and mechas, and make it his own power. The road of evil gods and demons is easier to walk, which means that after the subspace tide breaks out again, those things will become more and more, and stronger. Although this will put Suyu and the human race in a dangerous situation. If we regard the evil gods and demons as some kind of resources that can be used, it is not a bad thing, but a good thing. Didn't Suyu use those radioactive beasts in this way? Of course, the premise is that you have the ability to use this resource. The evil gods and demons are not easy to use. If you are not careful, you will be eroded by their power and die miserably. And Suyu just has such an ability to transform the 5th level evil gods into mechas. Who can have such experience? However, evil god soldiers and mechas are external forces after all. Because of the relationship between Suyu and the painful evil god, the evil god soldiers and mechas are essentially one. For Suyu, the evil god soldiers are not really external forces. Others can't learn this method. So, I need to develop a new extraordinary profession so that others can really get this power, Suyu said secretly in his heart. He decided to transform the existing extraordinary professions to better adapt to future changes. Demon Warrior, Data Ghost, Battle Demon Mechanic, Evil God Soldier Mechanic. Suyu suddenly had a series of names in his mind. The so-called Demon Warrior is a new extraordinary profession that Suyu is going to transform from the Galaxy Warrior profession into a new extraordinary profession that uses demon power as energy and demon flesh and soul as armor. Data Ghost is a profession transformed from the Data Ghost profession. Battle Demon Mechanic is a mechanical profession that transforms a large number of subspace demon creatures into mechanical demons and dominates the battlefield. Evil God Soldier Mechanic is a powerful 4th level profession that specializes in hunting evil gods and using the bodies of evil gods to build evil god soldiers and mechas. With Suyu's wisdom, he has a lot of inspiration and ideas in a short time. It is not difficult for Suyu to simply transform a profession. The real difficulty is how these professions can keep their humanity and rationality after taking up ordinary jobs, instead of really turning themselves into twisted evil gods and demons. Suyu also has experience in this regard. The machine soul that Suyu cultivated before basically meets this demand. Although the machine soul was bred by the evil god's domain planet, it was purified by Suyu and did not have the slightest evil and violence, but was very docile. However, the machine soul was a creature that Suyu cultivated step by step from primitive life, so it was easy to adjust. Humans are much more complicated and more difficult. Fortunately, Suyu has another experience. That is, the Ghost Hidden Blade he worked for before. The Ghost Hidden Blade is essentially the kind of profession that Suyu wants. The Ghost Hidden Blade, with a human body, controls the phantom energy that can only be used safely by the evil god and the demon, and it still maintains human rationality. Isn't this the profession that Suyu wants? The human empire had similar ideas back then, and this Ghost Hidden Blade is the research result. With the experience of the Ghost Hidden Blade, Suyu is confident that he can develop new professions such as Demon Warriors, Data Ghost Demons, War Demon Mechanics, and Evil God Soldier Mechanics. Chapter 442 Tyrannical Conspiracy. 20 years. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately prepared to develop a new profession. This matter is very important. After all, it is related to his future path. However, before taking action, Suyu thought about another question. That is, what exactly is Tyrannical Evil God doing this time? Tyrannical Evil God took the human city to the ruins planet, but Suyu found his traces and beat him up, and even took back his body. It seems that he got nothing from this action and suffered a lot. Suyu has been waiting for Tyrannical Evil God to come out and cause trouble. But after waiting for 4 years, he did take action. But Tyrannical's action this time seems to be just to send population, power, and knowledge to Suyu. The population of a city, the power of a body, and the knowledge about the extraordinary road and the subspace environment are all given to Suyu by Tyrannical this time. As for the Tyrannical Evil God's mouth cannon, saying that they, the evil gods, are the gods of mankind and justice, Suyu just thought it was bullshit. That's strange. Tyranny is a great 5th level evil god. He wouldn't do this just to say those nonsense. Right? Does he really expect to persuade Suyu to his side with his mouth? This guy shouldn't be that stupid. Although the evil god is a symbol of chaos and distortion, it seems normal that his brain is not working well. But at the 5th level, Tyranny is definitely not a fool. He has been holding back for 4 years, and his first action must be the result of careful consideration. In this case, the reason for Tyranny's action is worth considering. On the surface, Tyranny has suffered a great loss this time. But is it really just a loss? Or has Tyranny achieved the desired result? Is it to imitate the old things 10,000 years ago? So you remember the battle between Tyranny and Zhang Chifeng 10,000 years ago. According to the information recorded on the fragments of the giant god soldier's command, it seems that Tyranny did not appear directly to fight Zhang Chifeng at that time. Tyranny used some means to corrode the people of the Azure Second Empire and launched a great rebellion. When the entire empire was in civil strife, tyranny took action again and corroded the sun-brightening mech, and finally forced Zhang Chenfeng to die. Suyu had watched and thought about the information about this matter many times. However, because there were too many missing details, it was impossible to obtain more information. For example, Suyu didn't know how tyranny and Zhang Chenfeng fought, and why Zhang Chenfeng died suddenly. But now, after Suyu sorted out the battle from beginning to end, he tasted a different taste and was full of doubts. That is, how did tyranny evil god do it? At that time, Zhang Chenfeng was a 5th level extraordinary mechanic, and he had a 5th level sun-brightening mech. It was even said that he was a sun-brightening imperial guard, and his strength was extremely powerful. He died, and the sun-brightening mech was destroyed. But the remaining mechanical creations alone could block the planet for 10,000 years. So that tyranny evil god has not been able to break free from the blockade until now. With such a strong power, how did the tyrannical evil god start a rebellion? How did tyranny erode the sunlight mech and force Zhang Chenfeng to death? The more I think about it, the weirder it gets. The power of the sunlight mech should be the best to restrain the power of the tyrannical evil god. As a result, the tyrannical evil god not only started a rebellion, but also eroded the 5th level sunlight mech. In the past, Suyu didn't know much about the power of the 5th level. Now that he has the evil god armor and has fought against the tyrannical evil god, he knows how difficult and incredible it is to do all this. How did tyranny do it? Even if the tyrannical evil god was at his peak 10,000 years ago and much stronger than now, is Zhang Chenfeng weaker? Suyu couldn't figure it out. The battle 10,000 years ago was too far away, and he couldn't use the power of time to travel back to see it for the time being. He could only guess that the tyrannical evil god used some kind of weird conspiracy. And now, the tyrannical evil god seems to want to use this conspiracy on Suyu. When Suyu's mechanical city civilization develops, there may be a great rebellion like 10,000 years ago. Then Suyu will die and the evil god soldier mecha will disintegrate. Even the professions that Suyu wants to develop at this time, such as the demon warrior, data ghost, war demon mechanic, evil god soldier mechanic, etc., will also be the cause of the rebellion. I want to see what means you have. After figuring it out, Suyu did not hesitate and immediately started to develop a new profession. Although the tyrannical evil god has unknown plans, Suyu will not shrink back because of this. Do what you should do. Just be more careful. Next, Suyu will develop a new profession while controlling the energy of the planet and meditating and practicing to improve himself. Suyu even divided a part of his spirit and began to study the tyrannical god body, thinking about how to use this god body to create the weapons of the evil god soldier mecha. Although he was multitasking, it was nothing for Suyu's strength. As for the human city sent by tyranny, Suyu was worried about a conspiracy and did not come forward to contact those people. Suyu even used his power to block it, so that those humans could not go out and communicate with the people in the mechanical city. This was very simple for Suyu. Anyway, the periphery of that city was an area where the planetary energy was frequently rioting. Suyu could adjust the planetary energy casually to make the periphery of that city dangerous, and no one could go out. The people in that city had long been accustomed to this closed environment, and did not care. In fact, because there was no threat from twisted creatures on the ruins, they felt that the living conditions were even better. At most, they could not go out, which was nothing. There were planting areas and breeding areas in their city, and there were enough food sources, so they did not need to seek outside. Although the outside world was dangerous, the city was peaceful, like a paradise. Therefore, they all believed that it was the mercy of the tyrannical evil god that allowed them to bring this god-blessed land without darkness and twisted creatures. Their thoughts were really right. It was really the tyrannical evil god who sent them here. So they prayed to the tyrannical evil god more devoutly. These people are also strange. They believe in the evil god, but their reason will not be eroded by the power of tyranny. Although the tyrannical aura on them is extremely strong, they themselves cannot detect it at all. It is precisely because they are so strange that Suyu does not let them contact with the people in the mechanical city, so as not to spread some strange pollution. However, this characteristic of these people is very valuable for research. The most critical difficulty of the new profession that Suyu wants to develop is how to maintain humanity and reason while using the power of the evil god and demon. Although Suyu has the ghost hidden blade, it is only an isolated case and cannot provide enough data. There are hundreds of thousands of people in this city, enough for Suyu to study. And because of this incident, Suyu is more convinced that the tyrannical evil god deliberately wants to promote Suyu's research and wants Suyu to develop those new professions. So he sent these people here. Soon, another 20 years passed. In these 20 years, Suyu has achieved a lot of results. The development of new professions has been successful. The two major professions, Demon Warrior and War Demon Mechanic, have been developed. It took Suyu 20 years to develop these two third-level professions, which is almost the same as when Suyu developed the Time Mechanic. The Time Mechanic is a fourth-level profession, and it also involves the mysterious and powerful power of time. These two new professions are only third-level professions, and there are also prototypes of Galaxy Warrior and War Mechanic for reference. It is enough to prove how difficult it is to develop new paths and new professions. It is too difficult to let humans master the power of evil gods and demons and still maintain rationality and humanity. The positive example of this path is Suyu's Ghost Hidden Blade, which is the technological achievement of the Empire 10,000 years ago. The negative example is the former Ghost Tribe, where 100,000 people used ghost energy to refine themselves into ghosts. There is another positive example, the Ghost Emperor. In addition to the Ghost Hidden Blade, Suyu also referred to some technical experience left after the death of the Ghost Emperor in this development. But even so, if it weren't for the tyrannical believers in that city sent by the tyrannical evil god, Suyu might still be stuck at a certain point. Because after Suyu studied for a while, he soon discovered that the experience of Ghost Hidden Blade and Ghost Emperor was basically difficult to use. Ghost Hidden Blade is essentially a normal extraordinary profession. Suyu was so difficult to be promoted to Ghost Hidden Blade at the beginning, and he survived a near-death experience. It can be seen that this profession is not very suitable for the current environment. And the experience of Ghost Emperor is actually similar. But now, the new profession that Suyu wants to develop needs to adapt to the current subspace environment more thoroughly. And the experience of Ghost Hidden Blade and Ghost Emperor is not enough. Faced with this difficulty, the various characteristics of those tyrannical believers have helped Suyu's research a lot. Those tyrannical believers pray to the tyrannical evil god every day, and they can still maintain their humanity, which is simply a miracle. With them as a reference, plus 20 years of hard work, it finally paid off. Suyu finally succeeded? Demon Warrior. War Demon Mechanic. It is Suyu's achievement. Demon Warriors. This profession is to capture the subspace demons, use technical means to refine them into demon seeds, and transplant them into human bodies. Demons are special subspace creatures, which can basically be equivalent to the larvae of evil gods. There are not many demons in the subspace near the ruins, but there are some, and even many of them are Suyu's believers. So it is not difficult to catch them. Suyu can even use the subspace field of the painful evil god to cultivate demons out of thin air, just like cultivating machine souls. After catching these demons, wipe out their minds, and then mechanize them. They become demon seeds. The demon seed will fuse with humans to transform and strengthen the human body. Generally speaking, the effect is similar to that of the Galaxy Warrior, but it is more evil and more powerful. The key to this profession is the refining technology of the demon seed. Normal people and demons will only become evil and brutal monsters when they fuse. The demon seed can control the demon energy without eroding human rationality, and can even feed back to humans and assist humans in advancing to the third level. And this kind of demon seed can be mass-produced. Yes, just like the machine soul. It can be mass-produced, as long as Suyu captures the top 6-star demons, refines them into demon seeds, and then fuses them with the top 6-star humans. It is equivalent to completing the promotion ceremony, and can be promoted to 7 stars. This is in line with the so-called justice theory before the tyranny. The power of the evil god demon is justice in this environment. So it is very simple to promote, and can be mass-produced. Just like the human empire could mass-produce Galaxy Warriors 10,000 years ago, Suyu can now mass-produce demon warriors. At the same time, Suyu also developed a matching demon armor for the demon warrior, which is actually a fusion of the demon seed and the mechanical armor. The overall design concept is similar to that of the Galaxy Warrior, and it can basically be regarded as a new era Galaxy Warrior. As for the War Demon Mechanic, it is Suyu's modification of the War Mechanic, controlling the mechanical demon army and dominating the battlefield. The mechanical demon is a combat unit created by the War Demon Mechanic with demon energy, such as psionic energy and mechanical technology. The War Demon Mechanic is said to be a profession, but in fact there are also Demon Mechanic and Evil Energy Mechanic predecessors. These professions, in terms of combat power alone, are even more powerful than the original battlefield mechanics and war mechanics. However, Suyu previously controlled mechanical creations such as rangers. These new professions control various mechanical demons. When fighting, they are very evil and do not look like any serious professions. And this profession can also be mass-produced. Compared to the ritual of the war mechanic, the ritual of the war demon mechanic is much simpler. It only needs to accumulate a mechanical demon army of thousands of people to succeed. There is no need to engage in a war involving hundreds of thousands of people. The current war mechanics can no longer be employed. After all the humans on the entire planet are basically Suyu's subordinates. It is impossible to fight a civil war, right? Or go to the city of the tyrannical believers? And there will always be deaths in war. Many deaths. There is only one city of tyrannical believers, and it will be gone after the war. It is much easier for the war demon mechanic to be promoted. You only need to focus on making mechanical demons to complete the ritual promotion and have a strong combat power. After developing these two professions, Suyu had decided that it was so difficult for him to be promoted to the third level. If these two professions had been available earlier, it would have been much easier. After developing these two professions, Suyu hesitated a little. Should he spread these two professions and let everyone in the mechanical city take up the job and practice? Although these two professions do not affect human nature and reason, they are really evil just by looking at the appearance. In fact, Suyu would not care too much about the evil appearance, mainly because these two professions were developed with the help of the tyrannical evil god. Suyu still hasn't figured out what conspiracy is inside. If these two professions are promoted rashly, the consequences are unpredictable. Before promoting new professions, Suyu must figure out this conspiracy. At this moment, Suyu's heart moved, and he sensed that the tyrannical breath appeared again on the ruined star. Tyrannical, you have been forbearing for 20 years. Are you finally going to take action again? Chapter 443 The Real Horror of the Tyrannical Evil God. After so many years, Suyu's spirit has infiltrated the entire planet, and he can observe all locations on the entire surface at any time. He can sense that this time the tyrannical breath is particularly fierce, and it can be found all over the world. And the breath is coming from those cities. Suyu immediately determined that the source of those tyrannical breaths was not somewhere else, but the more than 100 cities built by the people of the mechanical city. Suyu immediately turned his attention to these cities. At this time, after more than 20 years of development, there are still more than 100 cities on the ruined star, and there has been no increase. In the past 20 years, Suyu rarely interfered with these cities, allowing them to develop, and at most adding new exchange items to the exchange system from time to time. Although he did not interfere, in the past 20 years, Suyu has been using the power of time to observe the future of these cities and guard against all hidden dangers. With Suyu's strength, theoretically, he can see the future within 1,000 years. However, due to the subspace tide, Suyu can only see until the time node when the subspace tide erupted, which is about 80 years later, and he can't see more. But Suyu can see clearly the time in these 80 years. And in the past 80 years, the future that Suyu saw in his observation was peaceful development without any waves. The sudden appearance of the tyrannical aura now is obviously beyond Suyu's observation. This unexpected situation beyond observation is also within Suyu's expectations. He knew long ago that he couldn't take all the future he saw seriously. The future that Suyu saw was just a possibility, and he couldn't see through all the possibilities, especially the possibilities related to the great evil god like tyranny. It is even more impossible to see through them all. The tyrannical evil god has a strange power of time and can hide himself in the timeline. Suyu can't use the power of time to predict the actions of the tyrannical evil god in advance, which is a variable beyond sight. Just like before, Suyu couldn't predict the city of tyrannical believers sent by the tyrannical evil god in advance. This kind of variable that Suyu can't see through is not the only one. The specific time node of the subspace tide is also invisible. Until now, Suyu doesn't know when the subspace tide will erupt. The subspace is chaotic, and when the tide erupts, it must be even more chaotic, and the space-time distortion interferes with Suyu's observation. Suyu only knows that it will be about 80 years later. In addition, he can't see whether Suyu can really be promoted to the 5th level. After all, he doesn't even know what his 5th level profession is, because that involves the profession panel, and the 5th level profession is not unlocked now. How can you see it? This is also an invisible variable. And now, there is another variable that cannot be predicted in advance, which is this tyrannical aura. Sensing the sudden tyrannical aura, knowing that there is a variable, Suyu attaches great importance to it, immediately activate the maximum power of time, and be ready for a war at any time, whether in the past or in the future. As long as you see the tyrannical evil god, it is equivalent to seeing his body, and you can start a war immediately. In Suyu's field of vision, the entire surface of the planet, the past and future of more than 100 cities, all come into view. Those cities are the source of the tyrannical aura. The aura of tyranny actually came from them. Suyu was somewhat surprised to find that the aura of tyranny he had just sensed did not come from any demons or something like that. It came directly from the residents of those cities. The aura of tyranny was extremely strong. Just like those tyrannical believers. Could it be that the tyrannical evil god secretly polluted it? Suyu's heart sank. Before, he deliberately blocked those tyrannical believers to prevent them from contacting the citizens of the mechanical city, and often used the power of time to inspect each city. It was to prevent pollution. But now, it seems to be useless. And what is coming is still coming. Looking at the intensity of this tyrannical aura, it is simply shocking. Although it is not as good as the city of the tyrannical believer, it is not much different. Could it be that the entire mechanical city civilization has been eroded by tyranny without knowing it? The civilization that Suyu built has become a tyrannical believer? Faced with this terrible situation, Suyu was not impatient, and continued to observe and search for the traces of the tyrannical evil god. But he did not see the tyrannical evil god, only normal cities and normal residents. At this time, the number of cities on the ruined planet did not increase, but the population had increased by more than 3 times. After more than 20 years of peaceful development, many people gave birth to children. And then these children grew up, and men and women got together to give birth to new offspring. At this time, the total population was 50 million. Except for the old and weak. The rest of these 50 million people were almost all extraordinary people. They built each city more and more advanced, and developed step by step in hundreds of cities. Each city has its own customs, culture, technology, etc., which are rich and colorful. In each city, second-level strongmen can be seen everywhere, and there are also many strongmen with third-level armor. It's just that those who work in third-level professions are relatively rare. Most people still rely on the power of mechanical armor. But the power of armor is also a real third-level strength. In more than 100 cities, the third-level combat power has exceeded 3,000. 3,000 third-level combat power. So you didn't dare to think about it before. But now, there is still a lot of room for development. As for the 4th-level combat power, it is still relatively small. Strictly speaking, only Suyu himself and the fusion technology of those descendants of mechanics can reach the 4th level. No one else has it. In fact, Suyu has been able to cultivate a 4th-level mechanical soul armor in the past 20 years. It's mainly because the 3rd-level strongmen such as Tai Long have not yet collected enough energy coins required for the 4th-level armor. And they can't find Suyu to exchange. And Suyu can't give them away for free. Even without the 4th-order combat power, these cities united together have become a real human civilization. Not a lonely mechanical city as before. These people have secretly called out the name of the mechanical empire. But without Suyu's consent, they dare not use this name without authorization. The cities communicate with each other, and when the population reaches 100 million, they will apply to Suyu to establish an empire and restore the glory of mankind. These 20 years are 20 years of development and hope. And everyone's heart is full of hope for the future. It is in such a prosperous and hopeful background that these people exude an extremely strong tyrannical atmosphere. Strange. Suyu looked at it more and more strangely. Because no matter how he looked at it, those cities were all normal and prosperous. Except for the tyrannical atmosphere. There was no difference from before. The residents in the city did not become violent and cruel because of the tyrannical atmosphere. But everything was normal. They themselves did not seem to notice this atmosphere, and were still carrying out various production, life, cultivation, and tasks as usual. They didn't even pray to the tyrannical evil god like those tyrannical believers. And they didn't become tyrannical believers. But the tyrannical aura appeared just like that. What's going on? Suyu was solemn and continued to observe. Suyu, are you confused? Just then, Suyu heard a low, majestic, cruel and crazy voice. Suyu's eyes condensed, and he said in a deep voice, tyranny. Obviously, This sudden voice was the voice of the tyrannical evil god. Suyu was not surprised but happy when he heard the appearance of tyranny. The last time tyranny went out, he was beaten up by him and took back a divine body. Now that divine body, after 20 years of transformation, has become the prototype of the weapon of the evil god's mecha. Although it has not been transformed yet, it has some power. I was worried that there was no enemy to test it. Now tyranny is coming again. Suyu immediately launched the power of time with all his strength to pursue the source of the sound just now. As long as we find the location of tyranny's body, we will start the battle immediately. Maybe we will have a chance to seize another body, or even suppress tyranny's body, and truly solve this problem. As long as we deal with tyranny, the big evil god, the weirdness of the city residents will be a small problem. At this time, tyranny said again, "Don't look for it. I am still in the depths of the subspace. You can't find it." Suyu turned a deaf ear and continued to use the power of time with all his strength. Tyranny said he couldn't find it. So he couldn't find it. Suyu would not easily believe tyranny's lies. Seeing that Suyu ignored him, Bao could only continue, "Suyu, you must be wondering why these humans have my tyrannical aura. Because tyranny is a part of human beings. It is an emotion that comes from human instinct. As long as human civilization develops to a certain scale, it will inevitably gather enough tyrannical emotions. I only need to guide them a little. And these tyrannical emotions will become tyrannical auras. I am now using these auras to talk to you. So you can't find me." In Bao's tone, there was a suppressed cruel smile. Suyu's heart sank slightly when he heard this. He remembered the Great Rebellion 10,000 years ago. No wonder Zhang Chifeng, as a member of the Yuri Imperial Guard, could not stop humans from being eroded by tyranny, and finally turned into a great rebellion. So this is the reason. As long as human civilization develops to a certain extent, tyranny will gather. And even Zhang Chifeng cannot stop it. Even Zhang Chifeng himself may naturally produce tyrannical emotions. Just as Suyu was thinking about this, the tyrannical evil god spoke again. "Suyu, do you think you can be an exception? This includes you. The tyrannical aura on you is the strongest among all people." The cruel smile in his tone became more obvious. Suyu's heart sank even more. He also had a tyrannical aura. Although he was surprised, he thought about it, and it seemed normal. Did Suyu have a tyrannical mood? Of course he did. When Suyu was fighting, his emotions were cold and his methods were violent, which fully met the standard of tyranny. However, Suyu could not detect his own tyrannical aura, which might be some weird subspace rule. Those tyrannical believers and city residents exuded a tyrannical aura without knowing it. Suyu thought that they were manipulated by the tyrannical evil god. But now he knew that he was no exception and was the same. This tyrannical emotion is the instinct of human beings. The instinct engraved in the genes of human beings from beasts to intelligent life. And it is a part of human nature that cannot be erased. Facing danger and natural enemies, tyrannical emotions will make people full of fighting spirit and strength. Ignore pain and danger, and improve their ability to survive. In a sense, as long as it is well controlled, it is a positive emotion, even if it cannot be controlled. Under normal circumstances, no matter how strong the violent emotions are, at most it will create a mental patient. But with the existence of the subspace, a large amount of such emotions will breed a terrifying evil god like tyranny. In this universe, the birth of an evil god like tyranny seems inevitable. And the stronger the strength, the stronger the violent emotions. These violent emotions will definitely become the food of the tyrannical evil god, helping him to recover his strength and help him become stronger. Before, the tyrannical evil god was weak and was chased and beaten by Suyu. It may not be because he had just broken the seal, but because at that time, the human civilization on the ruined star only had a mechanical city left, and it was all dead. He could not absorb too much violent emotions, and was naturally weak. And now, Suyu is developing civilization and preparing for the 5th level ritual, which is equivalent to helping the tyrannical evil god heal. No wonder the tyrannical evil god said that he was a human god. It was really true. He is inseparable from human emotions, and can use human emotions to heal and become stronger. He can even use these emotions to erode and infect humans. No wonder Zhang Chifeng and Yuri Mecha were unable to resist the tyrannical evil god. It was probably because of this that they were corroded. To be honest, since the tyrannical evil god broke the seal, Suyu has beaten him twice. Even subconsciously, he looked down on this evil god and thought he was just that good. But now, Suyu understands that the real horror of this evil god is not the direct battle. It is this corrosive ability that is like a maggot attached to the bone, which cannot be escaped and cannot be defended. The evil god is really scary. Suyu was silent for a moment, and for the first time asked, "Tyranny, what do you want to say?" The tyrannical evil god laughed cruelly. "Suyu, I want you to believe in me." Suyu also laughed immediately. "What are you dreaming about?" Tyranny said, "Suyu, your refusal is meaningless. To tell you the truth, you can't be promoted to the 5th level. The stronger the civilization you develop, the stronger the tyrannical mood, the stronger I will be. When you are promoted, I will do my best to erode your mind and let you fall into tyranny. At that time, you will definitely die. If you don't promote to the 5th level, you and human civilization will never be able to survive the next subspace tide. Even if you have a 5th level mecha, even if you have the power of time, you will definitely die if you don't reach the 5th level. You have only one way. Believe in me. Get my protection." Suyu was silent after hearing this. He knew that Tyranny was telling the truth. He remembered Zhang Chifeng, who was eroded and died 10,000 years ago. There was also the city of tyrannical believers that the tyrannical evil god sent here 20 years ago. One of the purposes of the tyrannical evil god sending the tyrannical believers in that city was to tell Suyu that if he believed in him, he could live, and even live with his humanity. Otherwise, everyone would die. Chapter 444: A Bold Idea. At this moment, Suyu had another enlightenment in his heart. He could not see the future 80 years later. Not only because of the chaos of time and space caused by the subspace tide 80 years later. It is more likely that he will die in 80 years and have no future. Suyu's face was gloomy, and he fell into thought. The tyrannical evil god waited for a moment, sneered twice and said, "So, Suyu, what is your choice?" This is the second time he asked Suyu this question. The last time he asked was 20 years ago. At that time, Tyranny had just finished asking, and Suyu discovered his traces and fought a big battle. This time, Tyranny used the tyrannical aura of the people in the mechanical city to speak. But it was much safer, and there was no need to worry about Suyu finding him again. The last time, facing the question of the tyrannical evil god, Suyu only felt ridiculous, and there was no value in thinking at all. But this time, Tyranny was well prepared. So Suyu couldn't help but fall into contemplation and seriously consider what Tyranny had just said. Tyranny was not impatient, and quietly waited for Suyu's answer. Suyu is not a procrastinator. He thinks very quickly. In less than 1/10,000th of a second, Suyu had analyzed and integrated all kinds of information, and had a plan in mind. Then, Suyu asked in a deep voice, "Tyranny, if you really let humans believe in you, will you really protect them and guarantee their safety and sanity?" Suyu actually seemed to be really considering letting humans believe in the tyrannical evil god. Tyranny heard this and still laughed cruelly. "How is it possible? Most of them will die. These dead people will be resurrected within 3 days after death. Become my subjects, and fight for me in the galaxy. Suyu, this includes you. You must die once too." This evil god was not acting at all at this time. Even if the whole human race believed in him, most people would be killed by him. Although the dead will be resurrected by Tyranny within 3 days. Suyu had seen what they would be after resurrection 20 years ago, on the subspace domain planet of the tyrannical evil god. Those twisted creatures should be what humans become after resurrection after death. Those things are no longer human. They have no humanity. The so-called resurrection is just turning into monsters. Suyu did not get angry when he heard this. He just nodded and said, "Most people will die. Which means that some people can still live. According to the information I know, the evil god has 2 sides. In most cases, they show a twisted and evil side. But in fact they also have a kind and merciful side. Although the so-called kindness and mercy may not be a good thing. The small number of humans who can survive after believing in you, the evil god, is the mercy of you, the evil god." Suyu analyzed a lot of things from the attitude of the tyrannical evil god. Although Suyu did not know the specific details, he also analyzed the purpose of tyranny. The tyrannical evil god has 2 sides. This mercy is also a part of his essence, and cannot be separated. So he will keep some humans alive normally. Hearing this, Tyranny laughed again and said, "That's right. To exchange the death of most humans for the normal survival of a small number of people, so that the human race can continue. This is my kindness. Suyu, make a choice." Suyu did not hesitate this time. and shook his head directly. I refuse. This so-called kindness is nothing more than keeping humans in captivity. They are just your captive livestock. Humans like that are almost extinct. Tyranny was rejected by Suyu. But he was not angry, but said in a strange tone, Suyu, you just rejected my kindness on behalf of tens of millions of humans? Shouldn't you ask those humans if they are willing? Why do you make decisions for them? Maybe they want to be livestock themselves? As an evil god, Tyranny understands human nature best, and his words are not a fraud. If Suyu really asked those humans, many people will definitely choose to believe in Tyranny. Even if they don't say so on the surface, they will definitely have such thoughts in their hearts. Hearing this, Suyu laughed instead. Bao, are you stupid? Of course, I can make decisions for them. No need to ask them. Suyu would not be shaken by Bao's words, and really seek the opinions of tens of millions of humans under him. Suyu is always easy to talk to the humans under him. He is basically a hands-off boss, leaving all kinds of things to everyone to do. And he provides these people with various benefits in the back to let them develop. But at the critical moment, Suyu was arbitrary and made life and death decisions for these tens of millions of people directly. If someone is dissatisfied in the future, then challenge Suyu. And if you defeat Suyu, Suyu will listen to him. There is no point in saying more. It still depends on who has the stronger power. This is the truth of this world. The tyrannical evil god heard this, and said nothing more. He only left one sentence, Suyu. 80 years later, when the subspace tide erupts, it will be your death. After that, he was silent. However, the tyrannical aura emanating from tens of millions of humans around the world did not disappear, but became more and more intense. Obviously, the power of the tyrannical evil god is still affecting these humans. Even Suyu himself was affected. He probably also exuded a strong tyrannical aura, but he himself could not feel it. At this time, Suyu moved his mind and summoned the evil god soldier Mecha. He did not use this Mecha, but asked this Mecha a question. You are also an evil god. Why don't humans have the breath of hell? Can you protect humans and survive the disaster of the subspace tide? Suyu was asking the painful evil god. Although this evil god was transformed into an evil god soldier Mecha, he did not die and did not lose his self-awareness. The painful evil god is usually deeply sealed by the power of the mechanical god. Without Suyu's consent, he cannot affect the outside world and can only passively provide power for the evil god armor. But now, Suyu slightly lifted part of the seal of the painful evil god, allowing him to communicate with himself. Then, Suyu quietly waited for the answer of the painful evil god. His answer was very important. After all, Suyu was not a 5th level evil god. Even if he could be promoted to the 5th level in the future, he was not an evil god. He did not know enough about the various details of the 5th level evil god. The painful evil god is a 5th level evil god at the same level as the tyrannical evil god. In this regard, the painful evil god must know more than Suyu. When the painful evil god heard Suyu's question, he did not answer, but asked back, why should I answer you? The voice of the painful evil god is the same as Suyu, but the tone is very cold and cruel. As his voice entered Suyu's consciousness, Suyu instantly felt the extreme pain that exceeded the limit of human endurance. If Suyu himself had not practiced the way of hell pain, he would have been defeated by this extreme pain in an instant. This is the painful evil god eroding Suyu. This is inevitable. As long as you communicate with the painful evil god, you must bear such risks. The painful evil god wants to erode Suyu all the time, seize control, and gain freedom. How could he let go of such an opportunity? And Suyu endured the pain, and his tone did not change, saying, because if I die, you can't live either. The painful evil god was silent again, and the pain Suyu felt became more and more intense. Obviously, the painful evil god was too lazy to talk nonsense with Suyu, and directly mobilized all his strength to erode Suyu. Suyu knew that he couldn't get anything out of this guy. So Suyu controlled the evil god soldier Mecha, and completely sealed the painful evil god again. Then the pain on Suyu's body was slightly relieved. Suyu used his own hell prototype to digest and absorb the painful power left by the painful evil god. After a long time, he was completely recovered. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then pondered again. Although Suyu did not ask anything from the painful evil god just now, with Suyu's wisdom, he can analyze a lot of useful information just by the attitude of the painful evil god. At this time, the painful evil god does not seem to care about the death of Suyu's body, which is not normal. If the death of Suyu's body has no effect on the painful evil god, he would have taken action long ago. He would not wait until Suyu transformed him into an evil god soldier mecha. But now, the painful evil god's attitude has changed. Suyu believes that the only possibility is that his death will definitely be when the subspace tide erupts. And death at that time point will not have much impact on the painful evil god. So he doesn't care. If I die when the subspace tide erupts, the painful evil god will not be affected. Maybe there will even be benefits. Why? Is it because the subspace tide will cause some changes in the painful evil god? The difference between the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god is that they are good at different fields. Also, the painful evil god has not really experienced the subspace tide. Maybe he will experience it in the future. But the future is essentially illusory and cannot be taken seriously. Perhaps every tidal eruption will cause some qualitative changes in the evil god. Suyu had all kinds of speculations in his mind. The tyrannical evil god experienced the subspace tide 10,000 years ago. Or in other words, the tyrannical evil god woke up because of the subspace tide. So he has some powerful characteristics. Now on the entire ruined star, all humans exude a tyrannical aura, which should be caused by this characteristic of the tyrannical evil god. This characteristic is the most powerful trump card of the tyrannical evil god. It is estimated that as time goes on, the tyrannical aura on those humans will become stronger and stronger. Eventually, these tyrannical auras will corrode everyone's minds, and eventually lead to a major rebellion like the one that happened 10,000 years ago. Suyu himself, and even some of the mechanical creations he made, will also be eroded, just like Zhang Chifeng 10,000 years ago. Under the interference of this tyrannical aura, it is simply impossible for Suyu to hold a ceremony to advance to the 5th level. If he does not advance to the 5th level, he will not be able to survive the subspace tide, and he will still die. No matter how you calculate it, it is death. No wonder the tyrannical evil god is very confident. Then, how can we break the situation? Suyu did not feel depressed at all, and calmly thought about the way to break the situation. Soon, Suyu came up with a bold idea. Since it is inevitable to be eroded by the tyrannical aura, then, just accept this aura. Suyu decided to directly practice the way of the tyrannical evil god. And in 80 years, he took the position of the tyrannical evil god and became the new tyrannical evil god. The appearance of the painful evil god proves that ordinary humans can also become true 5th level evil gods. This path is feasible. Of course, it does not mean that Suyu really wants to be depressed and want to become the 2nd tyrannical evil god. Previously, Suyu developed new alternative professions such as demon warrior and battle demon mechanic to adapt to the current subspace environment. And now, this time Suyu wants to develop a new profession in the tyranny field, which can be promoted to the 5th level and become a new profession of the new tyrannical evil god. According to Suyu's idea, this new profession will not be affected by the tyrannical aura, but will absorb and utilize the tyrannical aura, adapt to the current subspace environment, quickly become stronger, and quickly promote to the 5th level. Moreover, it will not affect his own reason, and become a tyrannical evil god with humanity and reason. If it succeeds, it will naturally not be troubled by the tyrannical aura, and it can also protect humans and survive the subspace tide. It is perfect. The only question is, how can I become a new tyrannical evil god? This question, Suyu doesn't know. His idea is really bold, and can only be described as whimsical. It's just like a beggar who is about to starve to death. So he lies there and dreams. He fantasizes that as long as he becomes an emperor, he can eat delicious food and drink spicy food, and he will never starve to death again. The question is, how can a beggar become an emperor? There are still more than 80 years, so it may not be impossible. Suyu secretly made up his mind. He has always been very active. As soon as he made up his mind, he immediately thought about how to make this fantastic plan come true. Theoretically, his plan has no chance of success. However, Suyu knew that he had the biggest advantage, which was the career panel. Suyu's career panel was very mysterious and powerful, with an extremely high-level essence. Suyu was able to successfully become a time mechanic at the 4th level because of the characteristics of the career panel. Otherwise, Suyu would have died because of the excessive division of the historical timeline. With the experience of the time mechanic, Suyu knew that if he wanted to turn the impossible into possible and seize the position of the tyrannical evil god, He must rely on the specialness of this career panel to have the possibility of success. So, the first step of this plan is to study the career panel first. That's right. Study the career panel. This was something that Suyu dared not think about before. The power of the professional panel was completely unfathomable and incomprehensible to Suyu in the past, let alone researching it. But now, Suyu has enough power and strength to barely be qualified and capable of researching this magical panel. He didn't want to fully understand the principles of the panel, but wanted to research some of the panel's usable characteristics. Just like before, Suyu used the unique time and space characteristics of the panel to successfully become a time mechanic. This time, Suyu wanted to study whether this panel had any other characteristics. Chapter 445 Characteristics of the Occupation Panel. How to study the occupation panel. Suyu actually had an idea for this question a long time ago. It's very simple. Just ask directly. So Suyu asked the occupation panel in his heart, "What characteristics do you have?" The occupation panel did not respond and ignored Suyu at all. Okay. Suyu actually just tried it for the time being. After all, sometimes asking questions to the occupation panel can get answers. According to Suyu's understanding of the occupation panel, this thing should not be intelligent, but has some more mechanical programs. It is estimated that the answers to some questions are preset in its program, which is similar to the manual of mechanical equipment. But if you ask it questions that are beyond the preset in the manual, there will be no response. Seeing that there was no response, Suyu asked another question. What will be the 5th level occupation that I unlock after I reach the top of the 4th level? This question is a hope in Suyu's heart. That is, maybe after reaching the top of the 4th level, the new occupation tyrannical evil god will be unlocked directly. So there is no need to bother. This time, the career panel really answered. The 5th level career will be unlocked according to your status at the top of the 4th level. You can also create a new 5th level career by yourself. Seeing this answer, Suyu shook his head slightly. This answer did not directly solve the problem Suyu is facing now. The information mentioned was also known by Suyu a long time ago. Suyu then asked some questions related to the career panel. If I die, what will happen to the career panel? Suyu thought of a possibility. That is, if he completely failed 80 years later, what would happen to this career panel? The career panel is bound to your consciousness, and will not change because of your death. This question obviously has an answer in the program of the career panel. And it was answered immediately. What do you mean? Suyu frowned. The meaning of the career panel seemed to be that even if he was really dead, the panel would still be bound to him? The problem is that he is dead, and his consciousness does not exist. How can it be bound to consciousness? Where does the consciousness come from for it to bind? But Suyu recalled carefully that he had experienced various crises before, and sometimes Suyu was basically dead. But at that time, this career panel was really bound to him. This panel will not die. The occupation panel answered, but did not explain in detail. Suyu saw this answer, but his heart moved. He pondered for a moment and felt that this should mean that even if he died completely, his consciousness disappeared. And even the timeline completely collapsed and disappeared. Even in such an extreme situation, the occupation panel will not die or disappear. And the occupation panel that will not die will still maintain the binding of Suyu's consciousness. Without consciousness, it is impossible to bind. So the occupation panel will actually maintain a part of Suyu's consciousness. Even if he died completely, there is still a part of his consciousness, which is preserved in a strange state. This was beyond Suyu's expectations. He thought that the occupation panel would tell him that if he died, he would bind to someone else. Suyu remembered that when he studied the subspace analyzer last time, he completely closed his 5 senses and thinking, which was equivalent to suicide. At that time, Suyu was equivalent to death, and his consciousness dissipated. But at the critical moment, the experience prompt of the occupation panel awakened him and brought him back to life. In other words, the occupation panel brought back the already dead Suyu. This is probably the meaning of this consciousness binding. Consciousness binding must be done with consciousness. After understanding all this, Suyu was delighted. Isn't this equal to immortality in a certain sense? It doesn't seem that simple. If Suyu hadn't arranged the various crises before, he would have died completely and couldn't wake up. If he couldn't wake up, the little consciousness maintained by the occupation panel seemed meaningless. Suyu thought for a while and asked again, what about the painful evil god? Is he considered my consciousness? Does he have control over the occupation panel? Will he be bound to you? Yes. No. If the painful evil god completely merges with you, then you are him. And he is you. But now he and you are independent individuals. He is the painful evil god, but not Suyu. He knows the existence of the occupation panel, but he doesn't have control over the occupation panel. And he won't be bound to the consciousness of this panel. This answer made Suyu very satisfied. It's good that the painful evil god doesn't have control over the occupation panel and consciousness binding. Otherwise, with his level, if he had a career panel, he would have made a big move long ago, and would not have been transformed into an evil god soldier mecha by Suyu. Is there any way in the career panel that can allow me to replace the tyrannical evil god? Suyu did not give up and asked again. It is obvious that the career panel cannot answer this question. Suyu shook his head. It seems that there is really no way. Next, Suyu asked a few more questions, some of which were answered on the professional panel, and some were not. Finally, Suyu had nothing to ask, so he shut up and pondered. It seemed that he could not get any answers by asking directly. He still had to use his brain. This new feature of consciousness binding was very critical. How could it be used? Suyu used his wisdom, and tried to think, search, and analyze. As soon as his mind moved, there was a possibility of billions of answers being analyzed in an instant. What is the biggest difficulty in becoming the tyrannical evil god? Suyu asked himself this question. Then many answers suddenly popped up in his mind. The biggest difficulty is the tyrannical evil god himself. According to the information Suyu knew now, and the conclusions drawn from observation, the tyrannical evil god should also be the only one, at least within the blockade range of the ruined star. The tyrannical evil god is the only one. There is only one tyrannical evil god. He is the eternal king of the tyrannical field and the source of tyrannical emotions. With him, no other existence can surpass him in this field. The only one. Isn't this a bit similar to the unique time and space of the occupation panel? Suyu continued to think. How can the only one of the occupation panel replace the only one of the tyrannical evil god? There is only one tyrannical evil god. It is basically impossible for Suyu to become the second tyrannical evil god, unless Suyu completely kills and erases the tyrannical evil god. Let's not talk about whether Suyu has the ability or not. The most important thing is that the evil god is immortal. Even if Suyu kills the tyrannical evil god and completely annihilates all his consciousness in the present, past and future, he will be resurrected in the depths of the subspace. Although the consciousness of the resurrected tyrannical evil god should no longer be the current tyrannical evil god. But for Suyu, the difference is not big. The position of the tyrannical evil god is still occupied by other beings, and Suyu cannot ascend. The immortality of the evil god is somewhat similar to the binding of Suyu's consciousness, but it is completely different. Or, instead of killing the tyrannical evil god, suppress and seal it, transform it into an evil god soldier mecha, or an evil god seed, and merge it with me. Suyu's mind was full of ideas at this time, and he dared to think of anything, regardless of whether it was feasible or not. However, Suyu soon realized how unreliable his idea was. The painful evil god is Suyu's future, and is closely related to Suyu, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. So Suyu can use the power of the mechanical god to transform the painful evil god into an evil god soldier mecha. Even so, Suyu still has to be on guard against being eroded by the painful evil god. The tyrannical evil god has nothing to do with Suyu, and the mechanical god has also entered a deep sleep. And Suyu has no helper. Even if Suyu really has the ability to transform tyranny into an evil god soldier mecha, I'm afraid that this great evil god will turn the tables in a blink of an eye and completely erode Suyu in turn. So, we still have to change our thinking. Time and space are the only. Tyranny is the only. The only. Suyu muttered these words in his heart, and his eyes gradually brightened. The tyrannical evil god is a position. There is only one position, but the consciousness inside can be changed. Just like the throne of the emperor. There is only one throne, but the emperor can be changed at any time. And Suyu's career panel is also unique. But the consciousness bound to the career panel will never change. It will always be Suyu. If the tyrannical evil god is killed, he will be resurrected, and a new consciousness will be born in the body of the god again, becoming the new tyrannical evil god, just like a new emperor on the throne. This evil god will inherit the memory of the previous tyrannical evil god, and there will be no difference in temperament and combat power. But for the current tyrannical god, it is really dead. The consciousness has been changed. So the previous tyrannical god is dead, isn't it? Suyu suspects that the current tyrannical god may be of which generation. In comparison, Suyu's career panel is more superior and higher in rank than the tyrannical evil god's position. Suyu has experienced so many dangers, injuries, and even in a sense, death and resurrection. He has also traveled through time and gone crazy. Regardless of the past or the future, regardless of life or death, the occupation panel will always follow him and bind him. At any time, in any situation, as long as Suyu is willing, he can call out the occupation panel. This kind of binding is much more stable than the position of the tyrannical evil god. The rank of the occupation panel itself may be far beyond the 5th rank. Even if Suyu is completely dead, no matter in the past, present or future, he will have no consciousness. At that time, this occupation panel will still follow him, bind him, and maintain the existence of his last bit of consciousness. After all, consciousness is required to complete the binding, although this last bit of consciousness is useless under normal circumstances. After all, he died so thoroughly that he could not wake up with his own consciousness. But what if Suyu can be resurrected passively? If Suyu becomes the tyrannical evil god and is killed, since the evil god is immortal, he will definitely be resurrected in the depths of the subspace. Who will be the consciousness of the resurrected tyrannical evil god? Is it the newly bred tyrannical evil god consciousness? Or Suyu, who is bound by the occupation panel and maintains the last bit of consciousness? Suyu boldly guessed in his heart that he would be the one who was resurrected, because in essence, although he died, he did not really disappear because of the binding of the occupation panel, and he still had the last bit of consciousness. If he becomes the tyrannical evil god, he can achieve true immortality, and can truly be resurrected after death. After the tyrannical evil god's consciousness dies, there is no occupation panel to maintain his existence. But Suyu is different. In this way, Suyu will make it so that there will always be only one emperor on the throne of the tyrannical evil god. Even if he dies, he can truly be resurrected in the depths of the subspace. This is determined by the consciousness binding feature of the occupation panel. However, this requires Suyu to become the tyrannical evil god before he can use this feature. Now the key question is, how to become the tyrannical evil god? This is a circle again. Fortunately, Suyu already had an idea. Since the consciousness of the tyrannical evil god can be replaced, then why can't this consciousness be replaced by Suyu himself? If Suyu has some means to reversely erode the tyrannical evil god and control his divine body, then Suyu will become the tyrannical evil god in a short period of time. Although it sounds incredible, it may not be impossible. There is no rule that only evil gods can erode humans. But humans cannot erode evil gods. As long as Suyu is strong enough and not afraid of death, there will be such an opportunity to reversely erode the tyrannical evil god and control the tyrannical divine body, even if it is only for a moment. Let Suyu's consciousness occupy the tyrannical god body. Even at this moment, the tyrannical evil god's own consciousness will frantically erode Suyu's consciousness, trying to expel or devour his consciousness. But at that moment, Suyu is the tyrannical evil god. However, at this moment, there are two emperors on the throne of the tyrannical evil god, which seems a bit unrealistic. But the evil god is twisted to begin with, and schizophrenia is also normal. Suyu even suspected that the tyrannical evil god had many splits, and the tyrannical split was probably the weakest one. In this way, one more Suyu would not be too much. If Suyu succeeded, reversely eroded the tyrannical evil god, and occupied the tyrannical god position for a short time, then what? What's next? Then die. Under normal circumstances, Suyu's consciousness would definitely not be able to compete with the tyrannical consciousness, and would be defeated and swallowed by the tyrannical will in a blink of an eye. Relying on the evil god soldier Mecha, Suyu could fight the tyrannical evil god head-on, and even suppress him. But at the level of spiritual consciousness, he is still at 4th level, and he is definitely not as good as tyranny. So after Suyu occupied the body of the tyrannical evil god, he would commit suicide directly. Let the tyrannical evil god die. If necessary, the evil god soldier Mecha can cooperate. If everything goes well, Suyu will perish together with the tyrannical evil god. Then, the tyrannical evil god will be resurrected. But because Suyu was also part of tyranny at the time, and was bound by the consciousness of the professional panel, although he died, he retained a part of his consciousness. So Su Yu would also be resurrected in the depths of the subspace due to the immortality of the evil god, and continue to control the tyranny god body. Of course, after the tyranny god body is resurrected, a new tyranny consciousness will be born, and it will compete with Su Yu for the control of the god's throne. But the new tyranny consciousness may not be Su Yu's opponent. In this way, one dead and one alive, Su Yu can steal the god's throne, become a real evil god. Su Yu thought about this plan many times and confirmed that it was really feasible. Although there are many difficulties in it, the success rate is pitifully low, which can be called a foolish dream. But it is finally a hope. Then he let out a long breath. No matter how low the success rate is, since there is hope, let's do it. Chapter 446 Tyrannical Warrior. Just as Su Yu was imagining the future, a powerful and cold will deep in the evil god armor was sneering disdainfully. Want to rely on the characteristics of the occupation panel to seize the position of the tyrannical evil god? How can you be sure that you can invade the body of the tyrannical evil god? How can you be sure that the characteristics of the occupation panel can allow you to revive after death? Humanity will only make you stupid. Su Yu? This will is naturally the painful evil god, one of Su Yu's future possibilities. At this time, he was laughing at Su Yu's plan. He had reason to laugh at it. Su Yu's plan was indeed whimsical. Su Yu himself admitted that this plan was whimsical. But the problem is, how did he know Su Yu's plan? Su Yu's plan had always been in his mind, but he had never spoken it out loud. Not to mention, at this time, the painful evil god was firmly sealed in the depths of the evil god soldier mecha. So even if Su Yu spoke out loud, he would not be able to hear it. But now, the painful evil god knows Su Yu's plan very well, which is obviously abnormal. That's because the painful evil god is Su Yu's future. In theory, all of Su Yu's current thoughts will be known to him. Of course, after the painful evil god was transformed into the evil god soldier mecha, this connection has been cut off. He can no longer. There is no way to get Su Yu's thoughts. But just now, Su Yu weakened the seal of the painful evil god, and then tried to communicate with him. Although the painful evil god did not answer Su Yu's question, he took this opportunity to erode Su Yu with the power of pain and establish this connection with Su Yu again. So the plan that Su Yu just thought of was known by the painful evil god. For this plan, the first reaction of the painful evil god was disdain and contempt. In the eyes of the painful evil god, why did Su Yu think that he could use the strength of the fourth level to invade the tyranny, becoming a short-lived tyrannical evil god? Then control the tyrannical evil god to commit suicide, and then use the immortality of the evil god, plus the characteristics of the professional panel, to revive and rebirth, so as to seize the position of the tyrannical evil god? It's really a foolish dream. Meaningless, arrogant and stupid. However, the painful evil god just laughed in his heart and reacted. No! Su Yu and him are originally the same person. How could Su Yu be so stupid? Then, the painful evil god thought of another possibility. That is, if Su Yu carries out this plan himself, there is almost no possibility of success. But what if I am the one who does it? The painful evil god's heart moved. Su Yu is only a fourth-level extraordinary person. It is impossible for him to seize the position of the tyrannical evil god with the strength of the fourth level. But what if it is the painful evil god? The painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god are both fifth level, and at the same level. If the special professional panel is added, it is very feasible to seize the position of the tyrannical evil god. Could it be that Su Yu deliberately told me this plan? Thinking of this, the painful evil god suddenly thought of another possibility. Su Yu deliberately let. He heard it. But why? The painful evil god instantly thought of various possibilities. He hurriedly continued to monitor Su Yu's thinking activities. However, at this time, the painful evil god could no longer hear any valuable information. At this time, Su Yu's mind was full of ideas such as developing new professions and unlocking new professions. All of them were some data, professional analysis, etc. The painful evil god monitored for a while, and the signal gradually weakened, and finally no longer monitored any of Su Yu's thoughts. Su Yu and he communicated for only 2 sentences before, so Su Yu was not deeply corrupted. After this period of time, this erosion has been purified by Su Yu's power. Su Yu and the painful evil god were separated again, and until they were completely separated, the painful evil god was not really sure whether Su Yu was really stupid, or was he pretending to be stupid and deliberately revealing this plan to him? And Su Yu, Of course did it on purpose. After Suyu and the painful evil god were separated again, he breathed a sigh of relief. This plan should have been known by the painful evil god. Suyu's thoughts just now were both true and false. The plan was Suyu's deliberate control of his thoughts, deliberately for the painful evil god to hear. How could Suyu not know about the painful evil god's erosion of Suyu? In fact, the evil god soldier mecha gave Suyu an erosion pollution alarm at the beginning. This is an important function of the evil god soldier mecha, even higher than the combat function. When the mechanical god mechanically transformed the painful evil god, the seal of this evil god was absolutely the top priority. Any risk of pollution leakage from the painful evil god will be detected at the first time and notified to Suyu. So from the beginning, Suyu knew that the painful evil god was monitoring his thoughts. Then, Suyu controlled his mind and came up with that whimsical plan, deliberately telling the painful evil god. As for that plan, should Suyu execute it? Of course. But the specific details must be somewhat different from what the painful evil god heard. Disclosing the plan to the painful evil god is just a backup plan for Suyu. At the last moment, if things are impossible, Suyu will unseal and release the painful evil god to fight to the death. But now, it has not reached that point yet. So he will proceed with the plan step by step. And the first step for Suyu to carry out the plan is to cultivate the power of tyranny. If he wants to seize the position of the tyrannical evil god, he must cultivate the power of tyranny. Otherwise, how can he seize it? Next, Suyu moved his mind and summoned something. It was a war knife. Very huge. 1 kilometer long. Its body was dark red. And it was covered with black lines. Its material seemed to be biological bone. But it had an obvious mechanical structure. And the overall shape was very hideous and rough. Many structures do not look like weapons, but rather like some kind of torture instruments, specially created for destruction and pain. As soon as this sword appeared, it immediately exuded an extremely strong and violent aura, soaring into the sky and rushing straight into the atmosphere. This thing is the violent god body that Suyu seized 20 years ago. After mechanization, it has become such a hideous violent sword. It is a weapon prepared for the evil god mecha. This sword itself has extremely powerful violent power. Suyu used the painful power of the evil god mecha to temper it, allowing the violent power and the painful power to merge. The painful power and the violent power actually have a taste of mutual restraint and mutual generation. Pain can give birth to violent, and violent can also create pain. The two forces, or concepts, merged in this sword, gave birth to each other, circulated, and produced some wonderful reactions. If it explodes, Suyu does not know what power it will have. After all, Suyu has not tried this sword since it was made. I was going to try to find tyranny, but this time tyranny evil god hid very well, so I didn't have that chance. At this time, Suyu summoned this sword, not to test its power, because of its special material. It is estimated to have a 5th level power. If you are not careful, it will cause terrible damage. Suyu has finally restored the environment and ecology of the entire planet over the years, and he doesn't want to destroy it again with one sword. After all, destruction is easy, but construction is difficult. Suyu summoned this sword to use the tyrannical power in it for cultivation. How to cultivate the tyrannical power? This is a question. Suyu has never had any relevant experience or knowledge. However, with his current strength and wisdom, it is not too difficult to create a new profession. Not to mention, Suyu had experience in creating demon warriors and battle demon mechanics before. Suyu devoted himself to studying the tyrannical sword. And soon, another 3 years passed. Finally completed the 3rd level profession, the tyrannical warrior. With a previous experience, after 3 years of research, Suyu has created a new profession, tyrannical warrior. This is a 3rd level profession, with the power of tyranny, combined with biomechanical technology. The tyrannical seed is created and merged with itself. Even if the ceremony is completed, it can be promoted to take office. After taking office, due to the characteristics of the tyrannical power, the tyrannical warrior has strong combat power. You can also activate the tyrannical seed and perform a tyrannical transformation. After the transformation, the powerful tyrannical power will overflow and solidify into a tyrannical armor, which will greatly increase the power of the tyrannical warrior again. However, after the tyrannical transformation, if it is not released in a short time, the consciousness will be eroded by the tyrannical aura, thus losing reason and attacking randomly. It is obvious that this new profession is Suyu's transformation based on the demon warrior. It is also an extraordinary profession that can be mass-produced, which is very suitable for taking office and practicing in this environment. And the demon warrior is transformed from the galaxy warrior. It is not that Suyu is lazy, but the galaxy warrior is a mature technology of the empire, and is very useful. After creating the tyrannical warrior profession, Suyu can practice the power of tyranny without worrying about being eroded by the tyrannical aura. This profession can safely control the power of tyranny. Moreover, Suyu did more than just this one thing in the past 3 years. In addition to the tyrannical warrior, he also created another profession, which is the 4th level profession, tyrannical apostle. Tyrannical apostle is the advanced profession of the tyrannical warrior, a powerful and extraordinary profession of the 4th level. The promotion ceremony of this profession is to find a 5th level tyrannical god body, and use the tyrannical seed to absorb the power in the god body. This ceremony was obviously tailor-made by Suyu for himself. He has a sword made of the tyrannical god body, and it is effortless to absorb it. After being promoted to the tyrannical apostle, he is extremely powerful because he has absorbed the 5th level tyrannical power. He can continuously use the powerful tyrannical power to create tyrannical seeds, thereby mass-producing tyrannical warriors. The more tyrannical warriors he creates, the stronger the tyrannical apostle will be. The tyrannical apostle's advanced profession is naturally the 5th level profession, tyrannical evil god. As for how to be promoted from a tyrannical apostle to a tyrannical evil god, it is impossible under normal circumstances. So Suyu did not continue to develop the ritual of the 5th level tyrannical profession. If you want to become a tyrannical evil god, you can only kill the tyrannical evil god himself and replace him. In the past 3 years, Suyu has planned out the complete road to tyranny. Of course, the idea is good, but there are big problems. The tyrannical warrior profession is fine. It is nothing to Suyu, and the 3rd level tyrannical power will not affect Suyu's mind. But if you are promoted to a tyrannical apostle, it will be dangerous. Suyu's use of the tyrannical god body is just to mechanically transform it, directly absorbing the power, and it has a high probability of turning himself into a madman. Although theoretically, the tyrannical seed can avoid this influence and allow people to maintain their sanity in the tyrannical power, which is the research result of Suyu over the past 20 years. But this effect also has its limits. After all, the tyrannical apostle must directly absorb the 5th level tyrannical power. Suyu is sure that the tyrannical seed he designed and researched can never really avoid the influence of this mental erosion. As long as he dares to work as a tyrannical apostle, he is basically crazy, and even directly trains himself into a tyrannical evil god, which is equivalent to suicide. So, the advanced profession of Ghost Hidden Blade is still needed. Faced with this difficulty, Suyu remembered his first 3rd level profession, Ghost Hidden Blade. The characteristics of Ghost Hidden Blade allow Suyu to safely control the evil energy of psionic energy. The advanced profession of Ghost Hidden Blade is estimated to help Suyu solve the problem of tyrannical apostle. To unlock the advanced profession of Ghost Hidden Blade, Suyu needs to train the time mechanic to the maximum level before it can be unlocked. It will take at least 30 years to reach the maximum level of the time mechanic. Suyu silently calculated the progress in his heart. Suyu has been working hard to upgrade the time mechanic, but the progress is a bit slow. There are 2 main ways to upgrade the time mechanic. One is the time meditation method, which relies entirely on one's own will to accumulate experience. The other is to use the power of time to constantly travel through time and space. And you can also accumulate experience. Suyu has been using these 2 methods at the same time, with the 5th level time power in the evil god soldier mecha as a reference. Suyu's progress is rapid. Under normal circumstances, it is estimated that it will take hundreds or thousands of years to reach the maximum level of the 4th level time profession. But it only takes a few decades. In fact, it is fast enough. But time waits for no one, and Suyu still thinks it is too slow. There is no way. He can only wait. He can still wait for 30 years. Let's get the tyrannical warrior inaugurated first. Suyu moved his mind, and a dark red flesh seed floated in front of him. This seed is the tyrannical seed created by Suyu. This was created by Suyu using his own flesh, blood, and bones, combined with the tyrannical aura extracted from his body. That's right. Suyu himself also has a tyrannical aura, just like other people in the mechanical city. Under normal circumstances, this tyrannical aura is extremely hidden and difficult to detect. But through the study of the power of tyranny, Suyu has been able to discover the tyrannical aura emanating from his body, and even extracted it, and made it into a tyrannical seed. In fact, Suyu doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. He can directly extract the tyrannical aura from the tyrannical saber, and the tyrannical seed created will definitely be strong and good. But Suyu still wants to rely on his own strength to step into the tyrannical path. Suyu looked at this dark red seed, moved his mind, and directly merged it. Congratulations to the host. Successfully inaugurated. Current occupation: Tyrannical Warrior LV1, 0/100000. Chapter 447 Mechanical Empire. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully awakened the core ability, Tyrannical Heart. With the help of the Tyrannical Seed, you can master the alien psychic energy. Tyrannical Power. Tyrannical Heart, LV1. After fusing the Tyrannical Seed to become a Tyrannical Warrior, the energy used is no longer ordinary psychic energy. Instead, it is the Tyrannical Power that is based on the Tyrannical emotion and is transformed from psychic energy. Using the Tyrannical Power, you can greatly enhance your own strength and destructive power, and you can violently enhance mechanical creations and improve the performance of mechanical creations. You can also use the Tyrannical Power to erode the enemy's mind, causing the enemy to fall into a tyrannical emotion and lose their reason. Note: Tyrannical Power will also affect the Tyrannical Warrior's own reason and erode his own spirit. With the help of the Tyrannical Heart, you can be largely immune to this effect. But if you overuse the Tyrannical Power, you will still be affected and may lose your reason or even mutate into a monster. Suyu had just taken up the post, and the occupation panel had already displayed the attributes of the Tyrannical Warrior occupation in front of Suyu. Suyu took a look at these attributes and found that they were consistent with his design goals, proving that his design was correct. This was reasonable. When he took up the post, he had already used the power of time to test and confirm in the future. He would only take up the post if there was no problem. Now he just let the occupation panel confirm it again. The occupation panel defined the Tyrannical Power as alienated psychic energy. Suyu was not surprised by this definition. At Suyu's strength and realm, his understanding of the subspace and psychic energy was already very profound. Suyu knew that the so-called psychic energy, psionic energy, and tyrannical power were essentially the same thing. All subspace energy. It's just that psionic energy is gentler and more stable, suitable for human extraordinary people to use. Psionic energy is much more chaotic and distorted. When humans use psionic energy, it is easy for their temperament to change drastically, and even mutate into monsters. The tyrannical power should be based on the chaotic distortion of the psionic energy, with an additional tyrannical attribute, which is even more distorted and chaotic. The power of pain, and even the power of the sun are also the same. They are all mutated psychic energy, but they have different attributes. After confirming the attributes on the occupation panel, Suyu felt the various states of this occupation again, and found that the combat power of the Tyrannical Warrior occupation is very strong. Although Suyu has just started working, and is only a 7-star primary in theory, the strength of this occupation can already touch the edge of 8 stars. Suyu moved his mind and blasted out a dark red energy, which smashed a small hill under the mechanical city. It is indeed an energy close to the 8-star level. It only needs to be upgraded a few levels, and it is estimated to be a stable 8-star combat power. Tyrannical Power. Just looking at the name, you can tell that this kind of power should be good at fighting and destruction. The Tyrannical Warrior, who uses tyrannical power, is indeed powerful enough. This is only the 3rd level tyrannical power. If it is the 4th or 5th level, it will definitely be more powerful. But this will cause problems. When Suyu fought against the tyrannical evil god before, the tyrannical evil god's power did not seem to be so powerful. When facing Suyu, who had the evil god armor, the tyrannical evil god was basically suppressed. Although the evil god armor has the 2 5th level powers of time and pain, the performance of tyranny should not be so bad. Suyu's mind turned and he thought of a possibility. Will the tyrannical evil god himself be eroded by the power of tyranny and affect his sanity? This is the possibility that Suyu thought of. The power of tyranny will affect sanity, causing the tyrannical warrior to lose his sanity if he uses the power of tyranny excessively. Now it seems that even the tyrannical great evil god himself may not be able to avoid it. So in the previous battle, the tyrannical evil god did not use his full strength at all, but was restraining himself. If the tyrannical evil god really exerts his full strength, his destructive power will definitely increase dramatically, but his sanity will also be lost. Even more than 20 years ago, in the battle, The tyrannical evil god lost a part of his body, and lost a lot of power because of Su Yu's robbing. Maybe it was intentional. Tyranny deliberately lost some energy to avoid the erosion of his rationality by the power of tyranny. Thinking of this, Su Yu felt a little funny. Tyranny is an evil god, but he behaves very rationally and cunningly. In order to maintain his rationality, this great evil god will even restrain his own power, and even deliberately give away some of his power. It seems that this great evil god is not suitable for the way of tyranny. You should merge with the power of tyranny. Completely destroy. Completely destroy. Su Yu said secretly in his heart. The current tyrannical evil god seems to be not competent at all. For the sake of rationality, he suppresses his tyrannical nature, does not confront head-on, but likes to play tricks. What kind of tyrannical evil god is that? A real tyrannical evil god should bring the emotion of tyranny to the extreme. In that case, he must be much stronger than he is now. But if it is really that tyrannical, it will be easier to deal with. A brainless, reckless man is always easier to deal with than this cunning guy now. Thinking of this, Su Yu thought of the painful evil god again. Tyrannical power will affect reason. So what about the power of pain? It is definitely not immune. Su Yu has personally experienced the power of pain. Of course, the painful evil god can use the painful hell to share the pain. Let other lives bear such pain for him. Su Yu's pain power is also unaffected by the unlucky people like King in the painful hell who share the pain. Otherwise, Su Yu himself would have to endure the plot every day. Su Yu as king, and other beings to help him. The painful evil god was transformed into an evil god soldier mecha and lost his freedom. Although there are some twisted lives in his painful hell, they are not enough to share his 5th level pain power. It is estimated that this guy is in extreme pain every day. However, the painful evil god seemed to be able to endure it. He did not show it at all. He was just indifferent, but obviously rational. I don't know how long this guy can endure it. If one day he can't endure it anymore and breaks down and becomes crazy, that would be great. Although the painful evil god is a future of Su Yu, and is essentially the same person as Su Yu. Since they have split, Su Yu will not be polite to him, and will definitely treat him as cruelly as possible. For Su Yu, the painful evil god is like a diseased tumor. But this tumor is particularly powerful and can be used. In addition, Su Yu will not have any extra emotions towards the painful evil god, and will not have any sympathy for him just because he is another self. However, Su Yu is a little curious. What exactly did this painful evil god experience in the future that made him choose to give up his humanity and become a god with pain? It must be an extremely dangerous and extremely desperate situation that made Su Yu make such a choice. The birth of the painful evil god is very mysterious, and there are great secrets in it. It must be more than just the possibility of Su Yu's future. Su Yu has so many possibilities for the future. Why is there only one painful evil god? What will the painful evil god encounter in the future? Only the painful evil god knows this question. Even if you ask the painful evil god, he won't tell you. After thinking about it, Su Yu knew that there would be no answer for the time being. So he continued to be busy. Now that he has taken office as a tyrannical warrior, the next step is naturally to upgrade this profession to the maximum level. This is not difficult for Su Yu, and he does not need to rely on any external force. Just meditation and practice. With his strong will of the 4th level, and the power of time to adjust his fate and state, so that he can always be in the best state of enlightenment. The progress of meditation is advancing by leaps and bounds. In just 1 month, he has trained the tyrannical warrior to the maximum level. You get 100 million professional experience tyrannical warrior LV. Max. The Heart of Tyranny is upgraded synchronously. Ding! According to your max level core ability Heart of Tyranny, you have obtained the core specialization Origin of Tyranny. Core specialization, Origin of Tyranny. Description: the tyrannical warrior refines the Heart of Tyranny to the limit, thereby comprehending part of the origin of the tyrannical power, and becoming a secondary evil god in the subspace of the tyrannical domain. After possessing the Origin of Tyranny, the tyrannical warrior has a stronger control over the tyrannical power. The tyrannical power can be converted into data, energy, and matter. But there will be losses. The tyrannical power can be exploded to the limit, and a tyrannical transformation can be performed. The powerful tyrannical power can be used to condense a tyrannical battle armor, thereby greatly improving the combat effectiveness. But the erosion of the spirit will be more serious. Like the evil god, it can gain strength from the tyrannical emotions and faith. If the tyrannical warrior is willing to give up his human identity, He can completely condense the mark in the subspace into the evil god's body, so as to last for a long time, surviving in the subspace. Even after death, they can be reborn in the subspace like the evil god. But after rebirth, they will lose most of their personality and memory. Note, because there are 5 levels of tyrannical evil gods. If the tyrannical warrior gives up his human identity and completely becomes an evil god, he will be noticed by the real tyrannical evil god and accepted as a believer, or directly swallowed and become his clone. After reaching the maximum level, the tyrannical warrior immediately unlocked the core specialization. This specialization is very similar to the Ghost Hidden Blade. After the Ghost Hidden Blade reaches the maximum level, it unlocks the evil god origin, which is just the evil god origin, but has no attributes. That is because the Ghost Hidden Blade controls the attributeless psionic energy. The later power of nothingness was developed by Su Yu, and the origin unlocked by Su Yu's tyrannical warrior is directly the tyrannical origin. The full name of this origin should be tyrannical evil god origin. Theoretically, the current Su Yu is a small tyrannical evil god. However, his tyrannical power is only at the 3rd level, and the origin of the tyrannical evil god is too weak. It can't be compared with the real 5th level tyrannical evil god, and can only be regarded as a secondary evil god. If Su Yu really wants to become an evil god with this origin, abandon his human identity, and completely integrate into the subspace, he will inevitably be eroded and swallowed by the tyrannical evil god's body and become one of its thoughts. The tyrannical evil god must have absolute dominance in the field of tyrannical power, and there is no chance to resist. Su Yu suspected that the tyrannical thoughts he captured alive before might have come from this, and continue to practice tyrannical power and promote to the 4th level tyrannical apostle? It won't work either. The current 3rd level tyrannical power can't affect Su Yu's spirit, but if he is promoted to the 4th level, it's not certain. Maybe the moment after taking office, Su Yu will go crazy and become a real tyrannical apostle, slaughtering everyone on the entire planet. In this way, it was really wise for the Ghost Emperor to only practice ghost energy and not tyrannical power. However, Su Yu has more resources than the Ghost Emperor, so he still has a way to solve this hidden danger. He needs the 4th level Ghost Hidden Blade to stabilize his spirit, and then he can continue to practice the power of tyranny. Only when the time mechanic reaches the maximum level, the profession panel will unlock new professions, and the advancement of the Ghost Hidden Blade will appear. Next, I have to wait for the time mechanic to reach the maximum level. I hope the 4th level Ghost Hidden Blade ceremony will not be too difficult. Su Yu said secretly in his heart. The upgrade of the time mechanic is much more difficult than that of the tyrannical warrior. Even if Su Yu uses the power of time to adjust his own state perfectly at all times, it is still slow. He can only grind slowly. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, another 35 years have passed. At this time, it has been nearly 60 years since the last war, and there are only more than 20 years left before the subspace tidal eruption. After more than 50 years of development, the entire ruined star has been completely renewed, with blue sky and green sea, and it has become a beautiful life star. The name of the ruined star is no longer appropriate. Now people on the planet have begun to call it by its original name, Azure Star. The more than 100 cities that were originally separated from the mechanical city have become 300 in these years. The total population has expanded to 130 million. Moreover, most of the 130 million people are extraordinary people. This is a new human civilization, with extraordinary people and mechanical creations as the main theme, and it has developed extremely rapidly. One by one, human extraordinary people drive various mechanical creations and travel on the planet. Each of the 300 cities is highly mechanized, and some of them are even equipped with powerful psychic engines that can fly directly. Even their footprints have long been developed in the outer space orbit. At this time, in addition to Zhang Qinfeng's mechanical creations, there are also orbital satellites and space stations launched by humans on the planet orbit. One of the 300 cities is even floating in outer space. The entire Azure Star has been completely controlled by these humans. They have already shouted out the slogan, which is Azure Third Empire, also called Mechanical Empire. Although Su Yu has never admitted this name, more than 100 million people have long regarded themselves as the people of the Mechanical Empire. They want to restore the glory of the human empire 10,000 years ago. Even though Su Yu has never said that he wants to be an emperor, the problem lies here. It's with Su Yu. Although the entire Mechanical Empire is developing prosperously, the people of the empire have been a little worried recently. Because in theory, the ruler of this mechanical empire, their king, their emperor, Mr. Suyu, seems crazy? Chapter 448. In fact, more than 30 years ago, Suyu had been living in seclusion, never leaving the mechanical city, and never contacting anyone again. Since then, there have been rumors that Mr. Suyu has gone crazy, because Mr. Suyu added some inexplicable and weird things to the exchange system. For example, Demon Warrior, Battle Demon Mechanic, Data Ghost Demon, and other weird professions. There are even energy seeds corresponding to these professions. Exchange, which can be quickly integrated and enter the third level. At the beginning, many people saw these professional information and did not dare to exchange, because these professions were very weird at first glance and not serious things. But soon, some people could not resist the temptation and chose these professions. There is no way. Serious professions are too difficult, and the progress of cultivation is extremely slow. It is even more difficult to hold a ceremony to advance to the third level. And those weird professions, in the introduction, have simple inauguration ceremonies, rapid progress in cultivation, and can easily be promoted to the third level. Naturally, some people could not resist the temptation and exchanged these professions. After the exchange, they started practicing. And as the introduction said, they practiced very quickly. At that time, there was a boom in these professions, and almost no one chose the old professions. However, not long after, everyone found something wrong. Although these new professions are simple to practice, they will have some impact on their emotions and rationality. After taking up the profession, their personality will change, or become gloomy, or become irritable. Although it is not serious, combined with the names of these professions and the energy of practice, they immediately alerted them and dared not take up the profession again. Even those who have already taken up the profession dared not practice again. Many of them have experienced the previous war and know the horror of evil gods and demons. If the spirit is eroded by evil energy, it is simply worse than death. After they stopped taking up the new profession and practicing, they began to try to contact Suyu and ask for an explanation. However, they have never received a response. Some bold ones went to the mechanical city to explore, but they didn't see Suyu. They could only sense his aura. Through his aura, they knew that Suyu was fine, but he just didn't respond to everyone. Moreover, there was often a terrifying aura rising into the sky where Suyu lived. Those auras were sometimes violent, sometimes cruel, and sometimes cold. Each of them gave people a feeling of extreme danger, chaos, and distortion. This immediately made them more panicked. Since then, there have been rumors that Mr. Suyu has fallen into madness because of practicing the energy of evil gods and demons. This rumor was quickly suppressed by the city lords of major cities. After all, Suyu just didn't respond for a while. Maybe he was practicing or experimenting, and it came to a critical moment. As for Suyu's terrifying aura, it was also normal. Suyu has been practicing some evil professions, but he has always been able to stay rational. It's impossible to be crazy. As for those evil new professions, it can also be explained that Suyu shared the secrets of his practice so that others can safely master these evil energies. This is a good thing. After these new professions took office, they only slightly affected their personalities, and they didn't really become crazy monsters. It can be seen that these professions are actually safe for those loyal subordinates of Suyu. No matter how abnormal Suyu is, they are willing to believe in Suyu. And these people are all Suyu's direct descendants, and basically the strongest and highest level in the entire mechanical empire. Their explanation reassured the others a lot. Some people then exchanged for new professions. Those who have already taken up new professions dared to continue practicing. Then, more than 30 years passed. In these 30 years, Suyu never responded to anyone. After these 30 years, those new professions have been proven to be safe. They only slightly affect the personality and will not really make people crazy. So many people took up these professions, and strong people emerged like mushrooms after rain. At this time, among the more than 100 million people, there are more than 10,000 third-level strongmen. These third-level strongmen did not rely on the power of armor to have the third-level combat power, but really held a ceremony and promoted to the third level. This is a very amazing number, and it is only possible for those new professions with simple practice. There are even some fourth-level strongmen. The reason why it is suspected is that 10 years ago, Suyu released some information about the fourth-level professions on the exchange system. These fourth-level professions also look very weird, such as the evil god soldier mechanic. For example, the data evil god. That's right. The name of the profession is actually called the evil god. These new fourth-level professions look more weird than the previous third-level new professions. However, with the fourth-level new professions, how can those old third-level masters bear it? Soon, Suyu's old acquaintances all exchanged for these fourth-level new professions and tried to hold a ceremony to take office. There are also some new generation of third-level strongmen who have also exchanged for fourth-level new professions. After these people exchanged for new professions, they also lived in seclusion. No one knows whether these people have successfully taken on those seemingly very strange professions. Moreover, these top strongmen cannot hide, and the 300 cities have no strongmen to suppress them. And some internal conflicts gradually began to erupt. Although hundreds of millions of extraordinary people belong to the human camp, how can they really be ironclad and have permanent peace without strongmen to suppress them? Even if there is no hatred or resentment, some people will itch and want to find someone to practice fighting. Not to mention those who have hatred and resentment. Once they fight, they will be even more fierce. There are laws in the mechanical empire, of course, but for these powerful extraordinary people, no law is as effective as fists. Before, when those strongmen were still there, even if there was friction, they would be suppressed as soon as the strongmen came. Now that Suyu doesn't care about things, the strongmen are also in seclusion, and the entire mechanical empire has experienced a period of chaos. All parties fought fiercely, and the world was in a trend of falling into war. You know, at this time, the mechanical empire already had thousands of strong men with third-level combat power. Even if only 1% of the strong men fought, it would be a very great chaos. There are also some new generation strong men who have never seen Suyu's power, and they have wild ideas and want to overthrow the order established by Suyu and become kings. There are even rumors that Suyu is crazy, and the new professions he created will really lead to madness. The current chaos is a clear proof. With such rumors, it is even more chaotic. Those who have taken up new professions actually showed some signs of mutation. Fortunately, everyone has some spiritual power and strong vitality, coupled with advanced technology and abundant materials. Although they fought, there were not many casualties. At most, a lot of energy coins were lost. And soon, some rational strong men in various cities stood up to maintain order and punish the chaotic and evil criminals. In addition, the Holy Feather City where Tailong is located has spontaneously organized the Holy Feather Army to station in various cities to maintain order. All people in the Holy Feather City are believers of Suyu, even if people in other cities worship Suyu. At most they regard Suyu as the emperor of the mechanical empire. The people in this Holy Feather City really worship Suyu as a god, praying every day and night with great piety. These people naturally cannot bear to see the civilization established by Suyu fall into chaos, and spontaneously come out to maintain order. Tailong, the city lord of the Holy Feather City, also went into seclusion to break through the fourth level, although the remaining people are not strong, because of their pious belief in Suyu. Others also respect these believers. They even suspect that their appearance is Suyu's will. Suyu has not responded for decades. Now these believers have come forward, which is also a kind of response in the minds of others. Suyu has responded, so naturally no one dares to commit suicide or cause chaos. Even if there are conflicts, they are resolved by normal means. So when Xingyu City took control of the cities, the chaos ended, and the entire civilization entered a stage of peaceful development again. Those who showed signs of mutation were later proved to be affected by the dark power of the new profession too violently, and they would be fine after a rest. So everyone was relieved again. But recently, the situation has changed again, because everyone found that the Suyu believers from Xingyu City have changed recently. These believers were the most stable before, but now, they have also shown signs of chaos and madness. Some people began to talk nonsense. Some became irritable, and some became autistic. Some people even mutated. Some people had more than a dozen pairs of eyes out of thin air. Some people had bloody mouths on their chests. And some people's flesh and blood turned into machines in a short time. These changes will recover naturally within a few days. And then these people will continue to pray to Suyu day and night as if nothing happened. When someone asked, they said it was a test from the great Mr. Suyu. They withstood the test. So they are one step closer to God. No need to worry. But how could others be assured of such a change? They couldn't help wondering if there was something wrong with Suyu that affected these believers. After so many years of development, the people of the mechanical empire have a very good understanding of psychic energy, subspace, and evil gods. They all understand that if you believe in evil gods and demons, you will be affected by their power, change your temperament, or mutate into monsters. At this time, these believers of Suyu seem to fit this situation. In other words, Suyu may have become an evil god or demon. Even if he didn't really become an evil god, his state must be very wrong. That's why there are rumors that Mr. Suyu has gone crazy. As time goes by, the state of those Suyu believers is getting worse and worse. The emotional changes of those believers are getting more and more intense. And the physical changes are getting more and more serious and lasting. Then, not only these believers, but other people also began to have problems. The first to bear the brunt are those who have taken on new jobs. Unlike the previous false alarms, this time, these people really have problems. First, there are changes in personality, and then physical changes. At first, only some weak people will have such changes. Later, it has spread to third-level strongmen. Later, it has even begun to affect other people who have taken on old jobs. Although there are not many people with problems, it is enough to make those who remain rational worried. In their hearts, it is basically certain at this time that Mr. Suyu is really crazy. After Mr. Suyu went crazy, the twisted power first affected the believers, and now it has begun to affect others. If we wait any longer, will all human beings mutate into monsters and become demons under the seat of the evil god Suyu? On this day, representatives of the strong from 300 cities around the world gathered together for a meeting. In each of these 300 cities, there are at least 10 third-level strongmen, and some even have hundreds. Some have even touched the edge of the 4th level. Today, except for those who have already had problems, all the rest were summoned. The place where they held the meeting was the Skytrack city on the space orbit. This city was the attempt of the mechanical empire to contact those Zhang Qinfeng's creations 10 years ago. They launched a city into space and entered orbit, trying to communicate with those mechanical creations. However, although those Zhang Qinfeng's creations did not interfere with their behavior, they did not pay attention to them, and any calls to these creations were ignored. Facing the unclear attitude of Zhang Qinfeng's creations, they did not dare to take any extra actions. No new cities will be launched into space in the future. This Skytrack city has not been recovered and has been suspended on the orbit. Tiangui City was built independently by the remaining mechanical empires after Suyu lost contact, and all the high-level masters broke through the 4th level in seclusion. It is shaped like a ring with a diameter of 58 kilometers, and relies on rotation to provide artificial gravity. A truly advanced space city should have real gravity technology. But these people don't have that ability yet. Only a few people have gravity psychic power, and it is difficult to affect an entire city for a long time. So they can only rely on primitive rotation to simulate artificial gravity. It can be seen that the technical content of this city is not very advanced. Maybe this is why those Zhang Qifeng creations are too lazy to pay attention to them. At this time, this city has gathered tens of thousands of third-level masters from all over the world. They are holding a meeting here, and the theme is how to deal with the crisis brought by Suyu's madness. The reason why they chose this meeting address is because they think it is no longer safe on the ground, and it should be safer here near Zhang Qinfeng's creation. If the crazy Suyu knew that these people were discussing how to deal with him, he might kill him. So Zhang Qinfeng's mechanical creation could resist it. Although these mechanical creations are indifferent, they are merciless to evil gods and demons. Once the crazy Suyu comes to kill, these mechanical creations should take action. A conference hall was built on the central axis of the ring in Tiangui City. There is no simulated gravity here, but people who come here don't need that little gravity. They can all fly. After all the third-level strongmen took their positions, they were silent for a long time. After a long time, the first person spoke. Mr. Suyu is very likely to have gone crazy. We must take action as soon as possible. If Mr. Suyu can still be saved, then wake him up. If he is completely crazy, there is no way. Only kill him. Chapter 449 Newcomers and Old Friends. The man who just spoke was named Song Ming, a third-level warrior. He was very powerful. Even at the top of the 9-star level, close to the 4th level, Song Ming was tall and strong, very young. And just looking at his face, he looked like a teenager. This was because his strong strength delayed aging. and his real age was only in his 30s. He was able to reach the top of the 9-star level in his 30s, which clearly showed that he was a genius. Song Ming was a new generation of extraordinary people born after the last war. In fact, most of the more than 10,000 third-level warriors were young people like this. For a third-level warrior, being in his 30s was indeed very young. They basically awakened their spiritual power when they were born. And they had no shortage of resources, energy, and professional information. They were blessed by nature, and their strength improved rapidly. This kind of young people were the most aggressive. Especially Song Ming, who was so bold as to be the first to speak and say such bold words. When the others heard Song Ming's words, they were all shocked. Although most of them were a new generation of extraordinary people born after the war, they had basically never seen Suyu, let alone seen Suyu in action. But they had received countless stories about Suyu from their parents and school education since childhood. They had also seen some of the video materials left behind, and some of the scenes of Suyu's destruction of the world during the battle. They also knew that their current lives were given by Suyu. So many of them had a deep respect and even worship for Suyu, the founder of the mechanical empire, even if they suspected that Suyu had fallen into madness. Not many people dared to have too disrespectful thoughts towards Suyu. But Song Ming said loudly that if Mr. Suyu was really completely crazy, then kill him. Who did he want to kill? Kill Suyu. Crazy, right? So everyone couldn't help but look at Song Ming. Their eyes were shocked, dissatisfied, disgusted, fearful, and each of the tens of thousands of people present had at least the strength of the third level. Their eyes gathered together, almost igniting Song Ming, who was the focus of their attention. If it were an ordinary third-level extraordinary person, being watched by so many strong people would probably be overwhelmed. These tens of thousands of third-level strong people had strong spiritual power in their eyes because of emotional fluctuations. This is really a look that can kill. Facing such pressure, Song Ming was not indifferent. He faced the gazes of the crowd, not wavering at all, showing great strength. Seeing this, everyone understood in their hearts that Song Ming was really close to the fourth level. And maybe he had even started to prepare for the ceremony. Song Ming faced the gazes of the crowd and said righteously, "What are you looking at? Am I wrong?" Among those young people, one person said in a gloomy tone, "We are watching when you die." This person is also a top-level 9-star young strongman. But she is a woman with a pretty face. But she is a head taller than Song Ming, more than 2 meters tall. She was wearing a heavy mechanical armor, which was hung with long guns, short guns, chain blades and swords, all of which were powerful weapons with cold light. She looked quite mighty. Her name was Feng Ying, and she was the daughter of Feng Tian and Huang Ying, the elders of the mechanical city. Because of her parents' education since childhood and her natural character, Feng Ying admired Suyu very much, and she was just short of praying to Suyu and becoming a believer. So when she heard what Song Ming just said, Feng Ying couldn't help it immediately. In fact, many other people wanted to say this, but Feng Ying got there first. Song Ming was choked by Feng Ying's words, and immediately understood what she meant. It is said that Mr. Suyu is extremely powerful and has endless means. Any existence that has malicious intentions towards him will be known by him, and will be wiped out even if they are thousands of miles away. So what Feng Ying said just now was, "Song Ming, you kid, actually want to kill Mr. Suyu. You are very brave. Let's see how you die later." Although Song Ming wanted to choke back, he suddenly felt guilty when he thought of the various rumors about Suyu that he had heard since he was a child. It can't be that effective, right? He waited carefully for a few seconds and found that his head was still on his neck. No terrifying force descended from the void to wipe him out. So he breathed a sigh of relief. This guy immediately straightened his waist, sat up straight, and was about to choke back at Feng Ying before he could open his mouth. Snap! A big slap hit him hard on the back of his head, with great force, making his head buzz. He was immediately furious, looked back, but then became cowardly and shouted, "Dad!" It turned out that his father couldn't stand it and came over to slap him. Song Ming's father was a middle-aged man with a strong aura, and he was also a third-level expert. He glared at Song Ming and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Ming said a little aggrievedly, "Dad, I'm not wrong. If Mr. Suyu, although he was over 30 years old and very bold, he was still timid in front of his majestic father, because his father, named Song Qizhen, was the mayor of Tianhai City, commanding a population of 1 million, and with great majesty. Song Qizhen had been strictly disciplining and training Song Ming since he was a child, with good results, training Song Ming into a 9-star strongman. But it also left him with a psychological shadow. So when he was beaten, he didn't dare to be tough, and only dared to explain in a low voice. And before Song Ming finished speaking, slap! Another slap hit Song Ming on the forehead. This time the attack was more fierce. Song Ming's eyes went black, and he almost fainted. He finally came back to his senses, and when he looked closely, he saw a petite girl looking at him angrily. It was obvious that the slap just now was given by this girl. Song Ming suddenly became more timid. "Aunt Yin, you are here." Before he finished speaking, the little girl punched him again. "What are you barking about?" A flash of light flashed by, and Song Ming was directly blasted out of the venue, and even blasted out of Tiangui City, floating in the vacuum of the universe outside. The little girl retracted her fist, and seemed to be dissatisfied with the previous blow. What nonsense did this kid say? He should have been beaten to death at the beginning. However, as a 9-star demon warrior, Song Ming is very powerful, and there will be no danger in the vacuum of the universe. However, he did not dare to come back, and only dared to float far away outside. The reason why the little girl scared him so much was that the little girl was also a city lord. She was the city lord of Yanxua City, named Yanqing. The little girl looked young, but no one knew her exact age. She was the city lord of Yanxua City, ruling hundreds of thousands of people, and was also majestic and heavy, and her personality was very violent. Yanqing and Song Qizhen joined the mechanical city together, and were captured alive and tied back by the people of the mechanical city. The process was actually a bit awkward. They had no acquaintances in the city, and they failed to become Su Yu's apprentices. After joining the mechanical city, they formed an alliance and asked for care. Later, Su Yu asked the people of the mechanical city to leave the city to build civilization, and the two of them rebuilt Tianhai City and Yanxua City respectively, and still served as city lords. The two cities are not far apart, and the two city lords often visit each other, mainly to exchange battles and hone their spiritual powers. Song Ming has been beaten by Yanqing, who looks like a little girl but is actually an old lady, since he was a child. Yanqing has a violent personality and is extremely cruel. Most of Song Ming's strength was taught by Yanqing, so he is more afraid of Yanqing than his father. Although in theory, Su Yu is much stronger and more terrifying than Song Jingqi and Yanqing. After all, he can't see them. So Song Ming dared to say something like killing Su Yu when his brain was hot. At this time, these two people beat him up every other day, and he couldn't fight back. They really couldn't be afraid. Seeing Song Ming being frustrated, many people laughed in their hearts. Feng Ying looked at Song Ming floating in the space outside, and sneered. He moved his body and prepared to fly out to teach this guy a lesson, saying that kind of words. He wanted to get away with 2 slaps? It's not that easy. However, just as her armor started and sprayed high-speed airflow, a big hand pressed her shoulder. She looked back and saw a middle-aged woman who was about the same height as her. It was her mother. Huang Ying. Don't make trouble. Business is important, Huang Ying said in a deep voice. Feng Ying nodded obediently and turned off the engine of the armor. At the same time, Feng Ying also saw from the corner of his eyes that some people also silently turned off the engine of the armor. It seems that she was not the only one who wanted to take action just now. Most of those people had middle-aged faces, and they were old people before the war. Song Ming's words just now also angered them. If Song Qizhen and Yanqing hadn't taught Song Ming a lesson, no one could predict what these old guys would do. Feng Ying thought to himself that even though Mr. Su Yu hadn't responded or communicated for decades and was suspected of being crazy, he still had many diehard fans. This discovery made Feng Ying very satisfied. Huang Ying was also very satisfied looking at her steady, strong and obedient daughter. She herself had no hope of breaking through the 4th level, and having such a good daughter should be able to help Mr. Su Yu. Feng Tian and Huang Ying, as elders who had followed Su Yu for a long time, had experienced many dangers, but also gained a lot of benefits. Their strength was no longer the same as it used to be, and they were all 3rd-level strongmen, especially Feng Tian, who has now broken through the 4th level in seclusion. Huang Ying was much worse. Although she was also a 3rd-level strongman, her strength was not as good as their daughter. But Huang Ying didn't care. In the vacuum of the universe outside, Song Ming had summoned a battle armor to resist the threat of extreme cold and cosmic rays in the vacuum. He was now completely honest, no longer speaking nonsense, and preparing to listen to the meeting outside. His mechanical armor was a 9-star level mechanical soul armor, very powerful, and was prepared for him by his parents, who sold everything they had. With 9-star strength and 9-star armor, he is the top powerhouse in the absence of 4th level powerhouses. No wonder he was so confident and spoke without thinking. When Song Ming summoned the mechanical armor, no one saw that there was another set of dark red armor inside the mechanical armor. The dark red armor seemed to have grown out of Song Ming's flesh and blood, and merged with him, and seemed to be even more powerful than the 9-star level machine soul armor. This dark red armor is his true strength. The powerful tyrannical aura was sealed in this armor, without a trace of leakage. 9-star tyrannical warrior. Tyrannical armor. At this time, in an unknown place, a voice whispered, "Is this the protagonist you chose?" This voice was the voice of Suyu, who had disappeared for decades. A moment later, another voice sounded, "Yes. You are destined to die in his hands." This voice was also Suyu's voice, but it was much colder, and there was no human emotion in his tone. Then, a third voice sounded, and this voice contained boundless tyranny and cruelty. "Suyu, you are only at the 4th level, facing the joint efforts of me and him. You will definitely die." Suyu heard this, but did not respond, and seemed to sigh lightly. At this time, in the meeting space of the circular axis of Tiangui City, everyone, at this time, someone spoke in a low voice, and the scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at the person who spoke. The man had an old face and gray hair. If Suyu was here, he would recognize at a glance that this was his old acquaintance, Yan Lai from shelter number 73. This person is really an old acquaintance among old acquaintances, a real elder of the mechanical city. His strength is basically the weakest among all the elders. But after such a long time, he has actually broken through the 3rd level. But looking at his old face, it seems that he has just broken through recently. He is not a genius. And he is also old. Not as good as young people. Many of the old people in his group have died. If a superhuman has not broken through the 3rd level, his lifespan is not much longer than that of ordinary people. Living to the age of 80 or 90 is already considered longevity. Once you reach a certain age and cannot break through, you will die. Yan Lai was lucky to be able to break through the 3rd level. His level is only the primary level of 7 stars, and his strength is basically the weakest among all the people present. But as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone else immediately listened attentively, because everyone knew that this person was Suyu's old friend, a real elder, and had a very high prestige. They all wanted to hear what Yan Lai wanted to say. Yan Lai paused and continued. "The first sentence of what Song Ming said just now makes sense. If Mr. Suyu can still be saved, then wake him up. But the second sentence is just bullshit. As long as Mr. Suyu is still alive, we can't give up the hope of waking him up. All of our lives are given by Mr. Suyu. It's natural to risk our lives for him. Only Mr. Suyu can lead us to survive, and lead us to the planetary universe. Do you have any objection to this?" When Yan Lai said these words, his beard and hair flew, like an old lion, majestically scanning everyone. The others met his eyes, were silent for a moment, and then said loudly, "Mr. Yang is right." Yan Lai nodded and continued, "Very good. But Mr. Suyu is very powerful, and the situation is unclear now. If we rush over and get attacked, I'm afraid we will be wiped out in an instant. So, we need to use mechanical fusion technology and life fusion technology to integrate our strength and obtain at least the 4th level of strength, and then go to the mechanical city to find out." Chapter 450 Fusion reappears. After Yan Lai finished speaking, he turned to look at another group of people. That group of people, nearly 100 in number, all had rather strange shapes. They were basically all fat, wearing large robes, and had undergone highly mechanical transformation. Through the robes, you can see their bodies, which are made up of various connecting rods, gears, pipelines, motors, engines. There is almost no flesh and blood tissue on their bodies, but their heads, especially their mouths, are completely flesh and blood. From time to time, their mouths wriggled, as if they were chewing something, or brewing something. Many 3rd level strongmen would use their mouths to spray powerful energy rays to attack the enemy. These old men may have studied this in depth, and the mechanical tissues on their bodies kept running. And when they were running, they kept emitting powerful spiritual energy. This highly mechanized body seemed to be producing something terrifying, which might be some powerful ammunition weapon. With their fat bodies, there was a strong sense of oppression. But if you get close to them, you can smell that they are actually emitting the aroma of various foods. If you have the ability of perspective, you can see that the mechanical bodies of these old men are not producing any weapons and ammunition, but synthesizing various foods. The pipes on their bodies are not flowing with any energy liquid, but fine wine and drinks. The engines on their bodies are not burning any energy blocks, but various high-calorie foods. They are not brewing any energy rays in their mouths, but are really chewing food. In short, this is a group of very weird guys. When other people saw these weird old men, they all said a name in their hearts: Mechanical Gourmet Church. That's right. These old men are the so-called members of the Mechanical Gourmet Church. They are the descendants of the mechanics 10,000 years ago. And because of their love of food, they became gourmet mechanics. So they became this weird look now. While they love food, they have not forgotten their ancestral mechanical technology. Each of them is a gourmet and a powerful mechanic. These guys don't actually believe in any gods, but they are a bit weird in character. So other people treat them as believers of the gods and name them the Mechanical Gourmet Cult. When they heard this nickname, they accepted it happily, and even declared that their beliefs were machines and food, and changed their style, trying to let others taste the food they synthesized with their mechanical bodies, so as to preach. Others naturally refused to eat it. In each of their cities, they have their own food synthesis factories, which are clean, hygienic and efficient. How could they eat the weird food synthesized by these guys with their bodies? This reaction of others really made these members of the Mechanical Gourmet Cult depressed for a while. Fortunately, they have a good mentality. When they are depressed, they forget everything after eating some delicious food. These guys present are considered weak. The really strong ones have already broken through the 4th level in seclusion and tried to become 4th level gourmet mechanics. These gourmet mechanics also have a city that belongs to them, called and Mechanical Gourmet City. The so-called Mechanical Gourmet City is as its name suggests. It is really a gourmet city. The city is full of delicious food, which is cheap and good, attracting people from other cities to travel and taste the food, as long as they don't eat the food synthesized by the gourmet mechanics with their bodies. At the same time, the underground of the Mechanical Food City has the most powerful mechanical processing center in the world except for Suyu's Mechanical City headquarters, with very strong production capacity. Even now, after exchanging the 3rd level armor from the exchange system, the blanks of those armors are all made by the Mechanical Food City, and then fused with the machine soul to become the 3rd level armor for exchange. And now, Yanlai looked at these people. Of course not because he was greedy and wanted to ask for some delicious food, but to seek technical support from them. Because the technology of mechanical fusion and flesh fusion has always been the best at the Mechanical Food City where these gourmet mechanics are located. At the beginning, in order to defeat King in the materialized space, Suyu asked these descendants of mechanics to use the technology of mechanical fusion and human fusion to create 10 4th level combat forces out of thin air. This technology originated from the mechanical god and is very powerful. After the war, this technology was passed down by these descendants of mechanics. Although there were people in other cities who knew these two techniques, they were far inferior to these gourmet mechanics. And those gourmet mechanics, seeing Yanlai's eyes, did not disappoint him. The leader immediately reached into his robe and took out a piece of cake. This cake was pure white like snow, sealed by a pure translucent energy body. At this time, the seal opened a hole, exuding a delicious fragrance that made people's mouths water. At first glance, it was a delicacy carefully developed by a gourmet mechanic. Yanlai's face suddenly turned black. These guys, what time is it? However, before he could get angry, the gourmet pilot chewed twice, swallowed the food in his mouth, and then said in a tone with a mechanical tremor, "This is the fusion device." Yanlai immediately knew that he had wrongly blamed these guys. So he quickly reached out to take the cake, and then observed it for a moment. His face fell again. This thing looks like a cake, without any mechanical components. How can it be a fusion device? Yanlai had no choice but to look at the gourmet mechanic in the lead and ask him to explain. The gourmet mechanic in the lead, named Weijio, is an old drunkard, and all the pipes and engines in his body are flowing with fine wine. His strength is the strongest among these gourmet mechanics. And his technology of synthesizing gourmet food is also the strongest. So he was elected as the leader. Weijio said, "This fusion cake is carefully developed by our mechanical food city. Anyone who eats the same type of fusion cake can start the fusion of flesh and blood, gather strength together, and gain powerful strength. At the same time, we have also developed fusion wine. As long as these wines are added to the engine of mechanical creations, mechanical fusion can be started. In addition to powerful functions, it tastes delicious." Weijio introduced the research results of their mechanical food city to everyone. As he spoke, light shot out from Weijio's eyes, projecting various technical information. At the same time, he took out a bottle of drink, opened the lid, and exuded a rich aroma of wine. Everyone was a third-level strongman with strong power. They soon realized that this so-called fusion cake and fusion wine all use sophisticated nanotechnology, and were actually aggregates of nanomachines. The mechanical food city integrates the fusion of flesh and blood and mechanical fusion into these nanomachines to make the fusion automatic. As for the appearance of cakes and wine, it is the interest of these food mechanics. After listening to the introduction, everyone looked at the cake in Yan Lai's hand. Yan Lai stared at it for a moment, and asked hesitantly, "Do you have to eat it? Can you not eat it?" Weijio looked disappointed, "Not eating. It's okay. Just carry it with you." Then he asked unwillingly, "Really not eating it? It's delicious." Yan Lai shook his head firmly. "This thing looks like a cake, but it's actually a nanomachine. Who knows what will happen if you eat it? What if it rebels in your stomach?" Although the nanotechnology of the gourmet mechanics has always been safe and stable, and these gourmet mechanics are also very loyal to Suyu, Yan Lai dare not gamble. After all, you can't be without a sense of defense. Weijio had no choice but to give up. Then, he operated his personal terminal and performed some operations. A moment later, everyone else's personal terminal received a prompt that express delivery had arrived. It was Weijio who distributed the fusion cake and fusion wine to everyone through the transmission function of the personal space. It seems that he had prepared it long ago. According to calculations, you 11,030 people can fuse a total of 46 4th-level top combat forces. The specific fusion method has been sent to your personal terminal. Everyone, please watch carefully, and don't make any mistakes, Weijio explained. After hearing this, everyone took out their own fusion cakes and fusion wines from their personal space. They were very active, and soon began to fuse according to Weijio's instructions. The fusion cakes and fusion wines distributed by Weijio had a strong effect. Soon, everyone began to fuse. And the mechanical armor and weapons they carried also began to fuse. These people and machines were silent when they were fused. And only after the fusion was successful did they burst out with a shocking momentum. Originally, tens of thousands of strong men had disappeared, replaced by 46 powerful figures. These 46 figures were made up of a large number of overlapping human figures, and their faces could never be seen clearly, nor could they tell whether they were men or women. Only a powerful aura rose into the sky. This aura has far exceeded the scope of the 3rd level and entered the realm of the 4th level. In the materialized space, it took 100,000 people to fuse a 4th level combat force. But now, in a short time, 46 have been fused. Moreover, it is not an ordinary 4th level, but the top of the 4th level. In fact, these fused people are only at the advanced level of the 4th level, but with their armor also fused. The people and armor are integrated, and they have advanced 4th level. What is the top of the 4th level? The Ghost Emperor and King at the time are all counted. Of course, the strength of these fused people may not be as good as the Ghost Emperor and King, but it is enough to fight with that kind of existence for a few moves and not be killed instantly, provided that the Ghost Emperor and King do not use the trump card of the 5th level power. This is already an amazing achievement. The King and the Ghost Emperor at the time were so powerful, and now there are 46 combat forces of the same level as them. This is the powerful strength accumulated by the mechanical empire civilization after so many years of development. The faces of those fused people were illusory and finally frozen. This means that they have elected a main messenger, and the will of this main messenger will use the powerful power after fusion. Among them, Yan Lai and Feng Ying each led a fusion strongman. Yan Lai is because of his prestige, and he is an old acquaintance of Suyu, and he may play an important role in the next action. Feng Ying is qualified to lead a fusion strongman because of her strong strength. after seeing that everyone has completed the fusion. Weijio reminded everyone, please pay attention. After the fusion, everyone's emotions and consciousness will resonate, and a little emotion will be magnified 100 times. So you must control your emotions and don't get too excited. Also, with the current technology, it can be fused for a long time without rejection. But this fusion can only last for 1 day and 1 night at most. And it must be lifted after 24 hours. Otherwise, it will lead to terrible things. What will happen then? I can't predict. Whether it is mechanical fusion or human fusion, they have obtained power beyond their upper limit through technical means. Moreover, after decades of technological development, the current fusion has no time limit, and will not repel each other and cause division as time goes by. But their fusion power is much stronger than all of them added together. 1 plus 1 is much greater than 2, which is obviously abnormal. And this comes at a price. After human fusion, the spiritual resonance will make it impossible to separate after a long time, and become a real fusion monster. After the mechanical fusion, a subspace vortex will appear in the core of the machine, providing powerful energy for the mechanical creation. But no one knows where the vortex leads to. The depth of the vortex exudes a terrifying breath. According to calculations, as the fusion time is long, those energy vortices will open and release some terrible existence in them. In fact, this fused vortex has always been an important research topic of the mechanical food city. In order to study it, several dangerous accidents have occurred, but the truth of it has not been figured out. Now this 4-level fusion is actually the best time for research. But the business is important. Weijio and others dare not mess around. So they can only be careful. The 46 fusion people nodded in unison, indicating that they understood. They could also feel the danger after fusion, so they naturally didn't want to take risks. After giving instructions, Weijio also looked at the food mechanics around him and shouted, "Let's start too." Upon hearing this, the food mechanics quickly swallowed the food in their mouths. They were still eating when it was time. But it wasn't because they were really greedy. That was because their food mechanical cells needed the stimulation of food to exert their greatest power. They chewed with their mouths and synthesized food with their bodies. These actions were actually preparing for battle. After swallowing the food in their mouths, these food mechanics also started fusion. Their fusion was not done through other devices, but by food mechanical cells. Soon, there was another top-level 4th-level strongman on the scene. A total of 47. So far, all the 3rd-level strongmen in the venue have been fused, except for Song Ming outside. This guy is very powerful, and should have led a fusion strongman. But he said the wrong thing before, and was excluded. Not only did they exclude the outsiders, but the 47 fusion masters also looked at Song Ming. In just a moment, the 47 fusion masters surrounded Song Ming. Explain. Chapter 451 The Silent Mechanical City. The person who spoke was Yang Lai. He was also very upset when he heard Song Ming say that he wanted to kill Su Yu. But he was mature and prudent, and did not get angry at that time. After all, Song Ming's strength is the best among the crowd. If they really fight, the whole Tiangui city will be blown up if they are not careful. Now that everyone has completed the fusion and has the strength of the 4th level, it will be much easier to deal with Song Ming's problem. 47 4th-level powerhouses suppress Song Ming. A 3rd level. Isn't that simple? Explain. What to explain? Song Ming saw so many 4th-level fusion powerhouses surrounding him, and he panicked. Previously, facing the gazes of tens of thousands of 3rd-level powerhouses, Song Ming could remain calm. But now, these 3rd-level powerhouses have been fused and become 47 4th-level powerhouses. This is a qualitative change, and the pressure it brings to him is far greater than before. Yang Lai stared at him, was silent for a moment, and said, "It seems that you have not realized your mistake at all. Now the business is important. Everyone, let's seal him up first, and deal with him after the business is done." Yang Lai didn't say much nonsense, and took action directly. With a thought, he fused the 4th-level spiritual energy and bombarded Song Ming. Other fusion people saw this, and also rushed to attack. 47 spiritual energies bombarded Song Ming from all directions. Boom! In the next moment, Song Ming was like a bug in amber, solidified in it by the powerful spiritual energy. Unable to move, 47 4th-level strongmen attacked at the same time. And he, a top 9 star, had no power to fight back at all. and was directly sealed. The spiritual energy of these 47 fourth-level strongmen was solidified into something like energy coins. Song Ming was equivalent to being sealed in a huge energy coin. Then, everyone used various abilities to seal the huge energy coin, and finally packed it in a large alloy box to ensure that Song Ming could not escape. Yang Lai and others did not kill Song Ming. After all, he just said something wrong. His crime was not punishable by death. But he must be punished. Seal him now, and interrogate him after the business is done. This is not making a fuss. But Yang Lai and others suspect that Song Ming has a problem. Otherwise, no matter how bold he is, he would not say in public that he wants to kill Su Yu. That is to say, the believers in Xingyu City are in trouble now. Otherwise, if those guys heard Song Ming's words, they would have cut him into pieces. At Song Ming's level, not only will his strength be improved, but his wisdom will also be greatly improved. The speed and depth of thinking will far exceed that of ordinary people. And none of them are fools. In theory, every word they say is carefully considered. Especially Song Ming, who is a top 9-star. Only one step away from being promoted to the 4th level. And his wisdom is even more profound. But he said in front of everyone that he wanted to kill Su Yu. And Yan Lai asked him to explain. But he actually asked what to explain. I don't know if he was pretending to be stupid or really stupid. No matter whether he was pretending to be stupid or really stupid, Yan Lai and others could not tolerate him, and immediately sealed him. Then, Yan Lai said with some worry, with Song Ming's strength, he also had problems. It seems that this time it is really urgent. We must find out Mr. Su Yu's situation immediately. Others nodded when they heard it, yes. We can't delay any longer. The previous various changes basically stayed below the 3rd level. Although it has recently spread to the 3rd level strongmen. They are basically those who have just stepped into the 7-star extraordinary people. Not even the 8-star ones. This time, even the 9-star Song Ming had problems. Which shows that the situation is getting more and more serious. Yang Lai actually had another sentence that he hadn't finished saying. Which was, is it really only Song Ming who has a problem? Among these 47 fusion masters, could there be other people who have also undergone changes, but are just more deeply hidden? Yang Lai glanced at everyone, and could not see anything unusual. After a moment, he spoke again. We were not attacked by Mr. Su Yu during this discussion, which shows that the situation has not reached the most desperate moment. Everyone, take action immediately. Yang Lai announced the start of the action. Action! Everyone responded loudly, and then immediately flew out of Tiangui City and flew towards the ground. As for Song Ming's seal, it was guarded by 10 fusion masters. These 10 fusion masters did not participate in the next action, but stayed in Tiangui City to deal with unexpected events. After all, no one can predict what will happen next. If they all go to explore the mechanical city, once there is an attack from a powerful enemy, the consequences will be disastrous. Leaving 10 4th-level fusion masters should be enough to deal with unexpected events. If 10 4th-level masters cannot cope with it, leaving more people is meaningless. Soon, the 37 fusion 4th-level warriors, led by Yang Lai, arrived above the mechanical city. The mechanical city has not changed its location for decades. It is located in the basin created by the previous war. It is not in the air, but on the ground. After so many years, the city seems to have not changed even in appearance. When Yan Lai and others saw this mechanical city, they couldn't help holding their breath. And they landed on the ground involuntarily, and walked towards the mechanical city. In the hearts of many old people, the mechanical city is a holy city with sacred meaning, and no one dares to disrespect it. However, although it is a holy city, the mechanical city has been uninhabited for more than 30 years. In fact, at the beginning, there were still many residents in the mechanical city. When Su Yu asked everyone to build cities and develop civilization in various parts of the planet, not everyone went out. There were still many old, weak, women and children who were not convenient to move in the city. These people developed in the mechanical city and accumulated a lot of population. Later, with the development of civilization, many people outside would come back to visit relatives, etc. Many people have special feelings for the mechanical city. This is their holy city and their hometown. After they left, they wanted to come back every day. Especially the elderly such as Yan Lai, who would stay in the mechanical city for most of the year. However, starting from more than 30 years ago, many people gradually moved out and no longer lived in the mechanical city. There seems to be no special reason. Just want to change the environment. After all, the 300 cities outside are always more varied and fresher than the unchanging mechanical city. After these people moved away, they never came back. And as more and more people moved away, the mechanical city became more and more deserted. Just like Ghost Town. Until 10 years ago, the last batch of residents could not stand the atmosphere of this city and moved away one after another. Then, just like now, the entire mechanical city, except Suyu, no one lives there, and no one comes back to see it. This is a gradual process, and the people in it have not found anything wrong. But now, when they came to the gate of the mechanical city and looked at the empty city, they felt incredible. How could such a holy city have all its residents moved away and become an empty city? This is definitely not normal. But they didn't notice it before. In fact, in these years, everyone occasionally thought about coming back to take a look. But there were always various things to do. So they gave up in the end. Prepare to go back and take a look when you have time. And then wait until now. It turns out that we have already had problems. Everyone said to themselves in their hearts. And they were all awed. After a moment of silence, Yang Lai spoke and shouted to the gate of the mechanical city, "Mr. Suyu, are you there? Let's come back and take a look." The voice echoed. But there was no response. Yang Lai tried to use his personal terminal to send a message to the mechanical city again. It would have been better if he hadn't sent it. When he sent the message, boom, some kind of strong explosion actually occurred inside the mechanical city. The flame shot up to the sky. Under the shock wave, the buildings in the city fell down row by row. Then, snowflakes immediately appeared on the display interface of the personal terminal, which meant that the signal was interrupted. Everyone looked at each other and realized a fact. Something big had happened. The signal of the personal terminal has not had any problems for so many years. Whether it is the exchange system or the personal space, it can be used normally. This means that Suyu's power can still maintain the operation of this system. This has always been a reassurance for Yang Lai and others, because Suyu's power has always been with them. But now, even the signal has a problem. When everyone looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. They no longer cared about anything else and quickly flew towards the explosion in the city, which was also the center of the city. The mechanical city did not open the shield. Although there were city walls, they were useless to them. The fourth level fusion people. They soon flew to the center of the city, suspended in the air, and fell silent when they saw the blazing fire. This seems to be a signal tower? How could it be damaged like this? Everyone found that the place where the explosion occurred was the signal tower in the core of the mechanical city. This tower has a strange shape, spiral shape, and is cast with high-energy alloy. It contains powerful signal transmission capabilities, and can transmit various signals of the mechanical city without loss around the world. Because there is the technology of data, energy, and material transformation. This signal transmission is equal to energy transmission, which is also equal to material transmission. The entire Azure Star civilization, the new mechanical empire, is built on this system. But now, this system has collapsed. The signal tower was completely destroyed in the explosion, leaving only half of the wreckage. What's even more bizarre is that the wreckage doesn't look like it was just destroyed in the explosion, but it looks like it has been scrapped for decades, or even hundreds or thousands of years, with obvious signs of weathering. Since the material of the signal tower is a bit strange, everyone can't tell how many years it has been scrapped. They can only conclude that it must not have been scrapped just now. After all, that kind of dusty, ancient, and weathered aura can't be formed in a short time. These 37 fusion masters are now at the 4th level. With a slight scan of the mental power, it can be seen that the remaining half of the wreckage has completely lost its function. That's strange. This signal tower has long lost its function. Where did they receive the signal from after so many years? Everyone was shocked. Is it the power of time? Someone whispered to himself. Others heard the various legends of Suyu. They have all heard more or less that Suyu has the power of time, can travel through time and space, and resurrect the dead. Even many people have died once before, and were resurrected by Suyu with powerful power. This signal tower is so weird. Maybe it is also the influence of the power of time. Maybe before they came, this signal tower was still working normally. But when Yang Lai sent that signal, this signal tower was eroded by the power of time from nowhere, and instantly passed through hundreds and thousands of years, and became a ruin. The explosion just now was also because the energy pipeline inside it leaked due to the corrosion of time. Thinking of this, everyone's heart sank even more. The power of time. This power must be the power of Mr. Suyu. Who else has this ability? Mr. Suyu is indeed abnormal. He actually used this power to destroy the signal tower. What does he want to do? Is he still rational? Will Mr. Suyu use the power of time to attack them? Everyone has already reached the limit of their spirit. Even if they have 37 4th level combat forces, they don't know how to deal with it. Although a few people have special professional abilities, such as Feng Ying's gravity and Wei Jiu's space, they can barely be related to time. And maybe they can deal with the erosion of the power of time. But no one can guarantee that it will work without a real battle. In fact, Suyu is only a 4th level in theory. But with so many 4th levels joining forces, there is no sense of security. They didn't even think about defeating Suyu at all. They just wanted to see Suyu and wake him up. Everyone held their breath and waited for a moment. Only the signal tower was burning at the scene, and there was no sound at all. At this time, it was night in the mechanical city. Except for this place, there was no light in the whole city, which seemed a bit gloomy. Everyone felt that there was some terrifying existence staring at them, making them dare not breathe. They were afraid that if they made a little noise, an unknown force would attack them and make them age and die instantly. Fortunately, that terrible scene did not happen. After a while, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, wiped their sweat, and then Yanlai said softly, "Next, let's go to Mr. Suyu's residence." Everyone nodded and flew downward. Suyu usually did not live on the surface of the city, but lived underground for a long time because he had to do various experiments and control the energy of the planet. There were huge mechanical laboratories and mechanical factories underground in the mechanical city, and Suyu stayed there all year round. Now there was no trace of Suyu on the surface, so he should be underground. And the underground entrance was right in front of us. After the destruction of the signal tower, an entrance to the underground was exposed. Everyone cheered up and flew into the black hole entrance. Something is wrong. Why is it so dark here? The underground machinery factory and laboratory are always brightly lit, and many exchange items in the exchange system are produced here. Now it is also in darkness. All kinds of mechanical equipment have long been covered in dust. Although the darkness is nothing to a group of 4th level strongmen and does not affect their actions, but this situation still makes them extremely uneasy. After a quick inspection of the underground, nothing was found. Only the wreckage of various mechanical equipment. There is only one last place that has not been seen, which is the main control core of the mechanical city. Mr. Suyu should be there. Chapter 452. The mechanical city is a city, but also a giant mechanical creation, and can even be used as a spaceship that can travel in space. Although it has autonomous consciousness and can act independently, it also has a main control core. Theoretically, if the mechanical city loses control, the equipment in the main control core can be used to forcibly, manually, control the mechanical city. The core control room is also where all the energy and information of the mechanical city converge, where all the information of the entire city can be easily controlled. It is also where Suyu lives, which is equivalent to Suyu's bedroom. If Suyu is not in other places, then the possibility that he is in the main control core room is the greatest. So everyone, with uneasiness, headed towards the core of the underground again. The main control core is very important, so it is heavily guarded, mainly because the mechanical city itself does not allow others to enter at will. So basically no one has been there. Only a few elders such as Yang Lai, who followed Suyu to go there once or twice decades ago. If you enter there without Suyu's permission, you will be killed by various mechanical creations along the way. Those are the limbs of the mechanical city. Now, for the first time, everyone is heading towards the main control core. But they did not encounter any obstacles, because all the warning equipment has been scrapped and offline. It seems that all the mechanical creations made by Suyu over the years have been abandoned. Even the mechanical city itself seems to have lost its original self-awareness at this time. Now it is just an ordinary city, not the original living miracle city. This city is not so much abandoned as dead. That's right. This city is dead. Otherwise, it would not be like this now. The mechanical city is Suyu's creation. If this city is dead, what will happen to its owner Suyu? Could it be that Suyu is dead? Everyone has been guessing that Suyu has gone crazy because of something wrong. However, no one ever thought that Su Yu would die. This is impossible. Su Yu did not die in the battle with the 5th level tyrannical evil god, and even had the upper hand. How could he die? It's not that Su Yu is immortal, but even if Su Yu really died, it would be a grand death. After a fierce battle, the entire planet might be shattered. How could he die silently? Are we overthinking it? Everyone couldn't believe that Su Yu might be dead. But Mr. Su Yu has the power of time. Maybe the battle has already happened outside of time and space that we can't detect. Or even just now. Everyone quickly thought of another possibility. It's impossible. Mr. Su Yu is so powerful that he can be resurrected even if he dies. Soon, they came to the alloy door of the main control room. The door is 20 meters high, thick and solid. The control system is offline, and can only be pushed open by brute force of tens of thousands of tons. This little power is nothing to a 4th level strongman. But everyone was uneasy, and didn't dare to push it open for a long time. They didn't even dare to use their mental power to penetrate in and take a look. Finally, it was Feng Ying, a young man, who was full of energy. He stepped forward, pressed the alloy door with one hand, and pushed it hard. Bang! The alloy cast door was pushed out directly, leaving a big hole. It turned out that the door was pulled to both sides, and it was impossible to push it open. Feng Ying was also in a state of excitement, which led to such a mistake. But at this time, no one cared about her mistake, because they saw a huge mechanical palace, which was full of various pipelines, energy channels, and control consoles. These devices, which should have been flashing with energy light, were dim at this time, with only a slight afterglow, proving that they had not completely lost their energy. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a seat made of various machines, with various buttons, joysticks, and nerve connection cables on the seat. Behind the seat, there were more various tubes and cables connected to the seat. This was the main control seat of the mechanical city. As long as you sit on it, it is equivalent to merging with the mechanical city, using the mechanical city as your body to control this miracle city. Many people secretly nicknamed this chair the mechanical throne. At this moment, a mummy was sitting on this mechanical throne. Yes, a mummy. The mummy seemed to have weathered for tens of thousands of years, and was extremely dry. Only a piece of skin wrapped around the bones. Even on the neck, there was only a skull, and almost no skin could be seen. The body of the mummy was connected to various pipes on the main control chair. Those pipes flashed with weak energy light from time to time. It was unknown whether they were providing energy to the mummy or extracting energy from it. When everyone saw the mummy, they were stunned. After a long while, someone spoke in a lost voice. Mr. Su Yu. That's right. Mr. Su Yu, who had not been heard from for many years, had actually become a mummy on the main control chair. Each of these 37 fusion masters had more or less fused with some old people in the mechanical city, all of whom knew Su Yu. The moment they saw this mummy, they knew that this was Su Yu. They didn't expect that Su Yu was not crazy or mutated. The reason for the abnormality over the years is very simple. Because Su Yu had died a long time ago. He had even turned into a mummy. Shock, disbelief, sadness, doubt, fear, all kinds of emotions echoed in the consciousness of these fusion people, becoming more and more intense. They were originally multi-person fusions, and their emotions would be repeatedly superimposed and continuously strengthened because of the consciousness of everyone. In a short period of time, more than a dozen fusion people began to exude a weird, violent, painful, and gloomy aura. Some fusion people even began to mutate their bodies, with weird tentacles and eyes appearing on the surface of the armor. It was because their emotions were too intense, and they tended to lose control and mutate. Many of them were employed in new professions that used the energy of evil gods and demons. They could still maintain their rationality at ordinary times, but now in the fusion state, they could not maintain their rationality after experiencing such intense emotions. Calm down! Calm down! Someone shouted, using mental abilities in his voice. Hearing this voice, those fusion people with intense emotions quickly calmed down. And after a long time, they calmed down and stopped the out-of-control mutation. Yang Lai also calmed down. Although he did not lose control and mutate just now, he was also very emotional. After he calmed down, he thought calmly that even if Su Yu really died, it was actually nothing. After all, Mr. Su Yu had the power of time and could be resurrected. Suyu had died and disappeared before. But didn't he return and come back to life in the end? This time is very likely to be the same. The reason why everyone was so excited just now was also because of the influence of the fusion. Or because of other forces secretly interfering. Besides, Mr. Suyu may not really be dead. Yang Lai said to himself. He firmly believed that Suyu was not dead. Although he could not detect any breath of life from the mummy. He still believed it. This was not because of his unique vision, but because he had followed Suyu for so many years, and accumulated an inexplicable confidence or induction. Anyway, he felt that Suyu was not dead at this time. Yang Lai took 2 steps forward and began to carefully observe the mummy that Suyu had transformed into. Everyone noticed Yang Lai's movements and eyes. And after a little thought, they all understood Yang Lai's thoughts. They did not say anything, but also walked forward and observed with Yang Lai. After more than 10 minutes, everyone suddenly saw that the chest of the mummy rose and fell slightly. At the same time, they heard a very faint sound in their ears. Plop! It was breathing and heartbeat. This means that Suyu is still alive. He is not dead. Everyone realized this fact, and was immediately overjoyed. But they did not feel happy for long. And they fell into deep thought. Since Mr. Suyu is not dead, then what is happening now? Is there really something wrong? And he has fallen into uncontrolled madness? Then, they should find a way to wake up Suyu in this state. The mummy state looks scary. But as long as Mr. Suyu regains consciousness and strength, it is nothing. And he can return to normal in an instant. And if you want to wake up Suyu now, you can't act rashly. Otherwise you might destroy Suyu's current state. From fake death to death. Before taking action, you must figure out why Suyu has become like this. Everyone observed it again. But they really couldn't observe anything. Suyu's strength is too strong. And his methods are too mysterious. What can they see just by looking? They even tried to use data capabilities to invade the main control chair and try to get some data. But still got nothing. The main control chair also seemed to be scrapped. There was almost no data and energy flow in it. There was only a little energy fluctuation, proving that it was still running. But this little energy fluctuation could not provide any useful information. Mr. Suyu, I'm sorry. Everyone apologized and began to use the spirit to scan Suyu. Before, they had been observing with their naked eyes, because they were afraid that mental power would destroy Suyu's current state. Suyu's mummy looked very fragile, and it might be shattered and dissipated as soon as the mental power swept over it. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, the mummy looks fragile, but it actually contains Suyu's powerful power. As soon as their mental power swept over it, it would be counterattacked immediately, which is extremely dangerous. Both possibilities, no matter which one, are very dangerous. So they really don't want to use mental power to scan unless it is absolutely necessary. And now, they really can't observe anything. So they can only use mental power. Not everyone will go together. But Yang Lai will try first. After all, he was an old acquaintance of Suyu. If Suyu was still conscious and felt Yang Lai's mental power, he should have reacted. After Yang Lai greeted him, he carefully released his mental power and probed towards Suyu. Soon, Yang Lai's mental power had already touched Suyu in the state of a mummy. Ah! In just a moment, Yang Lai and all the third-level masters who merged with him felt boundless pain. The intensity of this pain was far beyond their imagination. What kind of knife mountain, oil pan, skinning, and slow slicing were not as painful as this. Not only physical pain, but also mental pain. Who doesn't have a little sadness at their age? No painful past? At this time, the pain buried in their hearts was also detonated, and it was intensified 1,000 times. In just a moment, they almost had a mental breakdown and were in agony. And this pain was extremely cruel, not giving them the opportunity to lose consciousness at all. The more pain, the more awake they were. And awakeness was torture. Under this extreme pain, in just a moment, they seemed to have experienced hundreds and thousands of years of torture. Under such torture, they were in a trance and saw many pictures. They saw the future of mankind in hell. They saw that the mummy Suyu would wake up at the moment when the subspace tide erupted, stand up from the mechanical throne, and ascend to become a god. However, it was not a righteous god who ascended, but a twisted evil god, the evil god of pain. This evil god Suyu will bring endless pain to mankind, and will send all humans to hell, and they will never be reborn. Then, this evil god will expedition to the universe, and include the entire universe in hell. At that time, there will be no distinction between the universe and hell, and any life will be in the boundless pain of hell as soon as it is born. In the universe, on billions of planets, all are painful and wailing lives. The entire universe, there is no light and hope. Only the evil god Suyu, sneering on the throne of hell. Then, the picture Yan Lai saw suddenly changed, and it became the mummy again. A familiar, weak and painful voice came from the mummy, Yan Lai. Kill me. This is Suyu's voice. The real Suyu's voice. Ah! At this time, Yan Lai suddenly woke up from the pain. Although he had the power of the 4th level at this time, his feet softened and he sat directly on the ground, panting heavily, sweating profusely, and his eyes were extremely terrified. What's going on? The others were all shocked when they saw this. They only saw Yan Lai use his mental power to test the mummy Suyu. And then Yan Lai's expression changed drastically, trembling all over, and fell to the ground. Everyone quickly surrounded Yan Lai and used their strength to help him calm down. Did you encounter Mr. Suyu's power of pain? I remember Mr. Suyu has such power. Someone guessed. This was actually not unexpected to them. This was obviously the second situation they guessed. The mummy contained Suyu's powerful power, and any temptation would be counterattacked. It is obvious that Yan Lai encountered a counterattack and was eroded by the power of pain. No! That's not Mr. Suyu. That's the evil god. The evil god of pain. He has taken over Mr. Suyu's body. As soon as the subspace tide arrives, he will wake up completely and drag the entire planet, and even the entire universe into hell. Yan Lai seemed to wake up from extreme pain at this time and roared. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and asked them all at once. Yan Lai calmed down, and began to tell them everything he had just seen and heard. Everyone was speechless for a long time after listening. After a long time, someone asked Yan Lai, You mean? Mr. Suyu has been eroded by the evil god, and he is just a little bit away from becoming a carrier of the evil god's arrival. So, Mr. Suyu asked you to kill him? Chapter 453 Observing the Future. The moment of becoming a god. When everyone asked Yan Lai this question, their eyes were full of vigilance. Yan Lai nodded and said, That's right. The others looked at each other, and then said coldly, Don't move first. Obviously, they suspected that Yan Lai was eroded by some kind of pollution. So he said what he just said. In fact, Yan Lai is indeed polluted and eroded now, and his body is still emitting black aura, which is the painful power expelled by his power. This appearance, coupled with Song Ming's previous experience, made all his words lose credibility. Everyone suspected that Yan Lai was just eroded by some power, and wanted to deceive everyone to work together to kill Suyu. The others looked at each other, and suddenly attacked at the same time to seal Yan Lai. They were worried that Yan Lai was polluted, and suddenly exploded to hurt people. Yan Lai did not resist, and let himself be sealed. Seeing this scene, everyone was relieved. But it was not ruled out that it was Yan Lai's disguise. Yan Lai was just testing Suyu's condition. If you don't believe Yan Lai, then someone else needs to test it. Let me try. Feng Ying took the initiative. Everyone looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Okay. Feng Ying is indeed one of the most suitable candidates for testing. Originally, Yan Lai was the most suitable. After all, he was an acquaintance of Suyu. But now it seems that acquaintances are useless. So we can only look at strength. Although Feng Ying is young, she is the strongest among the crowd. Although everyone is in the fusion state at this time, and has the strength of the 4th level, the level of the fusion leader itself will still affect the state and strength of the fusion person. Moreover, her profession is very special, and belongs to a new profession. But it is not a new profession that uses the energy of evil gods and demons, but the gravitational collapse in the exchange system that appeared only 30 years ago. This new profession is good at controlling gravity, and has very strong combat power. Moreover, Feng Ying has a high talent in this profession. In just more than 20 years of employment, he has cultivated this profession to the top of 9 stars. Combat power is secondary. The main reason is that this profession does not use the energy of evil gods and demons. So the risk of losing control and going crazy is much smaller. And the ability to resist erosion and pollution should be stronger. Moreover, the profession of Wind Eagle has a special ability called gravitational lens, which can use gravity to distort time and space, make a lens, and observe the future. In fact, gravitational lens is an astronomical concept. The gravity of a large mass celestial body in the starry sky distorts the nearby time and space, so that the light bends, thus creating a lens-like effect. Astronomers can use this lens effect to infer the mass of the celestial body. The brightening and telescopic effects of this lens can also be used to observe farther and darker celestial bodies. The gravitational lens of Wind Eagle is not gravity on the physical level, but gravity on the spiritual level. Therefore, the gravitational lens formed is much more powerful. It distorts not only light, but also timeline. The picture of the future timeline will be formed in the lens because of this distortion and be seen by Wind Eagle. This profession is one of the very few professions involving time, and it is very special. Over the years, only a few people have successfully taken up the job and reached the top level of 9 stars. And Feng Ying is the only one. Everyone guessed that this new profession was carefully designed by Su Yu and was fundamentally different from other professions. In everyone's mind, those who can take up the profession of gravitational collapse may be Su Yu's direct lineage and true disciples. Su Yu has never really accepted any disciples. When the mayor of Tianhai City in the Cave City joined the Mechanical City, he wanted to become a disciple, but he did not get Su Yu's approval. However, whenever someone exchanges for a third-level profession, the rituals and meditation methods related to the profession will be tailored by Su Yu to adapt to the other party's physique and talent, so as to teach them according to their aptitude. From this perspective, in theory, almost everyone present is Su Yu's apprentice. But from another perspective, if everyone is, then that means no one is. And people like Feng Ying who take up a special profession may be looked up to by Su Yu. So Feng Ying's status among the crowd is somewhat different. Similarly, there is actually Wei Jiao's Space Devourer. That was a space-related profession, and it was also very special. Wei Jiao was even a gourmet mechanic and a space devourer, with a higher status and stronger strength. However, Wei Jiao did not have the ability to foresee the future and observe the timeline. So the matter of testing Su Yu at this time could only be left to Feng Ying. Seeing that everyone agreed to this proposal, Feng Ying nodded heavily and began to use his ability. The powerful spiritual energy of the top 9 stars gathered, and in a blink of an eye, a powerful gravitational vortex formed in front of her, and a terrifying attraction came out from the vortex. The others also hurriedly mobilized their spiritual energy and were barely sucked into the gravitational vortex. Soon, the gravitational vortex created by Feng Ying had evolved into a psychic black hole. At this time, the terrifying gravitational force disappeared, but this black hole gave people a more dangerous feeling. Feng Ying added power again, and the black hole became more and more distorted, and finally became brighter, from a black hole to a glowing white hole. And then, the white light dissipated, and various changing pictures appeared inside. Others hurriedly stared at these pictures. That's right. Feng Ying's foresight of the future can be shown to others. Those pictures changed very quickly, with millions of pictures flashing every second. Very fast and chaotic. Fortunately, everyone now has the power of the 4th level, so they can keep up with the speed of change. Most of the millions of pictures per second are meaningless pictures. For example, a piece of seawater, a piece of stone. The future of these things is useless. Only a few pictures can interpret useful information. Everyone's thinking is running at high speed, trying to interpret the situation about Su Yu from these futures. Feng Ying maintained the gravitational lens and was very nervous. She didn't have the power of time, so she could only observe the future in this indirect way, which was actually much worse than the real power of time. Moreover, observing the future involves the field of time, and there will be no less danger. Her observation behavior will also accumulate time backlash. However, she was not only worried about the backlash at this time. As long as it didn't accumulate too much, it would be a bit unlucky at most, and there would not be too much danger. She was worried that some dangerous existences would appear in the observed future and launch a cross-time attack on her, even if there were no other existences. Given Su Yu's current state, if Feng Ying observed his future, it might stimulate the future Su Yu to attack her. In that case, she had almost no power to resist. The power of time is too terrifying and terrible for ordinary 3rd level and 4th level extraordinary people. This is not a force that should be faced by those below the 5th level. Earlier, after Yang Lai used his mental power to test Su Yu, he encountered a mental counterattack. Now Feng Ying is testing Su Yu with a time observation. If she encounters a counterattack, it may be an attack involving the power of time. How can she not be nervous? Others also understand this truth, and they all focus their attention on Feng Ying. Once there is a situation, they will immediately help her. And those pictures are still changing rapidly. Appeared. A cry suddenly came out from the crowd. Because the figure of Su Yu appeared in the picture. It was Su Yu in the future, who knows how many years later. Still in the shape of a mummy. Sitting on the mechanical throne. But soon, this mummy quickly became full and restored to the appearance of a normal person. Although this Su Yu has returned to the state of a normal person, he has no expression on his face. And there is no human emotion in his eyes. Full of indifference and cruelty, he stood up from the mechanical throne. And the various pipes connected to his body turned into flying ash and dissipated out of thin air. And the changes did not stop, but continued. This future Su Yu was quickly stained with a dark color, which was absolutely black and did not reflect a single light. It didn't look like a simple color, but like a hole in the space, leading to an unknown area. It was even darker than the psychic black hole created by Feng before. In a blink of an eye, Su Yu's whole body was covered by this pure black, turning into a human-shaped black hole. Many dark tentacles stretched out around this black hole, twisting and flapping in the void. This human-shaped black hole grew rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it had changed from the size of an ordinary person to a giant of 100 meters, and then to a giant of 1,000 meters. Then, Su Yu even lost his human form and turned directly into a real black hole. The mechanical city was not damaged at all during this process. The black hole that Su Yu incarnated seemed to be just an illusion, penetrating through the city. However, the lack of damage seemed to be only superficial. Soon the entire mechanical city was stained with black. And this black was not pure. Spots were distributed everywhere in the entire mechanical city, like rust for thousands of years, and like the color of blood after drying. And the machinery and buildings in various parts of the mechanical city also underwent some strange changes. In various places, some inexplicable spikes, blades, hooks and other objects grew out of thin air. These things were also stained with a color that seemed to be pitch black and dark red. These things looked like decorations, but also like torture instruments. Just looking at them could make people feel the piercing pain. The rooms of those buildings were full of these torture instruments. If there were people in them, they would be pierced by these things in an instant. And the pain was unbearable. Those were no longer rooms where humans lived, but slaughterhouses and execution rooms. However, there was no human in the entire mechanical city, so these torture instruments had no place to be used. Therefore, the human black hole that Su Yu transformed into suddenly expanded again, extending a large number of dark tentacles in all directions. Soon, these tentacles emerged again from all over the planet. A total of 300 locations. Those 300 cities. In just a moment, the 300 cities, under the corrosion of these dark tentacles, underwent the same changes as the mechanical city. Machines and buildings all became torture instruments, and the hundreds of millions of residents living in them naturally became victims of these torture instruments. 300 cities instantly turned into 300 living hells. The scene was horrible and bloody. At this moment, the roar and wail of pain resounded throughout the planet. The entire planet, under this extreme pain, also began to change, stained with black and dark red. Plants began to mutate, and rocks began to twist. The living hell of 300 cities is not enough. This is to turn the entire planet into a hell star. Seeing these pictures, everyone had a clear understanding in their hearts. This is the moment when Su Yu becomes a god, when the subspace tide erupts in the future, using the pain of hundreds of millions of people as a sacrifice. Su Yu ascends to the throne of pain. What Yan Lai said before is true. Not good. The next moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. It is clear that Feng Ying's future observation ability can only see the picture without any sound. But everyone heard the painful wails. The painful wails of hundreds of millions of people. Even, they heard their own wails in it. Because there are also scenes of their torture in the future pictures. Moreover, their perspective is not right. The space vortex of Feng Ying observes the future, which is an observation window. The perspective of observing the future pictures through this window is very limited. But now, their perspective is almost the first-person perspective. Almost like traveling through the future time and space. Experiencing it personally, and witnessing the desperate moment of the future with their own eyes. Feng Ying was shocked and tried to stop her ability and future observation. But she found that she couldn't stop. She couldn't even move. Extreme pain came from nowhere, making her unable to control her body and spiritual power. At this time, she seemed to have merged with her future self and was suffering in the future hell, which would never end. She barely controlled her peripheral vision and looked at other people, and found that they were also standing still, motionless. After the fusion, each of the 37 people had the top combat power of the 4th level. They thought they were facing it. But at this moment, they were all hit and couldn't move. Their figures began to become a little illusory, as if they didn't exist in this time and space, but really traveled to the future in the picture and became part of the painful wailing. If they were really teleported to such a future, they would really be unable to live or die. Feng Ying's previous worries came true. The future observation really attracted a counterattack involving the power of time. And it was not just the power of time, but also the power of pain. The two forces attacked together, and almost instantly, they put everyone in a desperate situation of death. Is it over? These people were pulled towards the cruel future, thinking desperately in their hearts. Most of these people were young people who had not experienced cruel environments, had a superior life, and even had some naive thoughts. But at this moment, they saw the cruel scene of the future and felt the extreme blood and pain in person. What they experienced in a short moment seemed to be more than what they had experienced in the past decades. This can't work, Feng Ying roared in her heart. And the others, who merged with her, also roared in their hearts. There were also 36 other fused people who were roaring. Chapter 454 The Truth. Pain can make people grow. If there is no growth, it means that the pain is not severe enough. The pain bestowed by the painful evil god is absolutely fierce and cruel. From the body to the mind. All-round torture. At this time, for the new generation of extraordinary people such as Feng Ying, in just a short moment, they experienced growth that others could not experience in their lifetime. Under the extreme pain and pressure of death, they forced out their full potential for the first time. Even ordinary people will burst out their potential under the stimulation of the desire to survive. Let alone these powerful, extraordinary people. Especially, they are all in a fusion state at this time. And their emotions have resonated because of the fusion of many people. This resonance will increase the pain they endure tenfold and 100-fold. But correspondingly, the spiritual power that bursts out will also increase tenfold and 100-fold. Move! Move! They roared in their hearts. Originally, they couldn't even move a finger. And they couldn't mobilize their powerful spiritual energy. They could only watch themselves being sucked into that terrifying future. But at this time, their bodies and spiritual energy actually started to work. The power of pain, in essence, does not cause any harm to their bodies. And their strength is still there. As long as they can resist this pain, they can move freely. Previously, they could not bear such pain, so their bodies were paralyzed and unable to move. But now, they have made breakthroughs. Their spirits are condensed, and they have regained control of their bodies and spiritual energy. Boom! The moment they regained control of their bodies, they immediately launched their strongest power at the space black hole created by Feng Ying, and bombarded it fiercely. Feng Ying himself also used his ability at a rapid speed, trying to make the space black hole dissipate. She did not simply remove her ability, as that would be too inefficient. She also used her most powerful power, gravitational collapse, trying to make the space black hole collapse quickly. 36 top-level 4th-level fusion masters. All out and hateful. What kind of power is this? If all these attacks were unleashed, the entire mechanical city would be shattered in an instant, and there might not even be any residue left. This terrifying attack was extremely concentrated by everyone, and they bombarded the space black hole with all their strength. Although most people do not have space-related abilities, but powerful energy can distort time and space. Wind Eagle creates space black holes by affecting gravity through psychic energy, and then affecting space. Powerful psychic energy, when gathered together, can also achieve similar effects. So their attacks, in theory, will be effective and can smash the space black hole. However, their attacks did not cause any waves. The space black hole was not smashed, and there was not even a little damage. The energy of those attacks did not spill out to destroy the mechanical city. The terrifying energy contained in those attacks disappeared out of thin air, because these attacks were all absorbed by the space black hole. The space black hole could only see the future picture, just like a screen, which could only be seen but not touched. But at this time, it was like a space door that could truly connect to the future time and space. The attacks of everyone did not bombard the main body of the space door, but all passed through the space door and bombarded the future picture. even the collapse of Feng Ying's gravity, and Wei Jiao's space swallowing were the same. In the future picture, a large number of terrifying energy explosions appeared out of thin air. It seemed that everyone's attack had really attacked the future. Attacked the future, cells. That's right. Under their bombardment, the hell cities and tortured humans in the future picture were actually blasted into pieces. Among them, even their future selves were included. When everyone saw this picture, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What is this? Their attack ended up killing their future selves? However, it seems that because of this, the attraction of the space black hole to them has weakened a lot. Their figures were originally translucent and were about to be teleported to the hellish future. But their figures solidified again. After all, their future has disappeared. And their future was killed by themselves. Everyone sensed this change and was surprised and happy. I don't know if there will be any hidden dangers if they die in the future. The good news is that the attraction of the space black hole has weakened, making them temporarily safe. However, they were only happy for a moment. Because in the picture, the black hole that Suyu transformed into seemed to notice them and turned slightly. Although the black hole in the picture had no human form at all. It was really just a black hole without eyes or facial features. But at this moment, everyone felt deeply watched. That's right. They felt that the Suyu who would be the black hole in the future was watching them. Across time and space. He is watching them. Although the black hole that Suyu transformed into is in the future. For him, the past and the future are no different. So, at this moment, it is this fifth-level terrifying existence that is watching Feng Ying and the others. Suddenly, they were unable to move again, even if they have already grown up, and even if they all have the strength of the fourth level. It is useless, because Suyu is watching them. The boundless pain once again eroded their bodies and minds. And this pain was 10 times or 100 times stronger than before. If they had not experienced it themselves, they could not imagine that there could be such pain beyond the limit in the world. Not only that, before, they were paralyzed by pain. But at least they could still think. And even finally relied on their strong will to survive, to force themselves to break free. But this time, under the explosive pain, their spirits were about to collapse completely. And they could not even maintain a complete thought, let alone the will to survive. They just wanted to die at this moment. Enough. Just before everyone collapsed, they suddenly heard a hoarse, tired, and extremely firm voice. They were all very familiar with this voice. It was Suyu's voice. Although many of them had never seen Suyu, they had seen Suyu's image and heard Suyu's voice from the video records since childhood. With this voice, the horrible pain suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The space black hole connected to the future also quickly dissipated and ceased to exist. Huh? Everyone's legs softened at the same time, and they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and sweating all over. Although they did not suffer any injuries, and their spiritual energy was basically not consumed. Everyone could not muster a bit of strength, and could not even stand up. They were fusion masters of the 4th level combat power. But at this time, they were as fragile as babies. This is the horror of the power of pain. To be precise, it is the 5th level power of pain. Huh? Mr. Suyu. Is that you? Everyone panted for a moment. Wei Jia was the strongest, and he recovered first, and asked hoarsely. They all knew that the question Wei Jia asked actually had 2 parts. The first question, is the terrifying existence that turned into a black hole in the future picture Suyu? The second question, is the one who just saved them also Suyu? The others heard this, and quickly looked up at the mummy on the mechanical throne. After a while, the mummy opened its mouth slightly. Yes. Everyone's pupils shrank when they heard this. Leave. And then? Find a way to kill me. The mummy Suyu spoke again. After he finished this sentence, there was no sound. Everyone looked at each other for a long time when they heard this. Suyu actually asked them to kill him. In the future, Suyu will really become the painful evil god. So the current Suyu does not accept such a future, and asks them to kill him now to avoid the birth of the evil god. They did not believe what Yang Lai said before. This time, the mummy Suyu spoke in person, and coupled with the terrifying crisis they had experienced before. How could they not believe it? But, do they really want to kill Mr. Suyu? At this moment, the space in front of them was distorted, and the space black hole that had disappeared seemed to reappear. Everyone was shocked. Leave. Suyu's voice sounded again. and everyone felt that the terrifying pain seemed to be coming again. They didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and hurriedly got up and ran out of the main control room with the greatest strength in their lives. It wasn't until they flew more than 1,000 kilometers out of the mechanical city that the terrifying feeling slowly disappeared. Everyone was suspended in the air, looking at the mechanical city 1,000 kilometers away, and fell into silence. This time, the exploration of the mechanical city was a complete success. It really found out Mr. Suyu's state and the truth. But the problem lies in this truth. It turned out that Mr. Suyu was really crazy. Or in other words, he was completely crazy in the future and turned into a painful evil god. Then this evil god reversed and affected the present, causing all kinds of changes. Mr. Suyu is suppressing this evil god, which is why he has been out of contact for so long. And it seems that he can no longer suppress it. In order to prevent the birth of the evil god, they must kill the current Suyu to prevent the terrifying future. But, do they really have to kill Mr. Suyu? Everyone still finds it hard to accept. Moreover, even with the experience just now, everyone still finds it hard to believe. Is everything just now really the truth? At this time, in the underground control room of the mechanical city, the mummy Suyu is still sitting quietly in the control chair, motionless. The space black hole has also disappeared. After a while, a cold voice sounded. It seems that they still have doubts. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, they will believe it. And sooner or later, betray you and kill you. Then, I will be reborn. This voice is exactly the same as Suyu's voice. And it is the voice of the painful evil god. And the U in his mouth is naturally Suyu himself. In essence, the painful evil god is Suyu's future and a personality of Suyu. Now it is Suyu who is talking to himself. After the painful evil god finished speaking, Suyu did not answer, but just snorted softly, as if he was too lazy to pay attention to him at all. The originally indifferent painful evil god actually became talkative at this time. Why don't you talk? Is it because your carefully thought out desperate plan was used by me? So you are discouraged? The painful evil god sneered and continued, your plan is to use some powerful spiritual power to erode the tyrannical evil god, so as to temporarily become a personality of the tyrannical evil god. Then control the tyrannical evil god to self-destruct. The evil god is immortal, and will be resurrected in the depths of the subspace after death. But the resurrected tyrannical evil god is no longer the current one. And you, with a professional panel, can use the special consciousness binding of the professional panel to retain the current personality consciousness, so as to be resurrected successfully, and occupy the body of the tyrannical evil god, becoming the real tyrannical evil god. This plan is very bold and whimsical, and there is almost no possibility of success. If I were to execute this plan, there is a chance that it can succeed, but it is still unlikely. But this plan gave me inspiration. If I want to execute this plan, the first prerequisite is to seize your career panel, because the panel is bound to your consciousness. Not me. So, I spent 20 years to let my will penetrate the evil god Mecha and erode your will in reverse. Now, I am you. You are me. And the career panel binds us at the same time. Now, I only need to control the self-destruction of this body's will, and I will be perfectly reborn in the depths of the subspace, although you will be reborn with it. At that time, I will no longer be restricted by the evil god Mecha, and I can completely devour you in an instant. Your plan is to seize the tyrannical god position, but I use this plan to seize your career panel. As long as I have the career panel, I will not take the tyrannical god position seriously at all. The painful evil god ignored Suyu's silence and said such a series of words. It turned out that he was inspired by Suyu's previous plan to seize the position of the god of tyranny, and actually used this plan to seize Suyu's career panel. All of them were mental erosion, and then self-destruction. Then he used the immortality of the evil god to bind with the consciousness of the career panel and resurrect in the subspace. However, it was too difficult to erode the evil god of tyranny, but it was much easier for the evil god of pain to erode Suyu. After all, they were originally one person. So, the evil god of pain succeeded. He infiltrated the power from the evil god's mecha and eroded Suyu. The consciousness bound to the career panel also changed from Suyu to Tu. Or in other words, it was still Suyu. At this time, Suyu had both humanity and the divinity of the evil god of pain. This shows that the plan of the evil god of pain was very successful. As long as he controlled Suyu's body and consciousness, and completed self-destruction, He could be reborn in the depths of the subspace. Perfectly resurrected. Devour Suyu's consciousness. Truly seize the career panel. And at the same time escape the seal of the evil god's mecha. However, it is now stuck at this step. Suyu's will has been preventing the painful evil god from completing his final self-destruction. Although the painful evil god is powerful, the power he has infiltrated from the evil god armor is not much. And Suyu has the home advantage. So the two have been deadlocked for many years. That's why Suyu has become a half-dead mummy, which is the result of the deadlock between the two. This is the truth behind Suyu's madness in the past few decades. Chapter 455 Suyu's Trump Card. The Ancient Secret. After hearing the words of the painful evil god, Suyu still said nothing. He was always concentrating on guarding against the self-destruction of the painful evil god. With the power of the painful evil god, if he wanted to commit suicide, it would be absolutely and completely dead. Past, present and future. All around death. Even the evil god's mechas were always ready to self-destruct. Originally, the evil god's mechas had a self-destruct device set by the mechanical god. If the painful evil god was about to escape, the device would be activated to completely destroy the painful evil god. The painful evil god had not completely merged with Suyu's body in essence. Even if he died, he could not be resurrected. This was originally an extremely safe design that could ensure that the painful evil god could not escape the control of the mecha. But now, because of Suyu's plan, the painful evil god, inspiration was given. He has successfully bypassed the restrictions set by the mechanical god. The painful evil god eroded Suyu, which was equivalent to merging with him. And he truly became a fifth-level evil god, with the immortality of the evil god. Moreover, because of this fusion, the painful evil god is also bound to the occupation panel. In this way, he can even bring his current will and perfectly revive in the depths of the subspace after death, completely getting rid of the restrictions of the evil god's soldier mecha. Now everything is ready. Only death is left. In this case, the self-destruct device set by the mechanical god has even become a helper for the painful evil god. If the self-destruct device is successfully activated, the evil god's soldier mecha and Suyu's body will be blown to death together. Then it will be perfect. If Suyu had not been using his strong will and the authority set by the mechanical god to prevent the evil god's soldier mecha from self-destructing, he would have succeeded long ago. The painful evil god can now be said to have all the advantages, leaving Suyu in a desperate situation and can only struggle to support himself. Suyu can only barely delay the arrival of death now. Just like his current state, he is just a dried corpse, half dead, with only one breath left. At this time, the painful evil god saw that Suyu was still silent. So he continued, Suyu, although you are in a stalemate with me, it is useless. The subordinates you have carefully trained will soon come to kill you under my guidance. Just now you could only watch me let your subordinates kill you. How do you feel? The painful evil god's tone was cruel. It turned out that what Yan Lai, Feng Ying and others experienced just now, whether it was a crisis or rescue, was all directed by the painful evil god. From beginning to end, the real Suyu did not speak or make a move. It was the painful evil god who used the power of pain and the power of time to put everyone in a life and death crisis. It was the painful evil god who said enough and saved everyone. It was still the painful evil god who said leave. And then, find a way to kill me. All this was done by the painful evil god to deceive everyone and let them take action to kill Suyu. So as to complete his plan, he and Suyu were in a stalemate, and his power was limited, unable to complete self-destruction. So he set his sights on Yan Lai, Feng Ying and the others, and used their hands to commit suicide. Feng Ying and the others seemed to be in danger just now. But in fact, their lives were not in danger at all. Killing them would consume the power of the painful evil god, and at the same time stimulate Suyu, which might lead to a change in the stalemate between him and Suyu. The painful evil god would not do such a loss-making thing. The painful evil god did not want to kill them in the first place, so he just wanted to scare them. However, Suyu's status in everyone's heart was too high. No matter how the painful evil god deceived and intimidated them, everyone still couldn't make up their minds and dared not to attack Suyu. So the painful evil god sent everyone away first. Anyway, there is still time. Now the seeds of doubt have been planted. Next, we just need to guide them slowly. Naturally, someone will come and kill Suyu in the future, so that the painful evil god can truly ascend to the throne. They are still a little hesitant now. It doesn't matter. They will make up their minds soon. I have joined forces with the tyrannical evil god. With my guidance and the erosion of tyranny, your subordinates will definitely betray you and come to kill you. Then, that's when you die. The painful evil god continued, full of confidence. Suyu remained silent, as if he had accepted his fate. But he still struggled to prevent the painful evil god from completing his self-destruction. At this time, Suyu's spirit had been eroded by the painful evil god. This erosion was very deep. The one person and the one god had basically merged and were difficult to separate. Theoretically, Suyu was already hopeless, even if the painful evil god could not complete his self-destruction. In a few decades, Suyu would naturally be eroded by the evil god's will, and there would be no Suyu anymore. And it wouldn't take decades at all, because in more than 20 years, the subspace tide would erupt. And by then Suyu would not have been promoted to the 5th level, and would definitely die. The reason why the painful evil god was in a hurry to commit suicide now was just because he wanted to complete his rebirth and get out of the control of the evil god's mecha before the subspace tide erupted. Otherwise, when the subspace tide erupts, the tyrannical evil god will take action, and he might take the opportunity to control the evil god's soldier mecha. Although the painful evil god said that he had cooperated with tyranny, this cooperation was obviously not sincere. Both sides wanted to devour each other, and would never let go as long as there was a chance. At that time, although the evil god's soldier mecha did not have Suyu as its master, it was replaced by a more ruthless tyrannical evil god, and it was estimated that there would be no hope of escaping forever. That's why the painful evil god was so urgent. But that was a fight between the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god, and had nothing to do with Suyu. Suyu was already dead. However, the painful evil god suddenly said, "No, I don't remember that I am such a resigned character. What other trump cards do you have? What else are you hiding from me?" The painful evil god's tone suddenly passed, very gloomy and terrifying, and his voice and expression were stern. He just said so much. It seems that he was not a chatterbox, but was testing Suyu's attitude. Now, he is finally sure that Suyu is not sitting there waiting to die. He must have a trump card. That's why Suyu can keep his composure. But the question is, what trump card does Suyu have? The painful evil god is Suyu's future. Now he is basically merged with Suyu, and their memories are interlinked. The painful evil god knows Suyu's abilities. Where does the trump card come from? The painful evil god knows all of Suyu's trump cards. Even the ultimate trump card, the professional panel, is now bound to the painful evil god. Although the painful evil god only binds his consciousness, and cannot use the professional panel due to the stalemate between the two, Suyu himself cannot use it either. If he cannot even use his strongest trump card, and can only sit in the main control chair like a mummy, what else can Suyu do to turn over? Although the painful evil god just said that Suyu still has a trump card, he still thinks that Suyu is dead after thinking about it. And Suyu continued to remain silent, which seemed to prove this point. Did I think too much? The painful evil god has always been cold and firm, and never doubted himself. But at this moment, he couldn't help but become a little suspicious. There was no way. Suyu had tricked him before. Suyu had defeated the strong with the weak, and with the power of the 4th level strength and the power of the mechanical god, he transformed him, a 5th level great evil god, into an evil god soldier mecha. Now, even if he was sure of victory, he couldn't rest assured. He was afraid that Suyu would get a powerful trump card from nowhere and suppress him, or even kill him completely. Could it be that making me suspicious is your plan? In the end, the painful evil god still couldn't figure out what Suyu's trump card was, and could only think that he was thinking too much. And did Suyu have a trump card? Will Suyu have to wait for Yanlai, Feng Ying, and others to be bewitched by the painful evil god and come to kill him? The answer is yes. Of course Suyu has a trump card, and even everything at this time is still in Suyu's plan. But the painful evil god can't understand it. Painful evil god, you are my future, and almost nothing about me can be hidden from you. Only this one thing you will never be able to understand, because you are no longer human. This is something that only humans can understand, Suyu said to himself at this time. Facing the painful evil god, Suyu would find it difficult to hide any plan from him. The last time he hid the painful evil god, he successfully transformed the painful evil god into an evil god soldier mecha with the help of the mechanical god. But now it is no longer possible. The mechanical god is already asleep. So, what else can Suyu hide from the painful evil god? Of course there is. And it is a trump card that only humans can understand. The painful evil god is not human. As for what it is specifically, it's a long story. 35 years ago, Suyu was thinking hard about how to deal with future crises. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't find a foolproof plan. What kind of whimsical idea is to seize the throne of the tyrannical evil god? Suyu knew it was unreliable, and didn't take it seriously at all. He had to come up with a really useful plan. His mind was extremely fast, and he searched for useful information in the vast ocean of memory at a rapid speed. With Suyu's realm, he would not forget everything in the past, any details, and they were all deeply stored in his memory, and could be used at any time. He thought about his past life carefully, trying to find useful information from it. Any unknown and unsolved things could become the key to his breakthrough. Finally, he found some potentially useful details. That is, why is the ruined star, or the azure star, also 24 hours a day? A year is also 12 months? Gravity is no different from before he crossed over. The oxygen content in the air is about the same. In fact, Suyu had thought about this problem a long time ago, but he didn't have the ability to explore it at that time. So he just thought it was a coincidence. But now, he has become a 4th-level strongman, and has even begun to control the energy of the planet. He carefully sensed the various parameters of this planet and found there is a problem. It would be fine if it was just a coincidence. In that case, the various parameters of the two planets would only be approximate, not exactly the same. But now Suyu's precise memory and ability quickly calculated it. The rotation speed, revolution speed, gravity parameters, air composition of this planet are exactly the same as the blue planet he was on before he crossed over. And they are extremely accurate. This is interesting. Suyu instantly had an idea. This azure star. Wouldn't it be the blue star he was on before he crossed over? Could it be that he didn't cross over to another world at all, but to the future time and space? But Suyu quickly denied this idea, because except for the rotation speed, revolution speed, gravity and other parameters, this planet, and even the galaxy, has nothing in common with the blue star Suyu was on before he crossed over. According to Suyu's observation, this is not the Milky Way or the solar system where the blue star is. This could also be the case that the blue star was moved to this galaxy. Right? After all, the 5th level has the power to destroy stars, so it doesn't seem strange to move planets. However, Suyu's subsequent investigation completely negated his conclusion. That's because Suyu used his ability to accurately measure the element content of the blue star. It turned out that the element composition of the blue star was completely different from that of the blue star before Suyu crossed over. The iron content was much higher. The aluminum content was very low, and the silicon content was half less. Moreover, after measuring the element content of the blue star, Suyu accurately calculated the mass of the planet. Then, something strange happened. Suyu was shocked to find that with the mass of the blue star, its gravity should be more than twice as strong as it is now. But its gravity is exactly the same as that of the blue star before Suyu crossed over. This is extremely abnormal. What's going on? Suyu was puzzled. He hurriedly and carefully sensed the energy of the planet, and every inch of the planet. His spirit swept through every inch of the soil of the entire planet. But he did not find anything abnormal. Everything was normal on this planet, except that the gravity was much less. Suyu didn't even feel any influence of spiritual energy, as if the gravity of this planet was supposed to be like this, even though its actual mass was much larger. Moreover, what puzzled Suyu the most was that he had never noticed anything wrong before. This planet was obviously much larger than the blue planet, but the gravity was the same, and he had never felt anything wrong before. It seemed that in his subconscious, the gravity of the planet was supposed to be this great. It should be like this, Suyu muttered to himself, his expression gradually becoming serious. He understood why he had hardly doubted the various anomalies of this planet before. It was because it should be like this. The planet where humans live should be like this. For the next period of time, Suyu did nothing else. No meditation. No manipulation of the planet's energy. No manufacturing of machinery. He wholeheartedly searched for the source of the anomaly on this planet. He had a vague feeling that if he could find it, it would be the key to his breakthrough. Finally, Suyu found it. Suyu found a piece of information left in the deepest part of the planet's energy. The process was incredibly easy. It seemed that this thing had always been in Suyu's blind spot, and he could not see or think of it. Now that Suyu had broken through the blind spot, it was not difficult to find it. And the information Suyu found revealed to him a big secret that affected the entire universe. Specifically, tens of thousands of years ago, on the distant human mother planet Shindan, the human empire was preparing to launch a great expedition to conquer the universe and galaxies. And the founder of the human empire, the eternal glorious emperor, used his extremely powerful spiritual power to formulate some rules for this universe before the expedition was launched. These rules include the gravity parameters, rotation and revolution frequency, oxygen content of all planets where humans live, are the same as Shindan. Chapter 456. So that's it. When Suyu saw this information, all his doubts were solved. No wonder this planet is so strange. It is a rule written by Emperor Guangyu with his extremely powerful spiritual power. This rule ensures that after human beings go on an expedition to the galaxy, no matter what planet they colonize, that planet will become an environment suitable for human survival and become the base camp for human survival and reproduction. Otherwise, some planets have harsh environments, and extraordinary people may be fine, but ordinary people can't survive at all. Humans are actually very fragile, especially those newly born babies. This is the reason why the data of the ruins are abnormal. When Suyu found this information, he was very shocked. What a great power! The power of Emperor Guangyu is incredible. Across countless light years and tens of thousands of years, he tightly controls the various parameters of this planet to make it suitable for human survival. In addition, there are some other rules that are conducive to human survival. For example, the promotion of extraordinary people in the human empire was very simple, and it could mass-produce strong people of level 3 or even level 4, which was also due to these rules. However, the rules of this part seem to have become invalid, and even a little unclear. Suyu had a hard time to recognize it. Maybe it's because of the change of the subspace environment? And under these unclear information, there are other important information. Those are some intermittent pictures, mixed with some sounds. In some pictures, the Emperor of Light, whose face is blurred and exudes infinite light, is leading the human army to expedition to the galaxy. Various powerful extraordinary warriors, wearing mechanical armor, riding space battleships, travel through the starry sky and subspace, and fight various strange cosmic creatures. In the depths of the universe, there are still many humans. Most of those humans are ruled by various aliens and become their slaves. Food, experimental materials, biological machines. For specific situations, you can refer to the experiences of the descendants of the mechanics in the previous materialization space, which are even worse. The aliens have basically no mercy on humans, and their cruel methods are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The army led by Emperor Guangya arrived, killed all these aliens, and rescued the enslaved humans. They gained their loyalty, and also gained a group of brutal warriors who hated aliens. After a little training, these people joined the expedition army, and their fighting spirit was even more intense than those veterans. The human army fought more and more, and wherever they went, planets were destroyed and aliens were extinct. In just 1,000 years, Emperor Guangya led humans to establish a brilliant human civilization empire, and the empire's territories spanned the galaxy. The entire universe was praising Emperor Guangya's name everywhere. Then the scene turned and returned to the empire's mother planet Shindan. At this time, the entire mother planet was covered with magnificent palaces, which almost occupied half of the surface. That was Emperor Guangya's palace. Emperor Guangya seemed to have ended his great expedition and returned to his palace. Of course, the expedition was not over, and there were still a lot of threats hidden in the depths of the entire starry sky. Emperor Guangya gave the mission of the expedition to his subordinates and his descendants, asking them to wipe out those aliens. He himself returned to the human home planet and his palace, because he had more important things to do. Emperor Guangya seemed to be carrying out a great plan, but based on the picture alone, Suyu could not tell what Emperor Guangya was doing for a while. Then the picture turned again, quickly sweeping across the entire territory of the human empire. Suyu saw that the human empire was actually caught in rebellion and war. At this time, it was unknown how long it had been since the establishment of the empire. I don't know what happened, but the subordinates and descendants who were deeply trusted by Emperor Guangya were corrupted and bewitched by something, and actually betrayed him. This group of people led the army to counterattack the home planet, and actually wanted to kill Emperor Guangyu and overthrow the rule of the empire. They almost went in the opposite direction of the great expedition and killed towards the home planet, Jindan. Those subordinates and descendants were extremely powerful and had extremely advanced weapons. Wherever they passed, planets shattered, stars extinguished, and time and space were annihilated. Dark trails appeared across the entire map of the human empire. At this time, the great plan of the glorious emperor seemed to be at a critical moment, and he had no time to be distracted. Otherwise, with his powerful psychic power, even if those subordinates and descendants were strong, he could suppress them. Then, the picture was chaotic. It seemed that in the palace, the glorious emperor and those subordinates and descendants had launched a shocking battle. This battle was extremely fierce, and it was launched in countless space-time possibilities in the past, present and future. In an instant, the human mother planet was destroyed billions of times and rebuilt billions of times. This kind of extremely high-level battle cannot show details at all with just pictures and sounds, and can only see some blurred blocks of color. So you could only rely on his own experience to barely guess the process of the battle. Finally, the picture stabilized. The Emperor of Glory stood proudly, and in front of him, some unrecognizable bodies of rebels lay. In the end, the Emperor of Glory won the final victory. However, the Emperor of Glory was also seriously injured at this time. The picture turned again and became a static picture. In the picture, a human-shaped existence, like a mummy, was sitting on a mechanical throne, motionless. He was full of various pipelines, and from time to time he flashed with energy streams. That was the Emperor of Glory. He didn't know what happened, and he became the appearance of a mummy, and the glory on his body was almost extinguished. Then, there was no more information. After watching all this information repeatedly for many times, Suyu let out a long breath and fell into deep thought. He was analyzing the pictures just now. He didn't expect that the truth of the great expedition was actually like this. Suyu originally thought that the human empire started from the mother planet, and then slowly colonized planets one by one, and then established a space empire. But now it seems that humans have been all over the starry sky a long time ago. But they were cruelly ruled by various aliens as slaves and experimental materials, until the army of the Emperor of Glory came. The Emperor of Glory brought long-lost light to humans in the universe, and his name really lived up to his name. After a while, Suyu came back to his senses. He said to himself, in other words, the Emperor of Glory also suffered a great betrayal when the subspace tide broke out 10,000 years ago. So he was seriously injured and turned into a mummy? According to Suyu's guess, the betrayals and battles in the pictures just now all happened when the subspace tide broke out 10,000 years ago. It should not be only the tyrannical evil god who woke up with the subspace tide. There are also some other terrifying existences. They corrupted the strong men of the empire and set off a great rebellion. Those rebels who betrayed the empire had obvious signs of erosion by the power of the evil gods. The twisted power on them was strange in nature, and Suyu had never seen it before. And those twisted powers were stronger than the power of the tyrannical evil god and the painful evil god. Much stronger. It is obvious that the tyrannical evil god was not strong among the evil gods who woke up at the beginning, and was even weak. So he was sealed in the ruined star by Zhang Chenfeng. Of course, it may also be because the tyrannical evil god was sealed in the ruined star and could not contact the outside world. So he was so weak. If tyranny could freely go to the starry sky and harvest the tyrannical emotions of all mankind, with the terrifying population of the human empire at the time, the tyrannical emotions bred in it were simply immeasurable. I wonder how strong such a tyrannical evil god would be. And the other evil gods are not as unlucky as tyranny. They seem to be free from the beginning. With the emotional support of the entire human empire, their strength was beyond Suyu's understanding. The great battle that took place in the Jindan Palace must have involved those terrifying evil gods. Fortunately, in the end, Emperor Guangyu still successfully suppressed the rebellion. But he himself was seriously injured and became a dry corpse, sitting alone on the throne. It seems that Emperor Guangyu's condition is very bad, to the extreme. Suyu is not even sure whether Emperor Guangyu in the dried corpse state in the picture is alive or dead. And Emperor Guangyu's experience turned into the information just now, and with some unknown connection. It was hidden in the deep energy of the blue star. And then Suyu learned about it. Only the strong among humans can find this information, which is also a rule. This information was set by Emperor Guangyu. Rules? Only humans can find it. whether it is the tyrannical evil god or the painful evil god. They can't get it unless they are stronger than Emperor Guangyu. And this information that only humans can find is the key to Suyu's breakthrough. Suyu will not forget that he looked for the abnormality of the planet in order to find a way to break the situation. Now, he has found it. This information can only be known by humans. Tyranny certainly does not know it. Although the painful evil god is Suyu's future, he is no longer a human being and cannot know it. This kind of information that can be hidden from the two evil gods at the same time is so precious that it is beyond words. Suyu felt sorry for the ending of Emperor Guangyu. And at the same time, he began to think about how to use this information to break his crisis. Then soon, Suyu came up with a solution. It's very simple. Pray to Emperor Guangyu and ask him for help. Yes, it is that simple. Suyu had seen in the previous scene that when humans were on an expedition to the galaxy, they encountered an invincible enemy in the depths of the universe. When they were isolated and helpless, they could pray to the Emperor Guangyu to attract his attention. Then, the enemy would be burned to ashes by the blazing light that descended from nowhere. The powerful enemies encountered by the human expeditionary army were really powerful. The alien creatures of an entire galaxy covered the sky and the sun. What deep space ghosts? Star beasts. But facing the power of the Emperor Guangyu, they were still vulnerable. Although the Emperor Guangyu seemed to have turned into a mummy at this time, his life or death was unknown. But Suyu knew that for such a strong man, let alone life or death, even if the Emperor Guangyu really died, he might be able to respond to prayers and send down power in some time and space in the past or future. Of course, not everyone is qualified to pray to the Emperor Guangyu and get a response. You must have an identity recognized by the Emperor Guangyu. But Suyu pondered for a while. He had already been recognized by the creation left by Zhang Chenfeng. And now, he is the Supreme Commander of the Giant God Army and the Supreme Commander of the Blue Star. This identity is at least a formal officer in the Imperial Army. And he also rules a planet with hundreds of millions of people under his command. He is qualified enough to apply for the power assistance of the Emperor of Glory. As long as the Emperor of Glory descends with a small part of his power, it is estimated that all the tyrannical evil gods and the evil gods of pain can be killed and suppressed. And Suyu will no longer need to worry about it. Of course, that is an ideal situation. In fact, Zhang Chenfeng lost his life at the beginning, and he did not apply for the power of the Emperor of Glory to rescue, which shows that this matter is actually a bit unreliable. But Suyu thinks that the past is the past, and the present is now. When Zhang Chenfeng and the tyranny fought, the Emperor of Glory was probably fighting fiercely, and naturally had no spare energy to respond to Zhang Chenfeng. Now that 10,000 years have passed, who knows what the situation is like? Maybe the Emperor of Glory has recovered? Anyway, Suyu's situation is extremely bad now, and it won't hurt to try. So Suyu immediately took action. According to the information he had obtained earlier, he first took out 2 holy objects. The so-called holy objects are objects that possess the power of the Guangyu Empire and can be used as a medium for prayer. Suyu has 2 holy objects on him. One is the Recruit Navigator, which can communicate with the Empire's important facility, the Star Tower, for cosmic navigation. The other is the fragment of the Giant God Soldier's command, which is a fragment of Zhang Chenfeng's Yuri Mecha. And Zhang Chenfeng is the Yuri Imperial Guard, the guard of the Guangyu Emperor. These 2 things are both related to the power of the Guangyu Emperor and should be able to serve as holy objects. Suyu took out the 2 holy objects and began to pray. The prayer has a specific format, but it is not the style of praying to gods, but more like the memorials written by ancient ministers to the Emperor. This is also one of the reasons why Suyu dared to pray boldly. Suyu knew that prayer should not be done randomly. He didn't want to believe in some god for no reason, even if the other party was the human Emperor Guangyu. But the memorial didn't matter. Your servant Suyu wrote, "Today there is tyranny. The star is eroding, and the soul is corrupting. I respectfully request the Holy Judge. The Emperor's will is burning, and the monsters are destroyed." Although Suyu had never written any memorial, with his wisdom and previous information as a demonstration, he learned quickly. He spoke a lot, describing all the situations on the Azure Star. Finally, Suyu asked the Emperor Guangyu to descend with power and kill the evil god. When he said the last, the Emperor's will is burning, and the monsters are destroyed, the 2 holy objects trembled slightly, as if they received some signal. Suyu even saw that the 2 things were slightly lit. Suyu was delighted, held his breath, and stared at the 2 holy objects. Chapter 457 The Emperor's Attention. However, the two holy objects only moved twice. And then, there was no movement. Suyu waited patiently for a long time, and finally determined helplessly that he had failed. Suyu shook his head slightly, but was not discouraged. Because, although there was no power descending, there was a response. The two holy objects were now stained with some weak power. The power was very little and very weak. But Suyu could feel that its essence was extremely high. So high that Suyu could not analyze it at all, and could not tell what level it was at. This should be the power of the Glory Emperor. This shows that prayer is really useful. However, for some reason, the power that descended was very little. And it should be just some kind of automatic response mechanism, not a real response from the Glory Emperor. Suyu repeatedly watched and studied the information he had obtained before. In the end, he found the possible reason, which was, the heart was not sincere. In the information Suyu obtained, there was a key point when the Imperial Expeditionary Forces prayed to the Glory Emperor when they encountered a strong enemy. That is to make your body and mind closer to the Emperor. Only when you are loyal and pure in your heart can you get close to the Emperor and attract the distant gaze of the Emperor Guangyao. It is estimated that this pure and pious spirit can provide guidance for the Emperor Guangyao, allowing him to confirm the coordinates and thus to send power from a distance. But loyalty is a bit difficult for Suyu. To put it bluntly, Suyu has admiration and regret for the Emperor Guangyao. But it is obvious that he has no loyalty. After all, Suyu has never seen the Emperor Guangyao, nor has he fought under the Emperor Guangyao. Even this name was only known through investigation before. Otherwise he would not know that there is such a person. Moreover, Suyu had never thought of offering loyalty to any existence before. So the prayer just now, or the memorial, did not have the desired effect. In fact, in the face of life and death crisis, if you offer loyalty to the Emperor Guangyao, you can get rescue, which is not a loss. But this kind of thing depends on your own heart. Although Suyu can use his mental ability to deceive himself and force himself to hypnotize himself to be loyal to the Emperor of Glory. But this trick of self-deception is afraid that it will not be able to cross the distance of countless light years to provide positioning for the Emperor of Glory. And it will also distort Suyu's own will, which is not worth the loss, unless it is absolutely necessary. Suyu will not try this method. In fact, there are still 10 galaxy warriors on this planet at this time, and the loyalty of those people is absolutely enough. But their status and strength are not enough. Without Suyu's identity, they are just a few galaxy warriors. Under normal circumstances, they are not qualified to pray to the Emperor of Glory and ask for assistance, unless they are really loyal and their spirits are firm enough to cross tens of millions of light years to attract the attention of the Emperor of Glory. Moreover, everything Suyu does now is actually very secretive. Only he knows it. Many actions only happen in Suyu's own consciousness. Even the prayer just now was prayed in his heart and not spoken out. This is necessary caution. Otherwise, if it leaks out, and the existences such as the tyrannical evil god and the painful evil god know that Suyu wants to pray to the Emperor Guangyao, then it will be troublesome. Therefore, asking the galaxy warrior to pray on behalf of Suyu is also a bad idea. This is difficult. Suyu thought about it, but did not give up, and studied the information on the pictures again. Soon, he came up with a solution. Since the loyalty road is not feasible, then try a crooked way. Suyu learned from the information that the Great Rebellion of the Empire was actually suppressed by the Emperor Guanyi once at the beginning. That was because a prince of Guangyao, bewitched by the evil god, actually proclaimed himself emperor on the border of the empire, called himself the Second Empire, and revered an evil god as the god of mankind, allowing the evil god to erode mankind at will. And thousands of planets instantly fell under the evil god's tyranny. Soon, thousands of light years away, Emperor Guangyao immediately discovered something was wrong. Someone was rebelling. So a beam of divine light descended from the sky, blasting the powerful prince half to death. If it weren't for the protection of the evil god, he would have been killed long ago. Then Emperor Guangyao's divine light swept across the galaxy, purifying tens of thousands of planets and directly suppressing the rebellion in this area. Then, the remaining rebels no longer dared to claim to be emperors, but directly led the army to counterattack the mother planet Shandon. This incident gave Suyu inspiration, judging from the performance of the prince. If you want to get close to Emperor Guangyao, there is more than just one way to be pious and loyal. There is another way. That is, rebellion. directly proclaiming yourself as emperor. In a sense, this is also getting close to Emperor Guanyu. You are the emperor. And I am also the emperor. So isn't that getting close? In this way, it is likely to attract the attention of Emperor Guanyu. Just like the prince at the beginning. He rebelled and was blessed by the evil god. Emperor Guanyu was thousands of light years away and busy with mysterious plans. So he could not do anything to this traitor. But the prince established the Second Empire, which gave Emperor Guanyu clear coordinates, and then attracted precise supertime and space strikes. The Emperor Guanyu is an extremely powerful, extraordinary person, who can even set rules for the planets deep in the starry sky. For Emperor Guanyu, the position of emperor is not just a title. If a strong man under his rule rebels and claims the throne, he should be able to sense it immediately. This method may even work better than praying. I guess Zhang Chifeng also had this plan when he established the Second Azure Empire. It was just that Emperor Guanyu was not in good condition at the time, which led to Zhang Chifeng's failure. Now that 10,000 years have passed, Suyu will try again. Maybe the result will be different? Thinking of this, Suyu had an impulse to immediately announce the establishment of the Second Empire. Perhaps soon after the announcement, the power of the glorious emperor will descend on this galaxy and kill the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god. However, Suyu did not act rashly. Instead, he thought carefully and then gave up the idea. First of all, it is still a matter of confidentiality. If the establishment of the Second Empire is announced with great fanfare, the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god may guess something from this. So you will not underestimate these two powerful opponents. Moreover, directly rebelling and announcing the establishment of the Second Empire also has great risks. Perhaps the forces attracted did not attack the tyrannical evil gods first, but killed Suyu first, which would be unfair. The rebellious prince was blessed by the evil god and was able to survive. But Suyu did not have that ability. Suyu needed to come up with a foolproof plan. Closer to the emperor. Suyu muttered this sentence in his heart. And suddenly a flash of inspiration came to him. Thinking of a possibility. If you want to get close to the emperor, there are other ways besides praying and rebelling. That is, after thinking of a way, Suyu immediately took action. Next, Suyu made some modifications to the main control seat of the mechanical city, adding some functions to the main control seat to help him better control the energy of the planet. These new functions are actually disguises. The real purpose of Suyu's modification of the main control seat is to make its shape closer to the mechanical seat that the Emperor Guanyu sat on. Yes, it is the mechanical seat that imitates the Emperor Guanyu. After confirming that the main control seat looks exactly the same as the Emperor Guanyu's, Suyu pondered for a moment and sat on it. The data pipelines and energy pipelines on the seat automatically floated up and connected to Suyu's body. After Suyu sat on it, his heart was slightly shocked, and an inexplicable feeling emerged. Moreover, the two holy objects also fluctuated slightly. It works! Suyu was slightly happy in his heart. The solution he thought of was to directly imitate the appearance of the Emperor Guanyu at this time. According to Suyu's habit before crossing, this should be called COS Emperor Guanyu. This should also be regarded as a way of getting close to the emperor. You sit on the chair, and I sit too. Of course, this method should not be as good as directly rebelling, but the consequences are not so intense. Even if he is watched by Emperor Guanyu, he will not be directly killed by the divine light from the sky. After all, just sitting on a chair and imitating. Emperor Guanyu does not seem to be a tyrant who kills people indiscriminately, so he should not kill people. Right? Moreover, this method is very low cost. You don't need to make a big fuss. You can do it at home. And the most important thing is that it actually works. Of course, the effect is still not obvious, but Suyu can feel that it seems to be stronger than the previous prayer. It may also be the superposition of the two. Knowing that this method is effective, Suyu will naturally continue to work hard. It seems that just sitting on the chair is not enough. More is needed. Suyu pondered for a while, and the spiritual energy on his body began to fluctuate constantly, as if he was trying a new profession. This is normal for Suyu. He has been experimenting with various new professions and new abilities over the years. For Suyu, it is very simple to simulate the energy operation of other professions in his body. After all, new professions use the energy of evil gods and demons. Suyu created this profession and must experience it personally to see if there are any problems, so as not to kill people or create monsters. Of course, he did not directly take up those new professions. but tried to run those energies in his body to see the degree of erosion to the body and mind. This kind of test is sometimes tested in the future possibilities, which is absolutely foolproof. But sometimes Suyu finds it troublesome and tests directly at the present time. His new professions are basically level 3, and there are very few level 4. So this kind of test, normally, will not have any impact on Suyu. However, this time, something seemed to have gone wrong, causing his body to suffer severe damage. Suyu's body seemed to have been corroded. His flesh and blood dried up and shrank rapidly. In a short time, he had become a young man and turned into a mummy. At this time, Suyu turned into a mummy, sitting on the newly transformed mechanical throne. The so-called new career test was actually true. Suyu really ran a powerful corrosive energy in his body. It was a 4th level new career apostle of desire. The evil god has 2 sides, just like the loyalty power of the galaxy warriors, which was actually the opposite of the betrayal power. In contrast, the power of pain also has another side. In these years, Suyu has reversed the power of pain through dedicated research and obtained another power, the power of happiness, or the power of desire. This power seems to be even more dangerous than the power of pain. A little use will make people fall into extreme happiness and joy. And any enjoyment and happiness in reality is not even a fraction of it. The power of the sun can inspire courage, happiness and joy in people's hearts. But that is a positive, healthy stimulation, and it comes naturally. And this power of desire is very evil and strange, forcing people to fall into extreme happiness, and they can't help being happy. At the same time, this power is also highly corrosive. After being corroded by this power, people will lose themselves in extreme happiness and joy, and then be sucked dry by this power and become a mummy. If you are lucky enough not to be corroded to death, you will fall into great loss and pain, and you will never be interested in anything else. This power is extremely strong and extremely dangerous. After Suyu created this power, he almost lost it after a little attempt. Although Suyu designed a new profession desire apostle based on this power, he never announced this profession, nor did he take up the job himself. Moreover, Suyu did not really master the technology to reverse the power of pain. This power of desire was just a little bit of his random tossing of the power of pain, bombarding it with various powers, reacting, and being lucky. He had originally planned to use it as a trump card. If he was eroded by the painful evil god, he would use this power to hedge against it. Using happiness to fight pain should give him a moment of clarity. But now, he still took it out, as if he really wanted to test the new profession of desire apostle. Of course, it was Suyu's disguise. His real purpose was to take the opportunity to turn himself into a mummy. Sure enough, when the power of desire entered his body, Suyu's consciousness immediately fell into an endless illusion. Infinite beauty and happiness all surged into his heart. All the courage, perseverance, ambition, fighting spirit, wisdom. In this extreme happiness, it seems to have lost its meaning, making people want to sink. I don't want to care about humans, psychics, or evil gods anymore. Just immerse myself in such happiness and happiness. Compared with the power of pain, this kind of happiness and happiness is even more lethal. Of course, Suyu will not sink. He guards his heart tightly, and even stimulates his own power of pain to fight happiness with pain. If you sink into this false happiness, it is no different from death. Even if Suyu's spirit didn't sink, his body was also rapidly changing and shrinking under this terrifying and strange power. In a short time, the body of a 4th level strongman was turned into a mummy by this little bit of desire. And this is exactly what Suyu wanted. He even managed to separate his spirit and adjust the image of the mummy to make himself closer to the glorious emperor. Finally, Suyu adjusted his appearance to the right place. The next moment, the mummy Suyu on the mechanical throne shuddered. He sensed that there was a gaze in the dark, looking at him from a distance of countless light years. Suyu knew that he had succeeded. He attracted the attention of the Emperor. Chapter 458. This is the Emperor of Glory. Suyu did not see any images, nor did he sense any known spiritual energy. He only had a vague feeling that the inexplicable high place cast a line of sight and was looking at him. That line of sight was like the light of a star, focusing on him. And Suyu was like sawdust under a magnifying glass. And under such focus, he would soon be burned to ashes. This is not a metaphor, but a fact. The star itself has no malice, but it only focuses its own line of sight, to cause unimaginable lethality. In a trance, Suyu seemed to have returned to the original materialization space. At that time, Wang activated the Hell Furnace by sacrificing the mechanical race, with the despair and pain of the entire race, and summoned the Shining Sun Mecha. This 5th level planetary mecha gave Suyu, who was still at the 3rd level at the time, great pressure. It made Suyu seem to be facing a real planet, and even had a faint feeling of giant phobia. Facing a planetary existence, one really feels like an ant. No, even smaller than an ant. This has nothing to do with courage. It is purely the instinct of living things. If it were someone with a weaker will, he would have collapsed instantly when facing the Yuri Mecha. Although Suyu turned the tables in the end and sealed and suppressed the king. But that was the first time Suyu faced a 5th level existence, which left a particularly deep impression on him. Later, Suyu was promoted to the 4th level, became a time mechanic, and obtained the evil god soldier mecha. As Suyu became stronger and stronger, even if the Yuri mecha appeared in its heyday, Suyu had the confidence to fight it. Even when facing the tyrannical evil god who broke the seal, Suyu chased and beat him. I thought that I would never feel like an ant when facing a terrifying giant. But now, Suyu knows that he was wrong. So wrong. It was just a line of sight. A line of sight that was separated by countless light years and a long distance in time and space. Suyu felt 1,000 times the pressure he felt when facing the Yuri mecha. This is not just psychological pressure, but lethal. Under such pressure, Suyu's thinking was stagnant, and he almost gave up all resistance. Let such a sight burn him to ashes. Suyu even suspected that even a real planet would not last long under such a sight, and the planet would be burned to nothingness under such a sight. Even if this is just a harmless gaze. Under such a gaze, everything will be destroyed. Unless it is originally part of this sight. No wonder you have to get close to the Emperor. Suyu had an epiphany in his heart. The reason why he has not been burned to ashes now is not only because of his strong strength, far beyond the ordinary 4th level. It is also because his current appearance. Suyu is now shrunken and sitting on the mechanical throne. He looks exactly the same as the Guanyu Emperor in the previous picture. This kind of similarity has no meaning for ordinary people and cannot provide any power. But for an existence like the Emperor Guanyu, it fits in with some extremely high-level rules. This makes Suyu, to some extent, become a part of that terrifying sight. So Suyu's mind is just stagnant, not burning. No wonder in the information I saw before, those Emperor expeditionary forces prayed to the Emperor Guanyu, needing to get closer to the Emperor and be devoutly loyal to the Emperor Guanyu. This is not only to provide a position for the Emperor Guanyu, but more importantly, getting closer to the Emperor can allow them to survive under the sight of the Emperor Guanyu. And Suyu's Wild Way cosplay, although it seems a bit treasonous, also has the same effect. But it is hard to say how long this effect can last. After all, the sight now is just a harmless gaze. If the Emperor Guanyu confirms that Suyu is a traitor, and his eyes bring a little malice, that is the fate of the rebellious prince, who was killed by the power of the Emperor. At this time, Suyu's vision seemed to have passed only a billionth of a second, but also seemed to have passed 10,000 years. Suyu's sense of time was a little confused. He could only try his best to stimulate his stagnant spirit. Anyway, he had to tell the Emperor that he, Suyu, was not a traitor. However, before Suyu could take action, he heard a huge and majestic voice, which seemed weak and tired, and cold and cruel, appearing in his consciousness. As soon as this voice came out, Suyu was shocked all over, and blood mist burst out all over his body. He was almost shattered to pieces. Any movement would shatter him to the ground. Compared with the current state of the mummy, he was considered healthy. The mummy state was deliberately created by Suyu. It just looks serious, but it is actually easy to treat. But now, being shattered to pieces by the words not enough is much more serious. Even the mental thinking, the timeline of the past, present and future are on the verge of breaking and splitting. This is a real life or death injury. Not enough. Then, Suyu found that he could move, and the terrifying sight before had disappeared without a trace. Not enough? What does this mean? Suyu was stunned for a rare moment, and didn't even bother to heal his wounds. Obviously, the voice just now was made by the Emperor Guanyu. This powerful human emperor was attracted by Suyu's cosplay and looked at him from an unknown distance. He didn't pursue his rude behavior, nor did he listen to Suyu's explanation. just saying not enough and leaving. What is this? First of all, make sure that the Emperor Guanyu has no ill will towards me. Suyu fell into thought. It is basically certain that the Emperor Guanyu has no ill will towards him. Otherwise, if he looks at him twice more, he will die. Not only was there no malice, Suyu was sure that the attitude of the Emperor Guanyu towards him should be kind. The sentence, not enough, was not a tone of blame, but a reminder. The question is, what was the reminder? What is not enough? In fact, this cannot be regarded as the Emperor Guanyu's riddle man. But Suyu obviously cannot bear the Emperor Guanyu's language. If he said one more word, Suyu would be shocked to death. As for how to solve these 3 words, it still needs to be carefully thought out. In short, I contacted this big guy and I have a backer. Suyu was not impatient when he saw that he could not think of it for a while. Anyway, he had contacted the Emperor Guanyu and was no longer isolated. Or he should activate his spiritual energy first to recover his injuries. This time, the injury was really serious. With Suyu's current recovery ability, ordinary injuries only need to consume some spiritual energy to recover as before, and even die. He can be resurrected by the power of time. And this time, Suyu spent more than 10 days to recover his injuries. The physical injuries alone would have been fine, but the timeline of the past, present and future was all shattered by those 3 words. Faced with this injury, Suyu had no idea how to repair it. Fortunately, the timeline seemed to have the function of self-repair. After more than 10 days, they gradually healed themselves. During these 10 days, Suyu had been thinking about the meaning of the 3 words of Emperor Guanyu. After his thinking, he had already analyzed various possibilities. One of them was the most likely one that Suyu thought was. That is, not enough. Meant that Suyu's cosplay was not similar enough. Emperor Guanyu should not care about Suyu's imitation of him. However, Suyu's imitation was only a superficial skin, without the real essence, which led to Suyu's inability to really get close to Emperor Guanyu and unable to withstand the power of Emperor Guanyu. Just a glance and 3 words. Suyu almost couldn't stand it. If Emperor Guanyu really descended with power, Suyu would definitely be dead. Not only that, but all humans on the planet would not survive. The fate of the tyrannical evil god and the painful evil god was not much better. That was a true mutual destruction. If there was really no way out, Suyu would consider this path of mutual destruction. But now there was still time. He felt that he could still save himself. And the Emperor Guanyu probably thought so too. And how to save him? That is to continue to improve. Similarity. Let not enough become enough. This is what Suyu analyzed. The reminder of the Emperor Guanyu. Even if the guess was wrong, it didn't matter. If the similarity was improved, it should be able to get closer to the Emperor Guanyu and be able to withstand more sight and language, and maybe directly communicate. Then there would be no need to guess. So after Suyu recovered from his injuries, he immediately prepared to take action to improve his similarity. However, Suyu was in trouble again. How to improve it? If it was just the appearance, Suyu had already imitated it perfectly. This aspect was easy. Just turn himself into a mummy and sit on a chair. But the other parts were difficult. For example, Suyu certainly cannot imitate the strength of the Emperor Guanyu. Then, imitate the experience? State? After thinking about it, Suyu thought that he should start from this direction. He previously caused the Emperor Guanyu, but it was just the surface. Although both were mummies, the state of the Emperor Guanyu's mummies must be different from Suyu's. Suyu became a mummy because he was eroded by the power of desire. Then why did the Emperor Guanyu? If the reason can be figured out, targeted simulation will definitely improve the similarity. However, Suyu has no information about this. For this kind of thing, it is meaningless to use the power of time to deduce the future. The Glory Emperor is of a very high level, so you cannot see him at all whether he observes the past or the future. At present, the only images of the Glory Emperor that can be seen are those obtained from the energy of the planet. Through these images, Suyu can indirectly understand the image of the Glory Emperor. But those images actually lost a lot of reality. At least Suyu still doesn't know what the Glory Emperor's face looks like. But the mummy can see it clearly. However, it is a good thing that Suyu can't see the true face of the Glory Emperor. When the Glory Emperor came before, just a glance and a sentence of 3 words almost killed Suyu. If Suyu really saw the image of the Glory Emperor with his own eyes, He would probably die instantly like an ordinary person looking directly at a star at close range. This is also the biggest obstacle for Suyu to communicate with the Glory Emperor. This emperor is too strong. Any leakage of breath and energy is devastating to Suyu. He is too strong. So he can't communicate. Is there something wrong? Suyu noticed this abnormality. Logically speaking, if the Emperor Guangyo had always been so terrifying, he could kill people with just one look, shatter people with just one word, and scare people to death when facing each other. Then how did he establish the human empire? How did he lead humans to the galaxy? The humans around him had long been extinct. There must be something wrong with this. The problem lies in his mummy state. His current state makes his power a little out of control, even if it is a long distance. With his strength level, he should not be so out of control. Suyu concluded in his heart that the state of the Emperor Guangyu was very wrong. Of course, just by looking at his appearance, it can be seen that the state of the Emperor Guangyu is definitely wrong. Otherwise, how could he become a mummy? In fact, if Suyu releases his power without concealment, he can also achieve the effect of killing ordinary people with just one look. However, Suyu can control himself and restrain his power. Suyu can do it, but the Emperor Guangyu can't? But the problem is that the Emperor Guangyu really can't do it. But the Emperor of Glory seemed to have a clear consciousness and could remind Suyu out loud, which was a bit strange. Suyu thought quickly and finally thought of a possibility. The evil god has two sides, and the tyrannical evil god can have a kind side. And Suyu previously reversed the power of the evil god of pain through experiments and created the power of desire. It was through the erosion of the power of desire that he turned himself into a mummy. So, since the power of the evil god of pain can be reversed, what about the power of the Emperor of Glory? Although the Emperor of Glory is not an evil god. But, who says that extraordinary people can't have two sides? Take Suyu himself as an example. The evil god of pain is actually his opposite in a sense. In this way, does the Emperor of Glory also have a reverse side? Just like Suyu's evil god of pain, does the Emperor of Glory also hide another powerful Emperor of Darkness? Thinking of this, Suyu felt a chill in his heart. The original power of the Emperor of Glory is undoubtedly the extremely powerful power of the sun. What will this power become if it is reversed? The power of the sun can inspire courage, perseverance, light, faith, trust, protection, and other beautiful wills in people's hearts. It is an extremely positive power. If it is reversed, it will become destruction, killing, darkness, hatred, and the Guangyo Emperor, who was originally full of light, has now become a mummy, which may be eroded by this power. The Guangyo Emperor is being eroded by an opposite Dark Emperor. In this way, there is an explanation for the great lethality of the Guangyo Emperor's sight and language. That may not be his own power at all, but the power of another Dark Emperor, representing absolute destruction and darkness. That kind of power, as long as it leaks a little bit, it will be a disaster for Suyu. If this Dark Emperor really exists, it is thousands of times more terrifying than the tyrannical evil god and the painful evil god. So the Guangyo Emperor is very frugal with words. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but take a breath. I wanted to call for help, but found that the situation on the other side was worse, and the enemy was more powerful. Chapter 459. What is the Dark Emperor? Suyu has no evidence, but through various clues, Suyu still believes that his guess is very likely to be true. There really is such a Dark Emperor, and he is eroding the Glory Emperor and turning him into a mummy. Fortunately, although the Glory Emperor is in a bad state, he seems to be able to barely suppress his dark side. Suyu felt a little relieved. If the Glory Emperor has completely turned black, then he is not just a mummy, but a terrifying dark evil god emperor. Then the moment Suyu prayed to the Glory Emperor, he was already dead. The power of this evil god emperor should be complete destruction. Under his power, there is no possibility of survival. Fortunately, with the strength and wisdom of the Glory Emperor, he must have thought of a way to suppress the dark side. Suyu concealed the painful evil god, and the Glory Emperor should be able to do it too. However, the dark side of the Guangyo Emperor must be much stronger. Judging from his mummy appearance, the seal is probably not very reliable. At this time, Suyu thought of another thing. It seems that my experience in this regard is really similar to that of the Guangyo Emperor. Suyu recalled himself and found that he was eroded by the painful evil god, while the Guangyo Emperor was eroded by the Dark Emperor. It is really similar. It is estimated that Su Yu's cost can successfully attract the attention of the Guangyo Emperor for this reason. He and the Guangyo Emperor have similar experiences, which arouse some resonance. It is not just because Su Yu made himself a mummy. After understanding this, Su Yu's consciousness was shocked, and a lot of information appeared in his memory out of thin air. This information is very confusing, and it is some messy pictures. Su Yu saw himself, his subordinates, the tyrannical evil god, and the painful evil god in it. Then, he saw Zhang Chenfeng, the Azure Second Empire, and the Great Rebellion. Finally, Su Yu's vision was raised again, and he saw the Great Rebellion that Emperor Guangyo experienced, and saw the Mummy Emperor on the mechanical throne. What does this mean? Zhang Chenfeng, Emperor Guangyo. These chaotic pictures came suddenly, and the amount of information was huge. Su Yu was not prepared, and was directly shocked by these pictures. But Su Yu immediately began to analyze these pictures. Su Yu found that each of these pictures was not just information, but a certain perspective. It was somewhat similar to the perspective when Su Yu used the power of time to observe the future. But there was a certain difference. Is this fate? Su Yu found that his perspective at this time did not seem to be a simple perspective of the power of time, but a more ethereal fate. The so-called fate Su Yu had already come into contact with. The first time Su Yu foresaw the future was to use the subspace analyzer to enter the quantized state and foresee the future. As a result, it was found that the future seemed unchangeable, and everyone seemed to have a fixed fate. Su Yu's original fate was to be killed by the enemy demon. But in the end, Su Yu successfully changed his fate and killed the enemy demon. Later, Su Yu worked as a time mechanic, and could change the past and determine the future. The so-called fate seemed to be meaningless to him. But Su Yu was still sure that fate existed. Because the prophet Zhou Qing once predicted that everyone would die, except Su Yu. That prophetic scene must happen. In the end, everyone in the mechanical city really died once. Although it was Su Yu who planned to kill them once. But Su Yu's plan may be part of fate. Fate seems to be higher than the power of time. The real fate does not seem to be a complete time, but a series of nodes. The fate events on the nodes are bound to happen and cannot be changed. Even if Su Yu has the power of time and can modify the past and the future, fate seems to make certain events happen. This is fate. It's a pity that the prophet Zhou Qing has only one prophecy for so many years. Otherwise, Su Yu really wanted to study fate carefully. At this time, the pictures Su Yu saw were also prophecies. Each picture, like Zhou Qing's prophetic picture, can be infinitely enlarged. It can be enlarged to the quantum level, and even further enlarged. These are not pictures at all, but so-called snapshots of the universe. And the amount of information contained in them is incredible. Zhou Qing's prophetic picture almost exploded Su Yu's consciousness. Now, Su Yu saw thousands of pictures. If Su Yu was not much stronger now, his consciousness would have been exploded by this huge amount of information, and he would have become a fool. So, I have awakened and become a prophet now, Su Yu said to himself. He should be a prophet if he can see prophetic pictures out of thin air. His current perspective is the perspective of a prophet, the perspective of fate. However, Su Yu is much stronger than Zhou Qing, and can see so many fate pictures in an instant. However, something is wrong. Zhou Qing's prophetic pictures show the fate events that will happen in the future. That is, the moment when the mechanical city is completely destroyed. The pictures Su Yu saw at this time are all the past, all events that have already happened. What kind of prophecy is this? In other words, this is not a prophecy at all. It is simply watching the fate that has already happened. Watching the history of the past. Those histories, because they are fate, will inevitably happen. Even if Su Yu travels back to the past and changes history now, it will be useless. Thinking of this, Su Yu watched and analyzed those pictures more attentively. These pictures are absolutely real and unchangeable history, which can provide Su Yu with useful information. Soon, Su Yu made an unexpected discovery in the pictures. He found that Zhang Chenfeng seemed to be not only eroded by the tyrannical evil god, but even he himself had some strange changes. Just like Su Yu's future became the painful evil god, Zhang Chenfeng also had similar changes. There is another dark Zhang Chenfeng, being nurtured to erode his body. This dark side is extremely powerful, and Zhang Chenfeng will fall into rage from time to time. When Zhang Chenfeng just established the Azure Second Empire, he blocked the planet and did not allow anyone to leave the Azure Star. This aroused a lot of opposition. and Zhang Chifeng used cruel means to brutally suppress the opposition and killed many people, which also became the fuse of the later rebellion. Although Su Yu always felt that Zhang Chifeng's approach was correct in the face of the threat of the tyrannical evil god, he successfully sealed the tyrannical evil god in the range of the Azure Star, and prevented him from entering the starry sky and harming humans on other planets. But now it seems that Zhang Chifeng's behavior at the time was not only rational, but also influenced by the dark side. He could have taken a gentler action, but he chose bloody suppression. This was caused by the erosion of the dark side. In the end, Zhang Chifeng might not be able to withstand this erosion. So Zhang Chifeng, who was so powerful at the time, died suddenly. But the means left behind after his death can still seal the tyrannical evil god for 10,000 years. If the mechanical creation left by Zhang Chifeng was so powerful, why did he die? So you now understood that Zhang Chifeng was not killed by the tyrannical evil god at all, but committed suicide. He and his dark side died together. This is fate. Among these fates, there are me, Zhang Chifeng, and Guanyu Emperor. So, Zhang Chifeng, Guanyu Emperor and I all have similar fates? First it was Guanyu Emperor, then Zhang Chifeng, and now it's my turn? I thought of improving the similarity with Guanyu Emperor. And this is the only difference? I haven't experienced the Great Rebellion, and haven't been truly eroded by the dark side? Su Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. The Guanyu Emperor established the human empire, experienced betrayal, was eroded by the dark side, and turned into a mummy. Zhang Chifeng established the Azure Second Empire, experienced betrayal, was eroded by darkness, and finally died. Originally, the two were too far apart. Under normal circumstances, Su Yu would not forcefully find similarities between the two. But now, from the perspective of fate, Su Yu is extremely sure that Zhang Chifeng and Guanyu Emperor have similar fates. They are destined to be betrayed and eroded. Now, it's Su Yu's turn. This is inevitable. Could it be that Guanyu Emperor will also be bound by fate? Or is it that Guanyu Emperor influenced fate? Su Yu was somewhat reluctant to believe it. Even as strong as Guanyu Emperor, is he also bound by fate? Can't change it? No. It should be after Guanyu Emperor was betrayed and eroded. His experience formed fate, which in turn affected Zhang Chifeng and me. Perhaps, it is not just Zhang Chifeng and me who are affected, but all mankind. Su Yu's mind turned, and he thought of another possibility. It's not that he and Guanyu Emperor have similar fates. It's that Guanyu Emperor's experience affected Su Yu's fate, and even the fate of all mankind. As the ruler of the human race on Azure Star, Su Yu approached the Emperor of Glory, and thus accepted this fate. When Su Yu thought about this, he seemed to have made a breakthrough, and suddenly became clear. And those chaotic fate pictures changed again. Su Yu vaguely saw a magnificent giant emitting infinite light, with a dark shadow behind him. Ah! Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and found that his whole body seemed to be burning, in the shattering. Although he only saw the light-cast giant vaguely in the chaos just now. But this one glance was enough to kill him. But a moment later, Su Yu found that the so-called burning and breaking were just illusions. And he was fine. The giant I just saw was the real body of the Guanyu Emperor. Su Yu immediately concluded that the giant just now was the Guanyu Emperor. And the shadow behind the Guanyu Emperor was obviously the so-called opposite. The Dark Emperor. This Dark Emperor really exists. And I'm fine because I realized the continuation of fate, which made me closer to the Emperor. And the similarity increased. Su Yu said in his heart. He is now extremely sure that his analysis just now is true. The Guanyu Emperor affected his fate. But I haven't experienced rebellion yet. And I haven't really been eroded by the dark side. Is this not enough meaning? Su Yu thought about it carefully, and then put it behind his mind. Soon, Su Yu proposed the plan to use the characteristics of the professional panel to seize the throne of the tyrannical evil god. Moreover, Su Yu deliberately opened the seal of the evil god armor in advance, and asked the painful evil god for his opinion. Although he didn't ask anything, he took this opportunity to reveal the whimsical plan to the painful evil god. Then, Su Yu carried out the so-called plan step by step, and began to study spiritual power, trying to erode the tyrannical evil god and seize the throne. Then one day, while Su Yu was studying, he suddenly became paralyzed. Endless pain came. The power of pain. The fifth level of pain power. After a moment, the pain turned into extreme pleasure, which made Su Yu feel comfortable all over. This drastic change made Su Yu's firm will waver. At the same time, Suyu's body, which had recovered as before, shrank again. The power of desire. And it was also the 5th level. After a moment, the pleasure disappeared quickly and turned into unparalleled pain. It was like falling from heaven to hell. The instantaneous change shocked Suyu's mind and made him almost unable to control himself. Then, there was another change. And the power of pain turned into the power of desire again. In a short period of time. This extreme change has been carried out thousands of times, torturing Suyu's spirit to the extreme. You are too careless. A cold voice sounded in Suyu's heart. It was the painful evil god. At some point, he infiltrated the power from the evil god armor and eroded Suyu. It was the last time Suyu opened the seal. And he finally gave the painful evil god a chance. And this time, the erosion was not only the erosion of the power of pain, but also the power of desire. The painful evil god is worthy of being another Suyu. Suyu can reverse the power of pain. And so can he. Moreover, the power of desire reversed by the painful evil god was directly at the 5th level. Much stronger than that of Suyu. In just a moment, Suyu was controlled by him. Suyu ignored the words of the painful evil god and used his strong will to resist the erosion of the painful evil god. He knew that the painful evil god had not really broken through the seal and could only penetrate a small part of the power. Although the painful evil god kept switching between the power of pain and the power of desire, the lethality to the spiritual will was much greater. But these powers were ultimately quantity insufficient, and Suyu could still barely resist. But he could only resist. At this time, Suyu had lost the ability to control his body and could only sit motionlessly on the main control chair, unable to make any moves. In this way, he could not meditate, could not practice, and could only endure this endless torture, watching the subspace tide erupt, and then die in the tide. The painful evil god has already won. However, the painful evil god did not know that Suyu was talking to himself at this moment. That's right. One more rebellion is needed. Chapter 460. Although Suyu was eroded by the painful evil god and turned into a mummy, he sat on the chair and could not move. But for him, this was originally his plan. He deliberately let the painful evil god erode him. Previously, Suyu deliberately opened the seal of the painful evil god and talked with the painful evil god, indirectly telling the painful evil god the plan to seize the tyrannical god position. In fact, Suyu's original intention was to allow the painful evil god to penetrate his power and erode himself. In this way, Suyu's experience is more similar to that of the Guangyo Emperor. Both were eroded and controlled by their own dark side and turned into a mummy. So the fate is more in line. And it is closer to the Guangyo Emperor. So, after the painful evil god completed the erosion of Suyu, Suyu felt a bright light in front of his eyes. And the picture appeared again. In the picture, the light-cast giant suspected to be the true body of the Guangyo Emperor became clearer. This time, Suyu stared at the giant for a second. And then the picture disappeared. After the picture disappeared, Suyu felt the illusion of burning all over again. But it was not serious. This shows that Suyu's plan was right. By actively letting the painful evil god erode himself, he successfully got closer to the Emperor of Glory. If he experienced another rebellion, he would be even closer. Moreover, the harvest this time was not just that. Suyu soon discovered that the illusion of burning all over his body was not just an illusion, but actually real. There was a powerful force in his will. This power was very similar to the sun power that Suyu was familiar with, but it was of a higher level, pure and flawless, and full of the breath of the light and brightness. The form of this power was different from all the energy forms Suyu had seen before. Compared with energy, it was more like a concept of the light and brightness, or even a rule. This power did not exist in Suyu's body, nor in his soul, but existed in the form of a concept. The previous illusion of Suyu burning all over his body was brought about by this power. There was only a trace of this power, but Suyu felt it slightly, and felt that it seemed endless. This is the gift from the Emperor of Glory. It is also the harvest from Suyu's cause. It is the power he obtained from the real body of the Emperor of Glory. The real body of the Emperor of Glory is like the sun. Suyu basked in the sun for a while, and then collected some solar energy from it, and stored it in his body. With such a force in his will, the torture brought to Suyu by the painful evil god was immediately weakened a lot, and was no longer so unbearable. The painful evil god used the power of pain and the power of desire to switch back and forth. And the torture on Suyu's spirit was simply terrifying. If Suyu did not also have these two powers, and had a certain degree of resistance to them, he would have been unable to bear it, and had a mental breakdown. Even if Suyu had resistance, he could only barely keep his spirit from collapsing. The torture he should have still happened, and every second felt as long as 100 years. And he was in agony, although Suyu thought he was determined. If such torture continued for 10 or 20 years, it would be hard to say whether he could still maintain a clear consciousness at that time. But now, everything is not a problem. The power of the Emperor of Glory became Suyu's greatest confidence. The power of the Emperor of Glory did not reduce the power of the painful evil god in any way. It was just stimulating Suyu's own will, making his heart always full of courage, perseverance, and hope, never collapsing, and never losing his fighting spirit. Suyu's will and spirit, stimulated by the power of the Emperor of Glory, kept getting stronger. In a short period of time, it has been strengthened several times. This strengthening speed is incredible. At the same time, the power of the Emperor of Glory was also constantly consumed. As Suyu's will became stronger and stronger, that power was also consumed rapidly, just like plants absorbing the energy of sunlight to grow. Until the end, the power of the Emperor of Glory was consumed to only a tiny bit. Suyu's will and spirit had also been strengthened to an incredible degree at this time. That was the level of the 5th level. Spiritual will is an independent field, and it is completely different from energy, matter, data, time, memory, and so on. It is also very powerful and unpredictable, and it is also very difficult to practice and improve. There are few related professions. The previous Ghost Emperor was good at this field. He once extracted the spiritual energy of the planet from the planet's energy. Star Soul Power is the 5th level spiritual energy, which can launch a 5th level spiritual attack. If Suyu had not had the power of time to travel through time and space to be resurrected, he would have been hypnotized and committed suicide by the Ghost Emperor's Star Soul Power. It can be seen how powerful it is. Now, Suyu's spiritual will, under the catalysis and stimulation of the power of the Glory Emperor, has actually reached this level. Moreover, with the Ghost Emperor's Star Soul Power, different. This is Suyu's own power. There is no limit to its use, no limit to the number of times. If the Ghost Emperor is resurrected at this time and uses the Star Soul Power to attack Suyu, Suyu can ignore it directly. My spiritual will has actually reached the 5th level first? Suyu felt incredible at this time. Normally, if you want to truly master the power of the 5th level, you could only hold a ceremony to advance to the 5th level. There is no other way. Whether it is the Star Soul Power of the Ghost Emperor or Suyu's evil god soldier mecha, they are all external forces, and their bodies are not really 5th level. Even if Suyu has the evil god soldier mecha and the Ghost Emperor has the Star Soul Power, they can be comparable to the 5th level in combat power. But spiritual will is difficult to rely on external forces. So if the two are eroded by the 5th level evil god, they can only rely on the 4th level of spiritual will to resist. How can they resist? But now, Suyu has broken this law. Directly at the 4th level, he possessed the 5th level of spiritual will. This is the gift of the Emperor of Glory. An incredible power. However, Suyu guessed that his 5th level of spiritual will at this time could not be maintained forever. The power of the Emperor of Glory was like a powerful shot of stimulant, forcibly raising Suyu's spiritual will to the 5th level. But when the drug effect wore off, it would probably fall again. But how long can this drug effect last? Suyu used the power of time to take a look at the future, and found that he could maintain the 5th level of spiritual will until the subspace tide erupted. This drug is really powerful. It is worthy of being produced by the Emperor. The quality is guaranteed. Praise the Emperor. Suyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and sincerely thanked the Emperor of Glory in his heart. At this time, he was in a very relaxed mood. At this time, the erosion of the power of the painful evil god was nothing to Suyu, and he could ignore it completely. Although the painful evil god was also at the 5th level, the power he exuded was not at all full, so it was no longer a threat to Suyu, who had the 5th level spiritual will. Suyu still looked like a mummy at this time, sitting motionless in the main control chair. But it was all disguise, and he could move as usual. But Suyu did not expose himself, but still sat honestly in the main control chair. Now the painful evil god did not know about Suyu and the Emperor Guangyao. And even if the painful evil god used the power of time to observe the future, he would not find any abnormality, because Suyu's changes only existed in his spiritual will. Only he knew it in his heart. And it could not be seen from the outside. The observation of the future by the power of time can only be seen under normal circumstances. But it is difficult to penetrate into the heart. In addition, Suyu himself also had the power of time. And it was impossible to accurately observe his future. If Suyu disguised himself in a targeted way, even if the painful evil god was at the 5th level, he would not be able to see through him. Before Suyu actually used the 5th order spiritual power to launch an attack, no information about this aspect could be seen in all future possibilities. And only Suyu himself could feel it. Suyu could do a lot with this blind spot. A bold idea came to his mind. Take advantage of this opportunity to reversely erode the painful evil god and seize his throne. That's right. Suyu's previous whimsical plan could actually be carried out at this time. Suyu's spiritual will was in a weak position before. And it was simply a pipe dream to want to reversely erode the 5th order evil god. That plan was Suyu's trick to trick the painful evil god. But now, the situation is reversed. And Suyu's spiritual will has reached the 5th order. The 5th order without any restrictions. On the contrary, the painful evil god is sealed by the evil god's soldier mecha and is greatly restricted. In the spiritual realm, the strength between the two has actually reversed. Not only that, the power of the Glory Emperor only has a little bit of seed left. This seed seems to be the last core, and Suyu can no longer absorb any energy from it. On the contrary, it was absorbing Suyu's spiritual power and growing stronger. However, the speed of absorption was very slow, as if Suyu's spiritual power had no nutrition for it. After a while, it stopped absorbing Suyu's spiritual power, and instead absorbed the power of pain and desire from Suyu's body. These two negative energies were torture for Suyu. But for this glory seed, they seemed to be a great tonic. Every time it absorbed a little, it grew a little, incredibly fast. This was a trace of the power of the Glory Emperor. Even if only a little core was left, it was incomparably magical. It seemed indelible, comparable to the immortal evil god, and even more magical. Suyu hurriedly stopped the absorption speed of the glory seed, lest the pain god discover the abnormality. Although this glory seed was magical, it did not resist Suyu's control, but was very obedient. As soon as Suyu moved his mind, it stopped absorbing and even sent out a little spiritual fluctuation, which was faintly flattering. Suyu could sense that this radiant seed did not seem to be a dead object, but had some kind of vague instinctive will, just like a small animal. And now, it seemed to regard Suyu as its master? Regarding Suyu as the Radiant Emperor? This was also the benefit that Suyu gained by cost the Radiant Emperor. Otherwise, no matter how strong Suyu was, he could not command this magical radiant seed. Seeing that this radiant seed was so obedient, a bold plan arose in Suyu's mind. This radiant seed, after being cultivated, seemed to be used to erode the painful evil god. Although Suyu was a 5th level spiritual will, the painful evil god was also 5th level, and it was still very difficult to erode it. However, if there was this unknown level of radiant seed, it should be much easier. This radiant seed seemed to be the nemesis of the power of pain and the power of desire. If it was injected into the painful evil god, and it absorbed the spiritual energy of the painful evil god crazily, Suyu would use spiritual power to erode it, and the success rate would be much higher. However, Suyu did not act rashly. He was not good at the spiritual realm. Although he had obtained the legacy of the Ghost Emperor before, he had not studied it in depth. Now that he had just obtained the 5th level spiritual power, he needed to familiarize himself with it, and study and practice the knowledge left by the Ghost Emperor. Then this radiant seed also needed to be cultivated. Otherwise, with its current weak state, it would be directly hit into the interior of the painful evil god, and it might be killed by him instead. And Suyu would suffer a great loss. So next, Suyu just lay dormant quietly. On the surface, he seemed to have been completely eroded and controlled by the painful evil god. But in fact, he was secretly working hard to study the legacy left by the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor's research on the spiritual realm was already very in-depth, even reaching the 5th level, and only one ritual was missing. Although Suyu and the Ghost Emperor had different professions, Suyu could still learn the Ghost Emperor's skills in using spiritual energy. For example, Suyu could use the technology of extracting the power of the star soul. This technology, in essence, extracts the 5th level spiritual power from the planetary energy, compresses and purifies it, and becomes a powerful means of spiritual attack. It can even be used to hypnotize oneself, so that one can obtain temporary pseudo-fifth order power. Through the study of this technology, Suyu can also compress and purify his fifth order spiritual power, and obtain equally powerful, or even more powerful power. This technology for purifying the power of the star soul is originally a fifth order spiritual combat technology, which is specially used to purify one's own spiritual energy. It is because the Ghost Emperor's own level is insufficient that he can only seek external forces such as the power of the star soul. And Suyu now has a powerful fifth order spiritual power, which is the real use of this technology. While Suyu was researching, he secretly cultivated the shining seed. That seed feeds on negative energy such as the power of pain and the power of desire. In order not to reveal the secret, Suyu fed it with the power of pain he cultivated. Occasionally, he secretly fed it a little power of the painful evil god. The painful evil god can sense that his own power sometimes disappears, but he believes that this is the result of Suyu's resistance. After all, Suyu is his original body, with great strength and determination. Naturally, he cannot sit still and wait for death. He will definitely resist and consume his power. Or, it would be strange if Suyu did not resist at all. Therefore, Suyu's occasional feeding did not arouse the vigilance of the painful evil god. So, time passed day by day and year by year. Suyu's research on the technology of purifying spiritual energy of the Ghost Emperor became more and more profound. At the same time, the cultivation of the radiant seeds has also reached the right stage and has returned to a similar scale as before. It's time. Suyu made up his mind. Chapter 461. Suyu has been preparing for this day for 10 years. During these 10 years, he has mastered the spiritual power purification technology left by the Ghost Emperor. At the same time, Suyu has also cultivated the glory seed to maturity, and cultivated it for a full 37 times. The so-called cultivation of the glory seed to maturity means that Suyu uses the power of pain and the power of desire to feed the seed from a weak state to its initial strength. Originally, Suyu wanted to try to feed it stronger. Unfortunately, its growth seems to have a limit. After reaching its original strength, it will no longer change. Even if it is fed with more power of pain and power of desire, it will be useless. Suyu can only absorb the power of the glory seed to avoid waste. After the spiritual power breaks through the 5th level, absorbing the power of the glory seed can only increase the quantity of the spiritual power. And it is difficult to increase the level. And it is very difficult to improve. It seems that Suyu's own level has not reached the 5th level, and it is difficult to improve it. It is similar to the glory seed. However, if the mental power is consumed, and then the power of the light seed is used to restore the mental power, it will be very fast. Mental power is actually a special kind of spiritual energy that can be consumed. However, mental power involves abstract things such as thinking, thoughts, will, etc., some of which are idealistic and difficult to be consumed. As long as consciousness exists, mental power exists. Mental power is actually equivalent to the so-called soul. So after the Ghost Emperor extracted the mental power from the planet's energy, he named it Star Soul Power, which means the soul power of the planet. Normal use of mental power attacks, hypnosis, etc. will not consume mental power at all. Just like using cold weapons to attack the enemy, as long as the enemy's strength is not too outrageous. At most it will just be a little worn out, rather than directly consuming the weapon. It's like ordinary people using muscles to drive their fists and feet to attack. At most they consume some physical strength, and the muscles themselves are still growing on the body and have not been consumed. It is impossible for a punch to hit and a piece of muscle to fall off. That would be weird. Mental power is the cold weapon and muscle of the consciousness level, which is difficult to be consumed. The spiritual power purification technology left by the Ghost Emperor can purify the spiritual power, change its form, and turn it into a highly aggressive energy. It is like recasting a cold weapon and turning it into a hot weapon. It is also like using biotechnology to make one's own flesh and blood into a biological bomb. In this way, while the power of the purified spiritual power is greatly increased, it also becomes a consumable. Once the purified spiritual power is used, it is truly consumed. And after being consumed, it is difficult to recover. And it is not simply to absorb energy. It is like a cold weapon is cast into a hot weapon, and a shell is fired and it explodes. And it is difficult to recycle the material. It is also like an ordinary person becomes a flesh and blood bomb. and his life is directly lost. Not to mention recovery. So when the Ghost Emperor extracted the power of the Star Soul, in addition to his own insufficient level, he also did not want to consume his own spiritual power, which would make him weak. Of course, all this is not a big problem for Suyu, who has the power of time. Even if his mental power is completely consumed, or even dies directly, he can use the power of time to forcibly recover. With the magic of the power of time, he can come back to life after death, let alone the mere consumption of mental power. Of course, this will accumulate a lot of time backlash, using the power of time to restore the 5th level mental power. Each accumulated backlash must be extremely amazing. At this time, Suyu had completely ignored it in order to complete the plan of eroding the painful evil god. He directly purified and compressed all his mental power and consumed it. When Suyu was about to use the power of time to restore his mental power, he was surprised to find that the power of the light seed could help him restore his mental power. This immediately surprised Suyu greatly, so there was no need to accumulate a lot of time backlash. Moreover, if the power of time is used, it is easy for the painful evil god to find abnormalities. After all, the painful evil god also has a strong power of time, and is very sensitive to this aspect. The radiant seed is the power beyond the perception of the painful evil god, and it belongs to the radiant emperor. So, Suyu kept using the technology left by the Ghost Emperor to purify and compress his mental power, and then used the radiant seed to restore himself. After the radiant seed matures once, it can allow Suyu to recover his mental power more than 20 times. In this way, after 10 years of hard work, Suyu purified and compressed his mental power 92 times. This purified mental power contains the mental power of 92 5th level Suyas added together, which is simply terrifying in terms of quantity. The original Ghost Emperor purified very little Star Soul power in quantity. After all, the Ghost Emperor is not a true 5th level extraordinary person, and it is extremely difficult to extract the 5th level Star Soul power. In order to save it, the Ghost Emperor even divided the Star Soul power into many parts. However, the power that Suyu purified was compressed together and could only be used once. In order to maximize the power, thoroughly hypnotize, and erode the painful evil god, this purified spiritual power is dozens of times more than the spiritual power of the painful evil god in terms of quantity. In terms of quality, this spiritual power has also greatly increased its power due to purification and compression. It is extremely powerful. For example, it can be used to hypnotize oneself like the Ghost Emperor did at the beginning, so that one can have a powerful combat power of the 5th level. If Suyu uses this spiritual power to hypnotize himself, he can raise himself to the real 5th level in a short time, even more powerful than the painful evil god. In other words, if Suyu uses this spiritual power now, he can directly defeat the painful evil god with his body. After realizing the power of this thing, Suyu had to sigh at the talent of the Ghost Emperor. He was able to develop this level of spiritual power technology when he was at the 4th level. However, Suyu's goal is to erode the painful evil god, not to confront him head-on. So Suyu will not use it that way. This extremely purified and compressed mental power can only be used to erode and hypnotize the painful evil god. But even if he has such a powerful weapon, Suyu still feels unstable. Although this power is powerful, it may not be able to truly hypnotize the painful evil god. The painful evil god is essentially Suyu himself, and he will not underestimate himself. So Suyu still has a trump card. That is the Glory Seed. After Suyu cultivated the Glory Seed to maturity for the last time, he did not absorb its power again, but kept it for backup. When the hypnosis is activated, he will inject this mature Glory Seed into the painful evil god, allowing it to erode the painful evil god as a helper. Now everything is ready. So Suyu is going to start. At this time, Suyu, who is in the shape of a mummy, is sitting quietly on the mechanical throne. The power of the painful evil god is still eroding Suyu's body and mind. For 10 years, the painful evil god has been trying to completely erode Suyu, control his body and will, and let Suyu open the seal of the evil god armor and release him. Unfortunately, he has not succeeded, and can only barely loosen the seal of the evil god armor. But it is still a long way from being completely unsealed. Originally, the painful evil god only needed to wait for the subspace tide to erupt, and Suyu would definitely die. So there was no need to be impatient. But with the tyrannical evil god by his side, he couldn't wait that long. Otherwise he would have more trouble. Therefore, The painful evil god has also been secretly preparing means in the past 10 years. The means he prepared were actually spiritual power. The painful evil god actually knew the spiritual power purification technology of the Ghost Emperor. He didn't know it from Suyu's memory. After all, when Suyu obtained the technology of the Ghost Emperor, the evil god armor had already been cast, and he had been sealed and could not obtain Suyu's memory. He obtained it directly from the Ghost Emperor. The painful evil god possesses the 5th level power of time, and can even transcend time and space. He taught the king the power of pain 10,000 years ago, and laid out in advance. This powerful method makes it easy to spy on the secrets of the Ghost Emperor. If the Ghost Emperor's past history had not been involved with the tyrannical evil god, the Ghost Emperor might have been laid out by the painful evil god and changed to practice the power of pain, becoming the painful emperor. In the past 10 years, the painful evil god has also been constantly using the Ghost Emperor's technology to purify his own mental power. The Ghost Emperor is indeed a talent. His mental power technology is praised by both Suyu and the painful evil god. The painful evil god and Suyu made the same choice, both choosing to purify all mental power and increase the lethality as much as possible. They are indeed one person in essence. However, the painful evil god does not have the radiant seed. After the mental power is exhausted, it needs to consume the power of time to recover, and it also needs to bear the consequences of time backlash. If it weren't for the fact that the seal of the evil god's armor was loosened a lot because Suyu was eroded in these years, the painful evil god would not have the authority to activate the power of time to restore his own mental power. Even now, his use of the power of time is still greatly restricted by the evil god's armor. So in the past 10 years, the painful evil god only barely purified his own mental power 7 times. And at this time, he thought that these 7 times of mental power were enough. As a 5th level evil god, and an evil god in the dual fields of pain and time, his mental power is already very strong. Using the technology of the Ghost Emperor to purify 7 times, it is not easy to deal with Suyu, who is only 4th level. In fact, even if it is only purified once, it is more than enough to deal with Suyu, who is 4th level. It is also because the painful evil god is cautious and worried that Suyu has an unknown trump card. So he purified it 7 times until the time backlash accumulated to the limit before stopping. Then, he was about to launch a spiritual attack. The next moment, the painful evil god directly used the spiritual power that had been purified 7 times to launch a spiritual attack on Suyu. He actually launched the attack earlier than Suyu. Suyu was originally planning to adjust his state for a month or 2 and launch the attack in the best state. But the painful evil god took the initiative. The painful evil god's purified spiritual power was invisible, and had invaded Suyu's mind without any power fluctuations. Suyu was suddenly in a trance. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten even his last name. He only vaguely felt that he was part of a great existence, and was about to return to the origin. This so-called great existence was naturally the painful evil god. The painful evil god used his powerful spiritual power that had been purified 7 times to hypnotize Suyu. This kind of hypnosis is not just a spiritual power, but rewriting reality. Suyu was instantly hit, and he would become a part of the painful evil god from his body to his mind. If the painful evil god succeeded, then Suyu would not exist from the beginning, and there would only be the painful evil god from the beginning. The painful evil god is the real body. On the contrary, Suyu appeared later, and was the human part of the painful evil god. And now he was going to return to the real body. In that case, the painful evil god could devour Suyu completely intact and be completely perfect. Not good. At the critical moment, Suyu woke up. Under normal circumstances, the 4th level Suyu could not resist the 7-fold spiritual attack of the painful evil god. But Suyu had already possessed the 5th level spiritual power under the stimulation of the glory seed. So he had a strong resistance to this kind of attack. Suyu immediately woke up and realized that this was the attack of the painful evil god. It's faster than me. It's worthy of me. At this moment, Suyu even wanted to laugh in his heart. He and the painful evil god really thought of it. Both sides are essentially the same person. The painful evil god is the 5th level, and Suyu is the 4th level. The painful evil god originally had a great advantage. But Suyu's advantage is that he is a human. He can contact the Glory Emperor and get help, which is something the painful evil god can't think of, because he is not a human. So Suyu immediately launched a counterattack. Suyu moved his mind, and the 92 times purified mental power was used. This purified mental power is also invisible. Even more hidden than the mental power of the painful evil god. The more purified the mental power is, the more hidden it is. The 92 times purified mental power of Suyu is almost disappearing from this world. If it had not been for some connection between it and Suyu could hardly sense it. As its master, Suyu could hardly sense it, let alone the painful evil god. In just a moment, this 92 times mental power had already disintegrated the 7 times mental power attack of the painful evil god, and at the same time eroded it in the opposite direction. In an instant, the painful evil god was eroded and hypnotized. However, the painful evil god's hypnosis on Suyu made Suyu not exist from the beginning, which was very cruel. Suyu's hypnosis on the painful evil god, however, could not be done in this way. After all, this is a true 5th level evil god, and he is also an evil god in the dual fields of pain and time. In addition, he had eroded Suyu for 10 years, making up for his own imperfections, and possessing a certain degree of immortality of the evil god. Even if Suyu used mental hypnosis to rewrite reality, and make the painful evil god non-existent, he would be resurrected in the depths of the subspace in a blink of an eye, which would be troublesome. As a 5th level evil god, this guy is really hard to kill. Even if Suyu prepared a trump card with great care, it would be difficult to kill him once and for all. So Suyu's hypnosis of him is fate.